I just touched an ant. I can lift 3,000 caddies at once. Just by holding a kitten, I can effortlessly leap to the second floor. Just by holding a small turtle, I can surprisingly stretch freely. All because my girlfriend transferred my 510,000. She even had her rich second-generation new boyfriend throw me into the sea to feed the fish. I struggled in the water for 40 minutes, my consciousness gradually fading. Just as my heartbeat was about to stop, a small fish swam over. Ding! The replication of biological genes with abilities has been successful and injected into the host's body. As the fusion sensation gradually disappeared, I found that I could actually breathe in the water. I stood still for half a day before realizing, this isn't a dream, right? I actually unintentionally activated the system and gained the ability to replicate animal genes. Like a fish returning to the sea, I swam freely in the seawater, continuously absorbing oxygen from the water, swimming towards the shore without any discomfort. When I returned to the dilapidated hut all wet, I recalled the disaster of today. I hurriedly took my bank card and rushed out, heading straight to the nearest ATM. Inserted the card and entered the password in one go, stunned when seeing the balance in the card. 1 yuan and 25 cents, damn, I gritted my teeth and muttered. That scoundrel actually transferred all my money, that was my 3 years of savings. Ah, love is so ridiculous. I chuckled bitterly, suddenly thinking about my genetic system. That's right, now that I have a genetic system, why worry about not becoming powerful? I need to find a way to enhance my strength. You two scoundrels, just wait for me. You will pay the price for everything you've done today. But now my phone is broken, and there's no money in my bank account. I can't even afford a steamed bun. I can't possibly go buy a bun with a bank card that only has 1 yuan and 25 cents. Forget it, let's go check out the temporary work at the wholesale market. As I walk, I pray that my job won't be taken over by someone else. If that happens, I might go hungry today. Passing by a flower bed, I happened to see a nest of ants beside it, which caught my eye. I immediately lay down on the ground, staring intently at one of the strong, large ants. Ants can lift weights 400 times their own, if only I could obtain the strength of an ant. Replicate, system, replicate the abilities of ants. The surrounding crowd, coming and going, looked at me lying on the ground, staring at the ants, with mocking expressions. Is this guy from the Animal Research Association? Some even muttered silently, calling me crazy. After waiting for half a day with no response, I shouted in my mind, come out, I want to replicate the abilities of ants. Why is there no response? Ding, the host's current authority is limited. Only by coming into contact with animals can genetic abilities be replicated. Upon hearing the system's words, I finally understood that physical contact was necessary. Without hesitation, I directly grabbed a strong ant. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully replicating genetic abilities. The powerful strength has been injected into the host's body. Feeling the sudden explosive power emanating from within my body, and the gradual changes happening to my body, I felt like I was dreaming. Ants can lift 400 times their own weight. At this moment, since I possess the strength of an ant, could I lift around 25 tons? I was excited, but suddenly the sound of a rooster rang out. The host has only just acquired the genetic strength of an ant. Currently, it still doesn't come close to the terrifying level of ant strength. I was taken aback, then asked, to what extent is my current strength? The host's current strength has reached 3,000 caddies. Although 3,000 caddies may not be as terrifying as an ant, but 3,000 caddies. I can consider myself a superhuman now, right? I walked towards an iron fence by the roadside, grabbed a steel bar of the fence, and with a little effort, I directly bent the steel bar. After being excited for a while, I quickly ran towards the workplace. I need to solve the issue of food and clothing first. By the time I arrived at the place, it was already past noon. This is a wholesale market where I usually work as a loader. Seeing several young people working on loading and unloading, I quickly found the person in charge, Hanji. I had something to do in the morning, so I couldn't make it. Look at this group. Hanji was holding a cigarette in his mouth, while his other hand was constantly rubbing between his toes. With a faint glance at me, he calmly said, I called you several times this morning, all damn phones were off. Do you think this is a market? Come if you want, don't if you don't. I don't have money now, and my phone is broken. In order to get some money quickly to get by, I reluctantly said, Han, my phone is broken, that's why I didn't answer your call. Can you? Before I could finish speaking, I was interrupted. Someone else has taken the job, there's no place for you. This is not a charity, don't interfere with my business. Leave quickly, I feel disgusted just seeing you. As he spoke, he spat directly on the ground in front of me, less than 3 centimeters away from my shoes. Seeing the spit by my feet, I clenched my fists tightly, then looked up at Han Fei in front of me and said, I may not work here, but you can't insult me like this. Go to hell. Saying that, I slammed my fist on the table in front of Han Fei, and the table instantly cracked into pieces, turning into a pile of debris. Startled by this sudden scene, Han Fei fell off his chair, his face turning red as he cursed, What the hell do you want? I took a step forward, grabbed Han Fei's collar, and lifted him up, saying, Damn you. Listen, you don't have to give me work, but watch your words, or I might knock out all your teeth. Saying that, I threw Han Fei aside, then turned and walked towards the market. Han Fei panted heavily as he watched my back, his eyes transitioning from fear to a fierce and hateful glare. I was thrown into the sea, went without food for most of the day, my stomach growling. But now, I have no money on me, so I aimlessly walked the streets. With the system and powerful abilities, yet here I am worrying about a meal. It's ironic how even a hero can be stumped by a penny. What a dilemma. I can't resort to illegal activities. The ways to make big money are mostly outlined in the law. It's better to proceed honestly, step by step. Just then, not far away at a mall's back entrance, a crowd had gathered. Curious, I walked over to see what was going on. I saw a man in a suit pointing at a truckload of goods, saying, This truck is worth $300. If you want to do it, do it. If not, leave. Offering $300 to someone else is too little. At least $600. The elevator can't be used, and all these things need to be moved to the 4th floor. We won't take this job. You won't find anyone else to do it unless you pay more. Hearing their conversation, my eyes lit up. Ignoring the rest, let's earn $300 first. So, if I unload this whole truck, will I get $300? The man in a suit scrutinized me for a while, then nodded, saying, That's right. It must be unloaded within 2 hours. I nodded, saying, I got it. I'll do this job, and it won't take me 2 hours. Just as I finished speaking, the 3 men from earlier approached me. One of them patted my shoulder and said, Hey, you look familiar. Weren't you the dock worker from the market before? I nodded and said, Yes, that's right. And, what's wrong? Since you've worked around here before, you should know the rules of this area. This job isn't something you can just pick up. If you disrupt the market, the boss probably won't agree. Facing such a blatant threat, I touched my nose and said, Is that so? In the past, I could endure for the sake of life. Now, damn it, I have nothing left. I don't want to endure anymore. I've taken this job today. If you have the ability, try to drive me away. As I said this, I took a step forward. The man was scared by my cold gaze and took a step back. Good job, young man. You wait, the boss won't allow it. People like you who disrupt the market won't last around here. With that said, the 3 of them hurriedly left. As for me, I didn't care. I turned around and asked the man in a suit, Where's the warehouse? Could you show me the way? The man heard me and pointed to a door on the side of the building. He nodded and said, Go along this door all the way to the 4th floor. Leave the items at the entrance. I nodded, then directly unloaded bag after bag of goods from the car. I tied them up with a rope, exerted force, and lifted a stack of items taller than a person. I walked into the corridor. The people around were all stunned when they saw this scene. Some even looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Wow, this young man, is he really human? That stack just now must have been at least 500 pounds. This guy is a strong man. The man in a suit looked at the empty staircase, muttering about how unbelievable it was that the items, at least 800 pounds, were carried up. How did he do it? As I climbed up the stairs, I muttered to myself, This staircase is too narrow. If it were bigger, I could move everything up in one go, saving the trouble. Actually, I did it on purpose. After all, behaving too outrageously can lead to trouble. Climbing 4 floors and carrying heavy items is quite strenuous for ordinary people, but for me now, it's like holding a toy in my hand. With a small cart, I finished moving everything in 3 trips without even breathing heavily. It felt like I hadn't done any work at all. After moving everything, please settle the bill. As my voice rang out, the man in a suit finally reacted, hurriedly took out 300 yuan and handed it to me, saying, If I may ask, why do you have such great strength? I put the 300 yuan in my pocket, smiling as I replied, It's natural. At that moment, I had become the object of curiosity for those around me, who all wanted to strike up a conversation with me. Hey young man, I have a truckload of fruits. Can you help unload them? I'll give you 500 yuan. I have plenty of strength now, and I urgently need money to buy a phone. Life is all about seizing opportunities. Sure, no problem. Lead the way. The group of people around me all followed my lead, heading towards the nearby fruit wholesale market. This time, I once again stunned everyone with my actions, leaving them all in awe. This young man is incredibly strong. I wonder what he ate to grow this way. I've lived for most of my life and have seen many strong people, but it's the first time I've seen someone with such immense strength. I unloaded a whole truck of fruits in just a few minutes. The boss looked at me and said, "Damn, you're amazing. Your strength is perfect for loading and unloading. From now on, you'll be in charge of unloading here. Give me your number later for future contact. Here's $500. I took the money and put it in my pocket, smiling at the boss. My phone is broken, so I can't be reached for now. I'll buy a new one in a couple of days and come find you. As people around watched, many curious bosses gathered around, asking me to unload goods. Their aim was to see where my limits were. In one afternoon, I earned over $6,000. In the past, this would have been enough to keep me busy for a month. With my strong body now, this kind of work is child's play. The first thing I did with the money was to eat. After all, I almost lost my life from the beating, then worked all afternoon without eating. My stomach was growling from hunger. At that moment, in the largest goods distribution market center in the whole Sanxing city, in a 2-story building, the 3 loaders I scared off before were facing a man with a scar on his face and rough features. They said, "Bro, that kid is arrogantly snatching work, completely disrespecting you. Yeah, Hua Ji, who dares to challenge you in this area? If we don't give you face, that kid clearly wants to establish himself here. We must make sure he knows." Tough with rough features, standing at 1.8 meters tall, and a terrifying scar running from the eye corner down to the chin, this man is none other than the Tiger Lord of Sanxing's largest distribution center. This person is officially the manager of the distribution center, but all the workers and cargo carriers know that in order to do business and make money here, they have to listen to Boss Hu, otherwise they won't survive here. Can you believe it? Someone dares to cause trouble on my turf? They want to plant their flag, huh? Alright, tomorrow take some people and pay them a visit. Let's see who they are. As Boss Hu finished speaking, a man with long hair, medium build, and a small knife in his hand sitting at a nearby table nodded and said, "Got it, Boss Hu." After finishing my meal, I bought a phone and returned to my rundown small rental house. Lying on the small bed inside, I began to carefully study the genetic system in my mind. Just then, a cockroach crawled by. I thought about the cockroach's strong vitality. If I could replicate that tenacious vitality of the cockroach, it would be like having extra health bars for myself. At this point, I quickly grabbed the cockroach and started the genetic replication. The replication of the D gene ability failed, the replication of the D gene ability failed, the replication of the D gene ability failed. A series of failures made me extremely frustrated. The replication limit for today has been reached, and the host has gained 9 genetic points, totaling 49 points. The final alert left me stunned. Then I asked in my mind, "Little chicken, what does it mean that the limit has been reached this time?" "Host, now you can use the gene replication 30 times a day. After the limit is reached, you need to wait until the next day to use it again." I received the chicken's reply, sighed, and muttered that there are indeed limitations. Otherwise, I could just catch animals every day for replication and become a superhuman in less than a week. What about the gene points? Can they remove the host's replication skills? You can also upgrade the skills replicated by the host. Different skills require different gene points. The host successfully replicated a genetic ability, gaining 10 points. Each failed replication earns 1 gene point. After roughly understanding the system in my body, drowsiness struck, and I fell into a deep sleep for 5 hours. Early the next day, I got up and prepared to continue working. After all, I need to save some money first to gradually carry out my revenge plan. Arriving at the market, I was surrounded by many waiting merchants. "You finally arrived. Follow me, there's a truckload for 500 yuan. Hurry up and unload it so I can go. Unload mine next. It's a quick job for me. Why should you go first? Wait on the side." I smiled wryly and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll do it one by one. Trust me, I can unload faster than if you were to find 6 or 7 people." Just as I was about to start unloading, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. In this market area, no one dared to openly challenge. "If you don't want to work, you can leave the market tomorrow." Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look and saw a man with long hair and not particularly strong build, accompanied by 4 tattooed men. It was the fierce warrior Xiao Dao under Tiger Lord. "I have something to attend to, I'll go find someone to vent my anger. Oh, almost forgot, my wife is giving birth. I have to go check on her." "Wasn't your wife just gave birth a few days ago? Get lost, mind your own business. If my wife wants to give birth, do you have a say in it?" Upon seeing Xiao Dao, all the merchants' faces changed drastically, finding excuses to turn around and leave. I furrowed my brow as I looked at Xiao Dao. I had seen him before in this market when I worked as a laborer. I knew he was a fierce man under Tiger Lord, often helping Tiger Lord with some shady dealings. Xiaodao held a fruit knife, arrogantly looking at me while peeling an apple. "Yesterday, you broke the rules here," he said. I showed no fear and calmly responded, "What rules or no rules? Others pay me, I work. It's only natural. Is there a problem?" Upon hearing my words, Xiaodao, who was peeling the apple, suddenly stopped and slowly raised his head to look at me. "What you said sounds reasonable, but you're just a powerless laborer. So, no matter how logical your words are, they're just nonsense." As he spoke, Xiaodao blew the hair that was almost covering his eyes, a cold gleam in his eyes. He threatened to break my hand, ensuring I wouldn't be able to work again. As Xiaodao's words fell, the 4 tattooed men behind him charged towards me with murderous intent. I faced the siege of 4 people without any fear, directly waving my hands and engaging in combat. With my immense strength now, I threw a punch and sent a burly tattooed man flying. At a height of 1.8 meters and nearly 200 pounds, he flew 5 to 6 meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious. As Xiaodao witnessed this scene, a hint of shock flashed in his sharp eyes, and his gaze towards me changed. Despite my terrifying strength, my reaction speed was just like an ordinary person's, and the remaining 3 men's fists landed heavily on me. Enduring the pain, I kept throwing punches, knocking down the remaining 3 men with each blow. Seeing the 4 men lying motionless on the ground, I felt a bit scared, but soon realized they were still breathing, which relieved me. After all, taking a life is no trivial matter and comes with consequences. "Kid, didn't expect you had some skills. No wonder you're so arrogant, daring to come to brother whose territory." Xiaodao picked up his knife, tossed the apple, and spun the fruit knife in his hand, dazzling the onlookers. Glancing at the knife in his hand, I said coldly, "I don't know about brother who or brother Bao. Don't play these games with me. I just want to work and earn money. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them." As soon as I finished speaking, Xiaodao on the opposite side made a sudden move. With his slender body moving at lightning speed, I tried to dodge, but felt a chill on my arm. I raised my arm to look and found a wound over 10 centimeters long. It sent shivers down my spine because if I hadn't dodged just now, it wouldn't be my arm that got hurt, but my chest. Just then, the knife rolled and charged at me again. The opponent was fast, quick to strike, and wielding a knife. I had no way to compete. Faced with the knife charging at me again, I opted for a lazy roll, tumbling towards a corner where goods were stacked. Nevertheless, my leg still got cut. The knife licked the blood on the dagger, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and said, "I was going to cut off one of your hands, but now I want to sever all your limbs." As the knife's words fell, the slender and agile figure rushed towards me at an extremely fast speed. My pupils constricted as I grabbed a wooden tray nearby and smashed it towards the knife. With my immense strength now, I swung the tray not only swiftly but also with a considerable surface area. At such a fast speed, the knife's agile movements couldn't evade it. Humph! The knife was hit on the shoulder by the tray I swung, causing the whole person to be flung out due to the tremendous impact, landing 5 to 6 meters away. The knife's dagger had already fallen somewhere unknown, and the person was in pain, touching their shoulder, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they looked at me. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be tough. This matter won't end like this. Just you wait." After speaking, he turned and disappeared down a small alley leading to the market. I sat down on the ground, and people in the distance gradually surrounded me. "Young man, you should hurry to the hospital to get checked. You've lost a lot of blood." "No, I can't go to the hospital. Tiger Brother has a wide network." "Young man, if we go to a nearby hospital, we'll definitely be found out quickly." "Old man, I'll do a simple bandage for you. Wait here while I go get something." At this moment, a large orange cat walked over gently, continuously sniffing the fresh blood on the ground. I saw the cat approaching me, its eyes shining. With bloody wounds still visible, I slowly reached out and grabbed the cat. "Quick, chicken, replicate genetic ability." Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability replication failed. The people around were originally concerned in watching me, but at this moment, I held the cat tightly in my arms, ignoring its resistance. "What's going on? Looks like this young man's brain got messed up from the beating just now." After failing more than 20 times, suddenly, a system prompt in my mind made me jump. The replication of Ding Gene Ability Agile Response Capability was successful and has been injected into the host. In an instant, I felt my body gradually changing, and everything around me seemed to slow down in my eyes. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the genetic ability, rewarding the host with 10 genetic points. The host failed 29 times and received 29 genetic points. Total points, 88. Wow, great! I did it! Excited, I hugged the cat in my arms and kissed it several times. I couldn't stop laughing, which made the people around me change their expressions drastically. This kid is crazy. Quickly call the mental hospital. I don't think he's crazy. Judging from the situation, this guy probably has some special hobby. I suppressed my excitement, endured the pain, and quickly bandaged myself with antiseptic and gauze. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep. After applying the antiseptic and wrapping it with gauze, the bleeding stopped quickly. At this moment, a huge change started in my heart. From my perspective, earning money through labor before was just because I didn't want to walk. It was only in that life and death moment just now that I suddenly realized, without strength, being a good person will be even more difficult. At this moment, I decided to fight fire with fire, to earn my first bucket of gold from that so-called tiger brother, also as a form of revenge. Then, I embarked on the path to gradually become stronger. I spent several days recuperating in the rental house, and I found that now my speed and reflexes are several times stronger than before. For example, if a cup falls off the table, before it hits the ground, I would instantly catch it. Everything now seems much slower in my eyes. In fact, this is the result of a significant increase in my agility. On the second floor of the freight wholesale market, Showdown and 6 or 7 big guys are standing in front of Brother Who. That kid hasn't been to the market recently or the nearby hospital. We've had people watching for Fifth Brother, but that kid hasn't shown up these days. Continue to have people watch him. Once that kid shows up, break one of his legs and bring him to me. I want to see what kind of person dares to come here and make trouble. At the same time, I returned to the market again. But this time, I wasn't here to work, but to find out where this so-called Fifth Brother is. At the place where I used to work, the boss Han Fei was sitting in the shade, smoking a cigarette, and absent-mindedly picking at his toe. When Han Fei saw me, his expression changed. He coldly said, "So it's you, you little brat. Can't find work to do? Let me tell you, there's plenty of work here, but I won't give any to you. Now get lost." I smiled faintly, glanced at the room behind, then grabbed Han Fei and carried him into the back room. "What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch me, I'll tell Brother Tiger, and you won't escape unscathed." I coldly advance step by step towards Han Fei, who keeps retreating on the ground until he reaches the wall, then continues to tremble and says, "I am Brother Tiger's man." Before Han Fei could finish speaking, I slapped him directly across the face. With a slap, Han Fei covers his face, looking at me in shock, his eyes filled with fear. "Brother Zhang, let's talk things out. I was wrong before. Please don't hold grudges. Let me go this time." Han Fei was completely intimidated. He felt the immense power in my hands. "Don't worry, I'll come find you. I just want to ask about that guy called Brother Who. Where is he now?" When Han Fei heard my words, he was first stunned, then realized something. He looked at me with fear in his eyes, saying, "What do you want to do?" "I won't tell you. If I do, we'll both be done for." Han Fei's mouth bled, fear in his eyes as he looked at me. "If you still won't talk, next time it won't be just a slap on the face," I said, picking up a bottle from the ground and twirling it in my hand. Han Fei shouted loudly, "Don't hit me, I'll talk." I took out a cigarette from my pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Tell me, where is Brother Who now? Where does he stay at night?" Brother Who is currently in a 2-story building on the east side of the market. It's a place he frequents. As for nights, I know he goes to the dark night bar every day and leaves the next morning. As Han Fei finished speaking, I calmly asked, "Tell me, after I leave, will you call Brother Who to inform him?" Han Fei's expression changed upon hearing me. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't. I definitely won't call him." I smiled faintly, turned and walked towards the door. Just as I reached the doorway, I suddenly stopped, turned back to Han Fei, and said, "Remember those 2 slaps just now. Consider it a lesson." Seeing me leave, Han Fei let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with a fierce gaze, muttering "brat." As he spoke, Han Fei took out his phone and made a call. In the second-floor building of the market center, Wu Ge took the phone from his ear, slowly glanced at the people in the room, and coldly said, "You're all a bunch of useless idiots. That kid just left the market, and none of you noticed." The initially bowed Xiao Dao, upon hearing Hu Ji's words, suddenly raised his head. His eyes, hidden by his hair, had a menacing look as he said, "Hu Ge, this kid might come after you. Why don't we turn the tables on him and directly catch him off guard? I'll personally disable him then." Hu Ge lit a cigarette and murmured, "I have no grudges with this kid. It seems like he not only wants to establish himself here but also take over the wholesale market territory. Tonight, at the Dark Night Bar, call all the brothers. I want to see what this kid is capable of." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a car stopped at the entrance of the Dark Night Bar. Hu Ge and Xiao Dao got out of the car and entered the bar. Meanwhile, on a stone platform several meters away, I held a rock in my hand, gazing at the entrance of the Dark Night Bar, muttering, "Han Fei, do you really think I would believe you? As the words fell, I stood up and walked towards the dark night bar. At the entrance of a shop, my figure quickly disappeared. At the same time, a stone flew out from the darkness and hit the neon sign of the late night bar directly. With a crack sound, the glass shattered, especially jarring in the dark night. In the blink of an eye, in the dark night bar, more than 10 burly men rushed out, looking around, muttering curses under their breath. At the same time, on the second floor of the bar, a curtain of a window suddenly opened, and Wu Ji's henchman with a small knife appeared at the window, glanced outside, and then closed the curtain. Around the corner of a stone pillar, I stared fixedly at the window on the second floor where the small knife appeared just now, a faint smile playing on my lips. Outside the bar, 6 or 7 burly men looked around for a while, didn't find anyone, grumbling, and then walked back into the bar. A few minutes later, I glanced at the dim street, noticing no one around, then dashed out, kicked off the wall, leaped up, and landed steadily by the window on the second floor. My figure moved in the dark night, agile like a cat, making no sound. By the window, I heard voices from inside. That stinky brat must have caused the trouble just now. That person on the street, unaware of your stake in this late night bar, who dares to cause trouble here. Notify the others below. That kid showed up. Break one of his legs for me, then bring him up. I want to personally show him the consequences of offending me. Listening to the conversation inside, I gently pushed the window and found it was not locked. So, I pushed it open and sneaked in. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. I entered the room at an extremely fast speed. As my eyes scanned the room, I saw the so-called brother tiger sitting on the sofa, holding a woman in his arms, with a small knife and another burly man sitting on either side. The 4 people in the room were still shocked by the scene in front of them, so I charged straight towards them. With a bang, the man with the knife and the other guy didn't react in time and were knocked unconscious by my immense strength. Brother Tiger, being an experienced person, grabbed a bottle from the table and tried to smash it towards me. But now, possessing the initial reaction abilities of a cat, my speed is several times faster than an average person. I swiftly turned and appeared next to Brother Tiger, tightly grabbing his neck, warning him not to move or I would crush his neck. As I spoke, I exerted a slight force on his neck. Brother Tiger's face changed, a hint of redness creeping onto his scarred face. Sensing the danger, he gently placed the bottle back on the table. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door. Brother Tiger, sensing trouble, I applied a bit of pressure on his neck, staring intently at him. Brother Tiger immediately spoke, "Nothing's wrong, just keep an eye downstairs." Hearing the footsteps outside fade away, I slowly released my grip, saying, "I have the ability to incapacitate Brother Tiger the moment you call out." I touched the fingerprint on my neck, turned to look at me and said, "You are the person from the market. I didn't expect you to have such skills, it really surprises me." I calmly said, "Before, you had little life find me, leaving 2 scars on me. Doesn't that count as a grudge? I came today to ask you for medical expenses." Fan, who was stunned when he heard my words, but immediately put on a smile on his face, saying, "It's because we haven't met before, everything was unintentional. To make amends for Zhang, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. This matter is settled, follow me in the future, I promise not to mistreat you." I smiled faintly and said coldly, "How about it? 100,000 yuan, are you trying to bribe a beggar? 1 scar costs 200,000, I have 2 scars on me, plus 100,000 yuan for nutrition, totaling 500,000. Have someone deliver the money immediately." Hearing my words, Fan, whose eyes flashed with a chill, and he said coldly, "Aren't you afraid? If you take this 500,000, I'll call the police immediately and have you eat prison food for decades." I smiled faintly and said, "Don't scare me. You've offended quite a few people over the years. Besides, your money is dirty, but it becomes clean when it's in my hands. If you're not afraid, why should I be?" My words made Fan, whose face darken, and he continued, "Brother, let me advise you, my money, Fan, whose money, is not easy to come by. I'm afraid you might have the money but not the life to spend it." I gave a cold smile, pointing to my head and said, "Not only is my head hard, my fate is even harder, and in some places, it's surprisingly hard. It's been like this since I was young, what can you do to me?" Fan, who stared at me intently. After a while, he took out his phone, made a call, brought up 500,000, threw the phone on the table, closed his eyes, and sat quietly. I was fearless, waiting for the money to arrive. As the door creaked open, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. When he saw the 3 unconscious people, he paused for a moment, then looked at Fan Hu. "Brother Hu, leave the money here and go out first." The middle-aged man glanced deeply at me, then turned and walked out. Fan Hu took the box directly, opened it, pushed it in front of me, and said, 10,000, not a penny less. I clicked the box shut, chuckled, and said, "No need for words." I picked up the box, stood up, and rushed out of the window. Fan Hu suddenly stood up, went to the window, looked down, saw nothing but darkness, and my figure was long gone. At that moment, the door opened. The middle-aged man from before, accompanied by more than 10 burly men, rushed in. "Where is Brother Who?" Fan whose eyes gleamed with strong killing intent. "No one has ever dared to extort money from me, Fan Who. Inform the brothers to find that person for me, dead or alive." After leaving the Dark Night bar, I went straight back to my rental. This is the room I rented, and no one knows about it. I believe that even if Brother Who is skilled, he won't be able to find it in a short time. Looking at the 500,000 in the box, it's impossible not to be excited. I've worked hard as a loader for 3 years and only saved a little over 90,000. 500,000 is an unimaginable sum for me. I stuffed the box under the bed, tossed and turned in bed, wondering what I should do next and how to face the anti-corruption storm. Unknowingly, I fell asleep and didn't wake up until 9 a.m. the next morning. I quickly tidied up, left the rental house, and headed towards the wholesale market. As soon as I entered the wholesale market, a young man in the distance lit up, quickly turned and left. I naturally didn't notice this and focused on making money in the market. I looked at each storefront. In this vast wholesale market, there were supermarkets, liquor stores, specialty shops, and all kinds of wholesale markets. But there were few restaurants, only 3. Usually at mealtimes, people in the wholesale market had to line up. I decided to open a small restaurant, similar to fast food, which wouldn't delay the people in the wholesale market. Although I have a system now, I still need to keep a low profile to hide my uniqueness. Just as I was about to call and inquire about the rent, suddenly, more than 10 burly men surrounded me from both sides. My keen perception immediately sensed something was wrong. I glanced at the more than 10 burly men in front and behind me, furrowed my brow, tensed my muscles, and prepared to face their attack. "Kid, we need to talk to you about something. Come with us. If you have something to say it here. I value my time and don't have the time to go elsewhere with you. Kid, you're quite aggressive in your speech. Today, you won't have the final say in taking me away." As the leader's voice fell, the 2 people standing near me instantly grabbed my arms. Facing this scene, without hesitation, I threw punches at a speed beyond ordinary, knocking down the 2 attackers directly to the ground. Seeing the 2 who fainted, the rest were all stunned, then they reacted and shouted to attack. I was prepared early on. When the others started, I moved. My extremely fast speed and exceptional reflexes made me feel at ease in the fight. Sounds of fists and flesh clashing echoed, and in a few breaths, over 10 strong men were all lying unconscious on the ground. At that moment, applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. "Young man, your skills are impressive. I've seen many experts, but never one who could knock people out with just one punch like you. You're right. Ha, young man, I am Tong Wen-ming. You can call me Tong Lao. Tong Lao, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now," I said as I turned to leave. This is Tong Wen-ming's way of doing things. "Young man, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you." I turned in confusion. It seems like we're meeting for the first time. We didn't have any prior interactions, right? Ha, young man, lack of prior interactions doesn't mean we won't have any in the future. I'd like to ask for your help. Would you be willing? I glanced at Tong Wen-ming and then at the young man beside him, cautiously asking, "What do you want me to help with?" Seeing my guarded expression, Tong Wen-ming laughed and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. With your skills, even an old man like me can't do anything to you. Let's find a place to chat." Considering my current strength and reaction speed, I instantly let go of my guard and nodded, "Okay." In a luxury car, Tong Wen-ming and I arrived at Samsung City, heading to a renowned 5-star hotel. The moment we entered the hotel, a well-dressed middle-aged man hurried over, bowing to pick up our luggage. He respectfully said, "Tong, let me take you to the room," leading the way ahead. Seeing the luxury car, I knew Tong Wen-ming was wealthy. Now, seeing it firsthand, I realized I had underestimated him. I followed into an extremely large private room, its luxurious decor leaving me speechless. "Young man, I don't know your name yet. I'm Zhang Chen." Zhang from arrogant and Chen like the heavens aligning, a good name. "I'll call you Chen." "Tong, just say whatever you have to say. I have no money or power, and as for inappropriate matters, count me out. Don't even think about it." My words left Tong momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Chen, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. I like young people like you. Since you're in a hurry, I'll get straight to the point. I want to hire you as a bodyguard." Tong Wen-ming's words left me extremely surprised. "A bodyguard? No, I don't know anything about that. If you need a bodyguard, you should find someone professionally trained. I'm just a laborer in the market. I can't do the job of a bodyguard." Tong Wen-ming looked at me with a smile and said, "You can do it, and you can do it exceptionally well." I know that my skills surpass those of an average person, but being a bodyguard requires a lot of professional knowledge. I understand this very well, even though I may be sharp in many aspects, there is one area I lack. Seeing my puzzled expression, Hong Won-ming continued, due to some special reasons, my Hong family has offended some enemies, and according to the information, these people have set their sights on my granddaughter. Although I have hired some professionals to protect my granddaughter, after seeing your skills today, I think you are the ideal candidate. You will only be responsible for her safety. How about I pay you 30,000 a month? To be honest, at this moment, I am moved. Opening a shop or something, damn it, 30,000 a month, over 300,000 a year. This is something I wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Seeing my stunned expression, Hong Won-ming thought I was dissatisfied with the salary, so he said, if 30,000 is not enough for you, how about 50,000 a month? What do you think? It was only then that I reacted and quickly said, no, 30,000 is already a lot. Since you value me so much, I will give it a try. Don't blame me if there are any mishaps. Ha ha ha, I trust you. With your skills, my granddaughter's safety is definitely assured. At this moment, the hotel waiter started serving dishes. Tong Won-ming gestured with his hand and said, Chen, please feel at home and eat with us. Let's chat while we eat and discuss some important points. We chatted for a while, and after finalizing the time and place, I left the hotel. Tong Won-ming tapped the table with his finger and casually asked, what do you think of the weather? The young man standing next to Tong Won-ming began, this person doesn't seem like a practitioner, but what happened at the wholesale market today was extremely remarkable. His strength and reaction speed are definitely several times higher than an ordinary person. Even a practitioner in the later stages of the Bright Mirror realm may not be stronger than him. I didn't expect to find such a remarkable person in a wholesale market. He claims to be a laborer at the market. Investigate his background thoroughly, including his usual behavior. If everything checks out, bring him directly to Yan'an tomorrow. On the second floor of the wholesale market, Fong Hu held a cigarette in his hand, listening to his subordinate's report. His expression grew colder as he finally realized that the kid got into Tong Won-ming's car. I saw it clearly, after injuring over 10 of us, he said something to Tong Won-ming and then left in his car. Fong Hu furrowed his brow and said, Tong Won-ming holds significant power in Sanqing City, with businesses everywhere. I heard that his company has taken on the wholesale market renovation project. But how did he get involved with Tong Won-ming? At this moment, Xiao Dao interjected, Wu Yi, this kid has a connection with Tong Won-ming. If we act, it might implicate the Tong family. Upon hearing Xiao Dao's words, Fong Hu suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. The scar on his face looked particularly fierce. No one has dared to challenge me, Fong Hu. Even if it means provoking the Tong family, it's not a big deal. Moreover, Sanqing City is not solely owned by the Tong family. Keep selecting some good men for me, and find an opportunity to take care of him directly. I left the hotel and went back to the rental house, took the 500,000 directly to the bank, and deposited the money into the bank. I'm not worried at all about this. That guy from the anti-tiger side will not call the police. After all, the money from the anti-tiger side is not clean, and there must be many enemies in this line of work. He wouldn't be foolish enough to call the police. After coming out of the bank, I thought that today's genetic ability replication has not been used yet. So I wandered around, wanting to find a powerful animal to replicate its genetic abilities. I strolled around the streets, even diving into the bushes, just to find an animal that I thought was powerful, replicate its abilities. Except for some mosquitoes, I didn't find anything. Just then, as I passed by a stall, an old man was selling small turtles. After taking a few steps, I suddenly realized something and quickly ran back. With excitement in my eyes, I grabbed a turtle from the plastic box. The ability to replicate the turtle's defense with the little chicken failed, drip, genetic ability replication failed, drip, genetic ability replication failed, drip, genetic ability replication failed. Seeing me holding the turtle, the old man at the stall was dumbfounded. Darn, this young man must be out of his mind. No way, old man, I better leave quickly. This kind of person is too dangerous. If something goes wrong, how many turtles would I have to sell to make up for it? My actions scared the old man so much that he packed up his stall and left. He didn't even care about the turtle in my hand. I rode a tricycle at a speed of 60 miles per hour and fled the scene. The wheels were almost sparking from how fast I pedaled. Drip, genetic ability extension replication successful. Genetic ability has been injected into the host's body. Once the gene replication ability succeeds, the host receives 10 points, but after 20 failed attempts, 20 gene points are obtained, totaling 118 points. Finally, after failing 20 times, I successfully replicated the gene ability, but the alert sound left me stunned in place. What the heck is this ability? It can freely expand and contract, could it be that one? I lowered my head, murmuring in astonishment, so that's it. If that's the case, this is a special ability just like Sun Wukong's. At this moment, I was really a bit helpless because I wanted to replicate the turtle's defense ability so I could be fearless against ordinary weapons. But unexpectedly, in the end, I ended up replicating something so strange. Only then did I realize that the man selling turtles had long disappeared without a trace. Looking at the turtle in my hand, I murmured, "No chance today. Since your owner doesn't want you anymore, you'll follow me from now on. I'll replicate you again tomorrow, hoping to share your defense ability with me." As I spoke, I put the turtle in my pocket and walked towards the rented house. Back in the room, I found a small box, poured some water, and started raising the turtle. Then I headed straight to the bathroom. Afterward, the bathroom let out a sigh. "Ah, you now have such a powerful function and a ball to use, do you have a place to display it?" Early the next morning, I suddenly woke up, not understanding anything else. I checked the time, hurriedly got up to change clothes because the agreed time with the same civilization was approaching. Within 10 minutes, I tidied up quickly, put on my only slightly newer set of sportswear, and left with the little turtle in my pocket. Walking down the stairs, the luxury car I rode in yesterday stopped in front of me. Walking beside Tong Wenming, a young man with dark skin rolled down the car window and calmly said, "Get in." Soon, the car arrived at the famous villa area in Sanqing City. This is where the wealthy people of Sanqing City gather. Each villa here costs millions. I've lived in Sanqing City for decades and have never set foot here before. The car slowly drove into the entrance of a huge villa. As I got out of the car, I was admiring the imposing villa in front of me. At that moment, Tianqi, who was standing at the villa's entrance with Tong Wenming, said, "Come in quickly." I nodded and stepped into the villa, where I saw the magnificent grand hall. A young woman who appeared to be around 20 years old, wearing extremely short shorts and a white t-shirt, was snacking and scrolling through her phone, looking exceptionally beautiful. "Let me introduce you, this is my granddaughter Tong Yanan. Your task from now on is to protect her safety, especially from strangers." Tong Yanan, upon hearing the voice, put down her phone and looked at me. The next moment, she turned to Tong Wenming and said, "Grandpa, where did you find such a country bumpkin? Can he protect my safety?" Tong Wenming's face turned cold, and with a serious tone, he said, "Yanan, you are impolite and don't know how to respect others. This is Chen. Besides the previous bodyguards, Chen will protect you 24 hours a day, living and eating with you." As soon as Hong Wenming finished speaking, Hong Yanan screamed, "What nonsense, Grandpa, I can't stand it." I also feel a bit embarrassed to say, "Elder Tong, is Tong Qiqing's affection for Hongzhu a bit too rushed?" As soon as I finished speaking, the entire villa hall fell silent, and Hong Yanan stared in astonishment. Hong Wenming then coughed twice and said, "Chen, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous, old man. What I mean is for you to stay in the room next to Yanan's, making it convenient to protect Yanan." Upon hearing Tong Wenming's words, I felt like burying myself in a mouse hole. What are you thinking, being so embarrassing? Although I felt extremely embarrassed, I tried to remain calm. Are you implying that it might not be convenient to stay here? On the side, Tong Yanan hurriedly said, "Yes, Grandpa, it's not safe for a girl like me. Let him leave." "Alright," Tong Wenming suddenly spoke sternly, "Yanan, stop messing around. Grandpa has made arrangements. It's settled then. Chen will stay in the room next to yours, and the rest will be outside the villa until the matter is resolved." "Chen, thank you for your hard work. Yanan may have a bit of a spoiled attitude, so please be patient. I am usually busy and may not come over often, so I'm counting on you here." I originally wanted to speak, but seeing that Tong Wenming had already arranged everything, I could only nod. "Old Tong, I should work when I take money. There's no question of whether it's hard or not." Tong Wenming patted my shoulder and said, "Chen, let me be honest with you. The force against my Tong family this time is not insignificant. There's a possibility of being targeted. You should be extra careful in your daily life." Right after hearing what Yanan said, I widened my eyes and said, "What gun? Are you kidding me? This job is too damn dangerous." At that moment, I lost my temper and cursed directly. This sudden turn of events left Tong Wenming a bit stunned. After a while, he finally spoke up, "But you don't need to worry too much about the weather. We have professional bodyguards around us, not just you alone." Upon hearing this, I felt much relieved. With professional bodyguards around, maybe I can make money lying down. Later, Tong Lao took me to a room on the second floor. Chen used to live here, and Yanan's room is next door. He may have a bit of a temper, so please be patient. Also, he goes to school from Monday to Friday. I will make arrangements with the school, and you will accompany Yanan as a study buddy. "What, study buddy? I dropped out of school because I had zero interest in studying. I'm in my 20s now, and you want me to go back to school as a companion? Shen, don't worry. Just stay in class, no need to study or take exams. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard this. After getting familiar with the situation, he introduced me to the head of the bodyguards, Lu Yong. We exchanged greetings, and then Tong Wenming got into the car and left. Actually, when Tong Wenming left, he secretly instructed the head of the bodyguards, Lu Yong, about many things. I just didn't pay much attention. Feeling a bit awkward, in such an unfamiliar environment, not knowing what to do, when Tong Yanan, sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, pointed at me and said, "Hey, could someone grab me a bottle of Coke from the fridge?" Seeing Tong Yanan pointing at himself, I walked over and sat on the sofa, saying, "Miss, are you mistaken? I'm here to protect your safety, not to be your servant. If you want Coke, get it yourself. You actually don't listen to me. I'll tell Grandpa and have you kicked out." "Fine, I'll just tell my grandpa. You want to bully me? Let's see how you handle it later." Tong Yanan's words almost made me fall off the sofa. Hey, little girl, let me tell you, if you dare say that, I'll really do it." "Do you dare?" I smirked with mischief. "You can try if I dare," I said, getting up and walking towards Tong Yanan, staring closely at Tong Yanan's face. Tong Yanan, being so close to me, blushed, as if he could feel my breath on his face. Unable to threaten me, he shouted loudly, Brother Lu, come quickly, take advantage of me." I was stunned on the spot by this scene. I can't believe this is happening. This situation is getting out of hand. It's like falling into a pit of mud, it's a mess. Almost at the same time, Lu Yong rushed in with 2 bodyguards. "Miss, what's wrong? What's happening?" Tong Yanan, with a pitiful look, pointed at me and said, "Big brother Lu, he bullied me, think about it, for me." I dumbfoundedly watched Tong Yanan's performance, not knowing what to say. This woman is a natural actress. "You're so good, why not have the Oscars give you an award? Tong Lao trusted you to protect the young lady. I didn't expect you to do such despicable things as soon as you arrived. Grab her for me and wait for Tong Lao to handle it." As Lu Yong finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards behind him rushed towards me. It wasn't until I was caught that I reacted. "What are you guys doing? Who's on your side? Wait for the boss to handle it." It was then that I realized I was really acting like a pervert. With a strong grip, I grabbed my 2 bodyguards. Instantly, I felt a huge force coming from my hands, completely uncontrollable. Thump, thump, thump. The 2 bodyguards took several steps back before barely regaining their balance, then looked at me in astonishment. On the side, Lu Yong was also startled. He knew the skills and strength of his subordinates, but I unexpectedly resisted casually, causing the 2 powerful bodyguards to be thrown off directly, almost unable to stand steadily. "Dare to resist?" Lu Yong said as he charged forward, a huge fist heading straight for my chest. You can tell someone's skill by their first move. Lu Yong's strike was powerful and fast. However, faced with my reaction speed, Lu Yong seemed inadequate. His fist was firmly caught by me, a huge force transmitted through, almost making Lu Yong cry out in pain. Seeing Lu Yong's painful expression and his gradually pale face, I gently pushed him, causing Lu Yong to stagger back several steps in shock, asking with a pale face, "Are you a martial artist?" Facing Lu Yong's question, I remained silent and turned to look at Tong Yanan, saying, "Don't think that just because I'm here to protect you, you can control everything. I'm here because your grandfather begged me to come, not out of my own will." Originally, Tong Yanan just wanted to teach Lu Yong a lesson through others, but he didn't expect things to escalate like this. The scene of the recent altercation truly frightened Tong Yanan. Now, looking at the pale-faced Lu Yong, Tong Yanan lowered his head and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. He didn't actually bully you earlier, I deceived you." Seeing Tong Yanan speak the truth, my anger subsided a bit. I turned to Lu Yong and said, "Do you understand now?" Lu Yong turned his wrist, glanced at Tong Yanan, and then said to me, "I'm sorry. I didn't understand the truth of the matter earlier. Please forgive me. I was entrusted by Mr. Tong to protect the young lady. It's our responsibility." I nodded and turned to walk towards the outside of the villa. Seeing this, Tong Yanan hurriedly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm going home." "Are you still going to protect me?" "Let Lu Yong protect you first. I'm going home to get changed clothes. I'll come back in the afternoon." Watching me leave, Tong Yanan looked at Lu Yong and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. It's nothing." I didn't expect Tong Lao to actually bring in such a master. With his reaction speed and terrifying strength just now, even all of us combined might not be able to beat him. This way, your safety is more assured. Soon, the car arrived at the residential area where I live as I directed. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go get some clean clothes." After finishing my conversation with the driver/bodyguard, I got out of the car and walked into the dim staircase. When I arrived at the floor where I live, I found that my door was slightly ajar. My heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Did I encounter a thief? Without much thought, I pushed open the slightly ajar door and walked in. Just as I stepped through the doorway, a stick with force behind it came down towards my head. In that moment, my powerful reflexes kicked in. I instantly leaned to the side, avoiding the stick that was about to hit my head. The stick struck the door frame, making a dull sound. I was taken aback and quickly scanned the room with my eyes, only to find 5 people inside my rental apartment, each wielding a steel pipe, charging menacingly towards me. Everything in the room was scattered on the floor, clearly ransacked. Anger surged within me as I immediately took action. With swift speed, agile reflexes, and immense strength, the 5 individuals were lying on the ground within moments. Without saying a word, I searched through the person's pockets and pulled out a cell phone. After turning it on, I saw a name in the call history. So, it was you, Daogu. Seems like you still can't accept defeat. Saying this, I directly dialed the phone number of the famous knife brother on my cell phone. How did things go? It didn't go smoothly. They are all lying down, no matter who you are. Knife, you had someone ambush in my house. You don't know who I am. After I finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end before they spoke again. Don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, it's not easy to get 5 brothers' money. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills. Hand over Tiger Brothers' money, and we can discuss everything. I coldly smiled and said, I am tough like this. If you don't agree, come find me now. Oh, and pass a message to Fan who, he owes me a lot again. I will find a chance to get it back. After finishing talking, I hung up the phone directly, looked at my boyfriend who was staring at me fiercely, and slapped him. You are mingling in society, learn from them. Have you watched too many triad movies? Damn, I hate guys like you. I grumbled as I took some important things in the room and left. In the middle of the night in the bar, Fan who smoked, his eyes showing a hint of ruthlessness. Didn't I tell you to have some fun? How did that kid manage to leave unscathed? Beside him, Knife lowered his head and said, 5 brother, the 5 people I selected this time have been through many battles over the years. 1 can fight 3, and it's a surprise attack. Who knew that kid was this skilled? Fan who didn't speak for a while. The room was quiet, and Knife and the other 2 didn't dare to breathe loudly. Now that kid is by Tong Wenming's side, it's even harder for us to make a move. Brother Tiger's Tang family has great influence in the city of Sanqing. How about we go find old Wu? He happens to have a grudge against Tang Wenming. Fan who furrowed his brow and said, old Wu is a ruthless man. If we involve him in this matter, the price I'll have to pay won't be small. Keep an eye on that kid. I don't believe he can stay at the Tong family the whole time. I quickly returned to the villa where Tong Yanan was. Seeing Tong Yanan, I threw the small bag on the sofa and said, it's already noon. Is there any food? Hurry up and cook. Tong Yanan looked at me in surprise and said, what did you just say? Let me cook? Dream on. Even my grandpa hasn't eaten the food I cook. At that moment, Suma, who was in her 40s, came out of a room on the first floor and said, Miss, it's lunchtime. Are you hungry? I'll go cook. What would you like to eat today? Before Tong Yanan could speak, I said to Suma, Auntie, can we have braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and roasted chicken for lunch? Tong Yanan looked at my smiling face and said angrily, I'll eat whatever you eat. I want to have vegetarian food for lunch today. Suma, prepare all vegetarian dishes. Alright, miss, I'll prepare it now, Suma said. Tong Yanan, with a proud and aggressive look, said to me, you want to eat meat, but too bad, I don't want to. I rolled my eyes and said, vegetarian is fine. My stomach hasn't been feeling well these days, so it's a good opportunity to cleanse it. Tu Yanan is like a heavy punch hitting cotton, without any impact point. When angry, Tu Yanan went straight upstairs and slammed the door heavily. Miss really has a temper. Looks like there won't be any good days ahead. As I said that, I took out the little turtle from my pocket, and started the replication of genetic abilities directly. Genetic ability replication failed, genetic ability replication failed, genetic ability primary defense replication successful, already injected into the host's body. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating genetic abilities, rewarded with 10 points. Failing 29 times gained 29 points, total points 157. Hearing the successful replication sound, I excitedly jumped up. Great, it really worked. This should make me as strong as an ox. At this moment, I only feel my body strength increased by tens of times, with a feeling of being invincible. Little chicken, I have a question for the host. Is my current defense ability not afraid of knives or guns? Ding, the host's current defense ability is just primary, able to partially defend against sword damage. If it's a gun from the host's world, it will still cause some damage, but not fatal. Hearing Little Chicken's words, I feel a bit lost, but then I realize I am a bit greedy. Little Chicken, can I upgrade this defense ability? Ding, the host currently has 157 points. Upgrading defense to level 2 requires 200 points, which I lack. I sighed and muttered, can't I become a superhuman in an instant? After dinner, I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, not feeling sleepy at all. This task is so boring. Why did I agree to help Master Tong? As I was lost in my thoughts, suddenly my ears twitched. The cat's sensitivity allowed me to hear some unusual sounds. I got up and walked to the window, gently lifting the curtain to peek outside. In the dim light, under the leadership of Lu Yong, the bodyguards had changed shifts. There were 6 bodyguards scattered around the villa. After observing for a while, I didn't find anything, but I was sure I had heard some noise. Just as I was about to return to bed, my eyes inadvertently caught sight of a tree over 3 meters away from the villa window. In an instant, I realized what was happening. My face changed drastically. Without caring about anything else, I rushed out of the room towards Tong Yanan's room. Without hesitation, I kicked Tong Yanan's door open. When I burst into the room, I saw Tong Yanan coming out of the bathroom naked. I almost bumped into the little cat. A fragrance, mixed with an enticing scent, rushed into my nose and hit my brain. In an instant, both of us were frozen in place. My face turned red, and my nose started bleeding, dripping onto the floor. Tong Yanan, after a moment of shock, let out a scream and rushed back into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Lu Yong had arrived on the second floor with 4 people. What's going on? What happened? In order to conceal my embarrassment, I solemnly said, there should be an assassin lurking in the villa. Be careful and thoroughly inspect everyone. Lu Yong looked at me, who was bleeding from the nose, and asked solemnly, is this the injury you sustained in a confrontation? Who could have injured you like this? I was taken aback and then touched my nose, realizing the situation. I quickly covered up my embarrassment and said, oh, I accidentally bumped into a little cat earlier. It's nothing serious. Unintentional words may carry unintended meanings. In the bathroom, Tong Yanan heard my words, lowered his head to look at himself, blushing and muttering, it's just a little cat, a little cat. Lu Yong, truly a professional bodyguard, upon hearing my words, immediately organized the team and began to investigate every corner of the villa. I hurried into the room to find tissues and wiped away the blood from my nose. At that moment, Tong Yanan, wrapped in a towel, walked out and saw me in his room, wiping my nosebleed with tissues at the bedside. He exclaimed, how dare you enter my room? You pervert! Hold on, clarify who the pervert is. I just used a tissue, why make a big deal out of it? Besides, I'm here to save you, I said to Tong Yanan as I reached for the tissues. As I spoke, Tong Yanan was still in a daze when suddenly the window in the room shattered. A knife gleaming with cold light was aimed straight at Tong Yanan's head. I reacted quickly, turning around immediately, taking a step to the side, and directly grabbing the swiftly flying knife in my hand. Before I could catch my breath, a figure flashed in through the window, wielding a foot-long dagger, lunging straight towards Tong Yanan. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, with Tong Yanan not even reacting in time. I instantly threw the flying knife I held in my hand, blocking the assassin pouncing towards Tong Yanan. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly rushed forward and landed a punch on the assassin's chest. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, the assassin was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind before falling to the ground. His chest shattered, and he ceased to breathe. After knocking the assassin away with a punch, I quickly went to the window to look outside, observing for a while and finding no one else, finally feeling relieved. Similarly wrapped in a towel, hands crossed over his chest, he stared at me without blinking. Despite my rapid actions just now, Tong Yanan managed to catch a glimpse, and that heroic demeanor made her heart race. Assassins did indeed target the villa where Tong Yanan was located, and this information was quickly reported to Tong by Lu Yong. Soon, Tong Lao arrived at the villa with others, seeing the assassin I had killed and the fallen dagger. Glints of coldness shimmered in Tong Lao's eyes as he asked, is Yanan okay? Were you scared? Facing her grandfather, Tong Yanan no longer acted unreasonably, obediently saying, I'm not afraid. This time, thanks to Chen, otherwise I might not have survived. Grandpa Tong patted Tong Yanan's head, then turned to the side and said casually to me, Chen, I didn't misjudge you. This time, thanks to you, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. I smiled and said, Grandpa Tong, you're too kind. This is not solely my achievement. Lu Yong and the others also worked diligently and responsibly. Next to me, Lu Yong suddenly looked up upon hearing my words. He knew that today's incident was a huge flaw and disgrace for their bodyguards, something that Lady Tong would definitely blame them for. Yet, I unexpectedly shared some credit with him. Lady Tong smiled and said, Chen, I truly did not misjudge you. Lately, I've been busy with company matters, so I'll rely on you, Lu Yong, for Yanan's side. Enhance the security level around the villa. If another assassin manages to enter the villa, you will pack up and leave on your own. Grandpa Tong, rest assured, we will definitely protect the young lady rigorously. As for the car outside the villa, there was a hint of killing intent in Grandpa Tong's eyes. He coldly ordered to investigate the origin of that assassin. I, Tong Wenming, won't take action. Some people think I'm just a figurehead. Inside the villa, Lu Yong came up to me and said, Mr. Zhang, thank you for today. I waved my hand and said, it's nothing. You've all been through a lot. Oh, later on, have someone move all the trees within 5 meters of the villa, replant them farther away. Because today, the assassin likely used the trees to sneak in. After Lu Yong and his team left the villa, Hong Yanan looked at her room with broken windows and the shattered door, grumpily saying, my room is no longer inhabitable. You accompany me in facing Tong Yanan's unreasonable behavior. I give a strange smile and say this, then you can sleep in my room tonight, so I can protect you easily. Originally domineering Tong Yanan, upon hearing my words, his whole body turned red. You are just a stinky rogue. As the words fell, Tong Yanan ran out and into another room. Humph, a little yellow-haired girl who hasn't even grown her hair out yet, thinking she can compete with me. You're still too green. But don't tell anyone, your figure is really good, and very tender. On the top floor of a brightly lit building in Sanqing City, a middle-aged man with some gray hair, in his 50s, stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night view of Sanqing City. In the room, a young man spoke up, Wu Lao, it failed. Oh, couldn't even handle a dozen or so people from a bodyguard company? That's really trashy. Although Wu Lao didn't raise his voice, the young man speaking trembled, quickly saying, Wu Lao, according to the information, Tong Wenming found a young man who was not simple. This failure should be related to that person. Turning slowly, Wu Lao's eyes were like sharp swords, piercing directly into the eyes of the young man. The young man's body trembled slightly, not daring to take a deep breath. Find someone reliable and get things done quickly, otherwise don't come to see me again. Yes, I will arrange it immediately and make sure things are done properly. After the young man left, Wu Lao muttered softly, Tong Wenming, the industries of your Tong family will be mine sooner or later. I will seek revenge. I will make your Tong family extinct. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen was still in a deep sleep when the door was knocked. Zhang Chen, get up quickly, I have to go to school today. If we're late, I won't spare you. Zhang Chen's eyelids kept fighting, slowly getting up, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and walking out of the room. Tong Yanan saw Zhang Chen coming downstairs and handed him a set of clothes, saying, put on this outfit. Zhang Chen asked in confusion, why? Isn't this outfit good on me? Tong Yanan rolled her eyes and said, isn't this outfit from 8 years ago? It looks like a country bumpkin. If you go to school with me like this, my classmates will laugh at us. Zhang Chen shrugged and said, is that so? Then you go by yourself. I was actually thinking of sleeping a bit more. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tong Yanan was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to pieces, and she kicked towards Zhang Chen's foot. Bang! Tong Yanan missed her step and shook her foot, feeling a bit numb. You! Zhang Chen acted as if nothing had happened, yawned, and said slowly, are you going to school or not? Tong Yanan grumbled, humph, I'll just say you're a servant of our family when the time comes. Embarrassing is all on you, I don't care. Outside the villa, Lu Yong said to Zhang Chen, Mr. Shang, I will send 2 bodyguards to drive you to school, and pick you up in the afternoon. If you need anything, just tell them. Zhang Chen nodded, and followed Tong Yanan into the car. Zhang Chen, can't you get in from the other side? Looking at Tong Yanan's eyes almost spewing fire, Zhang Chen touched his nose and said, get in from the other side? Who should I get in with? Besides, I like the back seat. What about it? You don't agree or what? Tong Yanan blushed, but she had learned in the past few days that she couldn't argue with Zhang Chen. In the end, she ignored it, grabbed Zhang Chen's arm, and bit down. Clang! Zhang Chen's body now had the defensive ability of a turtle. As long as he didn't actively retract, his body could be said to be invulnerable to swords and spears. Not to mention Tong Yanan's little tiger teeth. Tong Yanan covered her mouth, looked at Zhang Chen's arm in shock, and said in surprise, why is it so hard? Are you a robot? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, I'm just hard, all over, impervious to weapons, and there's one place that's even harder. At this point, tears were streaming down Tong Yanan's face as she touched her teeth, saying, my tooth hurts. It serves you right for biting me so hard. Stinky Zhang Chen, dead Zhang Chen, don't fall into the hands of Granny, otherwise Granny will turn you into the first eunuch in modern society. Zhang Chen looked at Tong Yanan, who was showing her small tiger teeth and gnashing her teeth, and suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. What the heck? What's going on recently? Am I losing my edge? No, I'll buy some wolfberries later to make tea. The vehicle quickly left the villa area and headed towards the direction of the school. Tong Yanan occasionally turned her head to look at Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity but more with resentment. Just after the vehicle turned a corner by a park, suddenly another car came crazily towards the car where Zhang Chen was. The driver saw this scene and instinctively tried to stop the car, but at that moment Zhang Chen instantly climbed over, grabbed the steering wheel, and steered towards the nearby park. Step on the gas. The bodyguard, who was professionally trained, reacted much faster than an ordinary person. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, he immediately stepped on the gas pedal. The vehicle went straight onto the sidewalk and into the park, coming to a stop. The car that was coming at them crazily brushed past and crashed into a large tree by the road, rendering the vehicle unusable and the fate of the person inside unknown. Tong Yanan, with a pale face, curled up in her seat, and Zhang Chen gently patted her head, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, everything's fine. You too, protect her and lock the car doors." After saying this, Zhang Chen got out of the car and walked to the car that had the accident. He found only the driver inside, whose head was bleeding and had already stopped breathing. This was the first time Zhang Chen had seen a dead person up close, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Back in the car, the bodyguard sitting in the front spoke up, "Mr. Zhang, I just spoke with Captain Liu on the phone. He told us to leave first. Tong Lao will send someone to handle this matter." Zhang Chen naturally nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Zhang Chen was happy that someone would handle the situation, otherwise when the police arrived, he would have to stay and give a statement, which would probably take a whole day. Behind a small pavilion on the roadside not far from the park, Xiaodao watched the scene in the distance with a dark look in his eyes and muttered fiercely, "You lucky brat, next time you won't be so fortunate." In the wholesale market, Xiaodao reported the situation to Fan Hu, who coldly said, "I've hired a skilled person, you arrange for dozens of brothers to follow, but remember, not to harm Tong Yanan in the slightest. As for that stinky brat, bring him back to me dead or alive." Inside the university campus, Zhang Chen curiously looked around, leaving Tong Yanan speechless. "Hey, can you not act like this? It's embarrassing, like you've never been to a university before." Zhang Chen ignored Tong Yanan and continued to watch the innocent university students passing by, saying, "Yeah, this is my first time in a university." Tong Yanan, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Chen, saying, "You've never been to university?" "Yeah, never been." "Then what have you been doing?" "I worked as a loader to earn money before coming to protect you." "You were a loader before coming to protect me?" "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" Tong Yanan helplessly turned around and muttered as she walked, "How could Grandpa hire a loader to protect himself?" Zhang Chen naturally heard Tong Yanan's muttering, took a few quick steps, caught up with Tong Yanan, and said, "Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, when I was in primary school, I won 3rd place in the singing competition of the 3rd grade of Xiahula Village Primary School in Qiantai County, Hoqiao Town." Tong Yanan turned her head with a smile and said, "Really? That's impressive, 3rd place. Then may I ask what place you got in the 4th grade? 4th grade? I dropped out in 4th grade, I'm not going to school anymore." Tong Yanan almost fell over, completely ignoring Zhang Chen, and walked towards a teaching building in the distance. In the classroom, Zhang Chen sat next to Tong Yanan, curiously looking at the little girls around. "Can you not sit with me? I'm here to protect you." "I'll sit with you, who else would I sit with? Besides, you study, I sleep." With that, Zhang Chen lay down on the table and fell asleep. The school had already arranged everything, so when the teacher came to class and saw Zhang Chen sleeping, but Tong Yanan sitting next to him, they pretended not to see it. In the back of the classroom, a boy with jealousy in his eyes stared at Zhang Chen. Suddenly, Zhang Chen, who was sleeping, raised his head and turned to look behind him, his eyes scanning the dozens of people behind him. Zhang Chen's actions drew everyone's attention in the classroom, wondering what Zhang Chen was up to. The male classmate who had been staring at Zhang Chen before pretended to look around nonchalantly. Zhang Chen frowned, then continued to lay his head down on the table to sleep. The morning passed quickly, and Zhang Chen looked at the time, saying to Tong Yanan, "It's so boring, can't we just drop out and not go to school?" Tong Yanan seemed to seize an opportunity and said with a smile, "Sorry, I love studying the most. I will come to school every day to attend classes, even if there are no classes, I will still come. I love studying makes me happy." Watching the triumphant Tong Yanan, Zhang Chen pursed his lips and then said, "It's lunchtime, should we eat?" "Oh, sorry, I'm on a diet, I don't want to eat lunch." "You go ahead and eat. Where is the cafeteria?" "Oh, it's been a long time since I've been there, I'd forgotten too." Zhang Chen looked at the smug Tong Yanan, and after a while, he slowly said, "Oh, I think I should spread the word in the class about certain people having a small black mole on their left chest. As Zhang Chen's words fell, Tong Yanan blushed with anger, staring at Zhang Chen and said, You saw it? Of course, I'm not blind. Not only did I see it, but I saw it very clearly. You rascal, I'll tell my grandpa and make you leave. Is that so? Then go ahead and tell him. Let's see if your grandpa believes you or me. Where are you going? To eat? In the school cafeteria, Zhang Chen ordered a bowl of noodles, 4 large meat buns, a serving of crispy meat, a piece of fish, a serving of vegetables, and a large bowl of egg soup. Tong Yanan looked surprised at the table full of food and said, Can't we finish all this? Upon hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen clearly paused for a moment, then said, You should eat too. I thought you really wouldn't eat, then go get something you like to eat. Tong Yanan remembered the scene of Zhang Chen eating at home with a basin, then looked at the food on the table, confirming that there was indeed no food for himself here. In the cafeteria, Zhang Chen ate heartily, while Tong Yanan watched helplessly and said, Can you eat slower? No one is going to snatch it from you. Zhang Chen picked up the egg soup and took a sip, saying, Eating is supposed to be a very enjoyable thing. I'll eat comfortably, who can control me? But you should also pay attention to your image. If I go to participate in high society events in Samsung City in the future, it will disgrace my Tong family. Zhang Chen, who was eating, paused for a moment, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said lightly, Disgrace your Tong family? You need to be clear, it was your grandpa who asked me to protect you, not me begging to come, and also, I'm not part of your Tong family, you need to understand this. As for what you said about the upper class society, I can't help but laugh when I hear it. Where is the upper class? It's all damn low class, engaging in shady dealings, keeping mistresses, and still claiming to be part of the upper class society. Don't disgust me. Tong Yanan also knew that she had spoken out of line just now, and quickly said, Zhang big brother, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said, Alright, I understand what you mean, I won't mind, hurry up and eat. With that, Zhang Chen picked up the last big meat bun and took a bite. Sizzle. The white soup inside the bun shot out in a parabolic trajectory, dripping onto Tong Yanan's face. Tong Yanan sat stunned in her seat, the bun's juice running down her cheek and spreading between her lips. Quickly wipe it off. I didn't mean to, it's mainly because I couldn't control its direction. Zhang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Then Tong Yanan was seen grabbing a pair of chopsticks and chasing after Zhang Chen, who was eating the bun and running out of the cafeteria. Just as Zhang Chen rushed out of the cafeteria, he was stopped by 6 men coming towards him. Finishing the last bit of bun in his hand, Zhang Chen looked at the 6 men in front of him and said, You're blocking my way. One of the 6 men, about 1.8 meters tall with a fair complexion, stepped forward and looked at Zhang Chen, saying, I heard you and Yanan are close? Zhang Chen was taken aback, then understood that these guys were the flower protectors coming to the rescue. So what if we are close? What if we are not? Just then, Tong Yanan came running over, panting, and seeing the 6 men in front of her, she asked in confusion, Zhao Lei? What are you doing here? Zhao Lei saw Tong Yanan, and his originally cold face instantly lit up. Yanan, I heard someone bullied you, so I came to see, and teach those who bullied you a lesson. Tong Yanan's eyes lit up, pointing at Zhang Chen and said, It's him, he bullied me. Not only did he bully me, he also took advantage of me. Upon hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen, with a black line on his head, said, I took advantage of you? What advantage of yours could I possibly take? How childish, you have no self-awareness at all. Let me give you a poem, I hope you can see yourself clearly. Not protruding in front, not curving in the back, small A cup, how ridiculous. After Zhang Chen's words fell, there was silence all around. Tong Yanan looked down, angrily shouting, Zhang Chen, you shameless. Zhao Lei on the other side also shouted angrily, Brothers, beat him up. The 6 men rushed towards Zhang Chen, but the tall and strong 6 men all lay on the ground groaning within a few breaths. Zhang Chen walked up to Zhao Lei and patted his face, saying, Kid, as a student, study well, wanting to show off is not the way. Standing up, Zhang Chen looked at Tong Yanan and said, Let's go, if you dare to wrong me again in the future, whatever you say, I'll do. As Zhang Chen spoke, he reached out his hand and made a dragon claw gesture. In the afternoon, Tong Yanan had only one class, while Zhang Chen quickly passed the time in his sleep. At the school gate, Tong Yanan got into the car with her head down, and Zhang Chen directly pushed her on the buttocks, pushing Tong Yanan inside. Zhang Chen, what are you doing? What else can I do? Just go inside. I can't even get in, not cooperating at all. Tong Yanan angrily grabbed Zhang Chen's arm as if to bite, but suddenly thought of something and let go. Zhang Chen smiled and said, What's wrong? Come on, bite me. You're too dirty, I'm afraid of bacteria. Yeah, I'm not only dirty on the outside, but also dirty on the inside, everywhere is dirty, are you satisfied now? Regarding Zhang Chen's shamelessness and lack of face, Tong Yanan had no way to deal with it, so she could only turn her head sullenly and look at the scenery outside the car window. As the vehicle traveled along, when passing by a street, Zhang Chen saw a market selling flowers, birds, fish, and insects, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Stop the car. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Mr. Zhang, Captain Lu instructed us to go straight home after leaving school. Don't make things difficult for us." Zhang Chen opened the car door and got out, saying to the two people, "I'll be back soon, you watch over Yanan." Zhang Chen quickly entered the market for flowers, birds, fish, and insects, but most of the stalls and shops inside were closed because the market was most prosperous in the morning. However, there were still many shops open in the market. Zhang Chen looked around and saw parrots, various birds, pythons, strange fish, eagles, and chameleons. When he saw the chameleon, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, muttering to himself, "Chameleon, invisibility, this is amazing, absolutely a fantastic ability." Excited, Zhang Chen walked into a shop and said to the owner, "Boss, how much for this chameleon?" 3,000 yuan. Why is it so expensive? Isn't this only a few hundred yuan? It's 3,000, take it or leave it. Zhang Chen didn't expect the boss to have a bad temper, so he touched his nose and said, "Let me take a look first, if it's suitable, I'll take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen asked the boss to open the glass tank and gently grab the chameleon. Gene ability, copy gene ability. Ding, gene ability copy failed. Ding, gene ability copy failed. Ding, gene ability copy failed. 30 consecutive times, all gene ability copies failed, which made Zhang Chen feel like cursing. Host gains 30 gene points, total points 187. Nevertheless, having 30 points was somewhat comforting. At this moment, the boss saw Zhang Chen holding the chameleon motionless for a long time and directly approached him coldly, saying, "Are you buying or not?" Only then did Zhang Chen react and put the chameleon back in the glass tank, saying, "I'll think about it and come back tomorrow." Zhang Chen left the market for flowers, birds, fish, and insects and got back into the car. Tong Yanan saw Zhang Chen empty-handed and curiously asked, "Hey, what did you do inside?" Zhang Chen replied directly, "Driving." Then he turned to Tong Yanan and said, "I wanted to buy a pet, but I didn't see anything good." Tong Yanan's eyes lit up, and she happily said, "A pet, that's great, I also want to have one, but my grandfather doesn't agree. How about we buy a dog and a cat?" Zhang Chen looked at Tong Yanan and said, "I want to raise a chameleon, a snake, an eagle, and an owl." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tong Yanan's face changed drastically, screaming and curling up in a corner, "No, no, you can't raise these, you can't raise these." Seeing Tong Yanan's fearful look, Zhang Chen's plan was shattered, so he had to say, "Okay, I was just kidding, just wanted to see how scared you'd get." The two bodyguards sitting in the front of the car looked at each other, full of admiration, thinking to themselves, "Mr. Zhang is truly amazing, he has completely subdued this little troublemaker." Just then, the vehicle suddenly braked sharply and stopped. Zhang Chen looked ahead, his brows furrowed tightly. Not far from the vehicle, a van blocked the road, with more than 10 people holding sharp knives and sticks, coldly staring at the car where Zhang Chen was. "Mr. Chang, watch over Miss Tong, we'll go down." Zhang Chen didn't say anything but stared tightly at the middle-aged man opposite. Because that person is different from others, giving off a dangerous feeling and exuding a different kind of aura. Seeing the two bodyguards getting off the car, the 4 people on the opposite side rushed forward with weapons in hand. The two sides clashed instantly. Although the 4 people on the other side were skilled and armed, the two bodyguards were not to be underestimated. In just over 10 breaths, they had knocked down the 4 people on the ground. Zhang Chen nodded slightly as he watched the scene. The bodyguards that Tong Lao brought are really capable. Just then, the middle-aged man that Zhang Chen had noticed before walked out from the opposite side and coldly said, "Let the kid named Zhang Chen in the car come down, the others can leave." This stunned everyone. "Isn't he here to kill Miss Tong?" Tong Yanan also turned to Zhang Chen and said, "He's here for you." A cold light flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. If he was the one being targeted, there was only one possibility, Fan Hu. After a moment of hesitation, the two bodyguards spoke up, "Bro, spare us, sometimes being too ruthless is not good." The man on the opposite side slowly raised his head to look at the two bodyguards, then charged forward at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of them. Bang! Before the two bodyguards could react, they were sent flying, clutching their chests, pale-faced, and looking at the man in front of them. "Are you a martial artist? I just wanted to let you know that you can't stop me. If you keep talking, next time I'll send you to meet the king of hell." Zhang Chen, sitting in the car, was also shocked to see what was happening outside, because up until now, the most powerful person he had seen was Lu Yong, but this middle-aged man was even stronger than Lu Yong. Zhang Chen pushed open the car door, got out of the car, and Tong Yanan lowered her head, wanting to follow, but Zhang Chen held her head down and pushed her back. What are you doing, Zhang Chen? Stay in the car like a good girl, don't join in the fun. If something happens, I won't be able to take care of you. Bang! The door was closed, and Tong Yanan made a face at Zhang Chen's back outside the car. Bad Zhang Chen, you're the girl here. You two go back to the car and take care of Yanan, leave this to me. The two bodyguards knew Zhang Chen's strength, nodded, and returned to the car. The middle-aged man on the opposite side looked at Zhang Chen and asked in confusion, "Are you Zhang Chen?" Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Are you an idiot? You came to find me, and now you're asking if I'm Zhang Chen. Did your brain get water in the shower?" Zhang Chen's words instantly angered the man. "You little brat, you're asking for it." With that, the man leaped high into the air, his leg carrying a powerful force aimed at Zhang Chen's head. Zhang Chen used his agile reflexes to sidestep and avoid the powerful kick. At the same time, after the man's leg fell, Zhang Chen quickly threw a punch at him. The man had not sensed any martial aura from Zhang Chen before and thought he was just an ordinary bodybuilder, so he was caught off guard by Zhang Chen's fast punch and had no time to dodge. Helpless, he raised his fist to meet the blow. Bang! Zhang Chen stood still and slowly retracted his fist. The middle-aged man was sent flying, his arm twisted and clearly broken. At this point, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Zhang Chen was no longer calm, but filled with disbelief and shock. You don't have inner strength? Why is your strength and reflexes so strong?" Zhang Chen was also shocked at this moment, because when he collided with the man just now, he felt a faint flow of energy appearing on the man's fist, enhancing the power of the punch several times. Martial artist? Could it be inner strength? Is there really inner strength in this world? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen opened his mouth in his mind. "Xiaoji, can I replicate someone's abilities, like their internal strength?" Ding, the host's current system level is level 1, only able to replicate abilities inherent in animal genes. Only when the host's system level reaches level 2 can the function of replicating human abilities be activated. Level 1? Level 2? Xiaoji, how can I make the system reach level 2? Ding! The host needs to possess 1/3 level genetic ability, 5 second level genetic abilities, and the system will automatically upgrade. 1/3 level genetic ability, 5 second level genetic abilities, and now I don't have any. Looks like there's still a long way to go. Zhang Chen walked step by step towards the middle-aged man. The people around holding weapons kept retreating, their gazes towards Zhang Chen filled with strong vigilance. "I'll give you a chance, turn around and leave now, and tell Fanhu a message, just say I will talk to him sooner or later, otherwise today you will all end up like him." More than 10 people looked at each other. Instead of leaving, they directly waved their weapons and charged towards Zhang Chen. Damn, did the intimidation fail? Is my aura not strong enough? Zhang Chen, who was secretly muttering, did not hold back at all, directly using his powerful strength and quick reflexes to break the thumbs of all the people holding weapons. For a moment, there were cries all around, and Zhang Chen said coldly, "Young people who don't learn well, acting like hooligans, I'll see how you hold a knife in the future." As he spoke, Zhang Chen looked at the middle-aged man who was sweating and holding his arm, smiled slightly, patted the man's shoulder and said, "With such good skills, why do something criminal? By the way, you should hurry to the hospital and find a better orthopedic doctor. If it's too late, your arm might be useless for holding a bowl." Zhang Chen got into the car and said directly, "Drive." Tong Yanan on the side looked at Zhang Chen with shining eyes and said, "Zhang Chen, are you really that powerful? More than 10 people with weapons are no match for you. Are you a very powerful martial artist? Can you teach me martial arts?" Zhang Chen was speechless, secretly thinking, "Martial arts, you want to learn? I also want to learn, but there's no way. Ahem. Women can't practice my martial arts. Why? Because if women practice my martial arts, they will grow a beard, their chest will flatten, and they might even grow little balls." After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tong Yanan was shocked and quickly said, "Then I won't practice, it's enough for me to have you protect me." However, just as Zhang Chen and the others returned home, not even 10 minutes had passed before the police came knocking on the door. "Hello, is your name Zhang Chen?" "Yes, what's the matter? We just received a report that you assaulted others, causing more than 10 people to be injured and hospitalized. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." Zhang Chen touched his nose. He didn't expect the other party to play dirty, actually calling the police, because Zhang Chen did indeed hit someone, that was a fact. At this moment, Tong Yanan proudly said, "No, those people blocked us and wanted to harm us. Zhang Chen only taught them a lesson when they attacked us. If you want to arrest someone, you should arrest them instead. I'm sorry, both sides need to come with us to assist in the investigation. If Mr. Zhang, you don't cooperate, we will have to take coercive measures." Tong Yanan wanted to say something very assertive, but was stopped by Zhang Chen. "Alright, stop talking, I'll go back to assist in the investigation. Lu Yon, call Mr. Tong and ask him to send someone over. If they try anything after I leave, Yanan might be in danger. At this point, the police took out handcuffs and moved towards Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen instantly dodged, saying coldly, I'm just cooperating with you for the investigation, things are unclear now, isn't handcuffing a bit too much? Facing Zhang Chen's dominance, coupled with the fact that almost everyone living in this place has extraordinary identities, the other party did not bother and directly put away the handcuffs, and several people got into the police car. Tong Yanan immediately called Tong Wenming. Hello, Grandpa, Zhang Chen was arrested by the police. What happened? Today on my way back from school, I encountered more than 10 people blocking the road, and Zhang Chen fought with them. Give the phone to Lu Yong. Lu Yong took the phone and listened carefully to the voice on the phone. Yes, there is a martial artist, should be at the Mingjin level of cultivation. They are not here for the young lady, they are here for Mr. Zhan. Yes, understood. Inside the station, Zhang Chen was taken to an interrogation room, where a male and a female police officer sat across from him. The female officer was in her 20s, extremely attractive, the type that you can't forget at a glance. Name? Hey, I'm here to assist in the investigation. Things haven't been clarified yet. Why am I being interrogated like a criminal? The female officer slammed the table and coldly said to Zhang Chen, clap. Be honest, do you know that out of those more than 10 people, one has a broken arm that may affect their normal life in the future, and the rest have all suffered thumb injuries? Do you know what kind of offense this is? Zhang Chen smiled and said, what kind of offense? It's self-defense. Self-defense? You injured more than 10 people alone, and you didn't get a scratch? So what, is that not allowed? The female officer angrily stood up, walked to Zhang Chen, grabbed his collar and said, you better confess honestly, otherwise when the surveillance footage is pulled out later, if you confess then, the nature of the offense will be different. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and muttered, it smells so good, this is the scent of roses, come closer and let me smell it clearly. The female officer was first stunned, then waved her hand towards Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen lowered his head, dodged it, and then slowly said, women should have a little temper, that's how they will be loved by men, and also, don't casually hit a man's face, or you will suffer. You. At this moment, the male officer hurriedly stepped forward to stop her and said, Yenran, don't be impulsive, otherwise you'll have to write a report again, this is the 3rd time this month, if you write again, you might be transferred. The female officer, known as Yenran, glared fiercely at Zhang Chen, then sat back in her seat. Tell me what happened at that time. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, I almost forgot just now. Zhang Chen, don't think I can't do anything to you. I really don't remember, is that also a crime? Li Yanran looked at Zhang Chen with anger on her face, about to explode, when a police officer walked in and said, the surveillance footage is out, it's a bit far, but we can roughly see what happened. Li Yanran quickly opened the computer on the table and started watching the surveillance footage. After a while, Li Yanran, with a fierce look, glanced at Zhang Chen and said, even if the other party posed a threat to you, you can't retaliate so heavily out of self-defense. Zhang Chen stood up straight and said, sorry, I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, so my attacks may be a bit heavy, is that not normal? Li Yanran was so angry that her face turned red. She looked at Zhang Chen and said to the male officer next to her, you handle the rest, I don't want to see him for another second. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in through the door, looking resolute. Hello, Chief Wang. Everyone greeted the middle-aged man. Mr. Zhang, right? Just checked the surveillance, you acted in self-defense, sorry for making you come here. Seeing Chief Wang's attitude, Zhang Chen immediately knew that it was Tong Lao who intervened, otherwise, as a person without money or status, he wouldn't have had a chief come to the interrogation room personally. Zhang Chen stood up with a smile and said, it's okay, as a good citizen, cooperating with your work is what I should do. If there are no issues, I'll head back first. It's all good, everything has been investigated. Mr. Zhang, take care. Before leaving, Zhang Chen turned to look at Li Yanran and said lightly, you'll be more likable if you have a smaller temper. Watching Zhang Chen leave arrogantly, Li Yanran was so angry that she almost bit her teeth. This scene caught the eye of director Wang, who smiled and said, Yanran, this young man is extraordinary, and with the Tong family background, you better not provoke him, so you don't end up at a loss. He better not fall into my hands, or else he won't be able to walk away. Seeing the angrily departing Li Yanran, director Wang shook his head with a wry smile and said, with that temper, it's hard to find a partner. Zhang Chen walked out of the police station and saw Tong Lao's car at the entrance. Mr. Zhang, Tong Lao asked me to pick you up. Zhang Chen nodded and said, thank you, let's go, back home. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Chen saw Tong Lao sitting in the living room talking to Tong Yanan. Tianqi, you're back, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? No, thanks to Tong Lao's intervention. It's good that you're back. This period is crucial. I believe we'll soon be able to resolve everything. So Tianqi, put in more effort. Don't worry, Tong Lao, since I promised you, I will do my best. Shortly after Tong Lao left, Zhang Chen frowned and secretly thought about finding Fan Hu's whereabouts. Zhang Chen knew that people like Fan Hu had to be made afraid in order to completely resolve conflicts, otherwise, they would stick to you like a plaster. While Zhang Chen was deeply focused on his thoughts, Tong Yanan suddenly approached and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Chen looked at Tong Yanan in surprise and asked, "What do you want?" "What do you mean, what do I want?" "You're smiling at me in a strange way, so spill it, what's up?" "Hee hee, can you buy a little puppy and keep it here?" Zhang Chen glanced at Tong Yanan and said, "Are you trying to use me?" "You're dreaming. If I were to keep a pet, it would be a hawk, an owl, or a chameleon." Tong Yanan, hands on hips, said angrily, "Fine, if you don't want to, you don't have to. And those things you mentioned are not allowed to be kept either, humph. Also, there's no dinner for you tonight." Watching the angrily stomping Tong Yanan heading upstairs, Zhang Chen smiled and walked to the kitchen, where he saw Mrs. Su cooking and said, "Mrs. Su, make more food today, I'm a bit hungry." "Don't worry, I'll make plenty today, ensuring you have enough to eat." During dinner, Zhang Chen continued to eat heartily from a large bowl, savoring every bite. Whether it was because Zhang Chen had gained strength or for some other reason, his appetite now surpassed that of 2 or 3 of himself. Tong Yanan ate from a small bowl of rice, watching Zhang Chen shovel food from the bowl, and coldly said, "Glutton, you'll eat yourself to death." Ignoring Tong Yanan, Zhang Chen finished his meal and returned to his room to contemplate the issue of genetic ability replication. Replicating the invisible ability from a chameleon would certainly be very difficult, so Zhang Chen decided to split the replication at the flowerbird fish insect market tomorrow, not fixating on a single animal. What Zhang Chen was eagerly anticipating was that he now had accumulated 187 genetic points, and tomorrow he would reach over 200, meaning he could upgrade one of his abilities to level 2. First, he ruled out underwater breathing and stretching functions, as they were not very useful to him at the moment. What remained were agility, strength, and powerful defense. These 3 abilities were the foundation of Zhang Chen's strength. After much thought, Zhang Chen decided to upgrade his agility. Because this ability can greatly improve Zhang Chen's speed and reaction ability, it also directly enhances his true strength. Just as Zhang Chen was pondering these thoughts, suddenly Lu Yon's voice sounded in the villa. "Mr. Zhang, I just found someone lurking around the villa, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. There may be a problem." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen hurriedly walked out of the room and directly entered Tong Yanan's room. "Ah, Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Do you know how to knock before entering?" Tong Yanan said, grabbing everything at hand and throwing it at Zhang Chen. Pillows, clothes, lampshades, small pieces of cloth, many things hung directly on Zhang Chen's head. Zhang Chen only felt a fragrance coming over, grabbed the things on his head, and then stood still. This is, and there's body temperature. Just as Zhang Chen was in a daze, Tong Yanan rushed over, snatched the things in his hand, blushing and said, "Rogue, pervert, get out." Zhang Chen touched his nose, came back to his senses, observed the window, found no movement, and then left the room. Just as he was about to step out of the door, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a shadow flicker near the window. In that instant, Zhang Chen rushed over, opened the window, and jumped out. Sure enough, the moment Zhang Chen went out, there was a figure in black hiding on the window ledge above. The other party did not expect Zhang Chen to come out so quickly, also hesitated for a moment, then lowered his body and tried to enter the window. Zhang Chen shouted, "Dream on." At that moment, Zhang Chen burst out with the agility of a cat, appearing in front of the black-clothed person in a flash and punched towards him. Faced with Zhang Chen's attack, the figure of the other party twisted strangely and directly jumped out of the villa window, landing on the grass below. The bodyguards around, except for the 2 at the door who were vigilant, all gathered around. Zhang Chen also landed, waved his hand and said, "Go back to your posts, leave this to me." The bodyguards did not hesitate at all and retreated one after another. At this moment, the black-clothed person suddenly spoke, "Young man, you have good skills, but aren't you too arrogant? Do you think you can deal with me alone? Whether I can deal with you is not something to say with words." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, he instantly rushed out, his fist carrying a powerful force smashing towards the opponent's chest. The black-clothed person coldly smiled and said, "You haven't even cultivated your inner strength, yet you are so arrogant. Let me show you what peak Ming Jin strength is." The 2 fists collided directly. Bang! Zhang Chen took a step back, looking surprised at the other party, because he felt a strong airflow coming from the opponent's fist, making his arm numb. The black-clothed person flew out directly, retreating 7 or 8 steps in a row before barely stabilizing his figure. How is this possible? You have no inner strength at all. Why is your strength so strong? And your defense seems extraordinary as well. Have you cultivated the golden bell shield? Zhang Chen didn't have time to talk to the other party. After all, he didn't know if there were others hiding in the dark. Concentrating all his strength, maximizing his agility, Zhang Chen once again charged towards the opponent. Although the opponent's skills were formidable, compared to Zhang Chen's speed, they were still a step behind. Crack! After defending against several of Zhang Chen's attacks, the black-clothed person was hit in the chest by Zhang Chen's fist, and a powerful force erupted, shattering the opponent's sternum. As Zhang Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a strange feeling emerged. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling? Not good. Without caring about anything else, Zhang Chen relied on the wall for leverage, directly jumped into the window, and swiftly rushed into Tong Yanan's room. Zhang Qinfei rushed into the villa quickly, not caring about anything else, and hugged Tong Yanan. The two of them fell to the ground. At the moment of falling, a bullet grazed Zhang Chen's arm, giving him a burning and stinging sensation that made him shudder. Damn, this defense really can't withstand firearms. Zhang Chen pushed Tong Yanan to the corner of the wall and slowly leaned against the window, holding a piece of clothing and trying it on repeatedly. Just then, a gunshot sounded in the distance, and Zhang Chen heard Lu Yong's walkie-talkie. Captain Lu, the target has been dealt with. Zhang Chen looked at Lu Yong in surprise and only spoke after a while. Do you guys have guns? Lu Yong nodded. We have legal permits for them. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quick, give me a gun so I can also engage in long-range attacks. Lu Yong shook his head. Guns can only be held by authorized personnel, and bullet control is strict. They can't be given to just anyone. Zhang Chen pursed his lips and thought to himself, stingy. I'll find a unique animal, create a personal space for myself, fill it with weapons, and no one will be able to trace it. I can use them however I want. Although Zhang Chen had this thought, he still didn't relax at all and carefully checked the surroundings of the villa. At the same time, in an office where Tong Lao was located, he gently put down his phone and dialed a number again, saying coldly, let them take action. I want to see results early tomorrow morning. In a building in Sanqing City, Wu Lei stood with his hands behind his back in front of a French window, while a man behind him was reporting. Have you found out? Who is that kid? Yes, we found out. That person is called Zhang Chen. He used to work as a loader in the wholesale market, but later had a disagreement with a guy from the Lei family because of a woman. I don't know the reason, but that kid became quite powerful later on. Now he's said to be the personal bodyguard of a young lady from the Tong family. Also, it seems that he has a major conflict with Fan Hu from the wholesale market. Humph, a loader. No matter how capable he is, he couldn't possibly be chosen by that old man to be the personal bodyguard of the Tong family's young lady. Are you sure you got the right information? Master Wu, this information is absolutely correct. I just don't understand how a person like Zhang Chen, who has such abilities, ended up working as a loader in the wholesale market. Could this kid be one of those hermit masters trained by several old men in the mountains? Go and inform Fan Hu to send someone out, find a suitable opportunity to distract or detain Zhang Chen, and then have someone kill the Tong family girl or bring her back. After the job is done, the North City district of Sanqing City will be under his control. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen woke up unusually energetic and woke Tong Yanan up with a knock on the door. Zhang Chen, are you crazy? What are you doing so early in the morning? It's not time yet. Hurry up. I need to go to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market early, so we need to leave soon. Upon hearing about going to the market, Tong Yanan instantly woke up and excitedly said, Are there puppies for sale there? Can we buy a puppy? Zhang Chen, who had originally wanted to refuse, thought of something and had to nod. Okay, I can promise to buy you a puppy. At that moment, Tong Yanan quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth, got ready, and grabbed Zhang Chen's hand to run outside the villa. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the flower, bird, fish, and insect market, which was the busiest time for the market. Upon entering, various animal smells mixed together could be smelled. Zhang Chen's goal was clear, and he went straight to the chameleon shop from yesterday. The boss saw Zhang Chen come in and raised an eyebrow, saying, Have you made up your mind? Are you going to buy that chameleon? Zhang Chen smiled and said, Let me take a look at the chameleon first. Holding a chameleon in his hand, Zhang Chen began calling for Xiao Ji to start copying genetic abilities. Meanwhile, Tong Yanan on the side saw that the chameleon had already been scared away from the shop, looking at Zhang Chen from a distance. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. A series of failures, until the 15th time, Zhang Chen stopped and put the chameleon back. Genetic ability replication failed, host gains 15 genetic points, total points 202. Putting the chameleon back, Zhang Chen directly left the shop with Tong Yanan, the shop owner behind him staring at Zhang Chen's back in a daze, finally reacting and gesturing towards Zhang Chen's back. As Zhang Chen walked, he kept observing the small animals around him. Just then, Zhang Chen saw a rock pigeon in a cage. What is the biggest ability of a pigeon? It is to discern direction and fly. And what is the biggest dream of a man? It is to fly, be invisible, have flexible freedom, and so on. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen went directly to the stall, discussed with the boss, and grabbed the pigeon from the cage, holding it in his hands. Xiao Ji, copy the genetic ability of the pigeon. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability flight replication successful, injected into the host's body. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating genetic ability, rewarded with 10 genetic points, failed to replicate 14 times, gained 14 points, total points 226. A series of failures, finally in the end, with one chance, Zhang Chen successfully replicated the flight ability of the pigeon. At that moment, Zhang Chen only felt a tingling sensation on his back, which lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Immediately, Zhang Chen sensed that he had gained a pair of invisible wings on his back. Zhang Chen kept shouting in his heart, but still suppressed the feeling of soaring. After all, this place was full of people, and there were cameras all around. If he were to soar into the sky, Zhang Chen would probably be surrounded and taken to a secret base for research the next day. Tong Yanan on the side was very puzzled by Zhang Chen's dazed look while holding an animal. Hey, what are you doing? Why do you look so creepy? Zhang Chen came to his senses, smiled, and said, nothing, just feeling a bit happy. Come on, let's go buy a puppy. Soon, Tong Yanan happily walked out of the market holding a pure white puppy. Once in the car, Zhang Chen couldn't wait to summon Xiao Ji and inquire about upgrading genetic abilities. Host, are you sure you want to spend 200 genetic points to upgrade agility reaction ability to level 2? Confirmed. In just an instant, Zhang Chen felt a huge change happening to himself. Not only were his senses more acute, but when he focused, everything around him slowed down several times. At that moment, Zhang Chen was certain that as long as he concentrated enough, he could definitely dodge ordinary firearms. Just as Zhang Chen and Tong Yanan arrived at the school gate, they were surrounded by Zhao Lei, who had been beaten up by Zhang Chen before. Looking at the dozen or so people surrounding him, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Kid, your name seems to be Zhao. Zhao Lei, right? It's you again. What, didn't get enough beating yesterday, so you came back for more today?" Faced with Zhang Chen's teasing, Zhao Lei's face turned red, and he angrily said, "Kid, don't be arrogant, thinking you're awesome just because you have some skills. Today, our Taekwondo club challenges you. If you dare, come to the Taekwondo club at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Do you dare?" Zhang Chen picked his ear with his finger, looked at Zhao Lei as if he were an idiot, and said, "We're about to graduate and enter society, and you're still playing like a child, challenging one-on-one. Damn, people use their brains now, more than money, idiot." After that, Zhang Chen grabbed Tong Yanan's hand and tried to walk away, but the people around him wouldn't let him go. Zhang Chen directly reached out and pushed the two people in front of him. A good dog doesn't block the way. Watching Zhang Chen holding Tong Yanan's hand as they walked away, Zhao Lei clenched his fists tightly. "Lei Gu, why did you let him leave like that? There are so many of us, we should beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him." Zhao Lei sighed deeply and said, "That kid is not simple, he should be a martial artist. Even with more people, we may not necessarily have the upper hand. Let's go find the Taekwondo club and look for Ji Kuan and Kobayashi Ichiro. I don't believe that kid is that powerful." In front of the teaching building, Tong Yanan looked at Zhang Chen with stars in her eyes and said, "You were so imposing just now, so manly." Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean just now? When have I ever lost my imposing manner? Not only do I have it during the day, I'm even more fierce at night. Do you want to experience it?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tong Yanan blushed and said, "Zhang Chen, you are a complete pervert, a rogue. I'm ignoring you." Not far from the school gate, at the entrance of a shop, two shady-looking men were each eating a popsicle, but their eyes kept glancing towards the school gate. "Call Knife Brother and tell him the license plate number. They will most likely return home using the same route as yesterday." In the school, Zhang Chen was still sleeping on the table as usual. "Hey, wake up, it's lunchtime." Zhang Chen drowsily opened his eyes and saw two people standing in front of him. One was Tong Yanan, and the other was a woman who was not inferior in appearance to Tong Yanan. "Yanan, is this the bodyguard you mentioned?" "Yes, his name is Zhang Chen. Can he protect you with his appearance? Are you kidding me?" Zhang Chen looked at the woman's disdainful eyes, shrugged, and said to Tong Yanan, "Let's go eat. By the way, do we have class in the afternoon?" "There's a class at 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Chen nodded slightly and got up to walk towards the classroom. Hey, Yanan, why is your bodyguard ignoring me? Maybe you offended him just now. In the school cafeteria, Zhang Chen continued to eat as usual, leaving many students around him dumbfounded. Zhang Chen, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Zhou Tong. Zhang Chen politely smiled and said, Hello, I'm Zhang Chen. Yanan said you are the bodyguard her grandfather hired? Yes, what's the matter? Nothing, just curious. I wonder if you studied professional bodyguard knowledge, or if you learned combat or taekwondo. Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen thought to himself, is this girl trying to make a fool of herself? Oh, I haven't studied professional bodyguard knowledge, and I haven't learned the tricks those foreigners learn. I have studied Chinese martial arts, the kind that is the fastest and most effective in the world, you know? As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Zhou Tong burst out laughing. Chinese martial arts? The fastest and most effective. Do you know that our school used to have a Chinese martial arts club? But unfortunately, none of them could fight and were completely suppressed by the Taekwondo club. It led to no one signing up, and the club disbanded quickly. After finishing the soup in his bowl, Zhang Chen looked at Zhou Tong and said, You look down on your own country's martial arts like this? I really feel sorry for you. Also, our Chinese history is long and has produced many talented individuals, not something a little girl like you can understand. As Zhang Chen spoke, he thought to himself, if I hadn't truly seen the extraordinary skills of that killer, I wouldn't have known that there are still such mysterious warriors in China. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhou Tong smiled and said, I'm not looking down on Chinese martial arts, I just have great doubts about you. You're not just trying to freeload off others, are you? Zhang Chen ignored the other party and stood up directly, saying, Let's go, eat and walk around, digest the food. Seeing Zhang Chen walking out, Tong Yanan smiled and said to Zhou Tong beside her, Let's go for a walk too. It's been a long time since we went to the back lake of the school. Yanan, why are you listening to this rude guy? You've changed. In fact, Tong Yanan herself didn't know when it started, but the decisions and words made by Zhang Chen slowly gained more weight in her heart. Okay, Xia Tonton, stop talking, just consider it as accompanying me, okay? Behind the school is a large lake, surrounded by numerous trees and flowers, making it a romantic place for this school. All couples in love come here to make vows, declare their inner thoughts, and some even say goodbye to their first love here. As Zhang Chen walked, he felt a feeling of wanting to soar in his heart, because no matter who possesses the ability to fly, it is not easy to suppress the feeling of soaring. And at that moment, a faint cry for help could be heard. Zhang Chen frowned and looked around, while Tong Yanan beside him asked in confusion, What's wrong? It seems like someone is shouting for help. As Zhang Chen spoke, he could see in the distance on the other side of the lake, a figure struggling in the water, showing signs of sinking. Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong also vaguely noticed that something was wrong at that moment. Zhang Chen, it seems like someone fell into the water, what should we do? Can you swim? It was lunchtime, and there were hardly any people around. Seeing the struggling figure almost motionless, Zhang Chen didn't care about anything else and used his flying ability for the first time. In order not to attract too much attention, Zhang Chen didn't fly directly but stepped on the water and walked towards the other side of the lake. This scene shocked Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong, their jaws dropping in amazement. Wide-eyed and shocked, the two couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Yanan, am I seeing things? He's walking on water to the other side. Tong Yanan stared blankly at the diminishing figure and kept muttering, He's really amazing, he can fly, he can actually fly? This is definitely the lightness skill from martial arts novels. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen arrived at the spot where the person fell into the water, but the figure was no longer visible on the water's surface. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Chen dove straight into the water. His ability to breathe underwater made him feel comfortable, and in an instant, Zhang Chen saw the struggling figure underwater. On the shore, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong, after realizing what was happening, hurried towards the other side of the lake. Just as the two hadn't run far, a figure suddenly shot up from the water's surface, splashing countless water droplets. Zhang Chen landed on the shore, looked at the still beating woman, laid her flat, and began to perform chest compressions. After a moment, the woman coughed up some water and slowly regained consciousness. At this moment, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong also arrived, panting heavily. Although the woman who fell into the water had regained consciousness, she showed no signs of happiness. Instead, she hugged her knees and started crying. Seeing this scene, Tong Yanan's gaze shifted between the two, then pointed at Zhang Chen and said, Zhang Chen, did you do something to her? Zhang Chen's clothes were already soaked, and upon hearing Tong Yanan's words, he rolled his eyes and said, Miss Tong, if you have a problem, go to the hospital early, don't delay. Why? Why is she crying? Damn, crying is her right, it has nothing to do with me. As Zhang Chen spoke, he directly took off his wet short-sleeved shirt, revealing his strong physique and perfect muscle lines, which caught the eyes of Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong. Tong Yanan just opened his mouth, no swearing, if you. At this moment, Zhang Chen's perfect figure made Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong both dumbfounded. In an instant, the two women blushed and said, why did you take off your clothes? There are still girls here. While speaking, the two women kept glancing at Zhang Chen's perfect figure. What's the big deal? You are all rich girls, haven't been to a night market barbecue stall, drinking beer shirtless is common, what's so surprising? Right, stop talking nonsense, you two quickly see what's wrong with this girl, judging from the situation, she should be attempting suicide. Sure enough, after Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong understood the situation, they learned that this girl was a sophomore student who had just broken up with her boyfriend and couldn't bear it, so she came here to jump into the lake to commit suicide. But the taste and fear made her shout for help uncontrollably. Zhang Chen wrung out his short sleeves a bit, put them back on, and after listening to the two people, he directly addressed the girl who fell into the water. Little girl, you're only a sophomore, you've only taken a small step in life. When you enter society, that's when your real life begins. You say you're sacrificing yourself for someone who doesn't love you, are you stupid? Also, let me give you some advice, if you're not even afraid of death, are you afraid of living? Can life get any worse than this? Think more about your parents. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he directly told Tong Yanan, you two take her to the dorm to change clothes, she's all soaked. Tong Yanan took off her thin jacket and put it on the girl, then turned to Zhang Chen and said, don't look. Damn, who's looking? Don't think so badly of people. Just as the group arrived at the dormitory building, after Tong Yanan took Zhou Tong upstairs, Zhang Chen prepared to find a place to sit for a while. At this moment a group of people surrounded Zhang Chen. Seeing the person leading the way in front, Zhang Chen showed a hint of helplessness, because that person was Zhao Lei. Zhang Chen, if you dare not go to the taekwondo club, we'll come find you ourselves, let's see how you beg for mercy today. Over 20 people instantly surrounded Zhang Chen, among them were two people who looked quite special. One was tall at 1.89 meters, burly, giving a sense of power oppression. The other was short and looked sleazy, but his eyes gave off a cold feeling. Faced with the encirclement of over 20 people, Zhang Chen looked calmly at Zhao Lei and said, are you not beaten enough, or what? Why are you like a dogskin plaster? Zhang Chen, don't talk back, I've invited the two top experts from our taekwondo club, Ji Koen and Kobayashi Kenichi, now if you kneel down and beg for mercy, and swear not to get close to Tong Yanan again, I might consider letting you go. Zhang Chen waved his hand, you idiot, with your intelligence, you still want to pursue Tong Yanan, you better eat more pig brains to supplement before coming back. As the words fell, Zhang Chen was about to leave. At this moment, the sleazy little figure standing next to Zhao Lei leaped high and kicked towards Zhang Chen's back. The sleazy little guy's speed was indeed fast, and there was an element of surprise attack in it. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be seriously injured under this move. But now Zhang Chen's agility and reaction ability had been upgraded to level 2, tens of times stronger than an ordinary person. Even if the little guy's movements were fast, no matter how sneaky, it was destined to fail. Zhang Chen turned around, leaped high, and kicked the sleazy little guy in the face. Bang! The little guy didn't even have a chance to react, he flew out directly, lying on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. This scene happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone around was stunned by this scene, even some passing university students gathered around to watch the excitement. In a room on the third floor of the girls' dormitory, Zhou Tong excitedly shouted, Yanan, come and see, your bodyguard Zhang Chen seems to be about to fight with the people from the taekwondo club. Tong Yanan rushed to the window when he heard it, and saw the scene of the creepy dwarf being kicked out. Tong Yanan smiled and said, Xiao Tong Tong, don't worry, Zhang Chen is skilled, these people are not his opponents. Zhou Tong also remembered the scene of Zhang Chen flying on the water today, and looked down at Zhang Chen with shining eyes. Below the girls' dormitory, the creepy dwarf who was kicked wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, angrily shouted at Zhang Chen, you sneak attacked, the people of Huaxia are all despicable. Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, staring at the creepy dwarf and said, damn, turns out you are a little devil, no wonder I feel disgusted and annoyed when I see you. When did it become your turn to show off in my Huaxia territory, you little brat? Shaogizi Kobayashi Ichiro is a taekwondo expert in the University Taekwondo Club. He usually looks down on any Huaxia student because of his skill, and therefore is completely unpopular in this university. Baga, how dare you curse me, today I will show you how powerful I am. As the words fell, Kobayashi Ichiro rushed towards Zhang Chen again. But just as he was about to make contact with Zhang Chen, a foot came out of nowhere and kicked him in the face again. Bang! This time Kobayashi Ichiro was not as lucky as last time, because this time Zhang Chen increased the force, and Kobayashi Ichiro lost a few teeth and passed out directly. Damn, little chicken devil, the harmonious society saved your little brat, otherwise I would have poked 30,000 blood holes in you. He told Jiaolei called Kobayashi Ichiro a few times, but he didn't respond at all, so he pointed at Zhang Chen and said, Kobayashi Ichiro is an exchange student from Japan, if you dare to treat him like this, you're finished. Zhang Chen shook his head and said, Jiaolei, right? I know you are a Huaxia person, otherwise I would have thought you were a dog raised by the little devil. Look at your disgusting face, it's absolutely disgusting. Don't let me see you again, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, a burly man named Ji Kuan stood up and said to Zhang Chen, I am Ji Kuan, a member of the Taekwondo club in the second year, I want to have a match with you. Zhang Chen looked at Ji Kuan and said lightly, are you also a dog raised by the little devil? Ji Kuan's face changed, took a deep breath and said, I am a Huaxia person, I joined the Taekwondo club because I like martial arts. Then why not learn Huaxia martial arts, but go learn these mediocre skills? I couldn't find a good teacher, even if I did, it would be a scam, I had no choice. Zhang Chen also felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, waved his hand after a moment and said, I don't randomly fight with Huaxia people, let's forget about the match. But Ji Kuan was persistent, took 2 steps and jumped in front of Zhang Chen, saying, I want to know how far I have come with my current strength, forgive me. As Ji Kuan's words fell, he suddenly launched a high whip kick towards Zhang Chen's temple. Zhang Chen shook his head, reached out and gently sent Ji Kuan flying out, falling to the ground. Your current strength is already considered strong for ordinary people, but for real warriors, you are still weak. If it's a matter of life and death, you won't even have a chance to make a move. Zhang Chen easily defeated the 2 top players of the Taekwondo club, which made the surrounding students cheer. In their eyes, Kobayashi Ichiro and others are usually arrogant and domineering, relying on their status and skills. No one dared to provoke them, this time it was a relief for them. Good, well done. Bro, which department are you from? Why don't you re-establish the Huaxia Martial Arts Society, and I'll be the first to sign up. Yes, establish the Huaxia Martial Arts Society and defeat the group of losers from the Taekwondo Society. Faced with the shouts of hundreds of people around him, Jiaolei was momentarily scared pale, and quickly called on a few people next to him to carry Benichiro and prepare to slip away. Wait, am I letting you go? Just as Jiaolei was about to sneak away, he heard Zhang Chen's voice and turned around in fear, saying, What do you want? Zhang Chen walked step by step to Zhao Lei's side, patted the other's shoulder and said, A good Chinese person doesn't act like a dog. Today I'll tell you one thing, don't disgrace your ancestors, get lost. Zhao Lei's face turned red, and he and a few others fled the scene. Just then, Ji Kuan suddenly knelt on the ground and said to Zhang Chen, Master, please accept me as your disciple and teach me Chinese martial arts. This surprised Zhang Chen. Damn, pretending to be cool, I don't know Chinese martial arts either, why would I teach you? Ahem. Well, you get up, my sect has rules, skills are not to be passed on, you should find someone else. Since you can't pass it on, can you introduce me to a master? You have a sect, so you must know some senior experts. Zhang Chen wanted to slap himself, where would he find a master? Let's leave it to fate, let's talk about it when there's a suitable opportunity in the future. Ji Kuan happily stood up and said, Thank you, may I ask how to address you, big brother? Zhang Chen. Brother Qi, from now on you are my boss, can I call you Brother Qi, what do you think? Zhang Chen did not expect that the burly Ji Kuan would be a martial arts fanatic, willing to do anything to learn martial arts. On the 3rd floor by the window, Zhou Tong happily said to Tong Yanan, Yanan, your bodyguard is amazing, how old is he this year, where is he from? Xiao Tong Tong, what's wrong with you? You're not falling for him, are you? Let me tell you, it's not possible, he's a complete thug, a big pervert, and he likes to swear and curse, don't be blinded by his bravery. Zhou Tong blushed and said, No way, how could I, a young lady, fall for a bodyguard, I'm just curious about him. At this point, the two of them had completely forgotten about the rescued woman, and even forgot why they came to the dormitory building. Just as Zhang Chen was about to call Tong Yanan, a voice came. Did you knock out Benichiro? Zhang Chen turned back in surprise and saw a decent-looking man looking at him. With a slight frown, Zhang Chen asked, Who are you? Ji Kuan whispered, Brother Qi, he's Park Buching, the president of the Taekwondo Society, he's quite powerful, so be careful. Hearing Ji Kuan's words, Zhang Chen smiled and said to the other person, Oh, so you're Park Buching, from the country of sticks, Park Buching, listen to this name, it sounds like you didn't bring enough money, and you didn't even wash your head. Park Buching glanced at Ji Kuan, then coldly said to Zhang Chen, Being able to defeat Benichiro proves that you have some skills. I hope you don't disappoint me later. With those words, Park Buching quickly rushed towards Zhang Chen, showing both speed and fighting talent superior to Benichiro. Unfortunately, he met the overpowered Zhang Chen, and without even touching Zhang Chen's clothes, Park Buching was sent flying. Holding his chest, Park Buching gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at Zhang Chen in amazement, saying, "Indeed powerful, cough. I, Park Buching, admit defeat. Park cannot become the president of the Taekwondo club, whether in terms of skills or vision, he is lacking." Just in that moment, Park knew that Zhang Chen didn't even use his full strength, which is why he gave up after just one move. The video of the battle between the three top Taekwondo masters at the female dormitory building of Zhangchen quickly spread like wildfire on the school forum. Some even formed a Huaxia Kung Fu alliance, with Zhang Chen as the leader, but unfortunately, Zhang Chen was unaware of all this. After finishing classes in the afternoon, Zhang Chen and Tong Yanan got into the car to go home. Zhou Tong originally insisted on following them, but Zhang Chen directly refused, citing that Tong Yanan was in danger, and anyone following her home could be targeted. After getting into the car, Tong Yanan told the driver, "Hurry home, my little dog might miss me." Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, I just bought it today." In the eyes of a dog, you're not even as attractive as a pile of poop. Zhang Chen, are you disgusting? You really are a super duper jerk. As the vehicle was driving normally, when they reached a secluded bend, a large truck suddenly blocked the road. Screech! The vehicle braked abruptly, and Zhang Chen saw the truck blocking their path. He told the two bodyguards, "There's a problem. It's probably aimed at Yanan, be careful." Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, more than 20 people emerged from behind the truck, with the leader being Zhang Chen's old acquaintance, Xiaodao. "Zhang Chen, get out of the car, today is your doomsday." Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen touched his nose and said, Sorry, it seems like they're after me." Tong Yanan smiled and said, "Yeah, I don't know if you're here to protect me or to cause trouble for me." As Zhang Chen got out of the car, he said, "Be careful too, lock the car." Closing the door, Zhang Chen walked step by step to a place about 6 or 7 meters away from Xiaodao and the others. "I haven't had time recently, I will settle the account with Fan Hu for sure. Tell him not to think I will forget, and to prepare the final payment because my appearance fee is very expensive." Xiaodao held a dagger and said with a smile, "Is that so? Unfortunately, you might be disappointed today because someone might take your life." "Oh, really? Call that person out, let me see who's so powerful." As Zhang Chen spoke, Xiaodao revealed a sinister smile and said, "Let's all attack together, no matter what." More than 20 people surrounded him with weapons, showing no mercy, aiming their weapons at vital points on Zhang Chen's body. This made Zhang Chen decide not to hold back and teach them a lesson. Bang! Crack! After a quick fight, the hands of more than 20 people holding weapons were broken by Zhang Chen. Xiaodao kept retreating while holding his arm, and seeing Zhang Chen approaching, he said in fear, "What are you going to do? If you kill me, you'll be committing a crime, and you won't have a good ending either." At that moment, a sudden sound of shattered glass came from behind, causing Zhang Chen's face to change drastically. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in tang suit about 20 meters away, smashing the car window with a punch. However, because the car window was specially made, although it cracked, it remained connected and did not fall off. At that moment, Zhang Chen ignored Xiaodao, leaped over a distance of more than 20 meters, and landed a kick on the middle-aged man smashing the car window. This scene terrified Xiaodao. Flying! Flying! This is impossible, it's an illusion. Overwhelmed with shock, Xiaodao, ignoring the intense pain in his arm, got up and disappeared into the nearby woods. On the other side, Zhang Chen's performance directly made the middle-aged man's eyes sparkle. "Are you a master of the Huajin realm?" But what greeted him was a solid kick. Bang! Zhang Chen was in the air, with nowhere to borrow force, and was shaken back several steps by the force of the impact. The middle-aged man crossed his hands, retreated several meters in a row, and then put down his arms in confusion, saying, "No internal strength? You are not a warrior in the Hua realm, but why can you fly short distances?" Similarly, Zhang Chen was also extremely shocked, because the middle-aged man in front of him was much stronger than the black-clothed person last time. Zhang Chen could even feel that the opponent's strength probably reached around 2,000 kilograms, and there was a strange energy in his body that made Zhang Chen's feet tingle. Zhang Chen couldn't care about anything else, because this place was relatively remote, who knows if there are any ambushes, so what Zhang Chen had to do was to fight quickly. At this moment, Zhang Chen exerted all his strength, powerful strength, agile reflexes, and physical defense. The middle-aged man opposite also had hands like cast iron, constantly clashing with Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen's reflexes were unmatched by the opponent. After just over a dozen clashes, the opponent was hit in the chest by Zhang Chen's fist, spitting blood and flying backwards. Bang! No internal energy? Why is there no internal energy? The strength and reflexes are so strong. The middle-aged man covered his chest, looked at Zhang Chen in shock, and his whole body seemed to have a surge of air flowing under his feet, quickly rushing into the woods. Zhang Chen originally didn't want the other party to leave, but worried about Tong Yanan, so he had to suppress his inner impulse. Coming to the side of the blocked truck, Zhang Chen grabbed the bottom of the carriage with both hands, exerted force, lifted the rear of the truck directly, and moved it to the side. This scene once again stunned Tong Yanan and the two bodyguards in the car. After moving the vehicle to pass through, Zhang Chen returned to the car, looking at the window in Tong Yanan's pale face, and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, this glass is strong enough, otherwise it would have been a big trouble today." Inside a room at the Dark Night Bar, Showdown's neck was wrapped in white gauze, holding his arm carefully, standing in front of Fan Hu and saying, "Brother Hu, don't mess with that kid, he can fly." Fan Hu, who was smoking, heard Showdown's words, paused for a moment, then angrily shouted, "For the sake of shirking responsibility, you ran back by yourself, and actually came up with such a ridiculous reason, he can fly? I also said I can perform the dragon subduing poem, do you want to see it? Damn!" Showdown looked at Fan Hu with grievances and said, "Brother Hu, you have to believe me, it's true, that kid flew in place, flying over a distance of more than 20 meters. Fan Hu couldn't bear it anymore, stood up angrily and said, "Showdown, enough, I haven't mistreated you for so many years, I didn't expect you to lie to me one day, okay, go down and take care of your injuries. Brother Hu, you have to. Enough, I don't want to hear anything now, get out." Faced with Fan Hu's anger, Showdown could only walk out of the room in frustration. Fan Hu lit another cigarette, squinted his eyes and muttered, "Warriors can become very powerful, but it seems that no one in the whole three-star city can fly temporarily, and Zhang Chen was a dock worker in the market before, in his opinion, this is even more impossible." Back home, Tong Yanan was playing with the puppy she bought in the morning. Zhang Chen found Lu Yong and went to the villa's balcony. "Brother Lu, you know about warriors, do you know what level it belongs to when the strength reaches around 2,000 kilograms? There is a strong internal energy in the body, and the speed is extremely fast, and the feet seem to have a surge of air flowing?" Lu Yong's face changed when he heard Zhang Chen's words. He looked around and whispered, "I practiced martial arts with my master before. He said that the first level of a warrior is to temper the body, which belongs to external martial arts. When practiced to a deep level, it can split stones and crack monuments. The second level is Ming Jin, which generates internal strength and controls the circulation of internal strength in the microcosmic orbit. At this point, the warrior's strength greatly increases, reaching around 1,000 kilograms. The third level is in Jin, where the warrior's internal strength circulates from the microcosmic orbit to the macrocosmic orbit, and can be used to attack and harm others. The warrior's strength can increase to around 2,000 kilograms. And warriors are divided into 4 stages, initial, middle, late, and complete. At this point, Lu Yong, with a hint of envy in his eyes, said, "According to what you said, that person should be a strong warrior at the early stage of Anjin." After listening to Lu Yong's words, Zhang Chen was also extremely shocked. When he obtained this genetic replication system, he never thought that there were such people in the shadows in Huaxia. "Lu Go, what comes after tempering the body, Ming Jin, and Anjin?" Zhang Chen asked. Lu Yong shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. My master never mentioned it. But you should know that in today's society, those who have reached the level of Anjin cultivation are already very powerful individuals." Zhang Chen secretly estimated that with his current strength, he should have reached the middle to late stage of Anjin, but he lacked internal strength. In terms of agility and reaction speed, he probably reached the complete stage of Anjin or even surpassed it. Moreover, Zhang Chen's defensive abilities exceeded those of ordinary people by a large margin, and he even possessed the ability to fly. Considering his overall qualities, Zhang Chen's combat power was comparable to the middle to late stage of Anjin, or even stronger. However, if it came to escaping, even someone at the complete stage of Anjin would not be able to catch Zhang Chen. On the other side, Tong Wenming appeared with 10 people in the building where Wu Lei was located. "Ah, Wu Lei, you didn't expect this, did you? This time, 40% of the shares of the Wu Group are now in my hands, making me the largest shareholder of the Wu Group," Tong Wenming said with a smile. Wu Lei sat at his desk with red eyes, as if he hadn't slept all night. He slowly raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Tong Wenming, don't be too proud. I own 30% of the shares of the group, and with Xia Lao's 22%, I am still the actual controller of the group." Tong Wenming shook his head with a smile. "Sorry, Xia Lao just left Sanqing City today. He told me he wanted to go out and play for a while, and it may take 1 or 2 years to return." Tong Wenming's words plunged Wu Lei into despair. He suddenly stood up, looking incredulously at Tong Wenming and said, "It's impossible. Xia Lao would never abandon his family like that. Tong Wenming, you can't deceive me with such tricks." Leaning forward, Tong Wenming whispered, "I have already arranged for Xia Lao's family to be sent abroad. And let me tell you a secret, more than 10 years ago, it wasn't me who killed your son. You have treated me as your enemy all these years, never believing me. But now, you should believe me, right?" At that moment, Wu Lei slumped back into his chair, his eyes losing their sharpness. He muttered, "Wrong, all wrong. Who did it? Who did it?" Seeing Wu Lei's reaction, Tong Wenming waved his hand lightly. The bodyguards behind him immediately left the room, and soon, several police officers entered. "Wu Lei, you are suspected of murder, financial fraud, unfair competition, embezzlement, tax evasion. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." At that moment, Wu Lei knew he was finished, completely finished, with no chance of turning things around. Over the years, he has offended too many people in order to avenge his son, and has spent a lot of resources focusing on dealing with Tong Wenming. It can be said that at this moment, losing control of the group is equivalent to being sentenced to death. Taking 2 steps forward with handcuffs, Wu Lei suddenly stopped, turned around slowly, and said to Tong Wenming, "Can you tell me how my son died? Who is the real murderer? We were classmates originally, but over the years we have become strangers, even enemies. Your son's death was actually an accident. It just so happened that my driver and I passed by that scene. You were too sensitive. For more than 10 years, you have always treated me as the killer." Wu Lei's eyes were filled with tears, showing a bitter smile, and then he left the building with the police. In the villa, Zhang Chen was watching a football match with a remote control in his hand, while Tong Yanan pouted and said to Zhang Chen, "I want to watch a romance movie. Don't you have a TV in your bedroom? Go watch it yourself, or use your phone or computer to watch." "No, I want to watch it here." Zhang Chen looked at Tong Yanan strangely and said, "Whether you watch it or not, wait for me to finish this match." At this moment, Tong Yanan thought of something and smiled, "If you want to watch, then teach me light skills, and I will listen to you in the future." Hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen suddenly stood up, directly threw the remote control to Tong Yanan, and said, "Here, go watch your romantic movie." Unexpectedly, Tong Yanan completely ignored the remote control and followed Zhang Chen closely to the bedroom. Zhang Chen turned around and said to Tong Yanan, "Miss, I want to sleep, please leave." "No, if you don't agree to teach me light skills, I won't leave. I don't know light skills." "You're lying. If you don't know light skills, how can you fly?" Will you leave or not? You teach me light skills." "Damn, this girl is too much." As Zhang Chen finished speaking, he started to undress, taking off his shirt and pants directly. Tong Yanan blushed at this moment, feeling at a loss, occasionally looking at Zhang Chen's perfect body. Seeing that Tong Yanan showed no intention of leaving, Zhang Chen directly started to continue. Tong Yanan, in a panic, ran out of Zhang Chen's room. This little girl dares to challenge me, she's still too young. Besides, I don't know any light skills. Early the next morning, Tong Wenming arrived at the villa. Unlike before, Tong Wenming no longer had that domineering feeling, but a relaxed expression on his face. "Tianqi, thank you for your help during this time. If it weren't for you, Yanan might have been in trouble. But now, everything is resolved." Upon hearing Tong Wenming's words, Zhang Chen was first stunned, then spoke, "Resolved? Does that mean I no longer need to protect Yanan's safety?" Tong Wenming smiled and nodded. "You could say that, but Tianqi, I have a proposal. Stay by my side in the future. I, Tong Wenming, will not treat you unfairly." Zhang Chen knew that if he wanted revenge, he had to enter the upper-class society, or have a certain level of power. The Tong family was undoubtedly a great springboard, but Zhang Chen said, "Tong, I am grateful to have met you, and to have protected Yanan for a while. It's fate, but I still want to be a little freer. I hope you can understand." Tong Wenming did not expect Zhang Chen to reject him without much consideration. However, as a big shot in Sanqing City, Tong Wenming instantly smiled and said, "It's good for young people to explore more, but to thank you, Tianqi, I will give you a gift." As Tong Wenming finished speaking, the man behind him placed a file bag in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was extremely puzzled, opened the file bag, took out the things inside, and found real estate certificates and house purchase contracts. When he saw the contents above, Zhang Chen was completely stunned. "A villa? In my name? Tong Lao, this is too precious, I can't accept it. The villa in the contract is in this villa area, not far away." Zhang Chen understood that this would cost tens of millions. Tong Wenming smiled and said, "Tianqi, I know you have always been renting houses before, and compared to the life of my granddaughter, what are mere tens of millions, unless you don't want any intersection with me, Tong Wenming, in the future." Tong Wenming's words were weighty, because for Tong Wenming, befriending Zhang Chen, a capable young man, would definitely bring countless benefits to the Tong family. Upon hearing Tong Wenming's words, Zhang Chen was about to speak, but Tong Wenming continued, "Tianqi, I hope that in the future, if the Tong family encounters difficulties, you can lend a hand to the Tong family. This villa is a gift from me, Tong Wenming, to you, with no other meaning." Zhang Chen had to admire Tong Wenming's conduct, and could only nod and say, "Since Tong Lao said so, then I am truly grateful. Although I don't have great abilities, I have a heart full of passion. Good, haha, the villa has been prepared for you, everything is ready, you can move in directly. At this moment, Tong Yanan suddenly spoke up, Grandpa, what if something happens to me when Zhang Chen leaves? Shouldn't I move over there too? Tong Wenling's face instantly turned serious and said, Nonsense, you are no longer a child. You are the only seedling of the Tong family. Your current goal is to study hard, and after graduation, join the group to train yourself. Facing his grandfather's strong words, Tong Yanan pouted, turned his head angrily, and sulked. Zhang Chen had nothing else, only a few changes of clothes, toiletries, and a small turtle. He took them and went directly to the nearby villa. Seeing that everything inside was ready, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel amazed. When could I have imagined that one day I would own a villa worth tens of millions? Amidst his amazement, Zhang Chen did not forget his greatest reliance, genetic replication ability. At the flower and bird market, Zhang Chen once again came to this place. When Zhang Chen appeared at the storefront of the chameleon shop, the boss's expression changed. Bring out that chameleon for me to see. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the boss waved his hand directly, saying, I don't have any chameleons here. Go wherever you like. Obviously, Zhang Chen's repeated actions had already put him on the blacklist with the boss. Helplessly, Zhang Chen took out his bank card and said, I'll buy it if the price is right. The boss looked at the bank card in Zhang Chen's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, If you really want it, take 2,000 and go. If not, don't come back again. Your chameleons have almost been worn out by you. Zhang Chen knew that according to market prices, 2,000 was a bit expensive, but this was the only shop with chameleons. For the coveted invisibility ability, he had to buy it no matter the cost. Without saying a word, Zhang Chen paid directly, asked the boss about the care instructions for the chameleon, and left the shop with a small box containing the chameleon. While Zhang Chen was observing the various animals at the flower and bird market, another creature caught his eye. A praying mantis? In Zhang Chen's view, the praying mantis's forelimb abilities were extremely outstanding. Insects hit by its forelimbs would be severely injured or even killed. In Zhang Chen's view, if he could replicate the front limb ability of a praying mantis and then replicate the extremely terrifying jumping ability of the hind legs of a grasshopper or flea, his combat power would be considered terrifying. Without saying a word, Zhang Chen also bought the praying mantis and put it in a small box. In the morning, Zhang Chen kept searching and observing in the market. In the afternoon, he returned to the villa and eagerly began the genetic replication process. Xiao Ji, replicate the chameleon's genetic ability. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. After a series of failures, 15 times in total, Zhang Chen finally stopped. Oh my goodness, it seems difficult to obtain this invisibility ability, so let's take it slow. Ding, genetic replication failed 15 times, earned 15 points, total points 41. After raising the chameleon in the box, Zhang Chen once again targeted the praying mantis. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability praying mantis arm successfully replicated, injected into the host body. Host successfully replicated genetic ability, rewarded 10 points, genetic ability replication failed 14 times, earned 14 points, total points 65. In the end, Zhang Chen successfully replicated the ability of the praying mantis arm. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt his arm strength greatly increased, and he now possessed a powerful arm ejection ability. Zhang Chen could feel that with his strong power and agile reflexes combined with the praying mantis arm ability, even the accomplished warrior Zhang Chen would have a complete confidence in fighting on equal terms. As night fell, Zhang Chen was in the villa holding a black piece of clothing and cutting it with scissors. Half a day later, Zhang Chen held a black face mask and muttered to himself, Alright, tonight I'll be a night vigilante, and then I'll go meet Fan Hu, he's been showing off for so long, it's time to collect some interest. Under the cover of night, a black shadow flew swiftly across the sky. This was Zhang Chen, and it was his first time truly flying in the sky, the excitement and thrill making him feel a surge of blood. In the dark bar, Fan Hu was smoking in frustration, with a middle-aged man and a man with his arms hanging beside him. Brother Hu, in my opinion, we should take the initiative to make amends with Brother Long. As the underground emperor of the Three Stars City, as long as he speaks, even if the Tong family has just taken over the Wu family's industry, they won't have time to bother with us, let alone necessarily act against us. Fan Hu slowly exhaled smoke and said, You guys have forgotten about Zhang Chen. If others don't come looking for me, Fan Hu, he will definitely come, quickly arrange the vehicles, he knows this place, I need to go hide for a while. Just as Fan Hu's words fell, the door was violently kicked open, and a voice came, Don't leave, where will I find you if you go? Zhang Chen walked in holding a young man in his hand. Thud. Throwing the man on the ground, Zhang Chen walked step by step towards Fan Hu. The man with the knife on the side knew how powerful Zhang Chen was, his face pale. He stood up and kept retreating, until he reached the wall. Although the middle-aged man had heard that Zhang Chen was very powerful, he had not seen him personally, and did not know Zhang Chen, so he reached out and said, "Brother, where are you from? Are you crossing the line a bit?" Zhang Chen glanced lightly at the man, gently flicked his hand, and directly pulled the middle-aged man aside. "Fan Hu, we meet again. You've been very busy lately, causing great trauma to my young heart. Today, I'm here to settle the score with you," Zhang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Fan Hu's face turned extremely ugly. He knew Zhang Chen was formidable, and he and his men were no match for him. "Zhang Chen, last time you took 50,000 from me, I, Fan Hu, admit defeat. Let's just forget about it. I'll arrange a meeting, and we can discuss things. Let's not cross swords in the future." As Fan Hu finished speaking, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Fan Hu, you truly are an old hand at this. You want to resolve this matter so casually, but you underestimate me, Zhang Chen. Do you think I came all this way just to reconcile with you? Let me tell you, if you don't satisfy me today, you'll spend the rest of your days in a wheelchair." As Zhang Chen spoke, he sat back on the sofa, smiling at Fan Hu. The bystander, Xiao Dao, dared not even breathe loudly. He knew that Zhang Chen was not to be trifled with. The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Chen with a glint in his eyes, while dialing a phone number behind his back. Turning to the middle-aged man, Zhang Chen said, "Don't bother. Those dozen people downstairs are fast asleep. They won't wake up for at least an hour." With Zhang Chen's words, the middle-aged man's last hope shattered, and he threw his phone on the ground. "Zhang Chen, what do you want? Just name your price," the middle-aged man said. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. "Hey, what's your words? I'm here to collect my medical expenses. I'm not a bandit. If it's not my money, I don't want it. As for the exact amount of medical expenses, I can't say. It depends on how much you're willing to give." Zhang Chen's move was ruthless, putting Fan Hu completely on the defensive. Say too much and lose, say too little and potentially lose even more. After a moment's thought, Fan Hu reluctantly said, "Go get 50,000 in cash." As Fan Hu finished speaking, Zhang Chen suddenly struck, slapping Fan Hu across the face. Smack! "Damn, are you begging for alms? I didn't know before, but I heard recently that you once raped a young girl, leading her to commit suicide by jumping off a building. The girl's parents cry every day, and you act like nothing happened. Is that true?" Fan Hu was stunned by Zhang Chen's directness. He never expected Zhang Chen to hit him in the face. In an instant, Fan Hu stood up angrily, ready to fight Zhang Chen. After all, as the local boss with dozens of men under him, Fan Hu couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Unfortunately, despite his anger, Fan Hu had no power to fight back against Zhang Chen. Smack! 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 Several consecutive slaps left Fan Hu's face swollen, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, the Harmonious Society saved you. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive standing in front of me? That dead girl will always be your nightmare." In that moment, Fan Hu calmed down. What mattered most was survival. Fan Hu wiped the blood from his mouth and said to the middle-aged man, "Go get $1 million in cash." After speaking, Fan Hu glanced at Zhang Chen and saw his cold expression. Gritting his teeth, Fan Hu said, "Make it 2 million. As the words fell, Fan Hu turned to Zhang Chen and said, "This is the most I can come up with now. If you're still not satisfied, just kill me." Zhang Chen remained silent, lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly. Fan Hu, seeing this, waved to the middle-aged man. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man returned with 2 briefcases, placing them gently in front of Zhang Chen and opening them. Inside were stacks of red banknotes, neatly arranged, totaling exactly 2 million. Zhang Chen closed the box, stood up and said to Fan Hu, "Remember my words, people always have to pay the price for their actions." Zhang Chen walked to the window, turned back and looked closely at Xiao Dao still standing by the wall. This look frightened Xiao Dao. In Xiao Dao's eyes, Zhang Chen was capable and powerful, someone not to be offended. In an instant, Zhang Chen disappeared from the window, a gust of wind blew in through the open window, and the curtains fluttered high. The room fell silent. After some time, Fan Hu, with a look of resentment and hatred in his eyes, said, "Get me 5 million, I want to meet the underground Emperor Longgu in Sanqing City." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man showed a hint of joy and said, "Okay, Hugo, I will arrange it right away." Xiao Dao directly spoke up, "Hugo, you can't do this. Zhang Chen is not someone to mess with, he really can fly. Let's swallow our pride, or we might end up dead in the end." Fan Hu angrily picked up a bottle from the table and swung it directly at Xiao Dao's head. Bang! Xiao Dao staggered, almost falling down, and barely managed to steady himself by grabbing the wall. "Xiao Dao, damn it! I raised you for 5 years, treated you like a brother. Remember when we controlled the wholesale market on that street together? You're becoming more cowardly lately. Enough, Shao. From today you are no longer my brother, there is no place for you here, get out. On the other side, after jumping out of the window, Zhang Chen soared into the sky towards the edge of the city. In a dilapidated residential building, Zhang Chen suddenly descended and, finding no one around, went to the third floor and knocked on the door. A hoarse and weary voice came from inside. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice from inside, Zhang Chen placed a hand-carrying case at the door, containing 1 million obtained from Fan Hu, along with a note, and then hurriedly left. The door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s, though he was actually in his 40s. The loss of his daughter had aged him overnight, and his body had deteriorated in just half a year. The note on the box was a message from Zhang Chen to the elderly couple, a comfort to them. The man saw the box at the door, looked around the dark staircase, found no one, and opened the note. In a moment, the man excitedly shouted into the house, "Wife, come quick, come see this." The couple stood at the door, tears streaming down their faces as they read the words on the paper. "I believe there is justice in this world, I believe. Daughter, don't worry, your killer will soon pay for it, heaven has opened its eyes." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the dark staircase, Zhang Chen heard the cries of the elderly couple on the third floor and shook his head. "I hope you can come to terms with it. People can't come back to life, but evildoers will face their own retribution, rest assured." Zhang Chen's flying ability was extremely fast, and he returned to the villa in no time. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, Li Yanran was staring at a computer screen in the police station that night. There was a cucumber on the table, and a roll of toilet paper beside it. After some time, Li Yanran gently picked up the cucumber, her breathing quickened at that moment. Li Yanran took a bite of the cucumber. Crunch! At that moment, the door opened, and a police officer walked in, looking at Li Yanran and said, "Li, are you just eating a cucumber? Should I order some takeout for you?" "No need, I'm not hungry, just some cucumbers will do." On the computer screen in front of Li Yanran, there was a video of Zhang Chen fighting against 3 top taekwondo experts in college. This brat is quite impressive, even a martial artist at the Mingjin realm wouldn't be able to react as fast as him. As Li Yanran watched with interest and ate cucumbers, a file suddenly popped up on the computer. Li Yanran quickly opened it, only to find a video with a dark and blurry image from a far distance. However, in the video, it was clearly visible that a humanoid figure was descending from the sky and disappearing into the darkness. This scene made Li Yanran suddenly stand up, as he himself was at the early stage of the Mingjin realm, considered a martial artist. Therefore, he knew quite a bit about martial artists, and if the figure in the video was indeed a person, it meant that a high-level expert in the Huaxia Dragon Guard had appeared in Sanqing City, possibly even surpassing the Huajin realm. Achieving a level above Huajin had tremendous destructive power, recorded within the Huaxia Dragon Guard, indicating a group of extraordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was unaware that he was being investigated by Li Yanran, the self-proclaimed violent female police officer. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen was sleeping when the doorbell of the villa started ringing incessantly, growing more urgent. Feeling annoyed, Zhang Chen wondered who could be there since no one knew about this place, and he had no relatives in Sanqing City. Stepping out of the villa, Zhang Chen saw Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong waving at him, carrying various snacks and drinks. Seeing the 2 young ladies, Zhang Chen pressed the door switch and opened the door. "Zhang Chen, we've come to hang out with you and brought lots of delicious snacks." Seeing the assortment of chips, snacks, and drinks they brought, Zhang Chen, with a puzzled expression, said, "Are these snacks for me? Why do I feel like you brought them for yourselves?" Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong were not shy at all, kicking off their shoes and sitting on the sofa, excitedly swinging their legs. "Tianqi, we don't have classes these days, so we plan to stay here with you. Are you okay with that?" Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly, "Not really." As Zhang Chen spoke, Tong Yanan pouted and said, "Tianqi, don't be like that. We can chat with you here, cook for you, isn't that nice?" Zhang Chen, looking skeptical, said, "You two can cook? I find that hard to believe." "Yes, we really can cook." Zhang Chen nodded helplessly, "Alright, but I don't have time to play with you. You two can move freely, but don't go into my room." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up, smiling, "Tianqi, how about teaching me martial arts? I want to learn light skills. If not, can I be your disciple?" Zhang Chen's mind was blown by this suggestion. Waving his hand, he said, "You two girls can play by yourselves. I have something to do and need to go out for a while." Without waiting for their response, Zhang Chen left the villa. His destination was straightforward, the largest zoo in Sanqing City, where many large and fierce animals resided, showcasing incredible abilities. However, upon arriving at the zoo, Zhang Chen realized his plan was too simplistic. The large animals were enclosed behind double-layered wire fences with nearly a meter of space in between, making it impossible for Zhang Chen to touch the animals. Feeling extremely frustrated, he gazed at the animals, feeling powerless. It was in that moment that Zhang Chen came up with a brilliant idea. That is the ability to copy similar to the shrinking bone technique directly entering the iron cage, but there are too few animals with such abilities. It is said that mice can pass through a hole that is only 1/4 the size of their own body, which is quite impressive. Pufferfish can instantly turn into a ball, or can instantly turn into a small fish, which can be considered as an ability to change from big to small. Looking at the various animals in the zoo, Zhang Chen also used up 30 gene replication opportunities on animals that he could come into contact with. Finally, he obtained 30 gene points, and the total points reached 95. Zhang Chen failed to successfully replicate genetic abilities and left the zoo directly. Just as Zhang Chen left the zoo, he suddenly felt eyes on him. With keen perception, Zhang Chen instantly looked around, and in an instant, he saw an unexpected person. Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, who was discovered, did not hide, but came directly in front of Zhang Chen. Have you been following me all the way? Tell me, for what? Zhang Ge, I followed you because I have something to find you for, I want. Seeing Xiao Dao hesitating to speak, Zhang Chen sat down on a nearby chair. Just say what you need to say. Zhang Ge, I want to ask you to spare Hu Gu. Zhang Chen was stunned when he heard Xiao Dao's words, then looked at the bandage on Xiao Dao's head and slowly spoke. The injury on your head was done by Fan Hu, right? I don't understand, with things like this, you still come to me to plead for him? Zhang Ge, when I was at my wit's end, it was Hu Gu who took me in, gave me food. I will never forget this kindness in my life. Although we have now fallen out, I still want to fight for Hu Ji's chance at life. Zhang Chen did not expect that Xiao Dao, who was ruthless and used a dagger to make his way in the world, was such a person of deep loyalty. Is this the reason you have been following me today? Xiao Dao hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Hu Gu may have sought the underground emperor Long Gu of Sanqing City, preparing to target you. Long Gu is the absolute underground king of Sanqing City, with a huge influence and many strong subordinates. I hope this information can help you spare Hu Ji's life in the future. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and after a while, he got up and left, his voice reaching Xiao Dao's ears at the same time. If he can appear in front of that girl's parents, kneel down, admit his guilt, and repent in front of the girl's grave, I can consider sparing him. Although Zhang Chen's conditions were not harsh, Xiao Dao's face was ashen because he knew Fan Hu too well, and Fan Hu would never do such a thing. The reason Zhang Chen finally said those words to Xiao Dao was because Zhang Chen had already sentenced Fan Hu to death since he learned about the girl's ordeal. Walking on the street, Zhang Chen could feel that he was an ordinary person, a person who could blend into the life of this city. Suddenly, a distant alarm sounded, and a large amount of thick smoke drifted into the air. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's first reaction was that there was a fire, so he quickened his pace towards the smoky street. When Zhang Chen appeared at the burning street, he couldn't help but gasp, because the 15th, 16th, and 17th floors of a high-rise residential building had been completely engulfed by the fire. The fire trucks had no good way to deal with such heights, so they could only start extinguishing the fire from the inside of the building and rescue those trapped inside. The scene was cordoned off, surrounded by onlookers. Zhang Chen looked at the burning floors and clearly saw a woman with a child waving for help at the window of the 15th floor. It may be the intense heat of the fire that made it unbearable for the woman. She directly opened the window, and in an instant, the window was engulfed by the fire due to the airflow. At the same time, the woman must have been unable to bear the burning flames, so she directly jumped out of the window while holding her child. This scene made countless people around exclaim in shock, and many of them covered their eyes in fear. Zhang Chen, watching this scene, couldn't care about anything else. He discreetly took out the headgear he made from his pocket and put it on. After all, there were 2 living lives. In an instant, Zhang Chen rushed out of the crowd and quickly headed downstairs. In this situation, Zhang Chen did not choose to fly directly because it would be too sensational. When he reached the bottom of the building, seeing the mother and child still 7 to 8 meters above the ground, Zhang Chen stepped on the ground, leaped high into the air, and embraced the mother and child in his arms. Bang! The powerful impact caused Zhang Chen to leave 2 large craters in the cement ground as he landed. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen placed the mother and child nearby and climbed up to the fire floor barehanded. From the moment Zhang Chen appeared, the surroundings fell into a quiet state, and everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Oh my, am I seeing things? Did I just see Superman? Is this for real? Can a person jump that high? And catch a falling adult at extreme speed for a safe landing? I know, this masked person must be a martial arts master living in Sanqing City. You're out of your mind, have you watched too many martial arts dramas? This person clearly injected some serum, just like Captain America. You're talking nonsense, the more you say, the more absurd it gets. I think this person was probably raised by wild animals since childhood, with physical strength beyond ordinary people. Look at the speed at which he climbs the building. His master must be a long-armed ape without a doubt. Speculations were heard all around, but at that moment, Zhang Chen had already climbed to the burning floor, avoiding the scorching flames, and continuously observing and sensing the situation inside. The 15th and 16th floors already had firefighters conducting rescue operations, so Zhang Chen headed straight to the 17th floor. Sure enough, a woman on the 17th floor was trapped in the bedroom, on the verge of unconsciousness due to the intense heat and choking smoke. Without saying a word, Zhang Chen broke into the window and carried the woman in his arms, quickly leaving through the window. Holding the person in his arms, Zhang Chen used one arm to continuously grab the edges of each floor's windows and descended rapidly. In just a dozen breaths, Zhang Chen successfully reached the ground. By this time, there were already police cars, journalists, and others present, but there was no one left on the burning floor. To avoid trouble, Zhang Chen quickly disappeared from the scene using the surrounding buildings. In the villa, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong were snacking and watching a romantic TV drama. Oh, it's over again. Hurry up and select the next episode. Just as Zhou Tong was speaking anxiously, the TV screen switched to the live report of the fire in Sanqing City. It showed Zhang Chen wearing a black headgear, jumping 7 to 8 meters high to rescue the mother and child. Seeing this scene, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong suddenly became interested and started watching the entire report footage taken with a mobile phone. At that moment, Tong Yanan suddenly said to Zhou Tong, "Xiao Tong Tong, don't you think the person wearing the headgear looks familiar in that outfit?" After Tong Yanan's reminder, Zhou Tong also felt extremely familiar. The two thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at each other and exclaimed together, "Brother Tianqi." In that instant, the two women excitedly gathered in front of the TV, not missing any details. By the end of the report, they were both completely certain that the masked person wearing the headgear was Zhang Chen. This report and the video of saving people uploaded online instantly went viral, surpassing 1 billion views and clicks in just 1 hour. Zhang Chen naturally had no idea about this, as he was currently in the bank. "Transfer 50,000 yuan to this account for me." The transfer was quickly completed, and Zhang Chen walked out of the bank and made a phone call. "Hey, Big Bull, I just transferred 50,000 yuan to your card. Buy some new clothes for Xiaoling, and it's time to pay Xiaoling's tuition too, right?" A rough voice came through the phone. "Shiga, you're not easy in the city. You don't need to send me money. I can make money by running this barbecue shop now. By the way, Xiaoling called a few days ago and said she went to the wholesale market to find you, but couldn't find you, and couldn't reach you on the phone?" Zhang Chen smiled knowingly. "Oh, I'm not working there anymore. I'll contact Xiaoling in a few days to come see you. Ha, since the orphanage was demolished, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I don't know if you've lost weight or gained weight, Shiga?" At that moment, the happiness that Zhang Chen revealed was genuine. Big Bull and Xiaoling grew up in the same orphanage as Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was the oldest, so Big Bull and Xiaoling always followed him around like little followers. Eventually, when the orphanage was demolished, Big Bull and Xiaoling were taken in by a couple in the county town, while Zhang Chen, being older, had to rely on odd jobs to support himself. It had been several years since then. Putting his phone in his pocket, Zhang Chen hailed a taxi to go back to his villa. "Master, go to Longhu Mountain Villa area." The taxi driver looked at Zhang Chen in surprise and asked, "Where did you say you're going?" "Longhu Mountain Villa area." So the taxi headed towards Longhu Mountain under the puzzled and disdainful gaze of the driver. "Young man, let me advise you, the people living there are indeed wealthy, but it's not easy to target them. There are cameras everywhere, and the security is tight. You better give up." Zhang Chen was instantly confused. He realized that the taxi driver mistook him for a thief planning to steal from the Longhu Mountain Villa area based on his appearance. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Master, just drive well." The driver shook his head with a look of regret. Soon, the taxi passed through the gate and stopped at the entrance of Zhang Chen's villa. After paying the fare, Zhang Chen got out of the taxi and opened the villa's gate directly. This scene made the taxi driver feel extremely embarrassed, and he quickly drove away from the villa area. Meanwhile, in the villa, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong were taking a shower in the first-floor bathroom. "Yanan, it's all your fault. I said we should wait for Chiga to come back and cook, but you insisted on trying it yourself. Now, the dish failed, and you're covered in oil. Stop talking. It's not like you didn't claim you could make tomato and egg stir-fry. But in the end, you don't even know whether to put the tomatoes first or the eggs. You dare blame me. Watch me tickle you." "Oh, no, don't. I'm sorry, stop tickling me. It's so itchy." "Oh, Yanan, it seems like you've grown a bit taller again." "Really? It does seem like you've grown a bit taller. Sai, even if I've grown a bit taller, I can't compare to you. Look at you, I can't even wrap my hand around it. I don't know what you've been eating. Alright, stop talking. Hurry up and wash. Shiga will be back soon. There seems to be only one towel here. What should we do? Oh, there's no one else at home. Just go out like that. The two women walked out of the bathroom, playfully making their way to the sofa. Just then, the villa's door suddenly opened, and Zhang Chen walked in. The sight of Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong was breathtaking. In that moment, Zhang Chen had a normal reaction as a man. Both nostrils were bleeding at the same time, and the person's eyes widened. Ah! The two women screamed at the same time. The piercing sound instantly woke up Zhang Chen. Ah! That! White! Not! Powder! No, why aren't you wearing clothes? Pervert, get out, stop staring. The two women panicked and hid behind the sofa, hastily picking up the clothes on the sofa and putting them on. After some time passed, Zhang Chen sat on the sofa with two white tissues stuffed in his nostrils, next to a shy Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong. What did you two do? And what's that mess in the kitchen? Well, Tianqi, we wanted to cook for you, but accidentally burned the food and got ourselves dirty, so. Zhang Chen shook his head. I knew you two were lying to me before, saying you could cook. Now it seems you can't even cook instant noodles. Alright, it's been a day, you two only had some snacks, I'll go cook for you. As Zhang Chen spoke, he threw the pillow on the sofa aside, revealing a pink item underneath. Ahem. Whose is this? Put it on quickly, you might catch a cold later. After speaking, Zhang Chen walked straight to the kitchen, while Tong Yanan smiled at Zhou Tong and said, Little Tong Tong, turns out you're going commando. Zhou Tong blushed and grabbed the item, saying, I couldn't find it just now. Zhang Chen stood in the kitchen, looked down, and said, Brother, you've been wronged. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen finished cooking, with a stir-fried vegetable dish, a spicy pork dish, a plate of shrimp, and a spicy tofu dish. Although there were only 4 dishes, they were quite substantial, served in soup bowls instead of plates. Zhang Chen still ate from a bowl, saying it was too troublesome to use plates. The two women were surprised at how delicious Zhang Chen's cooking was, praising him, but Zhang Chen didn't buy it. While eating, he said, after you finish eating, go home quickly. We're not going back. We're staying at your place today and for the next few days. No, a man and 2 women alone, sparks may fly, damaging my reputation. The 2 women almost spat out their food, looking at Zhang Chen with a mocking expression. Humph, we don't care, what are you, a big man, afraid of? Haven't you heard that men should protect themselves outside? Although Zhang Chen acted strong, he was eventually defeated by the 2 women's indifference, and he just picked a room and locked the door. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, Zhang Chen got up, took out the chameleon, and started replicating genetic abilities. However, to Zhang Chen's dismay, after 30 attempts, all failed, resulting in 30 failed genetic points, totaling 125 points. Meanwhile, at the police station, Li Yanran stayed up all night, constantly watching several videos. Among them was a video of Zhang Chen rescuing people from a fire, and the surveillance around the incident site was also pulled up. Why is this happening? Normally, we don't see powerful martial artists once a year, but recently there have been mysterious incidents in Sanqing City, and it seems the strength is very strong. Li Yanran muttered to herself as she watched the slow-motion video. Suddenly a face made her hurriedly pause. The screen zoomed in, showing Zhang Chen's face on the computer screen. It's him, indeed a loser, with a habit of enjoying drama. Li Yanran didn't have a good impression of Zhang Chen, so when she saw him, her first reaction was that he was just there to watch the show. But not long after, Li Yanran saw Zhang Chen's figure again in the picture, but strangely, after this time period, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared. Just a few seconds later, the masked hero wearing a headgear appeared to rescue someone. This scene made Li Yanran instantly feel something was wrong, so she began to carefully compare several video clips and finally came to a conclusion. That is, there was no scene of Zhang Chen leaving in the picture, as if the whole person disappeared into thin air, and the masked hero happened to appear at this moment. In addition, Li Yanran remembered that Zhang Chen had once injured more than 10 people alone, which instantly piqued her interest. Could it be that this Zhang Chen is a hidden master? It's impossible, he's only in his 20s, how strong can he be? But his clothes are exactly the same as that loser's clothes? Although unwilling to admit it, Li Yanran immediately got up, checked Zhang Chen's file from last time, left the police station, and drove straight to the Longhu Mountain Villa area. Arriving at the Tong family's villa, Li Yanran learned of Zhang Chen's residence, muttering to herself as she walked, isn't he a loader? Could that kid be Tong Wenming's illegitimate child, actually given a villa? That's too generous. Just as Zhang Chen, who was preparing breakfast, suddenly heard the doorbell ring, he walked out of the villa in confusion and saw Li Yanran outside the iron gate. Isn't this Li Yanran, the policewoman? What is she here for? Did that bastard I beat up call the police again? Opening the door, Zhang Chen smiled at Li Yanran and said, "Isn't this our officer Li? What's the matter with you coming to me so early in the morning?" Li Yanran, with a cold face, directly said, "The black headgear masked person who rescued people at the fire scene yesterday was you, Zhang Chen." This sudden scene also startled Zhang Chen. "Damn, am I found out? It can't be. What should I do? Should I just admit it?" But at this moment, Zhang Chen saw the expectant look in Li Yanran's eyes and instantly understood something. "Hey, Officer Li, did you come to me early in the morning just to tell me a story? I was also at the fire scene yesterday, witnessed the whole process with my own eyes, just had some things to do later and left. I don't have that much ability." With that, Li Yanran looked at Zhang Chen in confusion and asked, "It really wasn't you, are you trying to deceive me?" Zhang Chen secretly thought, sure enough, almost got tricked by this girl, luckily I kept my cool. Come on, if I were that amazing, why wouldn't I admit it? For something like this, at the very least, I should be awarded a bravery award or a good citizen award, with a bonus of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Li Yanran nodded and said, "That's right, I'm looking for this person for this purpose, not only the award from the city, but also a prize of 500,000, but unfortunately this person can't be found now." Upon hearing Li Yanran's words, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched for a moment, then suppressed his emotions and said, "I see, so you're suggesting that I impersonate this person to receive the award, and then split the prize money. How about it, would you consider it?" Indeed, as Zhang Chen's words fell, Li Yanran looked at him with a contemptuous gaze and said, "A loser is a loser, greedy and shameless. You are an insult to the three words, good citizen, you are a disgrace to this society." "Watch your mouth, you're just like a woman giving birth." Li Yanran heard Zhang Chen's words, coldly said, "What do you mean, a woman giving birth? It means spewing nonsense." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Yanran blushed, then kicked towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen gently dodged and said, "Girls shouldn't engage in vigorous exercise, it's not worth it if you get hurt, don't you think?" Li Yanran gritted her teeth and shouted at Zhang Chen, "You bastard, Zhang Chen, you are shameless. Don't let me catch you, or else you'll regret it." With that, Li Yanran turned around and walked towards the car, disappearing in a flash on the winding road through the jungle. Damn, these girls still want to deceive me, but the loss of this reward is a bit of a pity. Speaking, Zhang Chen took out a small turtle from his pocket and muttered, "That girl just called you a bastard. Next time you see her, remember to bite her protruding parts." At the top floor of the most luxurious hotel in the center of Sanqing City, Fan Hu followed two burly men to the door of a room. There were 6 young men at the door, and the sharp gaze on Fan Hu made this old river and lake feel extremely nervous. "Go in, Brother Long is inside." Fan Hu nodded to the person next to him, gently pushed open the door, and walked in. The room was magnificent, with a row of sofas, expensive bottles of wine on the coffee table, and scattered cigars. A man with a refined appearance but exuding great pressure was sitting on the sofa, sending something on his phone. 2 beautiful women stood quietly beside him. After a while, the man put down his phone, looked up at Fan Hu, and said lightly, "You are Fan Hu?" Fan Hu hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Hello, Brother Long, you can call me Xiao Hu." Long waved his hand, and the 2 women beside him politely bowed and left the room. "Speak, what do you want from me?" "Brother Long, I've encountered a tough opponent. I came to ask Brother Long to help me deal with him. From now on, with just one word from Brother Long, I, Fan Hu, will be the first to charge into battle." With that, Fan Hu took out a card and respectfully placed it on the coffee table, saying, "Brother Long, here is 5 million, a small gift from me to you." Long's face remained unchanged as he continued, "I don't like people who are willing to fight for me. 5 million, you came all this way just to find me. It seems this tough opponent you mentioned is not simple? Come on, tell me who it is." Fan Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly said, "This person is called Zhang Chen. He was originally just a dock worker at my wholesale market, but for some reason, he got involved with the Tong family, and this person's skills are extraordinary." Hearing this, Long picked up a cigar from the table, lit it after some preparation. "The Tong family? Wasn't it a while ago that Wu Lei tried to assassinate Tong Yanin from the Tong family and failed, reportedly because there was a young man by his side? Could that person be the Zhang Chen you mentioned?" Fan Hu nodded quickly, "Yes, Brother Long, it's him. Brother Long is truly well informed." The room fell silent, and Fan Hu felt extremely uneasy, his whole back soaked with sweat. It's worth noting that the person in front of him is the recognized underground emperor of Sanqing City, with such power that there are no more than 3 people in Sanqing City who can contend with him. After some time, Long spoke calmly, 5 million, offending the powerful Tong family. "Do you know that the Tong family has now absorbed the Wu family and is one of the top powers in Sanqing City?" Fan Hu was shocked and hurriedly said, "Even if the Tong family is powerful, as long as they provoke Brother Long, they will know what it means to be unable to move an inch." Who in Sanqing City dares not to give face to Brother Long? Long waved his hand. Alright, I'm also curious about this Zhang Chen. You can go back now. Fan, who breathed a sigh of relief, bowed and said, okay, Brother Long. Inside the villa, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong insisted on playing cards with Zhang Chen, who had no choice but to use his killer move. Playing cards is fine, but whoever loses has to take off a piece of clothing, otherwise we won't play. However, little did Zhang Chen know, he was being tricked. Despite winning several rounds in a row, Zhang Chen noticed that Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong had put on quite a few clothes. The situation seemed to be getting out of hand, leaving Zhang Chen extremely frustrated. In desperation, Zhang Chen came up with a cunning plan, directly adjusting the air conditioner to heating mode. Sure enough, after playing for a while, the two of them couldn't stand the heat and voluntarily started taking off their clothes. This boosted Zhang Chen's spirits, but unfortunately, the two women saw through his scheme and fled back to their room. Bang bang bang, open the door, can't handle the game? We don't want to play anymore, we want to sleep. Zhang Chen looked at the two kings and 4 twos in his hand, feeling helpless. Oh my goodness, you two girls, wait until I successfully replicate the invisibility ability, then you'll have a taste of your own medicine. As night fell, Zhang Chen transformed himself, wearing a mask and preparing for his next move. Outside the dark night bar in Sanqing City, more and more people gathered, and the night owls began to emerge. However, no one noticed that hundreds of meters above the dark night bar, a figure was spinning continuously in the air, holding a massive boulder weighing almost half a ton. This person was Zhang Chen, and his purpose in doing this was to create evidence of his absence. Soon, Fan, whose car approached the entrance of the dark night bar. Since meeting Dragon Brother, Fan, who had become much more relaxed, thinking that with Dragon Brother's help, Zhang Chen was as good as dead. However, he never expected that at that moment, a massive boulder weighing half a ton was about to fall on his car. Bang! Just as Fan, whose car pulled up to the entrance of the dark night bar, the huge stone fell from the sky, landing directly on the rear seats of the vehicle. Fan, who and the middle-aged man who had been following him had no chance to react and were instantly crushed. This shocking scene left everyone around dumbfounded, and more than 10 men rushed out of the bar. Upon inspection, they found that Fan, who and the second person of the dark night bar in the car had already lost their vital signs. Only the driver was frightened and slightly injured, but not seriously. Some people called the police, while others kept looking up at the sky, but nothing could be seen in the dark sky. How could such a large stone fall from the sky? There are no tall buildings or mountains around here. Where did this stone come from? Could it be that the heavenly court accidentally dropped it during renovation? For ordinary people, this mysterious scene was beyond comprehension. The police quickly cordoned off the area, and a professional team began to investigate every detail of the scene. Even Director Wang personally arrived at the scene, and upon seeing it, he fell silent. Li Yanran approached Director Wang and whispered, "There are no clues, that giant stone seems to have appeared out of thin air." Director Wang looked at Li Yanran and asked, if it was done by a martial artist, could this kind of reasoning hold up? Li Yanran hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. If it was a martial artist, even achieving the realm of perfect transformation might not be enough to lift such a large stone into the sky. Only a stronger innate master might have a slight chance, but an innate master can pluck leaves and flowers from 100 meters away, killing with ease, without the need for such a cumbersome method. So personally, I think the possibility of a martial artist is slim. Director Wang rubbed his temples and said, there have been too many abnormal occurrences in Sanqing City recently. If things don't improve, I'll have to report to the Dragon Guard and have them send someone down. Otherwise, if a big mess happens, I won't be able to keep my hat. Fang Hu's death did not cause much of a stir, but his mysterious death method became a topic of conversation for many people in Sanqing City. Even prominent figures in Sanqing City began to pay attention to this matter, as a surreptitious death like this was quite intimidating for these big shots. In a small restaurant in Sanqing City, Xiao Dao was eating when he suddenly became attracted to the content on the TV. After watching the report, he sat there stunned. Dead, he's really dead, a giant rock fell from the sky. I knew we shouldn't have provoked him. Ah, Brother Hu, rest in peace. Zhang Chen's move was indeed surreptitious. In the dark of night, and with Zhang Chen's high-flying skills, no one knew it was him. Even if they checked the surveillance footage, they could only see Zhang Chen entering the villa and never leaving again. On the top floor of the best hotel in Sanqing City, the underground emperor Wenlong was listening to a report from one of his subordinates. Are you saying a giant rock weighing 1.5 tons fell from the sky and crushed Fang Hu in the car? Yes, Boss Long, we received the information, and the police haven't found any valuable clues. After pondering for a moment, Wenlong muttered, it seems someone in Sanqing City is hiding quite well. Inform Huafo, go to the Longhu Mountain Villa area and bring back a person named Zhang Chen for me. Tianqi, I'll tell you a secret. Seeing Jotan's mysterious look, Zhang Chen smirked. What secret could you possibly have? It's not about your measurements, is it? Blushing, Jotong said shyly, no, it's about you. Surprised, Zhang Chen looked at her with interest. Oh, come on, tell me. Tianqi, in fact, Yanan and I know that the masked man who rescued people at the fire scene that day was you. Jotong's words left Zhang Chen stunned, staring at her intently. Are you both so sure it was me? Don't just assume things and take them as truth. Tianqi, others may not see it, but Yana and I saw it clearly. Although you wore your clothes inside out, you changed them as soon as you got home. Zhang Chen didn't expect the two girls to be so observant, but he couldn't admit it either. Shaking his head, he said, although your analysis is spot on, this time you're really wrong. I'm not some hero who saves people. Watching Zhang Chen leave, Tong Yanan ran downstairs and whispered, Xiaotontong, could it be that we really guessed wrong this time? Thinking of Zhang Chen's serious expression just now, Jotong shook her head. I don't know, maybe we really guessed wrong. In the Longhu Mountain Villa area, a man in sportswear with a bald head and green bean eyes came to Zhang Chen's villa. Looking at his phone, the bald man muttered, this is the place. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhang Chen was puzzled as people kept coming to his villa ever since he moved in. Stepping out of the villa, Zhang Chen saw the bald man. Who are you? You're Zhang Chen, right? I'm Hua Fo. Boss Long sent me to find you. Let's go, come with me to meet Boss Long. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Zhang Chen instantly knew his identity. Xiaodao had once said that Fong Hu was looking for the underground Emperor Long brother in Sanqing City to deal with him, and it seemed that they had come knocking on his door. I don't know any Long brother or Phoenix sister. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Huefo outside the gate showed a look of anger. Kid, if you won't take the wine, you'll have to take the punishment. I'll have to personally take you back. As he spoke, Huefo leaped high into the air, easily clearing the 3-meter-high gate and charging towards Zhang Chen at lightning speed. At this moment, the combat power displayed by Huefo made Zhang Chen also surprised. Huefo not only had fast speed, but also his hands were like picking flowers, creating a series of afterimages, striking towards Zhang Chen's face. The powerful agility allowed Zhang Chen to dodge instantly, while also using the mantis arm technique. Bang! The mantis arm and Huefo's hands collided, making a muffled sound. Zhang Chen stood still, while Huefo took 3 steps back, leaving a footprint on the ground to stabilize himself. No internal energy? But the strength and reaction speed are so terrifying. How strange. Who is your master? Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, I am the 39th generation inheritor of Praying Mantis Fist, and now the head of the Praying Mantis sect. 39th generation inheritor of Praying Mantis Fist? Head of the Praying Mantis sect? Nonsense. There is no Praying Mantis sect in China. Today, I will skin you alive. As Huefo's words fell, his clothes fluttered, and even his shiny bald head seemed to have a steel-like texture. Shadow leg technique. Huefo leaped high, his legs moving at a high frequency towards Zhang Chen. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen was also very interested. After all, the boy did not have a hero dream yet. Using his flying ability, Zhang Chen instantly reached a 0.5 meters above the ground, startling Huefo. Without giving Huefo any time to react, Zhang Chen directly kicked down from the air towards Huefo. Iron head technique. Unable to dodge in the air, Huefo's head collided with Zhang Chen's descending foot. Bang! Huefo fell to the ground, leaving 2 large craters. Zhang Chen was also surprised because a powerful force surged from Huefo's bald head into his foot. If Zhang Chen did not have strong defense, his foot would have been injured. After landing, Zhang Chen curiously looked at Huefo and said, Shadow leg technique. Iron head technique. Are you a disciple of the Shaolin Temple? Huefo chuckled and said, Ha, I used to be a disciple of Shaolin, but I am not a calm person and couldn't abide by the rules, so I returned to secular life. Zhang Chen did not expect that his casual mention of Shaolin martial arts from wuxia novels would turn out to be true. Wow, besides Dragon Brother and that old man, I have never encountered a strong opponent like you in this 3-star city. It's really exciting. As Huefo finished speaking, he displayed a set of boxing techniques and charged towards Zhang Chen like thunder. Facing Huefo's powerful punches, Zhang Chen used the mantis arm technique with great strength. Bang! This time, Huefo seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was sent flying backwards. After retreating several steps, Huefo stabilized himself, shaking his hands unnaturally, and looked at Zhang Chen in shock, saying, Such mysterious arm strength, such great power, no internal energy. Have you practiced some kind of body strengthening technique? Zhang Chen smiled and said, Hua Monk, are you convinced now? Who are you calling Hua Monk? I am Huefo. What's the difference between Huefo and Hua Monk? You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Huefo, full of anger, rushed towards Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen, who was familiar with the fight, used his strong agility and reflexes to dodge and strike back. Before long, Waffle was left bruised and swollen at the entrance of the villa. Your strange body technique, I, Waffle, am no match for you. We'll meet again. As soon as the words fell, Waffle jumped out of the fence and quickly disappeared into the nearby woods. Zhang Chen clapped his hands and muttered with a smile, "What an interesting fellow. It seems that Fan who died a bit too late, he has already met the dragon brother. You better behave yourself." Zhang Chen returned to the villa and found that Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong had not yet woken up. It's just like the old saying goes, being carried away and not even knowing it. In the kitchen, Zhang Chen quickly prepared breakfast, and at this moment, the two girls came down as if they were drawn by the smell. "Tianqi, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good." Zhang Chen turned around, and his whole body shook, almost causing a nosebleed. "Can you two pay a little attention? What's there to pay attention to? We just haven't washed our faces, so what? Damn, you two silly girls, you're exposed. I even saw your red dates." As Zhang Chen's words fell, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong immediately looked down, blushing, and then turned and ran upstairs. "Damn, I am an honest person, why do I have to see such a scene?" At the dining table, Zhang Chen continued to eat as usual, while Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong looked shy. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "Alright, I'll treat you two as sisters, forget about it once it's over, hurry up and eat." But as soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Tong Yanan stared at him with wide eyes and said, "Who said you could be my brother? I don't want you to be my brother, I'm not eating, I'm full." Zhang Chen looked puzzled at the two going upstairs, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, muttering, "Could it be that this little girl has a crush on me? This won't do, I haven't even been to college, suddenly being pursued by a college student is a bit awkward." With that in mind, Zhang Chen immediately called Tong Wenming. "Hey, Tianqi, why do you have time to call this old man? Tong Lao, do you still want this granddaughter of yours? She and a classmate are staying with me and won't leave. I don't mind them living together as a man and a woman, but I'm afraid it will affect your granddaughter's reputation." After talking for a while, Zhang Chen muttered to himself after hanging up the phone, "I need to cut off this little girl's thoughts." Sure enough, not long after, Tong Yanan rushed downstairs and said to Zhang Chen, "Zhang Chen, did you call my grandpa?" "Yes, I did, what's wrong? If you don't want me to stay here, just say it directly, why go behind my back to tell on me?" Zhang Chen awkwardly touched his nose and said, "I have thin skin, I'm sorry I can't say it directly. Now that you know, just go home quickly, don't linger here." Tong Yanan stared at Zhang Chen for a long time, then turned and went upstairs in anger. Not long after, the two of them left the villa without even saying goodbye, leaving Zhang Chen looking at their angry backs, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "These two little girls, I'm doing this for your own good, sigh." After going upstairs, Zhang Chen went straight to his room, took out the chameleon, and began replicating the genetic ability. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability chameleon replication successful, genetic ability has been injected into the host. Ding, host successfully replicated genetic ability, rewarded with 10 genetic points, failed 16 times, obtained 16 genetic points, total points 151. After 17 attempts, Zhang Chen finally successfully replicated the chameleon's ability. However, Zhang Chen did not waste the remaining replication opportunities, after all, it was also 13 genetic points. Zhang Chen was extremely excited, beginning to carefully feel the changes in his body. Slowly, Zhang Chen mastered the ability to change his own body color based on the colors of surrounding objects. But just as Zhang Chen hadn't been happy for a minute, he became completely discouraged. It turned out that after the exciting attempt to change his genetic ability, Zhang Chen discovered a fatal problem. That is, Zhang Chen could only change the color of his own body, but not his clothes. Damn it, how long has it been? I've been racking my brains to work hard for this invisibility ability, and in the end, you give me this? I can't just go out naked. Besides, with my mighty bird, it would be a sin if someone envied and hated it. Xiaoji, come out, Xiaoji. Ding, host, what's the problem? How can I have the ability to be invisible? Ding, the host needs to upgrade the chameleon gene ability to level 2 to achieve basic invisibility. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Zhang Chen felt excited, then thought of something and continued to ask, "What does basic invisibility mean?" Ding, basic invisibility means the length of time the host can stay invisible. The second level basic gene ability can make the host invisible for 3 minutes. Phew, 3 minutes. With increasing strength and speed, 3 minutes can accomplish a lot. It just seems not enough to do something bad in 3 minutes. In the room where Wenlong in Sanqing City was located, Huafo stood in front of Wenlong with bruises all over his face. "Brother Long, I failed, that kid is too strong, I can't beat him." Wenlong took a sip of the wine on the table, glanced lightly at Huafo, and said, "You got beaten?" Huafo awkwardly touched his head and said, "I'm just not as fast as him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat me." A smile appeared on Wenlong's face as he said, "You, after all these years, still refuse to submit to anyone, stubborn. By the way, tell me about Zhang Chen's martial arts skills." Huafo scratched his head and said, "I found out when I fought him that there was no internal energy in his body. All his attacks were based on his strong physical strength and exceptionally agile speed, and his arms were unusually powerful." Wenlong paused for a moment and said, "What did you say? No internal energy in his body?" "Yes, I didn't find any trace of internal energy in him when we fought." Wenlong frowned and said, "What kind of martial arts does the opponent practice? Did you see it clearly?" "I didn't see clearly, because that kid didn't have any specific style. He just said later that he was the head of the praying mantis sect, blood praying mantis." After a moment of contemplation, Wenlong said, "You go back and rest, I'll take care of the rest myself." After Huafo left, Wenlong muttered to himself, "Praying mantis sect? There is no such sect in China. Obviously, the other party is deceiving Huafo. Without internal energy, he can beat Huafo, who is in the mid-stage of dark energy. It's really hard to imagine. Could it be that Zhang Chen has cultivated some powerful body forging technique?" At the entrance of the Central University of Sanqing City, a new car parked at the school gate. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. The driver was Zhang Chen. This car was just recently acquired by Zhang Chen, as it was inconvenient to return to the villa area without a car. "Hey, Xiaoling, are you ready? I'm already at the entrance of your school." "Tianqi, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. Find a cooler place to wait for a while." Not long after, an 18 or 19-year-old girl came out of the school gate, with her hair tied in a ponytail and dragging a small suitcase. The girl looked around, seemingly searching for something, and at that moment, Zhang Chen's voice came, "Xiaoling, over here." Upon seeing Zhang Chen in the car, the girl ran up to him excitedly and said, "Tianqi go, long time no see. Is this car borrowed from you?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I just bought this car. How do you like it?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiaoling's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Wow, really? Tianqi good, you're amazing. This car is so beautiful. Get in the car quickly, we're about to leave, or your big bull brother will be waiting anxiously again." Leaving the downtown area of Sanqing City, in a remote small county, in a small shop called Liangliang Barbecue, a burly man over 6 feet tall was busy at work. "Boss, give me 100 skewers of lamb eggs, another 100 skewers of beef eggs, and 10 cases of beer." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the burly man furrowed his brow and turned around, saying, "So many? Can you handle it after eating? Are you going to the bathhouse or?" Before the boss could finish speaking, he saw a man and a woman smiling at him, and he was stunned, then happily said, "Tianqi Ge, Xiaoling, how did you two arrive so quickly? Wasn't the departure scheduled for another hour?" Xiaoling smiled mischievously and said, "Big bull brother, you're learning bad habits from Tianqi Gu. By the way, Tianqi Gu bought a car, so we drove back, that's why we're here so soon." Big Bull's eyes lit up and he said, "Tianqi Gu, it seems you're doing well in the city." Zhang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about that. Hurry up and get me some barbecue, I want to taste how it is here." In fact, Zhang Chen thought to himself, if it weren't for the appearance of the genetic replication system, I might have already been fish food. Xiaoling followed behind Big Bull very sensibly, helping him with his work, her figure incredibly lively. Zhang Chen watched the scene and smiled knowingly. Half an hour later, a lot of food was placed in front of Zhang Chen. "Tell the barbecue master that's it for today. I have something to do, take a day off." And just at that moment, 3 rough-looking men arrived at the barbecue shop and sat down at a table. "Boss, bring a case of beer, grill 50 skewers, and make it quick." "Sorry, gentlemen, the shop is not open to the public today." "What do you mean, we just arrived and you're not open? What about those people who were eating barbecue just now?" "Yeah, if you don't give us an explanation today, we'll smash your barbecue shop." The 3 men kicked over chairs and approached Big Bull, arrogantly speaking. Big Bull clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them, saying, "Brothers, calm down. It's a personal matter today. How about this, come back another day, my treat, what do you say?" Zhang Chen saw the scene and shook his head gently. There was a time when he and Big Bull fought several kids of the same age to protect Xiaoling from being bullied, ending up with bloody fights that scared off the others. Since then, wherever Zhang Chen and Big Bull were, no one dared to bully Xiaoling. But that man who used to fear nothing, now bent down for the sake of his livelihood. Of course, Zhang Chen also knew that this shop was left by the couple who adopted Big Bull, which was very important to him. Although Big Bull had been retreating, the three men across from him were relentless, demanding compensation of 1,000 yuan for not being able to eat barbecue, or they would smash the shop. Big Bull, who had been nodding and bowing, suddenly raised his head and looked at the three men, saying, "You're going too far. I'm giving you face because I don't want trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. When have I, Big Bull, ever been afraid of a fight? Ha ha, did you hear that? This big fool says he doesn't want trouble, let alone fear it. Today is just right, let's make him cause some trouble, and also make him scared." As the words fell, one of them picked up a beer bottle from the table and smashed it down on Big Bull's head. Xiaoling was startled and tried to pull Big Bull away, but Big Bull's physique was not something he could shake. Big Bull slightly raised his arm, blocking the beer bottle, and then punched the other person in the face. Puff! The man sprayed blood from his mouth and nose, and fell straight down. The two people next to him saw this scene, took several steps back in fear, and looked at Big Bull and the man who had already lost consciousness. They did not expect that the big fool in front of them would knock out their eldest brother, Guzi, with just one punch. And it seems that Guzi's nasal bone is definitely broken. Looking at his own arm and finding that it was not scratched by the beer bottle, he said to the remaining two people, "Take him and get out of here. If you dare to cause trouble here again, I will knock your teeth out all over the floor." The two men only now realized that Big Bull, the burly man in front of them, was not a pushover, but a formidable fighter. They lifted the unconscious man and ran away unsteadily. Clap, clap, clap. "Big Bull, this is my fearless brother, Big Bull." Zhang Chen clapped and said with a smile. Big Bull scratched his head and said, "Tianqi, don't make fun of me. Over the years, for the sake of life and to save enough tuition for Xiaoling, I have already changed my temper." The three of them looked at each other, laughed heartily, with joy and a hint of resignation smoothed by life in their laughter. "Big Bull, don't tell me your skewers really taste good. If you open a shop in Sanqing City, it will definitely be popular. How about it? Are you interested in opening a shop in the city?" Zhang Chen said to Big Bull while eating barbecue. When Big Bull heard Zhang Chen's words, he was excited, but soon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I just finished paying off the debts left by my foster parents, and I still have to save tuition for Xiaoling. I don't have the money to open a shop in the city. Big Bull, as long as you are willing to go to the city, I will find a place for you when I go back. I will notify you then, you can just take people there. After all, you can earn more in the city than here." Just as the three of them were chatting happily, several vans suddenly stopped at the roadside in the distance. About 20 people got off the cars one after another, some of them holding weapons, and aggressively heading towards Big Bull's barbecue shop. Seeing this, Big Bull was about to get up and rush over, but Zhang Chen held him down. "Big Bull, you are leaving here to open a shop in the city anyway, don't stop them. Tianqi, the shop will be smashed by them. Don't worry, you are going to the city to open a shop because you need money, right? The money givers have come." Big Bull finally understood Zhang Chen's meaning, but still worried and said, "Tianqi, there are many of them, and they have weapons. We are just two people. If there is a conflict, Xiaoling will be in danger. Why don't you take Xiaoling away first, and I will go up and knock down their leader first, so we have a chance of winning." Zhang Chen smiled slightly, patted Big Bull's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you and Xiaoling watch me perform later. Today, I will show you how to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the shop, more than 20 people smashed around, smashing the storefront and the tables outside to pieces. Zhang Chen came to the entrance of the shop, looked at the mess on the ground, and said lightly, "Not bad, this shop is basically ruined. Did everyone have fun smashing it?" As Zhang Chen's voice fell, a man who had been scared away by the big cow before pointed at the big cow not far away and said, "Brother, it was him who knocked out Brother Guzi." The man called Brother wore a gold chain around his neck, looked arrogantly at the big cow in the distance, and scanned Zhang Chen up and down, saying, "Damn, you two are quite something, injuring my brother. How do you want to settle this?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "This is easy to settle. You compensate us with 20,000, and that's it. You're quite sensible." I'll reluctantly agree to the 20,000. "Wait, what did you just say? You want me to pay you 20,000? Yes, you smashed my brother's shop like this, shouldn't you compensate for it? Besides, look at your big gold chain, it must be worth a lot. 20,000 is not much for you, unless your gold chain can float when you take a bath. Damn, you little brat is playing me. Break his legs so he can't stand and talk to me in the future." As the man's words fell, everyone around surged towards Zhang Chen, as if they were about to take him down. The big cow not far away saw this scene and said to Xiaoling, "Find a place to hide." With that, the big cow picked up 2 bottles of beer from the table and was about to rush over to help. But the big cow, who had just taken a few steps, was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Zhang Chen used both hands and feet, moving extremely fast. In just a few breaths, all the people rushing towards him were lying on the ground. This scene left the big cow and Xiaoling gaping in disbelief. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and walked up to the big brother who was swallowing saliva, saying, "What's your name?" "I'm Wu Zhenyuan, nicknamed Wulong." "Wulong? Your name is quite unique. How should we settle the fact that my brother's barbecue shop was smashed like this?" Wulong looked at the more than 20 brothers groaning on the ground and said, "I'm willing to compensate with 20,000. Smack! Upon hearing Wulong's words, Zhang Chen slapped him directly in the face. "How do you account for cursing me earlier? How do you account for my brother's barbecue shop losing business from now on? There were 2 little dogs over there being affectionate, and you scared them into locking together, unable to separate. Do we need to spend money on hospitalization?" Wulong covered his face, showing a hint of resentment and anger in his eyes, saying, "Brother, you are skilled, I am not your opponent, but don't be too aggressive. I, Wulong, am under the command of Dragon Brother in Sanqing City. You can hit me, but you have to give face to Dragon Brother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was first stunned, then smiled slightly and said, "Dragon Brother, you have quite a big influence. It can even reach such a remote place." Wulong thought that Zhang Chen was afraid when he heard Dragon Brother's name, so he looked smug and said, "In the entire Sanqing City, no one dares to disrespect Dragon Brother. Let me tell you." Smack! "Stop the nonsense. I don't care about your Dragon Brother or Bird Brother. 20,000, not a penny less, or you won't leave today." At that moment, applause could be heard from a distance. Clap clap clap. "Ha, I always thought Zhang Chen was a hidden talent in the city, had great expectations for you, but didn't expect that you were just a worldly person, greedy for money, that's all." Everyone looked at the newcomer in confusion, not knowing who he was, while Zhang Chen's muscles tensed up all over. Because the newcomer gave Zhang Chen an extremely dangerous feeling. Zhang Chen stared at the newcomer closely and called Big Cow and Xiaoling to stand behind him. "Who are you?" The newcomer looked exceptionally calm as he glanced at Zhang Chen and Big Cow, then spoke lightly, "Zhang Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Wenlong." After listening, Zhang Chen frowned and quickly thought about who this person was. Just then, the sidekick Wulong suddenly knelt down in fear and said to Wenlong, "Brother Long, save me. This person not only extorted money from me, but also injured more than 20 of my brothers." As Wulong's words fell, Zhang Chen's heart suddenly jumped and he looked towards Wenlong. "Are you the so-called underground emperor of Sanqing City, Brother Long?" Wenlong smiled slightly and said, "That's just others exaggerating. I, Wenlong, have always been a law-abiding citizen, and the money I earn is clean money." With Wenlong's admission, Daniel and Xiaoling both nervously whispered to Zhang Chen, "Brother Tianqi, what should we do now? I heard that this person is a big shot in the underground world of Sanqing City." Zhang Chen smiled at the two and gave a reassuring look, then turned to Wenlong and said, "Wenlong, you didn't come here today just for this Wulong, did you?" "I came today to see what kind of expert is hidden in Sanqing City." At this point, Zhang Chen was already sure of his safety and that the other party was targeting him, but whether it was for murder or something else, that remained unknown. Nodding slightly, Zhang Chen said, "Then wait on the side for now, and we'll talk after I finish dealing with things here." Zhang Chen's words startled Wulong, as Wenlong was someone no one dared to provoke easily in Sanqing City, yet this young man was speaking to Brother Long in such a manner. "Kid, watch your mouth when talking to Brother Long." Smack! Zhang Chen slapped Wulong directly in the face. "Damn, you talk too much, you're everywhere, damn it." With a cold look, Zhang Chen said to Wulong, 200,000, bring it here within 10 minutes, or I'll break your hands and feet." Wulong was shocked and quickly turned to Wenlong, hoping he would intervene on his behalf. But what he received was a cold response. "Although I, Wenlong, walk a special path, none of my men dare to commit any illegal acts. Do you really think the reason there are no drugs in Sanqing City these years is because of the authorities? Wulong, this is your own business. After this matter is settled, go find Duanjian and explain everything." Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Wulong collapsed on the ground, knowing that Wenlong had already sentenced him, but what punishment he would face was unknown. Wulong looked lifeless, but Zhang Chen was not lenient and slapped him again. Smack! "Damn it, you were so bold when you smashed my brother's barbecue shop earlier, now you're acting like a coward. Hurry up, or I'll break your legs first." Wulong shivered and, ignoring the blood on his lips, quickly took out his phone from his pocket and made a call to his men. A few minutes later, a car stopped by the roadside, and 2 men carrying a briefcase hurried over. "Boss, what's going on?" Impatiently, Wulong waved his hand, took the briefcase, and handed it directly to Zhang Chen, saying, "This is 200,000, take a look." Zhang Chen took the briefcase, glanced at it, then threw it to Daniel, waved to Wulong, and said, "Alright, go." Upon hearing this, Wulong should have been happy, but he was even more terrified than before because he knew that if he didn't go find Duanjin and explain his situation, he might face being hunted down with his life at stake. Seeing the matter resolved, Wenlong walked up slowly, looked at Zhang Chen with interest, and only spoke after a while, "Is this place okay?" Zhang Chen was initially surprised, then looked back at Dinyo and Xiaoling, and finally glanced around before saying, "Let's find a place where no one is around." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Wenlong walked step by step towards the distance. Zhang Chen turned back to Dinyo and said, "Wait for me here, I'll be right back." "Tianqi, I'll go with you. Even if the other side makes a move, the two of us can handle him." Zhang Chen patted Dinyo's shoulder and said with a smile, "No need to worry, wait for me here and protect Xiaoling at the same time." In a remote place, Wenlong looked at the approaching Zhang Chen and said, "There have been many incidents in Sanqing City recently, most of them related to you. Was it you who killed Fan Hu? But I still can't figure out how you made that huge rock fall from the sky." Zhang Chen paid no attention to Wenlong's words and simply asked, "Are we fighting or not?" Wenlong instantly became serious, his whole demeanor changed, a flash of determination in his eyes, and he rushed towards Zhang Chen at lightning speed. In an instant, the two clashed, with Zhang Chen using his agile reflexes to dodge and counter Wenlong's attacks. Wenlong, on the other hand, displayed powerful punches and kicks with great force. Thunder Fist. Eight-legged kick. Wenlong's strength was the most formidable Zhang Chen had encountered so far, even surpassing the previous opponent, Hua Fo. Faced with Wenlong's powerful attacks, Zhang Chen could only rely on his mantis arms to defend himself, managing to push Wenlong back several times. "Can't you use a different move for once?" Zhang Chen inwardly roared. "I don't want to keep using this move, but I have no other choice. Sorry, as long as it works, any move is a good move." "Fine, then don't blame me." As Wenlong spoke, he suddenly switched from punching to grabbing, and his fingertips could even feel a strong airflow emerging. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen knew he couldn't take it head-on, and his defense might not hold up. With a push of his foot, he flew backward and landed more than 10 meters away. Wenlong saw this and exclaimed, "Such fast footwork, yet not a hint of energy disturbance?" More than being shocked, Wenlong was puzzled because such a powerful person had no energy, which defied martial arts logic. Even if he practiced some kind of body forging technique, Zhang Chen's lightning-fast footwork couldn't be explained. After fighting for a while, although Zhang Chen couldn't defeat Wenlong in a short time, Wenlong couldn't do anything to Zhang Chen either because of Zhang Chen's quick reflexes. "Alright, let's stop. If we continue like this, I'll definitely lose." Wenlong stopped directly and waved to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and asked, "Why? You have that strange energy, and I can't do anything to you either." Wenlong shrugged and said, "Because if we keep going like this, I'll be exhausted to death." Zhang Chen awkwardly touched his nose, and at that moment, Wenlong took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and then threw the whole pack to Zhang Chen, saying, "Have one." The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of the two smoking. After a while, Wenlong suddenly asked, "Can you tell me how you killed Fan Hu?" Zhang Chen flicked the cigarette butt in his hand and said lightly, "Everyone has secrets, even some that can't be easily told to others." Wenlong paused for a moment, then nodded and smiled, "True, sometimes it's good to have a life-saving trick up your sleeve. With your strength, you should have reached the perfect stage of hidden energy, right?" Zhang Chen was very interested in the realm of martial arts cultivation, so he asked Wenlong about his level. Wenlong nodded and said, "That's right, I've been at the perfect stage of hidden energy for many years. I don't know when I can break through to the stage of transformed energy." After Wenlong finished speaking, he immediately thought of something and said to Zhang Chen, "Be careful recently, because there have been many major events in Sanqing City. According to the news, people from the Dragon Guard have already arrived in Sanqing City, and their purpose may be to investigate you." Hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen was surprised and said, "Investigate me? Why investigate me? And what is this Dragon Guard for?" Wenlong didn't expect Zhang Chen to not even know what the Dragon Guard was. "You don't even know about the Dragon Guard? Who entrusted you with all these skills?" Zhang Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "I really don't know about these things." Seeing that Zhang Chen was unwilling to talk, Wenlong didn't mind and smiled, shaking his head. The Dragon Guard was originally called the Exterminating Bandits Pavilion, a mysterious organization established before the founding of the country, composed entirely of martial artists, with the purpose of combating the ninjas of the Little Devils at that time. After the founding of the country, this mysterious organization did not disband, but changed its name to the Dragon Guard, with the purpose of combating external enemies, dealing with mysterious events, stabilizing Huaxia, protecting the hundreds of millions of people of Huaxia, hence the name Dragon Guard. Zhang Chen only then realized that there was such a mysterious organization in Huaxia. Seeing Zhang Chen's shocked expression, Wen Long took out a golden card and handed it to Zhang Chen, saying, "Alright, take care of yourself. I'm leaving. If you need help, call the number on the card or find me at the Kane Hotel." Watching Wen Long leave, Zhang Chen put the golden card in his pocket and returned to the barbecue restaurant. "Tianqi, are you okay?" "I'm fine. By the way, Daniel, I'll find a place for you in these days. You handle the procedures for this shop." "Okay, Tianqi. Here, take this money." Dania handed over a briefcase. "You keep this money for yourself. Look at how this shop has been smashed up. This is your compensation. But this is too much. Just keep it. There will be plenty of places to spend money when the new shop opens, not to mention Shaolin school expenses." At the same time, in the Sanqing City Public Security Bureau, Director Wang's office welcomed two mysterious individuals. One of them was of medium build, strong and muscular, with a glint in his eyes from time to time. The other person was shorter and leaner, giving off a light and agile feeling when walking. "Please have a seat. No need to be polite. Bring all the information over, not a single detail should be missed." Director Wang nodded hurriedly and began arranging for people to organize the information, because he understood the extent of the power of these two individuals. For anyone targeted by the Dragon Guard, even someone of a higher rank than him would not have a good outcome. The two spent the entire day continuously reviewing videos and all the information. Outside the office, Li Yanran whispered to Director Wang, "Director Wang, do you think these two can really see through all the details? Don't underestimate these two. The Dragon Guard has all kinds of top talents. What we can't discover, they might actually be able to deduce. Ah, if only I could join the Dragon Guard." Li Yanran spoke, with a look of longing in her eyes. "Keep working hard, I believe you can do it." Just then, the office door suddenly opened, and the two from the Dragon Guard walked out. "Investigate the address of this person for me," the two said, picking up their phones, and on the screen was Zhang Chen's photo. Director Wang and Li Yanran were stunned to see Zhang Chen's photo, frozen in place. "Are you two mistaken? I know this person. Although he is skilled, he is far from being that powerful." As Li Yanran finished speaking, one of the Dragon Guard members spoke up. "You don't need to worry about other matters. Just tell me the address or contact information of this person." Zhang Chen was strolling through the bustling streets of Samsung City at this time, unaware that someone had already arrived outside his villa. After recording information about many storefronts, Zhang Chen drove towards Longhu Mountain. Just as he opened the villa gate, Zhang Chen sensed something amiss. Frowning, he entered the villa and immediately saw two people sitting on the sofa. "Who are you?" The two individuals stood up upon seeing Zhang Chen and said, "Zhang Chen, male, 25 years old, orphan since childhood, used to work as a loader and unloader in the wholesale market in the North City district of Samsung City. Later, due to conflicts with his girlfriend Chen Hongli and that kid from the Lei family, he received a grudge. This villa was given to you by Tong Wenming because you worked as a bodyguard for Tong Yanin for a period of time, and during that time, you killed two assassins, one of whom was a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Bright Mirror realm. Along the way, you also seriously injured a martial artist with dark force proficiency. Although we don't know exactly what happened to you, we can confirm that fan whose death is related to you, and that figure that descended from the suburbs could also be you, right, Zhang Chen?" The words of the two individuals completely stunned Zhang Chen, to the point where he even felt that if the two of them were willing, they could trace his ancestry back 18 generations. "Who are you people? Coming into my house like this is no different from being a thief. If you don't explain clearly, I will call the police." One of them took out an identification card from his pocket and raised it. Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the contents. "You are from the Dragon Protection Pavilion?" "That's right, mister. Zhang should know that China strictly controls martial artists. Please explain the origin of your martial arts and the matter of killing Fan Hu." Upon hearing this, a gleam appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Your Dragon Protection Pavilion is too overbearing in its actions. The origin of my martial arts is my secret. Do you think I will tell you? Then please come with us, Mr. Zhan. China cannot allow powerful martial artists to act recklessly." As soon as the words fell, the two men approached Zhang Chen, and in that instant, Zhang Chen knew they were about to take action. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen turned and ran towards the outside of the villa. The skinny one from the Dragon Protection Pavilion made a move to intercept Zhang Chen with astonishing speed, but Zhang Chen dodged to the side, remarkably agile, and rushed out of the villa. This scene startled the two men, as the skinny one was skilled in a footwork technique, and speed was his strength, but he was outmatched by Zhang Chen. Such a mysterious body technique, such agile reflexes. With shock, the two men hurriedly rushed out of the villa in two different directions to surround Zhang Chen. Upon contact, Zhang Chen realized that both men from the Dragon Protection Pavilion were high-level experts in dark force, just like Wen Long. Although Zhang Chen had quick reflexes, facing the coordinated attacks of the two, he was a bit flustered. Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Yanran was closely watching the scene of the three fighting. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to be so powerful. This is probably the realm of dark force perfection. He's really hiding deep. Zhang Chen, you better come back with us obediently. In China, martial artists need to be supervised. You have to explain the origin of your martial arts. While combating the two men's attacks, Zhang Chen spoke. What a dragon protection pavilion, such arrogance. Why should I tell you about my experiences? It seems that the so-called Dragon Protection Pavilion, which protects China, is just a bunch of arrogant people. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the two men increased the pace of their attacks and occasionally released invisible energy waves, making it difficult for Zhang Chen to defend. Damn it, I won't play with you anymore. Next time we meet, I won't let you two leave without spitting some blood. As the voice fell, Zhang Chen soared into the sky in an instant, disappearing into the distant woods in the blink of an eye. The distance from where Zhang Chen took off to the woods was 50 to 60 meters away, which startled the two people from the Dragon Guard. Flying. He doesn't have any internal energy, how did he do it? This matter is not trivial, Zhang Chen has a big secret on him, we should report to the team leader quickly. Similarly, the scene of Zhang Chen flying shocked Li Yanran, her mouth wide enough to fit a huge ham sausage. What is that? Light skill. So you can really fly. Zhang Chen, you have so many secrets. After leaving the villa area, Zhang Chen arrived at a park. It seems that the Dragon Guard is not so friendly, now being targeted by them is really troublesome. Thinking it over, Zhang Chen felt that he couldn't compromise with the Dragon Guard, because if he went back with them, if the secrets on him were discovered, there might be people with greedy intentions or ulterior motives targeting him. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about things, a grasshopper jumped out from the nearby bushes, catching Zhang Chen's attention. What ability does a grasshopper have? It's the powerful and bouncy hind legs. Moving quickly, he directly caught the grasshopper in his hand. Xiaoji, replicate the genetic ability of the grasshopper. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, powerful leg strength genetic ability successfully replicated, injected into the host's body. After continuous failures, at the critical moment, Zhang Chen successfully replicated the genetic ability, feeling a surge of powerful energy spreading between his legs, eventually calming down. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt the explosive increase in strength in his legs, not only in strength, but even the terrifying bounce power. Suppressing his inner impulse, Zhang Chen checked his genetic points. Although he hadn't successfully replicated the ability these days, his genetic points had reached 164. With today's 39 points added, Zhang Chen's genetic points now reached 203, enough to upgrade one genetic ability to level 2. Agility and reaction ability were already at level 2, but to upgrade to level 3, 500 genetic points were needed, which was not enough to upgrade agility and reaction ability. After weighing between strength and defense for a long time, Zhang Chen decided to upgrade his strength, because with enhanced strength, his combat power would have a terrifying boost. Ding, does the host want to spend 200 genetic points to upgrade the genetic ability of strength to level 2? Yes. At that moment of confirmation, a warm flow surged in Zhang Chen's body, his muscles moving like ants crawling, constantly wriggling. After a long time, his body returned to normal, and Zhang Chen felt a powerful force within him, like a fierce beast ready to pounce. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Chen asked Xiaoji in his heart, Xiaoji, how much strength do I have now? Ding, the host's strength is now upgraded to level 2. According to the unit of the current space, the strength has reached 8,000 kilograms. 8,000 kilograms, as described by Lu Yong, my current strength and agility reaction ability completely surpass the martial artists in the dark energy realm. I just don't know what stage it has reached comparable to the transformation energy. In an office in an underground space in Kyoto, a middle-aged man received a phone call, then stood up in surprise. Are you sure? That person has no internal energy or true chi, and can fly? You two stay in Sanqing City and wait for orders, and also, do not tell anyone about this without my orders, understood? Putting down the phone, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a gleam as he murmured, this person must have a big secret on him. If I can dig it out, it will definitely help me advance to the next level. As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked out of the office directly. Arrange a plane for me, I want to go to Samsung City immediately. On a street in Samsung City, Zhang Chen was about to call a landlord for a storefront when a clear voice suddenly rang out. Tianqi, what are you doing here? Hearing the voice, Zhang Chen turned around and saw Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong walking towards him happily. Aren't you two going to school today? We don't have classes today, so we came out for a stroll. Tianqi, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm looking for a storefront. A storefront? Tianqi, are you opening a store? What kind of store? Is it a martial arts gym? I want to be the first to sign up. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, open a martial arts gym? My brother is opening a skewer shop, and I'm looking for a place for him. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. Tianqi, you should come to me for this. Many storefronts on this street belong to my family, I can easily arrange it for you. Zhang Chen was also surprised. He knew Tong Yanan's family was wealthy, and it seemed that Zhou Tong was also a second-generation rich kid. Forget it, I'm not used to relying on women. I can't live off someone else. Tong Yanan interjected, right, Tianqi, why would you rely on her? I'll contact my grandfather, and getting a storefront is a piece of cake. No, Tianqi should rely on me, rely on me. No, Tianqi should rely on me. Tianqi, who do you want to rely on between the two of us? In that instant, the two women were unwilling to give in to each other in order to help Zhang Chen find a storefront. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen looked at the two of them and said helplessly, alright, you two stop arguing. I'll handle the storefront myself. As for relying on you two, I'm not interested. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Goodbye. Hey, Tianqi, you can't leave. If you don't rely on us, then accompany us for a stroll? Yeah, how about accompanying us for a stroll? Watching the mischievous two, Zhang Chen waved his hand directly, I don't have time, you two go ahead and stroll by yourselves. In Zhang Chen's view, these two girls seemed to have a special feeling towards him, so he wanted to completely squash that momentum. Ignoring the two girls stomping and yelling, Zhang Chen left directly. Stinky Tianqi, I'll call my grandfather now and have him arrange the storefront, and make sure you don't rent any other storefronts. Zhou Tong nodded and smiled, right, we won't let Tianqi rent a storefront. When the time comes, he'll have to come to us, begging to rely on us, hee. Just as the two finished speaking, they saw Zhang Chen stop in his tracks and talking to a woman in the distance. The two hurried over to Zhang Chen, and when they arrived, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong overheard their conversation. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Zhang Chen coldly smiled and said, yeah, the heavens won't let me die, so I can't die. But you took away all my savings for 3 years. How are you doing with that Thunder Lord now? The woman facing him was Chen Hongli, Zhang Chen's former girlfriend. Unexpectedly meeting here, the city was indeed big and small at the same time. In response to Zhang Chen's words, Chen Hongli showed a hint of pride and said, he treats me well, and he gives me all kinds of luxury brands, as well as endless money. It's better to be with him than to suffer with you, don't you think? Zhang Chen revealed a smile and said, oh, that's true. It's already good that someone of his status treats you like that. But I have to remind you, make plans early. If the Lei family falls, you'll have no one to rely on. As soon as Zhang Chen's voice fell, a cold voice came from behind, such arrogance, my Lei family has been in Samsung City for decades, and no one has dared to say that my Lei family will fall. As the voice fell, a cold-eyed young man appeared in front of Zhang Chen, and casually embraced Chen Hongli. But when he saw Zhang Chen standing in front of him, he was stunned and exclaimed, you're still alive. How did you do it? Just as the other person's voice fell, Tong Yanan spoke up, Lei Rong, be polite when speaking to my brother Tianqi. Yes, be polite when speaking to brother Tianqi. Zhou Tong also spoke up to help Zhang Chen. Lei Rong looked at Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong with a hint of lust in his eyes, then smiled and said, who do we have here? It turns out to be Tong and Zhou. What's the matter, are you standing up for this country bumpkin? As the voice fell, Lei Rong grabbed Chen Hongli's hair next to him, pulled her in front of him, patted her face and said, the Tianqi you speak of is a useless wimp who even looks down on his own woman, but this woman is now letting me have my way with her, fulfilling all kinds of requests under me. Odd. Chen Hongli was in pain from being pulled by her hair, but dared not resist, showing a forced smile. Faced with this scene, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong turned to look at Zhang Chen with some concern, afraid that Zhang Chen could not bear such humiliation. What is a man most afraid of? It is the betrayal of his partner, especially being humiliated by the current partner of the other party. But who knew that at this moment, Zhang Chen was smiling and looking at Lei Rong, saying, don't bother, there is a saying that goes, one betrayal, no need for a lifetime. Do you think I would be angry because of such a woman? At this moment, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong each hugged one of Zhang Chen's arms and said, yes, brother Tianqi doesn't lack girlfriends, we are all brother Tianqi's girlfriends, we can also fulfill brother Tianqi's various requests, how about that? Seeing this scene, Lei Rong's eyes flashed with a predatory look, directly released Chen Hongli and pushed her aside, saying, kid, since you're not dead, let's continue playing, although I don't know how you, an orphan without parents, managed to connect with the Tong and Zhou families, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a country bumpkin. As Lei Rong was about to leave, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up, wait, you finished speaking, do you want to leave it at that? Lei Rong turned to look at Zhang Chen, with a playful expression, what? do you still want to challenge me? I'll tell you, if you touch me, you won't be able to leave Samsung City. As Lei Rong spoke, Zhang Chen suddenly struck, punching Lei Rong in the face, knocking out one of his teeth. Bang! Lei Rong fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, taking a while to react. You brat, you dare to hit me, you're dead. This time I'll make you experience what it's like to wish you were dead. Chen Hongli, on the other hand, rushed to help Lei Rong, shouting, Zhang Chen, are you crazy? Dare to hit brother Lei, you're asking for trouble. Zhang Chen looked coldly at Chen Hongli and said, you better shut up, I'm not afraid to hit women, especially those with a sharp tongue. At that moment, Chen Hongli felt a bit scared under Zhang Chen's gaze, but remembering how obedient Zhang Chen had been to her in the past, she felt a surge of anger. Zhang Chen, apologize to brother Lei right away, you poor loser, I'm telling you, if you don't apologize to brother Lei today, you'll regret it. In his opinion, although Zhang Chen is not afraid of trouble and has gotten into fights for her, and has a fierce temper, he never dares to get angry in front of her. Unfortunately, he forgot one of the most important reasons, which is that at that time, Zhang Chen loved her, his heart was full of her, but in the end, she betrayed him. Now Zhang Chen has no love for her at all, so those assumptions she made are long gone. Smack! Zhang Chen slapped Chen Hongli's face. I've said it before, don't be nosy, this is between me and Lei Rong, don't act all high and mighty with me, remember, this is the last time. Chen Hongli was also scared into silence by Zhang Chen's cold gaze and imposing manner, a hint of fear showing in her eyes. Lei Rong got up, and Chen Hongli hurriedly took a tissue to wipe the blood from Lei Rong's mouth, but as soon as she touched the corner of his mouth, Lei Rong winced in pain. Damn, you bitch, you hit so hard, are you trying to kill me? You're a jinx. Just as Lei Rong finished cursing at Chen Hongli, he turned to prepare to launch an attack on Zhang Chen, or say a few harsh words to save face. But before he could speak, Zhang Chen's foot landed on his face again. Bang! This time Lei Rong fell to the ground, unconscious. Damn, eat shit, your mouth stinks so bad, you better not speak again. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and then Zhang Chen turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Tianqi, you're too brave, there are not more than 3 people in the entire Sanqing city who dare to treat Lei Rong like this, but you're going to have trouble. Yeah, Lei Rong will surely seek revenge, he won't let this go. Zhang Chen said indifferently, humph, it's not about whether he can let it go, it's about me not willing to let it go. I want to bankrupt him, I want to make him sink to the bottom of the sea. Although the two women didn't know what kind of hatred existed between Zhang Chen and Lei Rong, they frowned and said, Tianqi, the Lei family is the largest family in Sanqing City, not only wealthy but also powerful. Lei Rong's uncle is the second in command in Sanqing City, we can't afford to offend the Lei family. Zhang Chen was indifferent, I don't care who they are, as long as they have designs against me, Zhang Chen, I will never let them off. Zhang Chen didn't care about the power of the Lei family, because for the current Zhang Chen, if he really went all out, it would be a situation where either he dies or the net breaks. No one is afraid of anyone. In the office of the second in command of Sanqing City, a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Lei Rong slowly put down his phone. Dare to touch my nephew Lei Ilua, no matter who you are, I won't let you off easy. With that, Lei Ilua picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, Wang Qi, I'm Lei Ilua. I heard that someone was openly beaten and even knocked unconscious just now. The culprit is a person named Zhang Chen. This case has extremely negative implications. You must immediately arrest and bring him to justice. This kind of ruthless person cannot be tolerated in our Sanqing City. In the Sanqing City Public Security Bureau, Wang Qi hung up the phone, rubbing his head, saying, What's going on? How can everything be connected to this Zhang Chen? Bring a team to arrest Zhang Chen. Just as Wang Qi's voice fell, a voice sounded at the door. You are not allowed to get involved in Zhang Chen's affairs now. Everything related to Zhang Chen will be handled by us at the Hulong Pavilion. With those words, 2 people from the Hulong Pavilion walked in. Seeing the 2 of them, Wang Qi quickly stood up and said, I'm also in a difficult position. The second in command of Sanqing City just called and said to handle this matter seriously, to arrest Zhang Chen and bring him to justice. No, even if it's the top leader of Sichuan province, we can't touch Zhang Chen. This is an order from above. Whoever dares to violate the order, the Dragon Guard will show them what it means to have no chance of turning over. Wang Qi vaguely knew that the power of the Dragon Guard seemed to have limitations, but at the same time, it seemed limitless, with very blurred boundaries. It was precisely because of this that it was extremely terrifying. So, thinking about this, Wang Qi nodded and said, since it's an order from above, I will naturally comply. In the central hospital of Sanqing City, Lei Rong had already woken up, and Chen Hongli was carefully taking care of him. At this moment, a dignified middle-aged man with a powerful aura walked in. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Hongli and furrowed his brow, saying, Who are you? Chen Hongli looked nervous and at a loss, looking towards Lei Rong on the hospital bed. Lei Rong nonchalantly said, "Dad, she's my friend." The man was none other than Lei Hong, the chairman of the Lei Group, the largest group in Sanqing City, and also Lei Rong's father. Lei Hong didn't even look at Chen Hongli, coldly saying, "Son, in the future, have less contact with these unsavory people. They only approach you for your money. This is invalid socializing. In the future, stay away from them, understood?" Lei Rong nodded. "I understand, Dad. I'm not a child anymore. Can you stop arranging everything for me? I have my own way of life." Lei Hong coldly glanced at Chen Hongli, then looked at Lei Rong to see that he was fine, and then got up, saying, "If one day you don't need me to spend a penny for you, you can choose your own life." With that, Lei Hong got up and left, while Lei Rong made a call with a grim expression. "Hey, Scorpion, what have you been busy with lately?" "Yeah, gather some brothers, I have someone here that needs your attention." "Yes, I want you to be ruthless." "Alright, I'll send you the information later, okay." Hanging up the phone, Lei Rong chuckled coldly, muttering, "I didn't feed you to the fish last time. This time, I'll make you taste real pain and let you know that Lei Rong is not someone to mess with." Back at the villa, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong showed no intention of leaving, so Zhang Chen had to find a way to get them to leave. Tong Yanan rolled her eyes at Zhang Chen, saying, "Zhang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so stingy. You're really stingy." "Exactly, staying at your place for a while won't damage your house." "So stingy." Faced with the two women's words, Zhang Chen lit a cigarette and said, "Stingy? When did I ever act stingy towards you? Don't wrongly accuse me. In fact, I'm not the kind of person who likes to be stingy." "You are stingy, not only are you stingy, you also." At this point, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong finally realized that what Zhang Chen had said earlier seemed off. "Zhang Chen, you bastard, you're a complete scoundrel, you jerk." Thinking of those words, the two women felt embarrassed and fled in shame. As the two women left, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Zhang Chen knew that he didn't know when the people from the Dragon Guard would return, and the villa was not safe at the moment. Having the two women stay here would pose a great danger. Back in his room, Zhang Chen fed his chameleon and little turtle. "Let's give away this chameleon when we have time. The color-changing ability has been successfully replicated, and there's no need to replicate the powerful tongue technique. After all, a powerful tongue is useless without a place to display it." As for the little turtle, Zhang Chen had always been extremely hopeful because, apart from its defensive abilities, Zhang Chen had a great desire for the turtle's longevity. Longevity, having several times or even dozens of times the lifespan of others, that kind of ability was truly the one that drove people crazy. At night, Zhang Chen was sleeping when suddenly his ears twitched, and Zhang Chen rolled out of bed in one go. Looking out from the curtain, Zhang Chen saw more than 10 figures sneaking towards the villa. Who are they? They don't look like martial artists. Could they be Lei Rong's people? Thinking this, Zhang Chen put on his clothes, and flew out of the villa from the other side, soaring through the dark night sky. As Zhang Chen was flying in the air, observing the more than 10 figures, a furious shout suddenly came from afar. "Who's sneaking around at night?" With those words, Zhang Chen saw a figure flying towards the villa like a master from a martial arts movie, landing about 2 meters above the ground and continuing to fly. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen was shocked. Based on descriptions from others, this person's cultivation should be at the level of internal energy. As soon as this person appeared, he intercepted the group of sneaky people. "You sneaky people coming here at night, I can see you have ulterior motives. Speak, what do you want to do?" The group of people, seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, were startled at first, but seeing that there was only one person, the leader waved his hand and said, "Take care of him, quickly, don't alert the people in the villa." In an instant, the group of people brandished shining daggers and charged towards the figure. Bang! Bang bang bang! In just 7 or 8 seconds, the group of people were knocked unconscious on the ground, with only the leader standing, but he was also continuously retreating. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen naturally couldn't let the man escape. He descended from the sky and landed behind the leader, placing his palm lightly on the man's shoulder and said, "Buddy, since you're here, don't rush to leave. Let's clear things up first." Zhang Chen's appearance startled both the leader and the mysterious middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Ignoring the man's question, Zhang Chen exerted a slight force on his hand and said, "First tell me who sent you here and what your purpose is." Zhang Chen's current strength was terrifying. With a slight force, the man couldn't bear it. "Don't hurt me, I'll talk. I'm Scorpion. Lei Rong sent us to break the limbs of a person named Zhang Chen in this villa and take him to the seaside." Hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with anger. Lei Rong had almost caused him harm last time, and now he was trying the same trick again. It seemed that Lei Rong was really starting to make a move. Feeling the increasing force in Zhang Chen's hand, the leader Scorpion screamed, "Big brother, we're just a group of small-time crooks. usually following Lei Rong to cheat some money. We haven't done anything outrageous. Please spare us. Hearing Scorpion scream, Zhang Chen came to his senses, released his hand, but kicked the man in the buttocks. Bang! Scorpion flew several meters and landed on the grass. If I see you causing trouble or engaging in illegal activities again, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Zhang Chen's cold words made Scorpion shiver, and he quickly said, Brother, rest assured, I will find a legitimate job in the future and never do such things again. Saying that, the man was about to leave. Wait, take all your people with you. The man turned around, looking at the still unconscious group of more than 10 people on the ground, and said with a mournful face, Big brother, there are too many of them, I can't handle it. Then wake them up with urine and let them walk away on their own. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, he ignored the other party and instead focused his gaze on the middle-aged man not far away. The other party also stared at Zhang Chen intently without moving, and after a while, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Hello, I'm Ouyang Jia. It seems like my friend is quite skilled as well. It's been a while since I've sparred with someone. How about we have a little competition? Zhang Chen was cautious about the sudden appearance of such a skilled opponent. Your cultivation seems extraordinary. Why are you here? I am a wandering martial artist, traveling the world for years with the goal of punishing evil and promoting good. I came here because I found the air on this mountain peak to be pure, with a strong convergence of natural energy. So, I decided to cultivate here, but I didn't expect to be disturbed by those dozen or so people. Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen's doubts were mostly dispelled, and he smiled and clasped his fists, saying, So you are a martial hero who punishes evil and promotes good. Since you want to have a competition, I am also curious to see how far my strength has come. As soon as the words fell, the two of them, after a moment of silence, rushed towards each other and engaged in a fast-paced fight. Meanwhile, not far away, the Scorpion was dragging several people together, encircling their heads, and starting to urinate on their faces. The commotion caused by the fight between Zhang Chen and Ouyang Jia directly startled the Scorpion, causing it to turn around and accidentally douse the people with urine. Cough! Cough! What's that smell? Who poured green tea on my face? It doesn't seem like green tea, more like dog urine. The Scorpion, with a black line on its face, scolded the awakened people, Damn it, keep it down, are you trying to get us killed? Quickly lift the others, let's get out of here. Upon hearing the Scorpion's words, the group looked into the distance and were so frightened by the scene that their legs cramped. Without further ado, they either supported, dragged, or pulled the still unconscious individuals and fled in a panic. On the other side, when Ouyang Jia and Zhang Chen clashed, Ouyang Jia's expression changed drastically as he immediately activated the internal energy in his body to counter Zhang Chen's immense power. After fighting for a while, Zhang Chen suddenly unleashed his full power, combining his agile reflexes and immense strength with the powerful arms of a praying mantis and the sudden surge of a knife-like aura, directly striking towards Ouyang Jia. Faced with this scene, Ouyang Jia's body hair stood on end, his whole body surged with energy, and streams of air continuously emerged around his body as a blue energy appeared on his fist to meet Zhang Chen's fist. Bang! A loud noise rang out, shattering the grass on the ground, with some even flying into the air, creating a ring of energy spreading outwards from the two of them. Zhang Chen stood still in place, just shaking his numb arm from the impact of the opponent's energy, looking at Ouyang Jia in amazement. Ouyang Jia, on the other hand, was sent flying by Zhang Chen's immense power, retreating more than 10 meters before barely stabilizing himself. The hand that Ouyang Jia had hidden behind him was trembling uncontrollably, with blue veins visible all over, giving him a terrifying appearance. I, Ouyang Jia, have traveled far and wide for decades, but this is the first time I've encountered such a strange martial artist. Would you mind telling me your name, friend? Facing Ouyang Jia's bold personality, Zhang Chen also smiled and said, My name is Zhang Chen. You are the most formidable martial artist I have encountered so far. Could you tell me about your martial arts realm? In response to Zhang Chen's question, Ouyang Jia nodded and said, You are quite peculiar, it seems you have no internal energy, and you don't seem to have much understanding of martial arts. Let me explain briefly. Martial artists progress from forging the body to manifesting inner strength, then to hidden strength, and finally, when the body is filled with energy, they enter the transformation stage. After breaking through the transformation stage, they will break through the Ren and Du meridians, with internal energy flowing endlessly, reaching the legendary innate realm. When a warrior reaches the innate realm, it is a qualitative change. Not only does the internal strength continue to grow, but one can also pluck leaves to fly flowers, and easily kill people with grass, trees, bamboo, and stones. Ouyang Jia's expression revealed a longing when he mentioned the innate realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen also thought of the mysterious martial arts and martial arts dramas, and his heart was filled with longing. We must upgrade the system as soon as possible. By then, we can capture a master of the innate realm directly and replicate everything in an instant. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen extended his hand and said, please come in. Since you have no place to stay, you can stay here for now. Ouyang Jie nodded and said, that's fine. This way, I can also discuss martial arts with Brother Zhang, which is a rare opportunity. Inside the villa, Zhang Chen was making tea when Ouyang Jie suddenly spoke up, Brother Zhang, I noticed that you didn't use internal strength in your fight just now. It's quite strange. Do you have a reason for that? Zhang Chen was sensitive to such topics, as he was not a true warrior. Oh, that. I practice a body forging technique, so I haven't cultivated internal strength. As Zhang Chen's words fell, a gleam of light flashed in Ouyang Jie's eyes, but quickly disappeared. Ouyang Jie regained his composure, picked up the tea in front of Zhang Chen, took a sip, and said, I see, no wonder I felt that Brother Zhang's strength was unexpectedly great, and his physical defense seems to be very strong. By the way, Brother Zhang, I seem to have seen you descending from the sky just now, as if flying like a martial artist with transformed energy or even in the innate realm. Does Brother Zhang have any special methods? As Ouyang Jie's words fell, Zhang Chen casually glanced at him. Ouyang brother, the world is my home. How long do you plan to stay in Sanqing City this time? Where do you plan to go next? Zhang Chen changed the subject, causing Ouyang Jie to pause while drinking water, then he smiled and said, every time I go to a place, it's usually for a few months or up to a year, then I leave for the next place. But this trip to Sanqing City was not in vain. I am grateful to meet extraordinary people like Brother Zhang and to be able to stay here. I am truly thankful. The two chatted for a long time, and every time Ouyang Jie brought up Zhang Chen's strength, Zhang Chen would change the topic. Back in his room, Zhang Chen lit a cigarette and pondered for a long time before finally lying down on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. The next day, in the office where Lei Iluwa was located, Lei Iluwa put down his phone gently, his face darkening as he said, damn it, Wang Qi can't even handle such a small matter. It seems he has forgotten that in Sanqing City, my Lei family calls the shots. Hey, big brother, since Zhang Chen can't be dealt with through official means, should we hire someone to take care of him? Lei Hong on the other end of the phone said coldly, I'll call Wenlong now. As the underground emperor of Sanqing City, he has many capable people under him. Making someone disappear is as easy as pie. Lei Iluwa pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, well, if Wenlong dares not give face to my Lei family, I will send people to raid his factory every day, so he won't make a penny. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen got up and took out the little turtle to replicate the genetic ability, but after 30 consecutive failures, all attempts ended in failure. Ding, genetic ability replication failed 30 times, deducting 30 genetic points, total points 33. Sigh indeed, the ability for longevity is not that easy. Zhang Chen opened the door and saw Ouyang Jie standing not far from his door. Their eyes met, and Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, while Ouyang Jie smiled and said, hello, Brother Zhang. I woke up early to practice. The morning is the best time for cultivation. Why aren't you practicing? Zhang Chen smiled and said, Brother Ouyang, you know I don't have inner strength, so the purple energy in the sky has nothing to do with me. Ouyang Jie showed a hint of sadness and said, if Brother Zhang had inner strength, he could definitely reach the innate realm. It's a pity, it's just fate. How about this, Brother Zhang? If you give me your technique, I can check if it's compatible with mine. If it is, I'll give you my inner strength cultivation technique. Hearing Ouyang Jie's words, Zhang Chen's heart fluctuated. Inner strength cultivation techniques are precious, but he doesn't have any techniques at all. Well, I promised the person who taught me this technique that I wouldn't pass it on to anyone without his consent, so please forgive me, Brother Ouyang. Ouyang Jie's eyes flashed with a hint of regret, then he shook his head and said, that's a shame. In that case, I can't pass on the cultivation method of inner strength to Brother Zhang either. After all, I don't know if it's compatible. If something goes wrong, I would be at fault. Although Zhang Chen was disappointed, he waved his hand and said, no effort, no gain. The cultivation technique of inner strength is very precious. Brother Ouyang, you are too abrupt. Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Answering the call, a hearty laughter came through. Ha, Brother Zhang, do you remember me? Zhang Chen, after a moment of surprise, suddenly smiled and said, Long brother, how did you get my number? Ha, Brother Zhang, you are now a prominent figure in Sanqing City. Isn't it easy for me to know your number? Zhang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. What kind of prominent figure am I? Isn't it just to praise me a few words? Brother Zhang, I'm straightforward. I do have something important to discuss. Just now, Lei Hong from the Lei family found me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He understood the meaning behind Wenlong's words. Brother Zhang, do you have time to come to my place? I have something to tell you, and let's have a drink. We are considered acquaintances now. Okay, send me the location later, I'll come find you. At that moment, Zhang Chen truly felt the powerful effects brought by connections and influence. Just as Zhang Chen hung up the phone, Ouyang Jie beside him asked, "Brother Zhang, are you going somewhere? Can I come with you?" Zhang Chen gave Ouyang Jie a strange look and said, "This time, I have to deal with something important. Brother Ouyang, you stay at home and practice well. There's food in the fridge." Watching Zhang Chen's departing figure, Ouyang Jie's eyes flickered with uncertain emotions, standing in place for a long time without moving. In the county town of Sanqing City, after finishing the storefront, Daniel prepared to pack up and head to the city area. At this moment, two people appeared in front of Daniel and said, "Are you Su Daniel?" Daniel looked puzzled and nodded, "Yes, I am Su Daniel. Who are you? What do you want with me?" Just as Daniel finished speaking, one of the people in front suddenly struck directly at Daniel's neck. Daniel's strong body had no resistance at all and fell to the ground. The two men lifted Daniel, quickly got into a car, and disappeared at the side of the street. At the same time, at the university entrance where Xiaoling was, she was tricked into coming out by a phone call, then two people covered her mouth and took her into a car, disappearing at the end of the street. In the most luxurious restaurant in Sanqing City, Wenlong stood at the hotel entrance with more than 20 men dressed in black suits behind him. The beautiful female waiters in the hall were all surprised by this scene. That's Long Ge, the underground emperor of Samsung City. Why is he personally standing at the door? Who has such great power to make Long Ge wait at the door personally? I guess it must be a big shot from the province. Otherwise, there is no one in Samsung City who can make Long Ge wait at the door. While everyone was discussing, Zhang Chen drove to the hotel entrance as mentioned by Wenlong. After parking the car, Zhang Chen walked towards the hotel entrance. At this moment, Wenlong had already stepped forward towards Zhang Chen, smiling and loudly saying, "Zhang brother, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, this is your first time here, and it's our first gathering. Today, we must have a good drink." Faced with Wenlong's enthusiasm, Zhang Chen felt a bit uneasy for a moment. "Long Ge, what are you doing with such a big show?" "Ha, Zhang brother, don't say that. We are not strangers. I respect you, Zhang brother, and want to get closer to you. Zhang brother won't deny me this face, right?" Faced with Wenlong's friendly smile, Zhang Chen also smiled and said, "I dare not. As the underground emperor of Samsung City, with a stomp of your foot, Samsung City will shake." At that moment, the two of them were like long-lost friends, walking shoulder to shoulder towards the hotel. The dozens of people at the entrance watching Wenlong and Zhang Chen deeply engraved Zhang Chen's appearance in their minds. After all, there are not many people in Samsung City who can walk shoulder to shoulder with Wenlong, and most of them are big shots. Offending such people would lead to severe consequences. The beautiful female waitresses in the hotel were also shocked to see Zhang Chen walking shoulder to shoulder with Wenlong. "Who is that young man? I don't know. Many young masters and second-generation rich people from Samsung City have visited our hotel, but this person is new to me. I guess this young man must be from a prominent family. If he takes a liking to me, I'll be set for life." Don't dream. How could someone like him be interested in us? Well, you never know. I have excellent skills in music and especially playing the flute. Really? Then why don't you play for us later and show us your flute skills? On the top floor of the hotel, in a luxurious private room, Wenlong smiled and gestured for Zhang Chen to sit in the main seat, saying, "Today, let's have a good drink. I've also called my men, Huafo and Duan Jin, who are outside working and will join us soon." Zhang Chen had crossed paths with Huafo before and had heard of Duan Jin from Wenlong, clearly indicating that these two were Wenlong's right-hand men. "Long Ge, let's talk about the Lei family's matter first." Wenlong's cheerful expression instantly turned serious, sitting beside Zhang Chen and saying, "Zhang brother, let's not be so formal in the future. Just call me Wenlong, and I'll call you Tianqi, how about that?" Zhang Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Seeing this, Wenlong smiled and continued, "Tianqi, you probably don't know much about the Lei family's situation in Samsung City." Seeing Zhang Chen nod, Wenlong went on, "The current head of the Lei family is Lei Yihong, the chairman of the Lei Group. The Lei family's business involves real estate, mining, hotels, shopping malls, and many other fields. It can be said that the Lei family's business ranks first in Samsung City. And this Lei Yihong has a brother who is currently the second in command in Samsung City, wielding significant power. Therefore, in Samsung City, hardly anyone dares to provoke the Lei family. Even I, the so-called underground emperor of Samsung City, have to give face to the Lei family." Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Dealing with businessmen is one thing, but once it involves the second in command of Samsung City, things won't be so easy. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's expression, Wenlong spoke softly, "Yesterday Lei Yihong called me and said to make a move on you, no matter what, preferably leaving you disabled. Hearing this, Zhang Chen suddenly looked up, staring at Wenlong tightly before speaking. Wenlong, I'm afraid you've already agreed, haven't you? You called me here this time to use my hands against the Lei family, right? After Zhang Chen finished speaking, Wenlong stared at him for a while, then chuckled and said, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Tianqi, you can even guess this. But let me make it clear, I've been planning to make a move on the Lei family for a while now. This is just an opportunity, and I have no intention of using you, Tianqi. After all, if I wanted to use you, I wouldn't have told you about this today, and we wouldn't be sitting here together, right? Zhang Chen understood this point as well. The power of the Lei family is so great, and they have official backing. It's not going to be easy to make a move on them, right? We can't just rush into the Lei family and wipe them all out. I reckon we wouldn't survive for more than 3 days. Wenlong smiled slightly, leaned forward, and whispered, but Lei Yilua has been involved in some illegal activities in Sanqing City over the years. As long as we find evidence and take down Lei Yilua first, dealing with Lei Yihong will be much easier. After all, your relationship with the Tong family seems to be good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen frowned at Wenlong and asked, what if I don't want to cooperate with you? Tianqi, even if you don't want to, I, Wenlong, still consider you my brother. I'll handle the Lei family on my own. It won't affect our brotherhood. You should know, we became friends first, I admired you first, and this matter came later. Faced with Wenlong's honesty and frankness, Zhang Chen nodded slightly and said, Wenlong, you've played this step very cleverly. You knew the Lei family was going to make a move on me, so by bringing this matter to light at this critical moment, I have no choice but to agree, right? Wenlong took out a cigarette and handed one to Zhang Chen, saying, Tianqi, I'm more than willing to cooperate with you on this matter. After it's done, I'll take charge of 10% of the Lei family's assets, which will be legally transferred to your name. If you're unwilling, we'll just be acting. We'll stall the Lei family first, and I'll find a way to resolve this matter. Of course, I won't mistreat you after it's done. Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 10% of the Lei family's assets, how much money was that? The Lei family's visible assets alone were worth hundreds of billions, although much of it was fixed assets. The cash flow was also terrifying, at least several billion. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and Wafo and a stern-faced man walked in. Dragon brother, why did you call the two of us here? Wafo's loud voice resonated throughout the room. But halfway through his sentence, Wafo saw Zhang Chen sitting with Wenlong. It's you? Wafo, long time no see. Wafo looked at Wenlong on one side, then at Zhang Chen, looking puzzled, and said, Dragon brother, did you bring this kid here, or is Dragon brother really something? Kid, you defeated me last time, aren't you skilled? How come you've been brought back now? Faced with Wafo's mockery, Zhang Chen took a puff of his cigarette, smiled faintly, and looked at Wafo with satisfaction. At this moment, Wenlong suddenly spoke, Wafo, show some respect. Tianqi is a distinguished guest I invited today. I called you two here to introduce you to each other and have a good drink with Tianqi. Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Wafo stood frozen in place, his eyes blinking in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Chen with a face full of astonishment. Even the broken sword on the side showed a curious expression. Brother Long, are you confused? Isn't this kid not our opponent? Why are you still treating him like a brother? Facing Wafo's confusion, Zhang Chen smiled and said, Wafo, haven't you had enough from our last fight? Wafo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Zhang Chen, don't be too proud. With the broken sword here today, the two of us teaming up against you is not a piece of cake. Oh, really? Then I, Zhang Chen, want to see how strong the combined strength of the left and right arms of the underground Emperor Dragon Brother in Sanqing City is. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wafo turned to look at the broken sword, nodded slightly, and then the two of them approached Zhang Chen from both sides. Tianqi, I won't stop you. Teach these two a lesson for me, so they stop acting like they're superior. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, and he flew directly from his seat, demonstrating his agile reflexes, and his fist struck Wafo, who had already charged forward, with astonishing speed. Wafo faced this scene and roared, with just this, you can't defeat me. However, Wafo didn't know that in his previous fight with Zhang Chen's strength was only at level 1, with a force of only 3,000 kilograms. And now, Zhang Chen's strength had reached level 2, with a force of 8,000 kilograms, more than doubled, something Wafo couldn't have imagined even in his dreams. With a loud bang, their fists collided, and Wafo was sent flying backward, all the way to the wall, before he managed to stop himself. At the same time, Zhang Chen used the explosive power of his grasshopper legs, which made the broken sword's pupils contract, and he wanted to retreat. But it was too late, as Zhang Chen kicked him away with one leg. The room fell silent, with Wafo and the broken sword looking at Zhang Chen in shock. Wafo knew that not long ago, Zhang Chen didn't have this kind of strength, so how could he have made such a breakthrough in such a short time? The broken sword was also surprised because he knew that the young man in front of him had reached a terrifying level of strength, even stronger than Wenlong. The most unbelievable thing was Wenlong, because he knew very well that the previous Zhang Chen was already a match for him, and he understood that Zhang Chen had hidden techniques. Although their fight just now was brief, Wenlong could see that Zhang Chen's strength had increased significantly. Zhang Chen returned to his seat, smiling at Wafo. Hua Monk, how about it? Do you submit now? Wafo rubbed his numb fist, walked to the table, and sat down, saying, I, Wafo, am not your match. You are indeed a freak, clearly lacking internal strength, yet so powerful. I admit defeat. But let me tell you, don't call me Hua Monk in the future, or I'll sneak over to break the windows of your house at night. Alright, Hua Monk. Thank you. You're welcome, Hua Monk. At that moment, Wenlong stood up, clapping and laughing. Ha, Tanchi, you really surprised me. With your current strength, even a master at the Hua Jing stage would find it difficult to defeat you. It seems I'm really lucky to have such a brother. Wenlong's words shocked Wafo and the broken sword even more. In their eyes, Wenlong's mastery of hidden strength was already formidable, but they didn't expect Zhang Chen's potential to surpass hidden strength and reach the level of Hua Jing. This made them realize a terrifying fact: Zhang Chen was still young, in his 20s, and with such talent, he might have a chance to break into the legendary innate realm before he turned 30. Zhang Chen also appreciated Wenlong's straightforward character and nodded with a smile. Aren't we all brothers? Why talk about these things? Ha, good, let's serve the dishes and drinks. I want to have the first drink with Tanchi. Soon, various exquisite dishes and fine wines were brought out. Huafu directly said in a carefree manner, what's the point of this small cup? Bring a big bowl. Today I will defeat Tanchi with wine. Upon hearing Huafu's words, Zhang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and touched his nose, saying, Huashan, just call me Tanchi, you are much older than me. Calling me brother feels a bit awkward. Hey, you and Longa are brothers, so I, Huafu, have to call you brother too. Besides, you are indeed more powerful than me, one of the few people I, Huafu, admire. However, what made Zhang Chen embarrassed next was that Wenlong and the other two, because of their internal strength, seemed to have no fear of alcohol. However, although Zhang Chen's physical fitness had improved a lot, he did not have internal strength. Before long, Zhang Chen clearly felt the dizziness brought on by alcohol. Before passing out, Zhang Chen vaguely saw Huafu laughing heartily, looking pleased. The next day, waking up, Zhang Chen shook his dizzy head and muttered as he looked at the luxurious room, damn, I actually fell because of alcohol, this is really embarrassing. Zhang Chen walked out of the suite and saw Wenlong sitting on the sofa outside. Tanchi, awake? I have already prepared breakfast for you, it will be delivered soon. Thank you, I didn't do anything outrageous last night, did I? No, it's just that Tanchi, your alcohol tolerance is completely mismatched with your strength. Unable to refute Wenlong's teasing, Zhang Chen could only smile weakly. After finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to Wenlong, Zhang Chen left the hotel and headed straight to the zoo early in the morning. The largest zoo in Sanqing City, located in the suburbs, covers a large area with a wide variety of animals, hundreds of species. Because it was early morning, the zoo had not yet opened, so there was no one around. Driving around and observing the surroundings, Zhang Chen suddenly soared into the sky from a secluded spot, avoiding the cameras and directly entering the airspace above the zoo. Among the many animals, Zhang Chen saw a kangaroo that excited him. The kangaroo seemed to be nothing special except for using its tail to kick people and having a muscular body. But in Zhang Chen's eyes, the kangaroo was an animal with a pouch, and the small pouch on its belly could hold the entire baby kangaroo and more. This ability and storage space were intriguing, but it was unknown if this ability, once successfully replicated, would result in a pouch appearing on the belly like the kangaroo's. Without hesitation, to be on the safe side, Zhang Chen put on a headgear, descended from the sky, and landed directly next to a kangaroo. When had the kangaroo ever seen a human descending from the sky like this? The kangaroo was completely stunned, standing dumbfounded in place, with hot air puffing out of its nostrils. Zhang Chen hugged the kangaroo and directly called out in his mind for the replication of the genetic ability to begin. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication of storage space successful. Genetic ability has been injected into the host's body. In the final moment, Zhang Chen successfully replicated the kangaroo's genetic ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the genetic ability, rewarded with 10 genetic points, failed replication 29 times, obtained 29 genetic points, total points 72. At that moment, Zhang Chen was somewhat nervous. After all, having an extra flesh pouch on his belly could lead to misunderstandings. Carefully feeling the changes in his body, half a day later, Zhang Chen excitedly raised his right hand and said, Wagyuniang, I love you so much, you have sacrificed so much for me, I will treat you well in the future. The genetic ability of kangaroos is manifested in Zhang Chen's right hand, where a 1 cubic meter space appeared very clearly. Zhang Chen's hand did not change at all, which was very miraculous. Just as Zhang Chen was excited to try out his spatial ability, the kangaroo next to him finally reacted. It propped up its body with its strong tail, leaped up with its feet, and kicked directly at Zhang Chen's lower body. Bang! Oh! After kicking, the kangaroo jumped a few times and fled, while Zhang Chen's face turned red, his legs clamped together, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Why can't the defense ability defend this area? Little turtle, little bastard, damn it. In the car outside the zoo, Zhang Chen lowered his head and said, Brother, give me a reaction, please. I haven't even used it yet, and it's already useless? I can't accept this. Half a day later, Zhang Chen suddenly brightened his eyes and said with a smile, Oh, how could I forget about the stretching function? Come on, brother, come out. However, Zhang Chen was completely confused next, and after a while, he screamed in despair, why is it still soft after stretching out? No. Zhang Chen successfully copied a 1 cubic meter storage space above his right hand, where he could store and retrieve any items at will. However, Zhang Chen was not happy at all because his brother had become a softie. Lying on his bed at home, a tear rolled down Zhang Chen's eye, and after a while, a faint voice was heard, That kangaroo is a real bastard. Why did you kick there? Why did you have to kick there? Give me back my brother. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang, there's something I forgot to tell you. Someone came here today looking for you, saying they wanted you to exchange something for a person. Hearing Ouyang Jie's voice outside the door, Zhang Chen quickly got up, opened the door, and said, What did you just say? Be clear. Ouyang Jie said, Someone came looking for you today, saying they wanted you to exchange something for a person. Since you weren't home, the other party didn't explain clearly and left. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen furrowed his brows tightly. Exchange for a person? What thing? The lays? It shouldn't be, the lays would only want my life, and I don't have anything. With that in mind, Zhang Chen suddenly shook and quickly took out his phone to make a call. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later, Saroe, and he hung up the phone and quickly dialed another number, but the same message of the phone being switched off played. In that moment, a strong sense of killing intent was revealed in Zhang Chen's eyes. The phone he had just dialed was Su Danio and Su Xiaoling's phones, but both were switched off, which was obviously abnormal. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt anxious, but he forced himself to calm down and kept trying to figure out who it could be. Unfortunately, after all the calculations, Zhang Chen still had no clue because his enemies hardly knew that the people he cared most about were Danio and Xiaoling. The only one who knew this was the underground emperor Wenlong of Samsung City. At this point, Ouyang Jie spoke up, Zhang, is something wrong? I can help you. Zhang Chen began, Ouyang, think carefully, did the other party mention anything else? Especially, did they mention any specific item? After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Jie suddenly said, Now that you mention it, one of the two people who came mentioned some kind of technique, but it was quickly interrupted by the other person. Upon hearing Ouyang Jie's words, Zhang Chen instantly grasped onto something. Technique? Could it be that these people came for a technique? Am I really being targeted? With that in mind, Zhang Chen dialed Wenlong's phone number. Hey, Wenlong, my brothers Danio and Xiaoling have gone missing, they must have been kidnapped. Arrange for someone to investigate for me. What, kidnapped? What are the conditions? Is it for money? Don't worry, I have plenty of resources, getting a few billion won't be a problem. Wenlong, it's not about money. Just investigate for me first and let me know immediately if you find anything. Just as Zhang Chen's voice fell, Wenlong suddenly said on the phone, Tianqi, there's no one else around you, right? Zhang Chen glanced at Ouyang Jie beside him unintentionally and said, Hold on. With that, Zhang Chen went to the villa's balcony. Wenlong, what do you want to say? Tianqi, did the people from the Dragon Guard contact you recently? Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen's heart suddenly trembled. The Dragon Guard, although Zhang Chen was not familiar with it, he could imagine that it was definitely a powerful entity. Are you saying? Shoo, some things can't be said casually. Be careful, walls have ears. But based on my understanding of those people, once they have a target, they won't give up halfway. A glint flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Wenlong, thank you for the reminder. Let me know immediately if you have any information. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen truly felt a different thought at that moment. The two from the Dragon Guard had tried to forcefully take Zhang Chen back before, but after their failure, there had been no movement for a long time. At this moment, all Zhang Chen could do was wait. Coincidentally, not long after, a car appeared at the entrance of the villa. and 2 people got out of the car. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, one of them spoke, "Zhang Chen, we finally meet. I'm sure you also know that your 2 friends are in our hands." Zhang Chen clenched his fists tightly, looking coldly at the 2 in front of him. "What do you want?" "We don't want anything. We just want your techniques and the method that allows you to fly without internal energy. As long as you hand them over, we will release your 2 friends." At that moment, a strong killing intent flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, his fists creaking. "I advise you not to have murderous intentions towards us, because if something happens to us, your 2 friends will lose something. Think it over." Zhang Chen slowly loosened his fist, looking at them. "If my friends lose a single hair, no matter where you run, I, Zhang Chen, will make sure you pay. Rest assured, as long as you do as we say, we will safely release your 2 friends. Prepare the items and wait for the call tomorrow." Watching the 2 leave, a strong killing intent erupted in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Zhang, don't be afraid. I'll go with you tomorrow. I don't believe they are that powerful." Zhang Chen shook his head. "Oh Yang, no need. Having more people might make them cautious. I'll go alone. By the way, I have something to attend to now. Please watch over the house for me." With that, Zhang Chen drove off. At the foot of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chen soon saw the 2's vehicle and followed from a distance. However, not long after, the vehicle in front stopped, and Zhang Chen's phone rang. "Hello? Zhang Chen, if you dare to follow, be careful about your friend's eyes." The call ended abruptly, and then Zhang Chen saw the vehicle in front speed away and quickly disappear around the corner. With a determined look in his eyes, Zhang Chen turned the car around, drove to a secluded place, looked around, then soared into the sky and disappeared. At a half-finished building on the outskirts of Sanqing City, a car stopped, and the 2 who had previously visited Zhang Chen's villa got out of the car. "No one following us, right? Don't worry, we circled around Samsung City before coming back. No one followed us. We still need to be careful, we can't afford to provoke those people. If we handle this matter well, we will be successful." At the same time, Zhang Chen descended from the sky and landed swiftly on top of the unfinished building. "I want to see who you really are." In an instant, Zhang Chen started descending floor by floor, constantly observing the levels. When Zhang Chen reached the 5th floor, he suddenly heard voices. So Zhang Chen cautiously approached the staircase, looking towards the 5th floor. In sight, 4 men were sitting together, eating and chatting. Not far away, Daniel and Xiaoling were tied up, sitting against the wall. Daniel had injuries on his face, while Xiaoling was leaning on Daniel, looking scared. Seeing this scene, a murderous intent flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, but he suppressed his impulse and carefully observed the situation on the floor. Are there really only 4 people? No, there must be someone behind the scenes. These 4 don't seem like martial artists, they can't be here for my techniques. After thinking for a while, Zhang Chen swiftly rushed out, his agile reflexes like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, heading straight for the 4 men. It can be said that under Zhang Chen's speed, the 4 men had just turned in shock when they lost consciousness. One of the men even had a sausage in his mouth, swinging back and forth. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and not far away, Daniel and Xiaoling watched in astonishment, only to get excited after a while. Brother Tianqi, is it really you? I knew you would come to save us. Just as Zhang Chen was about to step towards Daniel and Xiaoling, suddenly, 2 masked individuals appeared from the side. Zhang Chen's eyes gleamed, staring at the 2 and said, "You 2 with masks, are you afraid I'll recognize you?" "Ah, Zhang Chen, I didn't expect you to follow us quietly. I really admire your abilities, but let me make it clear, unless you reveal your techniques and secrets, these 2 will end up as corpses today." Watching the other person place their hand on Daniel's shoulder, Zhang Chen quickly spoke, "Wait, let's talk. I'll give you the techniques right away." As Zhang Chen spoke, a rolled-up booklet appeared in his hand and he threw it to the side. In that moment, the attention of the 2 individuals who were originally focused on Zhang Chen followed the booklet flying out. One of them even excitedly rushed towards the booklet in the air. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen swiftly moved to the remaining person and swiftly executed his mantis arms technique. The man also reacted at this moment, disregarding everything else. He quickly raised his hand to strike at Zhang Chen's arms. Bang! The powerful force of Zhang Chen was not something the man could resist. The man's face changed drastically, and he was directly sent flying, smashing a huge hole in the wall behind him. Zhang Chen also felt a strong force entering his arms from the man's hands. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen picked up Daniel and Xiaoling and rushed downstairs. By this time, the other person had already grabbed the booklet in the air. Excitedly opening it, the man saw a very revealing woman on the cover, with 6 large characters written above, containing the 10 great white tigers. I've been fooled, this is not the technique. At the same time, the man who had been knocked out by Zhang Chen flew out with blood at the corner of his mouth, emerging from the hole. Let's go after them. Zhang Chen, with Dinyo and Xiaoling, was intercepted by two figures jumping down from the 5th floor, blocking his way. Faced with this situation, Zhang Chen had to either fight and kill the two or fly away with Dinyo and Xiaoling directly. Untie the ropes on Dinyo and Xiaoling's bodies, Zhang Chen said. Dinyo, take Xiaoling away, be careful, I will come find you later. Just now, both Dinyo and Xiaoling saw the few people who had just taken action, knowing that they couldn't participate in such a battle, so the two nodded and said, Tianqi, we'll wait for you to come back. At that moment, the two people opposite suddenly launched an attack towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen leaped high, using the jumping ability of a grasshopper with his legs, continuously flying kicks. The powerful force directly slammed the two individuals to the ground, causing them to retreat continuously, leaving deep footprints on the ground where they passed. As the two men retreated, Zhang Chen's eyes also flashed with two gleams, staring closely at them and saying, Are you two the people from the Dragon Lake Mountain who came to capture me before? Just in the recent fight, Zhang Chen felt the internal strength and techniques of the two individuals were extremely familiar, and upon careful recollection, he remembered where these two men came from. After stabilizing their figures, the two men looked at Zhang Chen in shock. This is impossible, how did your strength become so strong? Upon hearing the other party's voice, Zhang Chen coldly said, I originally thought that the Dragon Protection Pavilion was a sacred organization that maintained the stability of China, but I didn't expect them to be involved in such activities behind the scenes, truly eye-opening for the world. With their identities exposed, the two men did not hide anymore and directly removed the masks on their faces. Zhang Chen, if you don't hand over the techniques and secrets today, you won't be able to leave here. As the two men spoke, suddenly a gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the ground directly under Zhang Chen's feet. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen was shocked internally. Although the gun could not threaten Zhang Chen's life at the moment, it could still injure him. The other party was clearly giving him a warning. At that moment, Zhang Chen consciously looked back at where Dinyo had left, and suddenly his whole body burst with tremendous speed, rushing towards the two men. In that moment, the muscles on Zhang Chen's arms surged, exerting his strength to the limit. With the power of the mantis arm, his two fists heavily smashed towards the two men from the Dragon Protection Pavilion. Bang! Bang! The two men's fists directly met with Zhang Chen's powerful force, breaking them, and Zhang Chen's fists hit the chests of the two men. The two men were sent flying 7 to 8 meters, and after falling to the ground, blood kept flowing from their mouths, convulsing a few times before falling silent. This rapid scene made Zhang Chen not relax at all, as bullets kept hitting the spots where Zhang Chen stepped. He swiftly moved left and right to the side of a building, then flew straight up along the floors. At the highest floor of the building, by a window, a man with a gun kept looking down, trying to find Zhang Chen's figure. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind the man. Are you looking for me? The sudden appearance of the voice startled the gunman, who then turned and fired a shot behind him. Bang! The gun went off, the bullet flew out, but hit the cement wall behind. At that moment, Zhang Chen's figure appeared at the side of the man, directly snatching the sniper rifle from the man's hand. However, to Zhang Chen's surprise, the man suddenly lowered his head, turned, and a handgun appeared in his hand, pointing at Zhang Chen. Damn! Zhang Chen used the grasshopper's leg jumping ability, kicking the man's wrist, instantly fracturing it, causing the gun to fall. At this point, Zhang Chen knew he couldn't hold back. After all, he had already killed 6 people, this last one absolutely could not be spared. Crack! Zhang Chen directly snapped the man's neck. Looking at the sniper rifle and handgun in his hand, Zhang Chen directly stored them in his storage space, then searched the gunman and found dozens of bullets, which he also collected. Regarding guns, Zhang Chen still has a strong feeling. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chen found no clues or traces left behind, then he rushed out of the window and flew towards the place where Dinyo was. At a turn, Zhang Chen saw Dinyo and Xiaoling, both of them constantly looking in Zhang Chen's direction at the entrance of a building. At that moment, a person almost wrapped in black cloth was flying towards Dinyo and Xiaoling from a distance of several meters above the ground. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam, surprised, and said, "A powerful person?" As the voice fell, Zhang Chen dived down, and just as the mysterious person was about to reach Dinyo and Xiaoling, a foot appeared on the person's face. The extremely fast speed made the mysterious person spin in the air, and their hand hit Zhang Chen's leg. Boom! The mysterious person flew out in the air and landed more than 10 meters away. After landing, Zhang Chen felt a tingling sensation in his leg and was also very shocked. Dinyo and Xiaoling saw Zhang Chen appear and hurriedly approached, saying, "Tianqi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, you two find a place to hide." But at this moment, Dinyo spoke up, "Tianqi, let's beat him together." "No need, this person is extremely dangerous, you protect Xiaoling." As Zhang Chen spoke, he stared closely at the mysterious person not far away. "If I'm not mistaken, You and those two so-called Dragon Guard members are together. Are you also from the Dragon Guard? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the other person's eyes glanced unnaturally behind Zhang Chen but did not speak. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and directly took action, but the other person seemed to intentionally try to bypass Zhang Chen. This made Zhang Chen understand that the other person was likely trying to capture Danielle or Xiaoling to threaten him. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen unleashed his full firepower, agile reflexes, strong power, along with the mantis arm and grasshopper's backward ejection ability, directly suppressing the mysterious person. However, the internal strength emanating from the mysterious person's moves also caused Zhang Chen some trouble. After dozens of moves, Zhang Chen, relying on his personal abilities, landed a punch on the other person's shoulder. Bang! The mysterious person retreated more than 10 meters, their eyes flashing with a strange look, but quickly turned and shot off into the distance. Zhang Chen shouted, "Reveal your identity." Just as Zhang Chen was about to fly up to chase, he suddenly noticed several cold lights shooting towards his face. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Chen somersaulted and dodged the cold lights, but when he looked up, the figure of the mysterious person was already gone. Seeing a few small throwing knives nailed to the wall not far away, Zhang Chen gave up chasing the person. After all, Danielle and Xiaoling were still here. Zhang Chen couldn't care much, as such a commotion in this place would likely attract the police soon, so he directly took Danielle and Xiaoling and left the unfinished building. In a secret base in Kyoto, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and extraordinary aura sat at a desk, facing a 40-year-old man standing in front of him. Guild Master, according to the information, Captain Huang from the Yellow Group should have gone to Sanqing City. We need to send someone to investigate the specific purpose. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled, relying on his master. He does as he pleases in the Dragon Guard, truly treating the Dragon Guard as a martial arts sect. Send people to investigate. We must make sure to investigate thoroughly. Also, notify the leaders of the Heaven Group and Earth Group. That thing must be found as soon as possible. It must not fall into the hands of the other party. After the man left, the middle-aged man tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. If a person with power were to see this man, they would surely be scared, because this man is Tang Guobin, the current guild master of the Huaxia Dragon Guard, the highest-ranking figure on the surface of the Dragon Guard. In Samsung City, on the top floor of the hotel where Wenlong is located, Zhang Chen brought Danielle and Xiaoling here. As soon as they entered, the people at the door recognized Zhang Chen at a glance. After all, last time Wenlong personally greeted Zhang Chen, and they even walked arm in arm. So no one dared to stop Zhang Chen. Instead they informed Wenlong and sent two beautiful waitresses to lead Zhang Chen to the top floor. "Ha, Tanchi, why did you suddenly come to me today?" Speaking, Wenlong reached out his hand and tightly shook hands with Zhang Chen. "Wenlong, this is my good brother Su Danielle. This is my little sister Su Xiaoling. We came to you this time because we need your help. Tianchi, we are good brothers. Just tell me directly if you need anything. No need to be polite. Come in, let's talk inside." Upon entering the room, Danielle and Xiaoling were somewhat shocked by the luxury inside, feeling very restrained everywhere. Seeing this scene, Wenlong laughed and patted Danielle's shoulder, saying, "Danielle, you are Tianchi's brother and also my brother Wenlong. If you have any problems in Samsung City in the future, just find me. I may not be good at other things, but I still have some face." Danielle smiled awkwardly and nodded. "I'll listen to Tianchi." Wenlong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, listen to Tianchi." We all listened to Tianchi. Zhang Chen looked at Danielle and Xiaoling and said, "Danielle, Xiaoling, you have met Wenlong before, last time at the barbecue restaurant. No need to be restrained." With Zhang Chen's words, Danielle and Xiaoling felt a little better. After sitting down, Wenlong looked at Danielle and Xiaoling and said, "You called me to find someone, but I haven't made any progress yet." "Tianchi, you have already rescued the person. My underground emperor title really needs to be changed." Zhang Chen also smiled and said, "Indeed, you are known as Brother Long in the Jianghu. You can see the truth of things at a glance. But things are very complicated now, so I had to come to you." Seeing Zhang Chen's suddenly serious expression, Wenlong waved to the two women not far away. "You two take Danielle and Xiaoling to eat something. Remember to take care of my brother and sister." Danielle and Xiaoling looked at Zhang Chen, saw him nod, and then followed the two women out. At this moment, Zhang Chen took out a very ordinary pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and handed it to Wenlong. Wenlong didn't mind at all and accepted it, lighting it up and taking a puff. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Zhang Chen said, "You guessed it right. The people from the Dragon Guard made a move. For ordinary people, two martial artists, and a sharpshooter were all killed by me. But then a mysterious person appeared, with strong martial arts skills, probably at the late stage or even the peak of the Huajin realm, and he escaped." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wenlong's hand holding the cigarette paused, then he said solemnly, "The power of the Dragon Guard is unimaginably strong. This matter is not easy to resolve." Zhang Chen shook his head and said, Wenlong, remember, this matter has nothing to do with you. I came this time just to ask you to arrange for someone to take care of Danielle and Xiaoling. I will handle the rest myself. Wenlong stared at Zhang Chen closely for a long time, until the cigarette burned down to his fingertips. Then he said, Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to take care of them. But Tianqi, remember, the brothers I recognize, no matter what forces they offend, I can still fight tooth and nail for them. It's better to fight back than be scared to death. Zhang Chen extinguished the cigarette but smiled and patted Wenlong's arm, then asked, Any news from the Lei family? What news could there be? Lei Hong calls me every day. I can only make excuses and say I'm looking for an opportunity. But according to the news, Lei Rong has found someone again. That kid may be a playboy, but he is ruthless, so you need to be careful. When it comes to this, Wenlong took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Chen. These are all the accommodation locations of Lei Yilua in Samsung City. For this information, even I spent a lot of money. This old fox is really cunning. Zhang Chen took the paper from Wenlong's hand and directly stored it in the storage space of his right hand. The sudden ability to make items disappear made Wenlong across from him show a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This ability to make things disappear out of thin air is unimaginable to Wenlong. After a shocked glance at Zhang Chen, Wenlong then smiled and said, If you have any information or obtain direct evidence, contact me immediately. This time, we cannot leave any room for resistance for the Lei family. Lei Yilua must be taken down in one go. As he left the room, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask Wenlong, Wenlong, do you know a person named Ouyang Jie? Is he at the Huajing realm level? Ouyang Jie? Huajing realm strength? I haven't heard of him, but I can confirm that this person is definitely not from Samsung City. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, arranged things for Daniu and Xiaoling, and returned to the villa. However, as soon as he entered, Zhang Chen saw Tong Yanan holding a dog and chatting with Ouyang Jie. Seeing Zhang Chen return, Tong Yanan happily got up and ran over, saying, Tianqi Ji, you're finally back. I brought Xiaoqi to see you. Zhang Chen asked in confusion, Xiaoqi? Who's Xiaoqi? It's this dog. I named it Xiaoqi. How does it sound? Isn't it nice? Faced with Tong Yanan's smiling expression, Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and said, You daring girl, do you believe I'll strip you naked and throw you on the street? Tong Yanan blinked and, after a while, said, You won't, because everything about you is just an act, right? I've seen through you a long time ago. With that, Tong Yanan leaned forward, deliberately pushed out her chest, and looked smugly at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen never dreamed that Tong Yanan had seen through him, so he simply snatched the little dog from her arms, turned around, and walked to the sofa. Ouyang Jie nodded at Zhang Chen and said, Zhang brother, just now I chatted with Miss Tong about some things regarding you, which made me more and more curious about you. Oh, I wonder what aspect of me interests you, Ouyang brother. Zhang brother, I heard that you used to be a dock worker. I really can't understand why someone with your abilities would be willing to do dock work. Faced with Ouyang Jie's question, Zhang Chen did not give a direct answer but reached out and patted Ouyang Jie's shoulder. Faced with this sudden gesture, Ouyang Jie quickly stepped back, avoiding Zhang Chen's hand, and said with a smile, Zhang brother, you're back. You can chat with Miss Tong. I'll excuse myself. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled, staring closely at Ouyang Jie's back, but after a while, he sighed and muttered, Am I being too sensitive? Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, Tong Yanan rushed over, jumped onto Zhang Chen's lap, and hugged his neck, saying, Tianqi Ji, it's my birthday in a few days. Will you come to my birthday party? Although Tong Yanan's figure wasn't explosive, she was already 20 years old, a mature woman with a fragrance and soft skin that instantly made Zhang Chen salute. To avoid embarrassment, Zhang Chen quickly used the retract function. However, in his haste, Zhang Chen mistakenly used the extend function, and in an instant, a towering pillar lifted Tong Yanan up. Damn, I got it wrong. Retract, retract. In an instant, the towering pillar disappeared, and Tong Yanan fell down. Tong Yanan, who had come to her senses, looked down and said, What was that just now? I felt something big. Tianqi Ge, are you hiding something on you? As Tong Yanan's voice fell, he reached out directly and grabbed it. Zhang Chen did not expect Tong Yanan to take direct action, completely in a state of confusion. But at this moment, Zhang Chen had already used the shrinking function, using it all up, completely shrinking without any left. It can be imagined what expression Tong Yanan had at this moment. That kind of emptiness, or the feeling of an empty egg, that kind of lack of protrusion, made Tong Yanan open his mouth wide. You, Tianqiga, you, Tianqiga, I'm sorry, it was my fault before, I shouldn't have teased you, I didn't expect you to be a eunuch. Hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen also reacted instantly, directly pulling Tong Yanan aside and saying, Damn it, what nonsense is this silly woman talking about? You're the eunuch, your whole family are eunuchs. Tianqiga, Actually, you don't need to be angry. Now that medical science is so advanced, there will be a solution. I will have my grandfather contact the best doctor in the world, and definitely get you a new one. At this moment, Zhang Chen was completely crazy, looking at Tong Yanan in front of him, gritting his teeth and saying, "You damn woman, can you stop talking? I told you I'm not a eunuch. I'm not a eunuch. If you dare to say it again, I'll stab you to death with a cucumber. Do you believe me?" Faced with Zhang Chen's anger, Tong Yanan lowered her head and said in a grievance, "You said you're not a eunuch, then. Then why did you use a cucumber? Is it?" "Shut up, damn it, Tong Yanan, you're going too far, don't come to me in the future, get lost." After speaking, Zhang Chen went upstairs with the dog in his arms. Looking out the window, Zhang Chen sighed and muttered, "What is this? I was mistaken for a eunuch, my flexible abilities are so good, how many people envy this function?" Putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Zhang Chen looked at the dog in his arms, then at his little turtle, and decided to replicate the dog. Xiao Ji, replicate genetic ability. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication successful. Ding, sensitive olfactory genetic ability successfully replicated, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating genetic ability, rewarded with 10 genetic points. The host failed to replicate 18 times, gaining 18 genetic points, total genetic points 100. Zhang Chen did not expect to successfully replicate a genetic ability so quickly. Although the sense of smell is not a powerful ability, it is still a special skill, not bad. In order not to waste the remaining 11 replication opportunities, Zhang Chen did not stop and continued to replicate. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating genetic ability, the aroma of egg tart. Zhang Chen did not expect to successfully replicate 2 genetic abilities in one day, feeling extremely excited. But when he felt this second ability, he stood still. Damn, isn't this bullshit? The aroma of egg tart, isn't this eating shit? What the hell egg tart? Ugh, ugh. Almost at the same time, Zhang Chen involuntarily moved towards the direction of the bathroom, a feeling that was uncontrollable. Zhang Chen was almost crying, and he urgently called Xiao Ji. "Xiao Ji, quick, cancel this genetic ability, hurry." Ding, does the host want to use 20 genetic points to eliminate the genetic ability of the aroma of egg tart? Damn, Xiao Ji, are you kidding me? It only costs 10 genetic points to successfully replicate a genetic ability, but it costs 20 genetic points to eliminate a genetic ability? At this moment, Zhang Chen had already reached the edge of the toilet. He knew he couldn't hesitate, otherwise life would be unbearable. Quick, Xiao Ji, spend 20 genetic points to eliminate the genetic ability of the aroma of egg tart. Ding, gene ability elimination successful, deducting 20 gene points. Ding, current host total points 101. In the instant of gene ability elimination, Zhang Chen's craving and impatience for egg tarts completely disappeared. Phew, too dangerous, otherwise my lifelong reputation would be completely ruined. At this moment, Zhang Chen's nose was almost touching the water in the toilet. Oh no, this time it's a big loss. The gene ability was not retained, and 20 gene points were lost. Just then, Zhang Chen wrinkled his nose and suddenly looked towards the door of the room. Why is there a very special fragrance? What's going on? As he spoke, Zhang Chen walked to the room door, opened the door, and saw Tong Yanan standing at the door looking at him pitifully. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you standing at the door of my room?" "Tianqi, my dog Xiaoqi." Hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen handed the dog to Tong Yanan. At that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly looked up and down at Tong Yanan and said, "Yanan, are you on your period?" Tong Yanan was stunned by Zhang Chen's words, and after a long time, blushing, she lowered her head and said, "Tianqi, how did you know?" "Oh, I smelled it." As Zhang Chen's words fell, Tong Yanan suddenly thought of something, blushed shyly, glanced at Zhang Chen, hugged the dog, and turned to run downstairs. It was only then that Zhang Chen realized that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate. "This is bad. Yanan doesn't know that I have a keen sense of smell. If I say I smelled it, she won't misunderstand anything, right? Oh my god, I haven't had any close contact with you, and besides, I haven't had that opportunity." Soon, Zhang Chen gained a deeper understanding and mastery of the sense of smell ability. At the same time, in an unfinished building in the suburbs of Sunqing City, the area was completely cordoned off because a major criminal case had occurred there. 7 people died, and there were some inexplicable traces, the most terrifying being the use of firearms at the scene. Various investigators at the scene preserved all the clues. Wang Qi listened to the reports from his subordinates, frowning. "This matter must be kept confidential, notify everyone, learn to keep quiet, if something happens, don't blame me, Wang Qi, for not warning everyone." At this time, Li Yanran came to Wang Qi's side and whispered, "Director Wang, this matter involves the Dragon Guard, I'm afraid we can't handle it." Even so, it must be contained. Sunqing City is probably already under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. We don't know the purpose of the Dragon Guard, but we absolutely cannot get involved on our own initiative. With that, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Qi said, Yanran, start investigating the identities of all the deceased, as well as their activities in recent days, including who they met, where they went. Everything must be found out. Li Yanran nodded. Director Wang, what if someone forcibly intervenes or interferes? Remember, you are not investigating why the people from the Dragon Guard appeared here. You are investigating the discovery of the bodies of 7 ordinary citizens here. Do you understand? Zhang Chen was in the room preparing to call Wenlong to ask about Danielle and Xiaoling's situation when suddenly the door was knocked. Zhang brother, something seems a bit off. Hearing Ouyang Jie's words outside the room, Zhang Chen got up and walked to the window, only to see more than 10 ruffians gathered outside the villa gate. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's mouth curled up as he muttered, it seems that Lei Rong can only make a little noise. I really overestimated him. When he arrived at the gate of the villa, Zhang Chen looked at more than 10 thugs coldly and said, I'll give you a chance to leave here. If you dare to come here again, I'll break one leg for each of you. The thugs looked at each other and gradually closed in on Zhang Chen. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen frowned. It seems that Lei Rong has spent a lot of money, actually bringing such a fearless group here. Just as Zhang Chen muttered to himself, suddenly several people instantly scattered a white powder, and several cold lights attacked Zhang Chen at the same time. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen, with strong agility and reaction ability, naturally reacted instantly. With a kick under his feet, Zhang Chen flew up, his figure retreating dozens of meters away. You actually want to deal with me using lime powder? Lei Rong, you are quite cunning. I originally thought you were a fool, but now it seems that you, Lei Rong, are not stupid, but willing to do anything to take my life. At this moment, the security personnel in the villa area discovered the situation and surrounded the more than 10 people directly. Zhang Chen completely ignored these minor characters because he knew that these people were just doing things for money, and even if he killed them, it would be of no use. Just as Zhang Chen entered the villa, Ouyang Jie greeted him with a smile and said, the light work you just displayed was truly perfect. Brother Zhang is truly a martial arts genius. As he spoke, Ouyang Jie took out a cigarette and handed it to Zhang Chen, saying, Brother Zhang, here, have a smoke. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, Zhang Chen sniffed lightly and slowly placed the cigarette on the table, saying, smoking too much is bad for the throat. I'd better smoke less. Watching Zhang Chen get up and leave, Ouyang Jie picked up the cigarette on the table and put it back in the cigarette case. At dusk, Zhang Chen received a call from Wenlong. Tianqi, Lei Ilua has left the city hall and is now heading towards the South City district. The license plate number is AV69DJB. Okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen muttered, the Lei family has fallen, and your time is up, Lei Rong. I want you to know that when you no longer have these favorable conditions, how will you feel? Under the cover of night, Zhang Chen was in the air 100 meters high, closely following Lei Ilua's car until they arrived at a secluded building. During this time, Zhang Chen also noticed that Lei Ilua deliberately took a detour, constantly turning corners until he was sure it was safe before heading straight to the destination. Looking at the place in front of him, Zhang Chen felt that there must be a big secret here. Because just now, after Lei Ilua got out of the car and left, someone immediately came forward to check the vehicle, and there were people constantly watching outside from the second and third floor windows. It seems to be a place with secrets. With these words, Zhang Chen descended from the sky and entered the building through an open window. It was a room, where a man and a woman were lying exhaustedly together on the bed. Zhang Chen quickly opened the door, walked out gently, and closed the door again. At that moment, Zhang Chen happened to see Lei Ilua coming down from the elevator. Lei Ilua had a hat on his head, covering part of his facial features, and he went straight to a room door and knocked on it. The door opened, and Lei Ilua walked in. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen glanced around, found the window at the emergency exit, and without hesitation, jumped out of the window and flew to the window of the room Lei Ilua had entered. Indeed, due to the high floor, the surroundings were empty, without tall buildings, the window curtains were not drawn, and even the windows were open. In order not to alert the enemy, Zhang Chen gently took out his phone, exposed the camera, and started filming inside the room. But the scene in the room really made Zhang Chen breathe rapidly. That passion, that wildness, those various props, those various positions. What caught Zhang Chen's attention the most was that Lei Ilua actually started playing a game of 69 with the other party. The picture was incredibly clear, and Zhang Chen knew that as long as there was this video, even if Lei Ilua didn't fall, his career would definitely be greatly affected. Just as the scene was heating up and getting ready to enter officially, suddenly a series of knocking sounds rang out. Dang dang dang. The intense sound made Lei Ilua, who had just arrived at the door, stop his passion instantly. Damn it, that bastard, is he looking for death? Not good, someone has sneaked in, right on this floor, the other party is very strange. Hearing the voices outside the door, Lei'Ilua, who had not even had time to open the door himself, hurriedly started getting dressed. After a while, he opened the door, his face full of seriousness, and said, "What's going on?" There was a staff member and 4 security personnel at the door. The staff member took out a mobile phone, showing a surveillance footage, which was Zhang Chen's image on this floor. When Lei'Ilua saw Zhang Chen jumping out of the window of the safe passage, he frowned and hurried to the window to look outside, only to find that there was nowhere to land, not even a place to grab onto. "Have you found a body downstairs?" "We've checked, there isn't one." Lei'Ilua threw the phone to the other person, then immediately walked outside, saying, "Delete all the surveillance videos from today, and also, I haven't been here today, got it?" Seeing the others nod, Lei'Ilua hurriedly left, while Zhang Chen was already hovering in the air, waiting for Lei'Ilua to appear. After Lei'Ilua got in the car, he quickly made a phone call. "Hello, big brother, I came out today to have some fun, but it seems like someone is watching me. The other party seems not simple. Yes, there's something fishy about this, someone wants to catch me in a trap. Most likely it's Wenlong. He's been dragging my Lei family with various excuses these days. Maybe he doesn't even have that intention. I'll arrange for someone to teach him a lesson immediately." "Alright, I got it. I'll go now. Have your people come over quickly?" After hanging up the phone, Lei'Ilua drove frantically towards the city center. In a very ordinary residential area, Lei'Ilua's car stopped downstairs, where 6 people were waiting at the stairwell. "Master Lei, we were sent by the boss to help you." Lei'Ilua nodded, leading the 6 people straight to the 5th floor. After entering the room, Lei'Ilua pointed at 2 people and said, "Guard the door, don't open it for anyone who knocks, you 2 guard the living room window, and you 2 guard the bedroom door." Lei'Ilua entered the room alone, opened a very hidden compartment on top of a wardrobe, inside of which was a safe. Using his flying ability, Zhang Chen kept checking and finally confirmed the room Lei'Ilua entered. At the window, Zhang Chen saw Lei'Ilua's figure, and at that moment, the safe was opened, containing some documents and files. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. "That's it, it's definitely these things." Lei'Ilua packed everything into a handbag, closed the safe, and left the room with the 6 people. "The 6 of you follow me in your cars, remember, if anything happens, don't let anyone near my vehicle." Zhang Chen watched the vehicles leave, closely following in the air. In a secluded place, Zhang Chen threw a stone at Lei'Ilua's car. Crack! The car window of Lei'Ilua's vehicle was shattered, Lei'Ilua's face was scratched, and the vehicle uncontrollably crashed into the nearby guardrail. Before the 6 people in the front and back of the car could react, Zhang Chen dived at high speed, directly to the car window, grabbed the handbag on the front passenger seat, and quickly disappeared into the night. Bang! Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out, bullets fired towards the direction where Zhang Chen disappeared. "My bag? Where is my handbag? Damn it, bastards, all deserve to die." Lei'Ilua's face was covered in blood, too busy to wipe it off. He dialed a phone number while roaring, "Starting now, have people clean up all the places in Samsung City owned by Wenlong, don't let anyone go, and arrest all those who have committed illegal acts." That night, Samsung City was turned upside down. Deputy Director Ding Wei suddenly gathered a team to investigate all places suspected of illegal activities. And for various reasons, dozens of people were arrested without any warning. At the hotel where Wenlong was located, there was a rapid knocking on the door. "What's wrong? Why the rush? Is something happening?" "Bro Long, it's bad, all our places have been sealed off, dozens of people have been arrested, and now there are dozens of law enforcement officers downstairs at the hotel, saying it's a routine check." Hearing the voice, Wenlong's mouth revealed a smile and murmured, "It seems to be successful, Lei'Ilua wants to go all out." In the hotel lobby, dozens of law enforcement officers and dozens of men in black confronted each other, both sides on the verge of eruption. Just then, a voice came, "Stop." Wenlong, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked slowly, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Ding Wei. "Deputy Director Ding, why are you not sleeping at home in the middle of the night and coming to my hotel? Did Deputy Director Ding get kicked out by his wife and have nowhere to stay?" Ding Wei looked at Wenlong seriously and said, "Wenlong, there's an order from above to inspect all night venues tonight, but it seems your people are not willing to cooperate. How about I invite them in for tea?" "Tisk tsk, Deputy Director Ding is so authoritative. I heard you have already arrested dozens of my people, but I just want to know, how many can you catch?" When Wenlong finished speaking, a strong sense of killing intent emanated from his whole body, pressing Ding Wei. Ding Wei gritted his teeth and said calmly, "Arresting people is because those people have committed illegal acts. I won't randomly arrest a bad person, nor will I wrongly accuse a good person. Come in, check the hotel." As Ding Wei's words fell, dozens of law enforcement officers were about to enter the hotel, but they were stopped by the people behind Wenlong. Wenlong, you better not be too arrogant, otherwise many people may have their eyes on your position. Oh, what position? I, Wenlong, am a legitimate businessman. There are important clients upstairs, and today I absolutely won't let you go up, that's what I say. Dingwei stared at Wenlong for a long time, then waved his hand and said, okay, very well, let's go, move on to the next place. Watching everyone leave, one of the men spoke up, Bro Long, what do we do now? Almost all of our venues have been shut down. Wenlong said calmly, tell everyone not to act rashly, stay put honestly, what we need to do now is wait. In the Samsung City Government Office building, the top officials almost all gathered together. Samsung City's leader Du Hao had a dark face, looking at everyone and saying, what's going on, can anyone tell me? Everyone pretended not to know, no one spoke, only Director Wang Qi said, from what I know, Deputy Director Dingwei received an order from Mayor Lei to crack down on all night venues in Samsung City. Du Hao slammed the table and said, who gave him the authority? Such a big matter and he's making decisions on his own, I think he's gone too far. As Du Hao's words fell, several important officials from various positions all spoke up, I think Mayor Lei's approach is right, the atmosphere in Samsung City should have been cleaned up long ago. Yes, I heard yesterday that something happened at a night venue, so this decision is correct. Looking at your support for Lei Iluo, Du Hao's eyes lit up and he said, where is Lei Iluo? Why isn't he here? Well, Secretary Du, Mayor Lei had a car accident and got injured, he is currently receiving treatment at the hospital and unable to come. Car accident? Alright, I'll go see him now, Lei Iluo is our good comrade. By the way, Wang Qi, you lead the team to support Dingwei, I think Dingwei is overwhelmed alone, and make sure to eliminate any unreasonable actions during law enforcement. As Du Hao, Wang Qi, and a few others left, the remaining people looked at each other with deep concern. They were well aware that tonight's events were nothing short of a power struggle, and the impact of who wins and who loses will be tremendous in the end. In the Longhu Mountain Villa area, inside the Tong family villa, Tong Yanan said to Zhou Tong, little Tong Tong, I'm telling you, don't make Tanchi Ge angry again in the future, got it? Zhou Tong looked puzzled and asked, why? What's wrong? No reason, because Tanchi Ge is too pitiful, we should treat him better. Upstairs in the room, Tong Wenming said to the young man in front of him, arrange for some people to protect Yanan's safety around the villa these days. Tong Wenming then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, starting tomorrow, all projects related to the Lei family will be halted, all cooperation will stop, and also have someone take the project plans to the government office according to the plan, and bring all the projects over. Late at night, Zhang Chen appeared in the room where Wenlong was. How is it, Tianqi, did you get it? Zhang Chen threw the briefcase to Wenlong and said, I think they value these things a lot, it should be correct, take a look. Wenlong eagerly opened the briefcase, looked through it, and excitedly said after a while, yes, it's these things, Lei Iluo would never have expected this, because he was too cautious, he ended up helping us, Tianqi, thanks to you this time. The next day, a sensational news appeared on the headlines of major newspapers in Sanqing City, revealing the illegal activities of the second-in-command of Sanqing City. Various media outlets rushed to report, and the headquarters of the Lei Group was surrounded. In a private room of a bar in Sanqing City, Lei Rong held Chen Hongli, who was barely dressed, with several other naked women beside him, waking up in a daze. There were many unsightly objects scattered around. Brother Lei, wake up, something big happened in your family. Get lost, my Lei family rules in Sanqing City, what big thing can happen? Brother Lei, it's true, your second uncle is in trouble, I heard he has been detained for violating the law and is currently under investigation. Lei Rong, who was initially dazed, instantly sobered up upon hearing this, and quickly dialed Lei Yiheng's phone. Hello, Dad, I just heard about Uncle's trouble? Son, the situation is not good right now, don't come back yet, do you remember the card I gave you? That card was specially arranged, transfer the money in batches, and also, in the villa next to our house, which belongs to our family, no one knows, there is 5 million cash prepared by me, and an overseas account, if the Lei family can't handle it, take this money and leave Sanqing City, got it? At that moment, Lei Rong dropped his phone on the ground, and after a while, he muttered, it's really happening, it's really happening. Thinking of this, Lei Rong slapped Chen Hongli, who was still half asleep, on the face. Damn, you bitch, ever since I got involved with you, all sorts of bad luck have been happening, don't you dare sleep, hurry up and leave with me, I have something to tell you. Chen Hongli has enjoyed a life she had never experienced before following Lei Rong during this period. However, she has also suffered ruthless torment, experiencing all kinds of cruel props on her body, and sometimes Lei Rong does not treat her as a human, subjecting her to inhuman torture. Sometimes Chen Hongli finds herself quite regretful, but she is already involuntarily trapped in this quagmire. At the Sanqing City station, 4 people walked out who were out of place with the people around them. One woman and three men. The woman was extremely beautiful with fiery red hair, a perfect figure. One of the three men was 1.2 meters tall, but his eyes carried the traces of time, while the other two had extremely melancholic eyes, as if they could affect others' moods. What does the boss think? As assassins, we are not allowed to kill but to mutilate the opponent. Isn't this like going to a hair salon and not getting your hair washed? Idiot, only you go to the hair salon to wash your hair. Then why go to the hair salon if you're not going to wash your hair? Of course, to wash my hair. Right, I also wash my hair. Aren't we all the same? No. You are different from us. You go to wash your big head. We are different, understand? So you mean my head is bigger than yours? Why don't I feel that? It's okay, we are all the same. At this moment, the woman with red hair smiled and said, "You guys seem to like washing your hair. Do you want me to help you?" The three men immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Red Dust Woman, this is the best. I've been thinking about it for a long time." Just as the three men approached with smiles, the Red Dust Woman suddenly produced two thin knives as thin as cicada wings, emitting a chilling aura. The three men were startled, quickly took a step back, and waved their hands with a smile, saying, We were just joking, Red Dust Woman, don't mind, we'll wash our hair ourselves in the future, help each other, don't get angry, we still have a mission, right?" The four left the station amidst the strange looks of the people around them and headed towards the downtown area of Sanqing City. At the headquarters of the Lei Group, Lei Hong kept smoking, with four middle-aged men sitting beside him, all of whom were high-level executives of the Lei Group. Half an hour later, Lei Hong coldly said, "There is no way to salvage this situation. What we need to do now is to cut ties and protect the assets of the Lei Group. Chairman, there is something you may not know yet. All the industries related to the Tong family and us have been halted, and I received news that the Tong family is planning a takeover of those industries. Yes, even the second-tier suppliers are now in a state of uncertainty." At this moment, Lei Hong's eyes flashed with anger. "You guys go out first, do your own duties, call the relevant department's personnel, try to stabilize the situation as much as possible, as long as we can hold on until the other side runs out of breath." After the four left, Lei Hong muttered with narrowed eyes, "Could this Zhang Chen be the mastermind behind this incident?" Wen Long and the Tong family seemed to have intricate connections with him. Zhang Chen returned to the villa and found that Ouyang Jia was nowhere to be found, which made Zhang Chen frown and mutter, "What's going on?" Left without a word. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking it. But when Zhang Chen returned to his room, he found signs of tampering. Although the other party tried hard to restore it to its original state, Zhang Chen still noticed some anomalies. "Ouyang Jia, you really have a problem, malicious intentions." Just then, Zhang Chen's phone rang. "Hello, Wen Long. Tianqi, just received news, Lei Luai is definitely finished this time, the inspection team from above has come down, but Lei Hong seems to have already prepared to take action, and you are involved in this." Upon hearing Wen Long's words, Zhang Chen asked in confusion, "Including me? Lei Hong shouldn't know that I was involved in this, right?" Tianqi, with Lei Hong's thoughts and his connections in Samsung City, I think he should have guessed something, so I called to tell you to be extra careful. "Okay, I got it." Just as Zhang Chen hung up the phone, suddenly the hairs on his body stood on end, feeling like prey being targeted by a hunter. This is probably a kind of danger perception that slowly appeared after Zhang Chen began to possess various animal abilities. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen quickly left the window. Almost at the same time, a bullet pierced through the glass, grazing Zhang Chen's face. The high temperature generated by the rotation of the bullet and friction with the air made Zhang Chen's face feel a strong burning sensation. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zhang Chen didn't care about anything else and rushed out from the other side of the villa, using his flying ability to fly towards the nearby woods from the air. In the woods, a man lying in the grass with a gun suddenly looked in the direction of the villa in surprise, then realized something. Without even bothering to pick up the gun, the man stood up and tried to escape. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. "Where are you rushing to?" Seeing Zhang Chen in front of him, the man was startled. "The villa is 100 meters away from here. How did you get here so fast?" Facing the man's shock, Zhang Chen ignored it and coldly asked, "Are you going to say it yourself, or do I have to force you to say it?" As Zhang Chen's words fell, the man suddenly erupted. A gun appeared in his hand, aimed straight at Zhang Chen's head. With a swift movement, Zhang Chen appeared at the man's side, and the gun in his hand disappeared at the same time. "I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, I'll shoot and make you a cripple for the rest of your life." The man looked down at the gun pointed at him, then glanced sideways at Zhang Chen in horror. "If you dare, just kill me. Do you think threatening me with a few words will make me afraid?" Bang! The gunshot rang out as the man spoke. The man, who had previously appeared resigned to his fate, was now replaced by fear, his legs trembling slightly, and his pants already soaked. "I'm telling you, this is just a warning. Next time, it might be different. Don't shoot, I'll talk. Speak, who sent you? I was sent by Scarface from Dongqing district. He gave me 50,000 yuan to kill you, and he said he would take care of everything, no risk involved. The man's answer stunned Zhang Chen for a moment, then he pulled the trigger directly, shooting the man in the head. This was Zhang Chen's first time shooting, and the feeling made him feel a surge of excitement, without feeling uncomfortable for taking a life. Those who kill will be killed. Taking out his phone, Zhang Chen called Wenlong. Hello, Wenlong, just now a gunman tried to kill me. He said Scarface from Dongqing district gave him 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wenlong hurriedly said, Scarface has always been someone who walks between the light and dark sides, and he also does things for the Lei family in secret. It seems Lei Hong is acting fast. After listening to Wenlong, Zhang Chen said, the assassin is in the woods 100 meters away from my villa. Have someone come over to deal with it. Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, his face suddenly changed color, and he rushed towards the side. Poochie! A thin knife as light as a cicada's wing was stuck in the tree trunk next to where Zhang Chen had been standing. Zhang Chen turned back in great shock, only to see 3 men and a woman appearing in the woods. Damn, this is like poking a hornet's nest, one wave after another. When will it end? Which one of you 4 sent you? The girl with red hair walked to the edge of the tree with a smile and pulled the dagger from above. Young man, are you called Zhang Chen? The soft and sexy voice made Zhang Chen feel a little dazed. Cautiously looking at the red-haired girl and the 3 men beside her, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate, instantly aiming his gun at them, and a burst of bullets shot out. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Due to his agile reflexes, Zhang Chen shot very quickly, with over 10 bullets heading towards the 4 people. The 4 people dodged the bullets completely, impressing Zhang Chen with their skills. Young man, you have quite the temper. Do you want big sister to cool you down? The red-haired girl held 2 thin as cicada wings daggers, with a seductive and charming expression, said to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and said, is that so? I'm afraid you can't handle it, because I can stretch freely. I'm afraid I'll pierce you directly. Ha ha. Little brother, you're really good at joking. No matter how powerful you are, in the end, you'll still be eaten by big sister. Zhang Chen didn't expect the red-haired girl in front of him to be so bold and even more ruthless than himself. I'm afraid I'll shut your mouth. With that, Zhang Chen charged towards the red-haired girl, as he could tell she was the leader of the 4, and once he took her down, the remaining 3 would be no threat. Zhang Chen's speed startled the 4, especially the red-haired girl, who showed a hint of shock in her eyes, then quickly retreated, the daggers in her hand forming a flash of cold light. Faced with the pair of daggers as thin as cicada wings, Zhang Chen didn't dare to confront them head-on, as his defense was only at level 1, and if he couldn't resist, it would be over for him. The red-haired girl noticed Zhang Chen looking for an opportunity left and right, seeming to understand something, and said with a slight smile, little brother, you seem to lack internal strength, quite strange, big sister has never seen a warrior like you before. At that moment, the 3 men nearby also closed in, aiming directly at Zhang Chen's arms and legs. Zhang Chen quickly realized the problem, knowing that these 4 people might not necessarily be after his life, but disabling him was definite. With a burst of strength, Zhang Chen attacked with his hands and legs at lightning speed, and after only a few moves, the 3 men were sent flying by Zhang Chen. Hiss! Such incredible strength, this person is tough. The red-haired girl, seeing her 3 companions being thrown out, was also shocked, and in an instant, the pair of daggers in her hands flew out, attacking Zhang Chen from both sides. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen leaped high into the air, flying towards the red-haired girl about 7 to 8 meters above the ground. The strength Zhang Chen had shown earlier was already enough to surprise the red-haired girl, and now his flying ability was even more jaw-dropping. With the agility of a grasshopper's hind legs, the red-haired girl activated her ability, and a red aura appeared between her hands, protecting her in front. Bang! Zhang Chen felt like he kicked a highly elastic object, and the force of the aura made his legs numb. The red-haired girl was sent flying backwards, finally crashing into a tree, coming to a stop, with many leaves falling from the tree. At that moment, the red-haired girl shot 2 thin threads from her hands, wrapping around the daggers in the distance. Swish! The pair of daggers as thin as cicada wings returned to the red-haired girl's hands once again. At this moment, among the 3 men who had just been knocked away, the most burly one stood up and rushed towards Zhang Chen as if he had not been injured at all. Kid, take a punch from your grandpa. Seeing the huge fist coming straight at him, Zhang Chen smiled and extended his fist to meet it head-on. Bang! Zhang Chen stood still in place, while the man fell several meters away. This time it was Zhang Chen's turn to be shocked, because he understood that the punch just now, even if the opponent was a martial artist at the peak of the Dark Realm, would definitely result in a broken arm and serious injury. But this man only had swollen blood vessels on his arm, with bulging veins, and no actual damage. Immediately, Zhang Chen noticed faint golden light spots flashing on the man's skin, and immediately thought of a possibility. This person has cultivated a body protection technique. Could it be the legendary indestructible diamond body? Or the 13th Tai Bao's golden bell cover? The mission is difficult, you three go first. The red-haired woman's voice fell, and the three men did not hesitate at all, shooting towards the forest. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Damn, how ungrateful, just leaving like that." The red-haired woman smiled and said, "Little brother, you're wrong. When faced with dangerous situations, we will never drag our feet. Those seemingly deep emotions and difficult-to-let-go attachments are simply childish to the extreme." Zhang Chen glanced tightly at the dagger in the woman's hand and said lightly, "Stop calling me little brother, and besides, aren't you still here? Isn't that right? Ha ha. Don't doubt it, I really do call everyone little brother, or you can try it." At this moment, the red-haired woman exuded the inherent charm of a mature woman, enough to stimulate a man's sensitive nerves and make him work like a bull in the fields even if he's exhausted. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Zhang Chen swallowed his saliva, glanced up and down at the red-haired woman, and said, "You're really hot enough to make my head buzz, my heart pound, and my lower body go numb. TSK, you're simply exquisite. But it's a pity, I'm not interested in getting on the bus with everyone, and the slightest touch of red lips disgusts me, so you better save your energy." With that, Zhang Chen shook his head. The red-haired woman did not expect Zhang Chen to be so direct, comparing him to a woman who embraces 1,000 and rides 10,000. A strong sense of killing intent flashed in her eyes, and the thin dagger in her hand flew towards Zhang Chen, this time controlled by two very thin threads, attacking Zhang Chen continuously from front and back. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen dodged, leaped, and appeared behind the red-haired woman at lightning speed, reaching out to grab her. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The red-haired woman did not have time to retract the dagger, so in order to avoid falling into Zhang Chen's hands, she directly opened her chest. Oops! A pair of large white rabbits appeared in front of Zhang Chen, but at this moment, Zhang Chen was unable to break in time, and his palm directly grabbed them. At that moment, time stood still, space froze, only the sound of Zhang Chen's heartbeat and the sound of his nosebleed dripping to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the red-haired woman moved her hands, retracted the dagger, and slashed towards Zhang Chen's arm. Faced with this scene, even if Zhang Chen was reluctant, he had to let go and quickly retreated several meters. The red-haired woman took advantage of this opportunity to disappear into the forest with a few ups and downs. Zhang Chen looked at his hand and muttered, "Too big, can't hold it, damn, how did it grow so big?" For assassins escaped, but what Zhang Chen didn't know was that a figure was hidden on a big tree in the distance, with a hint of horror and regret in the eyes. Not long after, a car stopped at the edge of the forest, and four men got out of the car. After seeing Zhang Chen, they respectfully saluted and said, "Brother Qi, Brother Long asked us to help you." Zhang Chen nodded and said, "There is a body in the forest, clean it up a bit, don't leave any evidence." The next day, Zhang Chen woke up early and started copying genetic abilities directly with a turtle. After 30 unsuccessful attempts, Zhang Chen felt extremely frustrated. It seems difficult to become an old monster with a lifespan of thousands of years, but I believe I will succeed one day. Looking at his genetic points, a total of 131 points, he needed 69 more points to upgrade a genetic ability to level 2. Invisibility, once it reaches level 2, I can truly become invisible, and then I can do whatever I want. Zhang Chen was imagining a bright future when suddenly a siren sounded and stopped at the entrance of his villa. This made Zhang Chen frown. What's going on? Have I been exposed? Saying that, Zhang Chen walked out of the villa and saw Li Yanran with 6 police officers standing at the door ready to ring the doorbell. Seeing Zhang Chen come out, Li Yanran first showed a hint of admiration, then immediately put on a cold expression and said, "Zhang Chen, you are suspected of a murder case, please come with us to assist in the investigation." Zhang Chen touched his nose and said, "Hey, don't frame a good person. Murder is a serious crime. If you speak nonsense, be careful I sue you for defamation." Zhang Chen, everything you say now is being recorded. Besides, we are just asking you to come back to assist in the investigation. Will you cooperate? Zhang Chen glanced at Li Yanran and then smiled. How could I not? As a good citizen, cooperating with you is what I should do. Moreover, going back with a beauty like Officer Li is also a kind of happiness, isn't it? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Yanran blushed involuntarily, but then she said to Zhang Chen, "Watch your words and actions, or you'll regret it later." Zhang Chen seemed indifferent and said, "Regret it? What's there to regret? This is interesting. Li officer, are you sacrificing yourself? If so, I'll have to take a good look." Zhang Chen's words made the other police officers beside him admire him greatly. In their eyes, Li Yanran was not someone to mess with. Because if she got upset, it could range from minor injuries to being hospitalized for 10 days or more. Facing Zhang Chen's shamelessness, Li Yanran gritted her teeth and said, "Take him away." Sitting in the police car, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh, "This is the second time already. I'm really unlucky." "Don't worry, this is only the second time. Maybe you'll be going in more often in the future." Hearing Li Yanran's words, Zhang Chen looked up at her and said, "Damn, are you trying to retaliate against me, seeking personal revenge? Let me tell you, if you dare to do that, I'll show you my lightning-fast pants-dropping move and let you know what true shamelessness is." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's last words, Li Yanran visibly tensed her legs and then angrily said to Zhang Chen, "You scoundrel, if you really did that thing, you might not even see the sun tomorrow. You better think about yourself first." Soon, Zhang Chen entered the interrogation room again, but this time, Chief Wang Qi was sitting in the middle. Beside him were Li Yanran and a middle-aged male police officer. "Name? Don't you already know? Gender? Do you want me to show you?" "Show what? It's just something to prove my gender." "Mr. Zhang, can you cooperate a little? Give me some face." "Age? I told you last time." Smack. "Zhang Chen, you better cooperate well, or you won't have a good ending." Faced with Li Yanran's strong temper, Zhang Chen calmly said to Director Wang Qi, "Director Wang, does this count as intimidation?" Director Wang Qi awkwardly touched his nose and said, Yanran, don't get agitated. Let's talk calmly. Besides, this may not necessarily be Mr. Zhang's doing." As Director Wang Qi finished speaking, he stood up directly, holding a file bag in his hand, and slowly approached Zhang Chen. "Mr. Zhang, there are some things I can't say here, but we all understand, so let's be frank. You wouldn't forget about the 7 bodies in the abandoned building in the suburbs, would you?" Upon hearing Director Wang Qi's words, Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat, secretly thinking, "It's actually about that matter. Did I slip up somewhere? No way." Many thoughts flashed through Zhang Chen's mind at lightning speed, and he looked calmly at Director Wang Qi and said, "Director Wang, I'm a coward. Don't scare me. 7 bodies? What bodies? This kind of joke is not funny. It could be fatal." Director Wang smiled at Zhang Chen and, after a while, took out a series of photos from the file bag. On the day of the incident, this car entered the Longhu Mountain Villa area. "We retrieved surveillance footage, and the car was parked at the entrance of your villa, and those 2 individuals talked to you for over a minute. The 2 deceased individuals then left in a car, and you followed them, but turned back halfway. Although you managed to avoid the cameras in the end, someone saw your car parked by the woods for a long time. All the timings match perfectly. Mr. Zhang, how do you explain this?" Looking at the photos in Director Wang Qi's hands, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Director Wang is right. Indeed, 2 people came to the entrance of my villa that day, claiming to have kidnapped my family. I didn't believe them and sent them away. Director Wang, do you know that I've been an orphan since I was young? I don't have any family. These 2 are obviously scammers. I wanted to follow them and report to the police. After all, I'm a law-abiding citizen. But I was discovered, and I was afraid of retaliation from them, so I turned back halfway." Smack. Li Yanran slammed the table and stood up angrily, pointing at Zhang Chen, "With your skills, you wouldn't be afraid of retaliation. You're clearly lying." Watching Li Yanran's furious movements, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Officer Li, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Although I can handle 2 ordinary people, who knows if they have a gun? I value my life very much." Director Wang put away the photos, returned to his seat, and continued, "Mr. Zhang, can you explain where you went when your car was parked by the woods for a long time?" Upon hearing Director Wang's question, Zhang Chen immediately knew it was a trap, as Director Wang would have surely checked the surrounding surveillance footage. Pretending to recall, Zhang Chen said, "That day, I found 2 very large spiders in the woods, probably mating. It was the first time I had seen such a scene, so out of curiosity, I observed the spiders in the woods for a while." Zhang Chen's answer was full of loopholes, yet it seemed seamless, causing Director Wang to furrow his brow. Li Yanran tried to approach Zhang Chen to confront him, but she couldn't even touch his body, as Zhang Chen always caught her hands. At that moment, Director Wang suddenly asked, "Mr. Zhang, how did you handle the firearms at the scene?" Zhang Chen, caught off guard, blurted out, "It's in my storage space." As the words fell, Zhang Chen realized, with a thump in his heart, couldn't help but think to himself, "I'm still too naive." But at this moment, Zhang Chen saw Wang Qi and Li Yanran looking at him with anger on their faces. His thoughts shifted, and he smiled and said, "I already said I don't know. If you insist on asking, then I'll say I have a storage treasure of a cultivator, where anything can be stored, including the gun. Are you satisfied with that? And let me tell you, I'm actually a deity who has descended to Earth. Don't tell anyone, okay?" Sure enough, as Zhang Chen's words fell, Wang Qi and Li Yanran looked at him as if he were a fool. Mr. Zhang, calm down. Thank you for assisting us in solving the case today. I will report it afterwards and award Mr. Zhang with a Good Citizen Award. Just as Wang Qi finished speaking, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hello, oh, Mr. Tong, yes, oh, you don't need to come in person. I just had Mr. Zhang come to assist in the investigation, nothing else. It's already over now. Yes, Mr. Tong, you should know who I am, right? Okay. Hanging up the phone, Wang Qi was about to speak when the phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Qi's expression changed, and he answered with a smile. Wenlong, what's up? Did someone intentionally check your territory by calling me? Not knowing what was said on the other end, Wang Qi glanced at Zhang Chen in surprise, then smiled and said, I know you are all good citizens. Don't mess around. It's better for Sanqing City to be peaceful tonight. If things get out of hand, I might not be able to handle it. Okay, I understand. Mr. Zhang will be able to go home soon. This is what we call police and civilians working together, right? Hanging up the phone, Wang Qi personally opened the door for Zhang Chen and said, Mr. Zhang, thank you for coming to assist us in handling the case today. I apologize for keeping you here for so long. I'll have someone drive you back. Zhang Chen stood up and said, I've always been a good citizen, so there's no need to send me. I'll go back on my own. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave, Wang Qi whispered, 2 people died at the Hulong Pavilion. Someone definitely won't let it go like this. Hearing Wang Qi's words, Zhang Chen paused for a moment, then quickly pretended not to hear and continued walking outside. Li Yanran hurriedly caught up at this time and walked beside Zhang Chen. What are you doing? You've asked your questions, what else do you want? You're not thinking of going home with me, are you? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Li Yanran was completely helpless in the face of Zhang Chen's shamelessness, but she suppressed her inner anger and whispered, Zhang Chen, others may not know, but I do. With your ability to fly, avoiding surveillance cameras and going from Longhu Mountain to the suburbs to commit murder and return is not difficult, right? Zhang Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look closely at Li Yanran, and only spoke when Li Yanran seemed a bit embarrassed. Some things, when said, can bring trouble. Girls should be gentle and generous, know how to be coquettish, learn to make themselves happy, don't be too clever. Too clever women will live a very miserable life. Who knew that Li Yanran completely ignored his words and instead grabbed Zhang Chen's arm and hugged him, saying, I'll keep this secret for you. Will you teach me lightness skills? This sudden scene made Zhang Chen feel a tingling sensation. The huge and soft touch made him feel an amazing elasticity. But Zhang Chen was not a naive person. He looked at Li Yanran with a lecherous gaze and said, if you want to learn, you have to sleep with the master first. You understand this principle, right? Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Yanran was startled and quickly released Zhang Chen's arm, saying, you shameless, you're despicable. As Li Yanran turned to escape, Zhang Chen saw the blush on her face. So the usual toughness is just one side, deep down she's still a woman after all. Shameless? Despicable, what great verbs. Just as Zhang Chen stepped out of the police station, he saw a row of luxury cars parked at the entrance, with dozens of well-dressed men standing beside the cars. Seeing Zhang Chen come out, several of them quickly approached and said, Mr. Zhang, Ton Lao asked me to pick you up. Chiga, Longa arranged for us to come pick you up. Chiga is good. Several people spoke together, giving off an impressive vibe. Zhang Chen could only smile wryly, feeling awkward as both sides came to pick him up. In helplessness, Zhang Chen patted the person sent by Ton Lao and said, thank you for coming, I will call Ton Lao later, you can go back for now. Sitting in the car, Zhang Chen called Tong Wenming. Hello, Tong Lao, thank you for today, but I have something to attend to with Wenlong, I will visit you another day. Alright, I understand, I won't interfere with the remaining matters of the Lei family. With your cooperation with Wenlong in the business, I believe the Lei family will soon disappear from Sanqing City. Meanwhile, in a secluded room in Sanqing City, a red-haired woman and 3 men were sitting together. Red Dust Woman, should we make a move on Zhang Chen? I didn't expect that this task would turn out to be so difficult. The opponent's strength is beyond imagination, we might have a hard time getting to him. Just then, a voice came slowly. Originally, I thought the Red Dust 4 guests were quite famous in the assassin world, top-notch experts. But today, it seems they are just living off their reputation. Who are you? As the voice fell, the door opened, and a figure hidden in black stood at the doorway. I'm here to help you. Help us? You know we are the Red Dust 4 guests in the assassin world, yet you dare to say you'll help us? Why not dare? Because we have a common goal, so cooperation is not impossible, right, Red Dust Woman? As the man in black spoke, the Red Dust Woman suddenly looked at him and said, there are people who know about us, the Red Dust 4 guests, but knowing our details, our whereabouts, and our target at the same time should be impossible. Staring at the man in black, the Red Dust woman continued, if I'm not mistaken, you are the employer who hired us, right? As the Red Dust woman finished speaking, the man in black suddenly turned to her and said, as a professional assassin, there are some things that cannot be said. Do you, Red Dust woman, not understand this basic knowledge after so many years as an assassin? Humph, knowledge, did you tell us how formidable the target was when you hired us? This time we almost ended up in the hands of the opponent, we have to ask you about that. After a moment of silence, the man in black said, enough, if this mission is successful, in addition to the previous 10 million, I will give you another 10 million. This money should be enough for you to live comfortably for a long time. Inside the hotel where Wenlong was staying, Zhang Chen smoked a cigarette while listening to Wenlong talk about the Lei family. Wenlong, I don't care about anything else, I just want to know the whereabouts of Lei Rong. Oh, Tianqi and that Lei Rong have more than just a little conflict, right? Humph, it's not just a little conflict, it's a life and death feud. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wenlong did not ask further, as a life and death feud explained everything. Tianqi, rest assured, everyone in the Lei family is currently under my surveillance. If there is any movement, I will notify you immediately. When Zhang Chen left from Wenlong, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The car was speeding on the highway and soon arrived in a remote area. At that moment, Zhang Chen caught a glimpse of a cold light shooting towards the vehicle from the corner of his eye. Screech! With his strong agility, Zhang Chen quickly reacted, blocking the road with the vehicle and coming to a stop. Zhang Chen glanced at a dart stuck on a tree trunk in the distance, then turned to look at the trees on the side. Since you're here, don't hide sneakily, come out. He. Little brother, sister misses you, so I couldn't wait to come see you, right? As the voice fell, the figure of the Red Dust woman appeared by the roadside. It's you again. Last time I let you escape, you dare to come back. Aren't you afraid I'll stab you to death? He. Last time you touched sister, made sister lose sleep for several days. If little brother stabs me, I'm willing. Come, today Red Dust woman will stab little brother back. As the voice fell, the Red Dust woman's dagger, as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in her hand and lunged towards Zhang Chen. Just as Zhang Chen faced the distraction of the Red Dust woman, 3 gusts of wind shot towards him from 3 directions. With a swift movement, he leaped over the vehicle, picked up a huge rock from the roadside, and hurled it towards the trees in the distance. Boom! Crack! Several trees were smashed, and a figure was forced out of the woods. Immediately after, 2 more men appeared, seemingly surrounding Zhang Chen. None of you 4 will leave today. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, a voice came from afar, Zhang brother, I'm here to help you. The appearance of this voice made Zhang Chen's eyes flash with doubt because he was familiar with this voice. Zhang brother, who are these people? Are they your enemies? Looking at Ouyang Jie standing beside him, Zhang Chen smiled and said, Ouyang brother, you left without saying goodbye a few days ago. I thought you had left the city, but it turns out you didn't. I had some urgent matters, so I couldn't bid farewell to Zhang brother in time. I didn't expect to meet here today. At this moment, the 3 men beside the Red Dust woman suddenly waved their hands and scattered a white powder, enveloping the space around Zhang Chen. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen opened his clothes and covered his face. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Ouyang Jie, who was next to Zhang Chen, suddenly showed a fierce expression, and with a swing of his hand, struck Zhang Chen in the chest. Bang! Too close to dodge, Zhang Chen was sent flying and fell on the highway more than 10 meters away. Ha, Zhang Chen, you are now like meat on a chopping board, under my control. How about it, hand it over, so you won't suffer. Ouyang Jie walked up to Zhang Chen with a smile on his face, followed by the Red Dust woman and her companions. However, what happened next left the 5 of them dumbfounded. Zhang Chen patted his chest, slowly stood up. Ouyang Jie, since you appeared, I felt something strange about you, but do you know why I didn't drive you away? Because I wanted to see what kind of person you really are and what your intentions were in approaching me. Ouyang Jie's face showed an expression of disbelief. Zhang Chen, I hit you with all my strength, you can't be unharmed, it's impossible, you must be pretending, trying to scare us off. Saying this, Ouyang Jie saw Zhang Chen touch his chest, a gleam in his eyes, and he waved his hand, let's attack together, break his limbs. As Ouyang Jie's voice fell, the Red Dust woman and her companions surrounded Zhang Chen. With lightning speed, flashing hidden weapons and occasional bursts of energy, the 4 of them cooperated seamlessly. Zhang Chen was completely unrestrained at this moment, using all of his genetic abilities to the extreme. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen spotted a flaw in the man who was practicing body protection techniques. Without saying a word, a powerful fist with terrifying force struck the man's chest. This time, it was not as easy as the last time. The man flew backwards, crashing into a tree as thick as a bowl before falling to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The man's internal organs suffered heavy damage, showing that his body protection technique was only superficial and did not reach the internal organs. Otherwise, even though Zhang Chen's strength was immense now, he would have had no way to deal with the opponent. One person was missing among the four, and the remaining three also showed more and more flaws, allowing Zhang Chen to easily blast away the remaining two men. These two men fell to the ground and died instantly, their chests shattered, their internal organs ruptured. Not even the gods could save them. Seeing this scene, the Red Dust Woman's eyes turned red. After all, 3 companions had died, and the Red Dust 4 guests had now become one. Zhang Chen, I, the Red Dust Woman, will not rest until I see you dead. Oh my god, you're here to kill me, and you still feel wronged, right? Fine, today you won't leave alive. I'll eradicate the roots to prevent future troubles. In that instant, Zhang Chen combined his agility and flying abilities, rushing towards the Red Dust Woman at lightning speed. Although the Red Dust Woman had a pair of daggers as thin as cicada wings, facing the extremely serious Zhang Chen, she gradually showed flaws. Bang! Zhang Chen struck the Red Dust Woman's chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the pair of daggers in her hands fell to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt a strong wind attacking from behind, quickly turning around and punching backwards. Crack! Under Zhang Chen's terrifying strength, Ouyang Jie's arm directly fractured and twisted in a distorted manner. Ah! A miserable cry came from Ouyang Jie's mouth as he held his injured arm and retreated more than 10 steps in shock, looking at Zhang Chen with a face full of astonishment. Ouyang Jie thought he could take advantage of Zhang Chen's distraction in battle to launch a sneak attack and severely injure Zhang Chen, but he did not expect to lose his best chance to escape. Seeing that the man struggling in the distance had stopped breathing, and only the Red Dust Woman was still trying to escape, Zhang Chen leaped towards her and grabbed her by the neck, asking, "Who is your employer?" Cough! Cough! Zhang Chen, you can't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. I will never bow down to you. I will never comply with your demands. I will let you manipulate me. Then I'll make you tell me who your employer is. At that moment, the Red Dust Woman hesitated. As an assassin, she could go to any lengths, even selling her own body, but the information about her employer could never be revealed casually, or she would face endless pursuit from the assassin world. Seeing the Red Dust Woman's expression, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It seems you're not obedient. If I'm not mistaken, your employer is Ouyang Jie, right?" Before the Red Dust Woman could respond, Zhang Chen surprised her by twisting her neck with a snap. In that brief moment, Ouyang Jie, gritting his teeth, had already rushed into the trees by the roadside and was speeding away towards the distance. "Ouyang, where are you going? There are some things you still need to explain." Hearing this voice, Ouyang Jie slammed on the brakes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and coldly said, "Zhang Chen, do you know who I am? If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will definitely have no place to bury your body." Asterisk swish. Asterisk Zhang Chen's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Ouyang Jie, lightly saying, "Since the first time you appeared, I felt that you had a big problem, but I didn't expose you. Since that's the case, then tell me, is your identity enough to make me afraid to touch you? Zhang Chen, you should know about the Dragon Guard. Besides the Guard Master Tanguabin, there is also the powerful Dragon King and 4 Dragon Guards. In addition, there are 8 top experts in all directions, with the Heaven and Earth Shenhuang divided into 4 groups. I, Ouyang Jie, am the leader of the Yellow Group, and my master is one of the 4 Dragon Guards, with great power. If you dare to touch me, you will be against the entire Dragon Guard." After hearing Ouyang Jie's words, Zhang Chen frowned tightly. From Wenlong's information, the Dragon Guard can be said to be a huge and terrifying force in China. Provoking such a force is no different from seeking death. However, Zhang Chen, who has the genetic system, is not afraid. With a slight smile, Zhang Chen whispered, "Ouyang Jie, many things that happened around me should be your doing in secret, including the black-clothed person outside the suburbs, right? The Dragon Guard is such a huge organization in China, I don't believe that everyone in it is like you. So if you die here, how many people in the Dragon Guard will avenge you?" Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ouyang Jie was stunned for a moment, then said, "The strength of the Dragon Guard is beyond your imagination. If I die, you won't live for more than 10 days, my master will not let you go." Zhang Chen nodded slightly and said, "Oh, that's impressive. I really want to see it for myself." Bang! Crack! Ouyang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that Zhang Chen would really make a move against him, completely disregarding the powerful deterrent of the Dragon Guard. At this moment, Ouyang Jie's heart stopped beating, completely losing his breath. In a secret base in Kyoto, the Guard Master Tanguabin, with a dignified demeanor, said, "Have you investigated everything?" Back to the Guard Master, "It's been investigated. The leader of the yellow group, Ouyang Jia, went to Sanqing City for a person named Zhang Chen, who is said to be related to the recent mysterious incident of falling rocks killing people. Tang Wubin murmured, Zhang Chen, is this person on the list of martial artists? Back to the guard master, no, this Zhang Chen has no previous records, as if he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now keep an eye on Sanqing City. If there is any evidence against Ouyang Jia, I want to see how powerful those authoritative figures really are. Guard master, should we invite the Dragon King out? Smack! Tang Guobin slammed the table and said sternly, the Dragon King has been in seclusion for 3 years. Before he comes out, no one is allowed to disturb him. Inside the Dragon Lake Mountain Tong family villa, a table full of dishes, Tong Wenming and Tong Yanan sat on both sides, while Zhang Chen sat in the main seat. Old Tong, what are you doing? It's not appropriate for me to sit here. It's more suitable for you to sit here. Tanchi, when I first met you, you were a straightforward person. How come you are so restrained now that you are familiar? Faced with Tong Wenming's words, Zhang Chen had to sit steadily in his seat and said with a smile, people always need to have some rules, no matter when. Tong Yanan on the side smiled and said, Tanchi, do you know that since you fought in the school taekwondo battle last time, the school has established a Chinese martial arts society, and many people have signed up, but everyone wants you to teach them Chinese martial arts. Zhang Chen smiled awkwardly and said, I don't have time. I'm busier than anyone else now, I don't have time. Tanchi, then you teach me martial arts, and I'll go teach them. At this moment, Tong Wenming on the side slammed the table and said, Yanan, martial arts is the foundation of a sect. It cannot be taught casually. It's becoming more and more unruly. Tong Yanan felt embarrassed, stuffing food into his mouth while glaring fiercely at Zhang Chen. The most important thing was that Tong Yanan occasionally picked up individual dishes and put them in Zhang Chen's bowl, looking at Zhang Chen encouragingly. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen felt a spasm in his heart, sending a chill down his spine. Damn, what is this girl thinking? Or is it because of the aftermath of being kicked by that kangaroo last time? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen felt like crying. First, he was bitten by a little turtle, then kicked by a kangaroo. Little brother, I'm sorry for you. From now on, Big Brother will definitely treat you to abalone, lots of abalone. In Zhang Chen's villa, there was a loud knocking on the door. Zhang Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly sat up and shouted, Can you stop knocking? Tanchi, Yanan and I made breakfast for you. Hurry up and come eat. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhang Chen pulled back the covers, opened the door groggily, and said, Jotong, why are you here? Did Yanan ask you to come? At this moment, Jotong was standing still, looking down with a puzzled expression, her mouth wide open, saying, Tanchi, Yanan said you. You are a eunuch? How could it be? Jotong's words instantly woke Zhang Chen up. When he saw his little brother appearing in a combat stance in such a situation, Zhang Chen immediately closed the door. Damn, brother, you finally woke up. That's great, I thought you lost the ability of the golden hoop. Meanwhile, Tong Zhou outside was blushing and walking downstairs, thinking to herself, it's really big. Yanan lied to me. Tanchi clearly has it, but can I handle that ferocious look? Just as Jotong was lost in her thoughts, Tong Yanan called out to her, Xiaotonton, what's wrong with you? Why are you so absent-minded? Startled by the sudden voice, Jotong quickly said, come in and try it out. Xiaotonton, what do you mean by come in and try it out? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. I mean, let Tanchi come down to eat. In Zhang Chen's room, Zhang Chen activated the genetic system. Xiaoji, check how many genetic points have been accumulated in the past few days. How many points in total? Ding, the host currently has 191 genetic points. 191 points. Just 9 more points and I can upgrade my genetic ability, invisibility. Here I come. Xiaoji, copy genetic ability. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. The series of failures did not dampen Zhang Chen's spirits, instead, he was extremely excited. When the genetic points reached 200, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the invisibility ability to level 2. Ding, does the host want to spend 200 genetic points to upgrade the genetic color changing ability to level 2 preliminary invisibility? Yes. In an instant, the genetic points disappeared, and Zhang Chen felt a tremendous change happening within his body. At that moment, it seemed like the genetic lock had been opened, and some extraordinary abilities were quietly released. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Chen regained consciousness, feeling the upgraded genetic ability, and he couldn't help but cheer with joy. Because even though the invisibility ability only lasted for 3 minutes, it could make his clothes invisible as well, without any noticeable difference. Moreover, when the invisibility ability's time was up, the cooldown time was 1 minute, allowing him to activate the invisibility ability again. Zhang Chen, in his joy, did not forget to use the remaining genetic replication ability. Although he did not succeed in the end, he also obtained 21 genetic points. Just as he walked out of the door, Zhang Chen suddenly thought of something, smirked slyly, and instantly disappeared into thin air. Downstairs, Tang Yanan was filling a bowl with something, while Zhou Tong whispered, "Yanan, Tianqi Gu may not need these things." "Nonsense, I personally discovered Tianqi Ge's situation. The boss said these things are especially nourishing. Look, there are bull whips, pig whips, sheep whips, deer whips, and chicken whips in that pot, all of them are highly nourishing." Invisible Zhang Chen happened to arrive at the kitchen door, and heard Tong Yanan's words. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt like dying. A man being mistaken for someone else by a woman is completely unacceptable. At that moment, a long object suddenly emerged from the pot, directly sending the lid flying. The two girls were startled and quickly retreated, completely defenseless against the scene before them. Seeing this, Zhang Chen almost burst out laughing because the pot contained bullwhips, which needed heavy objects on the lid before cooking to prevent the expansion of the contents and unleash an amazing ejection force after heating. Seeing the two girls at a loss, Zhang Chen had no choice but to cancel his invisibility and walk into the kitchen. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, the two girls seemed relieved. "Tianqi Gu, you finally came. Hurry, that thing is misbehaving. Think of a solution quickly." Helplessly, Zhang Chen said to the two, "Alright, you two go out first." After the two girls left, Zhang Chen tidied up, making all the dishes into exquisite delicacies without wasting anything. "Tianqi Gu, you are really amazing. Alright, enough compliments. Hurry up and eat, or it will get cold and hard to chew later." The two girls picked up a plate of sliced food, put it in their mouths, and their eyes lit up. "Wow, it's so delicious. What is this? It's chewy and has a great texture." Seeing the two enjoying the food, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "What else could it be? It's the same thing you just said was misbehaving." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the two girls were stunned for a moment, then their faces changed drastically as they ran towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, the two girls returned with pale faces. While enjoying the delicious food, Zhang Chen asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to eat more?" Zhang Chen's words made the two girls feel nauseous, and they waved their hands, saying, "No more, Tianqi Gu, those were all bought for you. You eat them yourself." In Sanqing City, Lei Yilua had been investigated and fallen from grace, which directly ruined his career and freedom. Because of this incident, many people in Sanqing City were implicated, leading to a major overhaul. The Lei family's Lei group also suffered a heavy blow, with their business facing Waterloo and a fatal setback. In the Lei family villa, Lei Yihong's eyes were red, and his hair had turned considerably white, showing the immense pressure he had been under during this period. "Didn't I tell you not to come here, to leave Sanqing City with the money? Why did you come back?" Facing him was Lei Rong, who coldly said to his father, "Dad, I'm not leaving. Since someone wants to destroy our Lei family, we will fight back. I have put all my savings of 60 million together. Let's find someone to take down that Wen Long and the old man from the Tong family, and we will all go down together." As soon as Lei Rong finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. "You fool, do you know what you're saying? Everything I've done is for the Lei family. Now that the Lei family can't be saved, I want to protect you, the only heir of the Lei family. On your shoulders, you carry the future of the Lei family. Do you know that if something happens to you, the Lei family will truly come to an end?" With a sigh, Lei Yihong said, "Actually, I have thought about it too. But you don't understand what kind of person Wen Long is. People like him, if they can't achieve a single strike kill, the fate awaiting my Lei family is destruction. Son, you are still young, with unlimited possibilities in the future. That's why I can't gamble, and I dare not gamble. I'm old and useless now. I just hope you can live well. Remember, the current state of the Lei family is inevitable. Don't think about seeking revenge. Start a new life in a different city. Ring ring hello, Wen Long. Tianqi, I just received news that Lei Rong appeared at the Lei family villa. I suspect that the Lei family might be planning something." Upon hearing Wen Long's words, Zhang Chen calmly said, "It's time to put an end to the matter between me and Lei Rong. Wen Long, send me the address of where Lei Rong is located later." Hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, "Now that I have the ability to be invisible, even if I am careless, there won't be any evidence left behind. It's time to take action. Lei Rong, wait for me." Next to the Lei family villa is another villa with a similar style, unknown to most people in Sanqing City, which also belongs to the Lei family. Inside the villa, Lei Rong was smoking, his face full of resentment. Beside him, Chen Hongli whispered, "Brother Arong, don't be sad. We can live in another city where no one knows us. Isn't that great? Asterisk smack. Asterisk you damn whore, ever since I got involved with you, my luck has been nothing but bad. You're a jinx, damn it, a harbinger of bad luck. Chen Hongli covered her face, looking aggrieved, but dared not utter a word of complaint. Suddenly, a strange scene unfolded. The ashtray on the table in front of Lei Rong floated up without warning and emptied all the cigarette butts and ashes on Lei Rong's head. This eerie scene made both of them scream in shock. Chen Hongli seemed to see a ghost and kept backing away. Lei Rong, on the other hand, brushed off the ashes on his head while constantly looking around. Who is playing tricks? Come out. At that moment, a dining knife on a nearby table flew out of nowhere and headed straight for Chen Hongli. This sight greatly shocked Chen Hongli, her eyes filled with fear, and she eventually fainted. Lei Rong turned to leave the villa, but just then, the knife changed direction, narrowly missing Lei Rong's face and embedding itself in the wall. Zhang Chen's figure appeared slowly at this moment, terrifying Lei Rong to the core. You. Why is it you? You're not dead. You died. You're a ghost? This can't be. I didn't harm you, spare me. Facing the stuttering Lei Rong, Zhang Chen walked towards him slowly and calmly said, Lei Rong, do you remember the scene by the seaside? I almost drowned in the sea, almost became fish food for real. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Spare me, as long as you spare me, I'll give you money, a lot of money. Zhang Chen leaned forward, smiling, and said, Lei Rong, I think it's better for you to leave this world. What do you think? As he finished speaking, a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in Zhang Chen's hand and slowly stabbed into Lei Rong's heart. Don't kill me. Relax, take a deep breath, you'll be fine in a moment. Lei Rong keenly felt his heart being pierced, the helplessness and fear making his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Everything went unnoticed until Chen Hongli woke up and found Lei Rong dead. Fearing for her safety, she called the police. However, no clues were found at the scene, and no one was seen entering the villa. At this moment, Chen Hongli naturally became the number one suspect, because the surveillance video of the villa showed only Lei Rong and Chen Hongli entering the villa, with no one else. However, Chen Hongli's explanation made everyone feel creepy. The sudden floating ashtray, the flying knife, all of this made Li Yanran feel that something was very wrong. Even though Li Yanran believed what Chen Hongli said, without any evidence, Chen Hongli was eventually sent to a mental hospital to determine if she was mentally abnormal. The conclusion was that Chen Hongli was mentally normal, so Lei Rong's death could only be attributed to him. Chen Hongli, who had once longed for a better life, did not expect to become a murderer in the end. At this moment, Chen Hongli shed tears of regret, recalling Zhang Chen's meticulous care for her and the deep love he had for her. Whenever she thought of the eerie floating ashtray and the knife, Chen Hongli felt a chill down her spine. Unfortunately, everything could not be undone. Lei Hong mobilized all of Lei's funds, busy trying to fight for Lei's group in the end, to keep Lei's group standing. But at this moment, the news of Lei Rong's death reached Lei Hong's ears. Boom! Lei Hong took several steps back, incredulously shouting, No, this is impossible, my son has left Sanqing City, he cannot be dead, he cannot be dead. Chairman, please accept my condolences. Just now, the police station reported that young Master Lei has indeed passed away. Stop talking, get out, get out. Crash! The huge bookcase was directly knocked over by Lei Hong, leaving the entire office in a mess. Ah! Wenlong, it must be Wenlong, wanting my Lei family's business, wanting to end my Lei family's lineage, I curse you to a miserable death. At this moment, Lei Hong, who had no more concerns, no longer had the idea of saving Lei's group, because his Lei family had come to an end. Hey, Scarface, select some loyal men, bring some guys, wait for me near the Kane Hotel. In a hidden factory in Sanqing City, a round-faced man with burned scars on his face looked terrifying. Scarface hung up the phone, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. It seems that things have come to a head. Since that's the case, let's play big. Donkey, select more than 10 loyal brothers, bring weapons, bring grenades, follow me. In the police station, Li Yanran said to Wang Qi, Director Wang, this matter has obviously exceeded the scope of a normal case, it is too difficult to handle, I suggest reporting it. Hearing Li Yanran's words, Wang Qi helplessly said, Oh, my niece Li, don't make things more complicated for me. The incident at the Hulong Pavilion last time already caused chaos in Sanqing City. If this matter's impact is expanded, I won't be able to keep my position. By the way, if you have the energy, take some people to keep an eye on Lei Hong. Lei Rong has died. According to Lei Hong's character, he definitely won't remain indifferent. Helpless, Li Yanran had to leave the office. The Kane Hotel is the most upscale hotel in Sanqing City, and it is also the headquarters of the underground emperor Wenlong in Sanqing City. At the hotel entrance, Lei Hong looked haggard, with gray hair, but exuding a fierce aura. Behind him were more than 10 men carrying bags, a combination that instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Boss Lei, welcome to the Kane Hotel, how can we serve you?" As the flattering man's voice fell, Lei Hong directly pulled out a handgun and aimed it at the man's head. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the man fell to the ground, blood starting to spread from his head. This sudden scene startled everyone in the lobby, with women screaming continuously. "Leave a few people to lock the hotel door, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Anyone who dares to go against your will, kill them directly." After saying that, Lei Hong led the remaining people straight to the top floor of the hotel. In Wenlong's room, Zhang Chen sat across from Wenlong, holding a cigarette in his hand. "Tianqi, I really admire you. There was not a single clue to Lei Rong's death, just like Fan Hu's death. If anyone offends you, they really have no idea how they will die." Facing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen just smiled slightly and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Will Lei Hong really come to fight you to the death? Will he use other methods to deal with you?" Wenlong smiled and said, "Tianqi, you don't understand that old fox. The old fox originally wanted Lei Rong to leave Sanqing City to leave a route for the Lei family. But now that you have killed Lei Rong, the Lei family is completely cut off. The most terrifying thing is someone with no attachments. That old fox will not wait a moment longer and will come to seek revenge on me." As soon as Wenlong finished speaking, the phone on the table rang. Answering the phone, Wenlong said something and then directly said, "Don't stop anyone, let them come straight to me." After speaking, Wenlong hung up the phone and smiled at Zhang Chen, saying, "Lei Hong is on his way here now. He will probably be here in less than a minute. Tianqi, should I call the police first or should I subdue these terrorists first and then call the police?" Zhang Chen shook his head and said, "You haven't called the police yet. Don't you already have an answer? Okay, let's see today who will come out on top. How ruthless can Lei Hong be?" Just then, gunshots rang out. Bang bang bang. The room where Wenlong and Zhang Chen were in had turned into a hornet's nest. As they entered the room, Lei Hong raised his gun and pointed it at Wenlong, saying, "Wenlong, you want to mess with my Lei family? I, Lei Hong, can play dirty. You actually harmed my son, causing my Lei family to be cut off. Today, you will pay for my son's life." As Lei Hong's words fell, the dozen or so people behind him raised their guns. Faced with this scene, Wenlong and Zhang Chen had already tensed their muscles, and one of them swiftly darted out, moving at an extremely fast speed. Lei Hong, knowing Wenlong's background, immediately sensed danger and shouted, "Shoot, damn it, shoot!" Bang! Bang bang! Countless bullets rained out, smashing the items in the room to pieces. If it weren't for Zhang Chen and Wenlong's strong skills, they would have been riddled with bullets. Although the gunshots rang out, it was too late. Zhang Chen and Wenlong had already disappeared without a trace, only to reappear behind Lei Hong and his men. The two acted swiftly, and in just a moment, all the people Lei Hong had brought were lying on the ground. Faced with this scene, Lei Hong's face twisted in anger, and he turned around and aimed his gun at Wenlong. Click! Click! Several shots in a row, all sounded empty. Lei Hong angrily threw away his gun and pulled out a grenade from his pocket. This sudden turn of events startled Zhang Chen, who didn't care about anything else and turned into a streak of light, flashing past Lei Hong. The once fierce Lei Hong felt a lightness in his hand and then realized that the grenade was gone. Looking back at Zhang Chen standing not far away, Lei Hong's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "You brat, no matter who you are, neither of you will have a good end today." With those words, Lei Hong lunged towards a backpack nearby. Unfortunately, Lei Hong was just an ordinary person, and he was no longer young. His actions were as slow as a snail in front of Wenlong and Zhang Chen. Crack! Wenlong made a move, and Lei Hong's arm was completely broken, his miserable screams making one's teeth itch. "Wenlong, you will not die a good death. You have made my Lei family and I, Lei Hong, curse you." Unfortunately, no matter how tragic Lei Hong was, for someone like Wenlong who had established his dominance through strength, Lei Hong was just a slightly louder prey. Zhang Chen held a hand grenade and after observing for a while, said, "Wenlong, is this thing real? Ha, Tianqi, you don't think Lei Hong came to challenge me with a toy, do you?" Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen directly stored the hand grenade in the storage space. "This thing is good, I'll keep one, might come in handy in the future." Zhang Chen's casual actions left Wenlong dumbfounded. Wenlong had seen things disappear from Zhang Chen's hands before, but it had always been just a piece of paper. However, today it was a real hand grenade. Zhang Chen couldn't hide it on his person because it would be obvious to have a hand grenade under summer clothes, definitely noticeable at a glance. It was clear that Zhang Chen was not hiding it in his clothes. At that moment, Wenlong knew that Zhang Chen had a big secret. At the same time, he silently rejoiced that he hadn't become enemies with Zhang Chen, otherwise, he might have been silently eliminated. The first floor of the Kane Hotel was surrounded by police cars, and the three men remaining in the lobby were extremely nervous. "Brother Lu, what do we do now?" We are surrounded? Don't worry, let's wait. We don't know what's happening upstairs. When the boss and the leader come down, we'll break out together. With our weapons and so many hostages, we still have a good chance. Brother Lu, the outside is full of police. If we go out with so few people, it's suicide. Shouldn't we surrender? Maybe we'll only spend 10 or 8 years in prison. Slap. Bullshit, if you dare to go out and surrender today, I'll shoot you dead. Do you believe me? Gathering those women together, I've come this far. Whoever makes it difficult for me, I'll make them pay. Just as Brother Lu's words fell, suddenly his whole body shook and he collapsed to the ground. The other two, seeing this scene, thought something was wrong and hurried to check. At that moment, behind the pillar where the three men were, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly appeared. This scene startled the two of them, and they quickly raised their guns and shouted, "Who's hiding there? Come out, or we'll shoot." Zhang Chen smiled and walked out, saying, "You two should put down your guns and surrender, don't resist in vain. You don't need to wait for Lei Hong and your scar-faced brother, because they have failed. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to come out early and have a child, otherwise, you'll really have no chance." Zhang Chen's words made the hands of the two trembling with guns, constantly swallowing saliva. Meanwhile, dozens of people squatting in the lobby in the distance saw Zhang Chen appear. They were initially happy, but then some of them looked at Zhang Chen as if he were an idiot. In their eyes, Zhang Chen's behavior was suicidal. Although the two men were shaken by Zhang Chen's words, at that moment, they still raised their guns at Zhang Chen and said, "Did you do something to make Brother Lu faint? Come here, hands up, squat over there." At that moment, the two were in a state of frenzied madness. The more they acted this way, Zhang Chen knew that their psychological defenses were close to collapsing. And after the collapse, there were only two outcomes. One was to drop the gun and surrender, and the other was to go on a killing spree uncontrollably. "I've given you a chance, if you don't take it, don't blame me." With those words, Zhang Chen took a step to the side, and his hands struck at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that the two men didn't react in time and fell to the ground directly. At this moment, the entire hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and everyone's gaze towards Zhang Chen was like looking at a world-class hero. Several women even blushed, their faces full of excitement. "I can't help it. I think I've fallen for him. You don't know, that person is Dragon Brother's good friend. I saw Dragon Brother waiting for him at the hotel entrance in person. I don't think you have a chance. Oh my goodness." At this moment, a woman next to them trembled and spasmed. "I can't believe it. I actually did this in such a situation. Oh my, is this even possible? I've really broadened my horizons." Zhang Chen put his hands in his pockets, opened the hotel door directly, and walked out. In an instant, dozens of guns were pointed at Zhang Chen. "Hey, don't get excited. I'm a good citizen of Sanqing City. If a gun accidentally goes off, I'm afraid you won't have enough money to compensate." At this moment, Chief Wang Qi, Li Yanran, and a middle-aged man waved at Zhang Chen. "Mr. Zhang, what's the situation inside?" "It's okay, I've subdued all the criminals. You guys go in, confiscate the weapons, and arrest them." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Chief Wang Qi's face lit up, and he shouted, "Follow me in to rescue the hostages." Seeing Wang Qi leading the way, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. Wang Qi was too good at taking credit, usually hiding in the back to command, but now he was leading the charge. Just as Zhang Chen was about to leave, Li Yanran suddenly appeared in front of him, reaching out and saying, "Zhang Chen, you can't leave. You have to come back with us to assist in the investigation. Can you be reasonable, you fierce woman? I helped you subdue the criminals inside and saved many lives, do you know that?" "No, work is work, wrongdoing is wrongdoing. Give me your hand, come with me." With that, Li Yanran took out handcuffs and prepared to take Zhang Chen back. Zhang Chen was furious, took a step back, and said, "The chief hasn't said anything, you're just a captain, earning only a few thousand a month. Why are you so serious?" As Zhang Chen spoke, Li Yanran persisted in wanting to take him away. In desperation, Zhang Chen grabbed Li Yanran's arm, twisted it half a turn, and tried to grab her belt with his other hand to lift her and throw her into the police car. But at that moment, Zhang Chen's hand slipped, and his fingers caught onto a thin object, causing Li Yanran to scream. Sensing something wrong, Zhang Chen looked down and saw that his index finger had caught onto a small item of Li Yanran's clothing and pulled it out, tugging tightly. Hiss! Zhang Chen gasped, and Li Yanran, whether out of embarrassment or for some other reason, blushed all over. Snap! Zhang Chen released his fingers, the strong elasticity causing Li Yanran to close her eyes for a moment. Ahem! The quality is not bad. Oh, no, it went in. No, Officer Li, sorry, I didn't mean to, I'll go now. Goodbye. With that, Zhang Chen hurriedly left the dangerous place. Only then did Li Yanran come to her senses, seeing that Zhang Chen was nowhere to be seen. She pulled down her clothes, her face carrying a strange meaning as she muttered, "Bastard, how dare you touch me there? You better not fall into my hands, or else you'll see." Saying that, Li Yanran turned around to enter the hotel, but her legs went weak and she almost stumbled. At this moment, Li Yanran's face turned extremely red with embarrassment once again. Lei Hong, in order to avenge his son, directly plunged himself into an abyss. The Lei group, without a leader, was directly swallowed up without a trace. The disappearance of the Lei family not only did not cause the industrial decline of Samsung City, but instead revitalized Samsung City, and also made Wenlong and Tongjia become the true giants of Samsung City, completely replacing the position of the Lei family. In Zhang Chen's villa, Zhang Chen was changing clothes because not long ago, Tong Yanan called him to pack up and attend the birthday party in the evening. Zhang Chen originally refused such activities, but could not resist Tong Yanan's persuasion and had to agree in the end. Just at this moment, Zhang Chen heard the sound of the villa's front door opening, but he didn't care because only Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong had the keys to the front door. "Tanchi, are you ready? I want to take your car." Okay, don't rush me, I'll be ready soon." "Tong Yanan, shouldn't you be going to your own birthday party early?" "Yes, I should go early, but I'm taking you early. The party starts at 6 in the evening." Upon hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen's whole person instantly felt uneasy. "It's only 2 in the afternoon now, you." "Never mind, let's go, I'll celebrate your birthday and buy you a gift." "Really? That's great, Tianchi will definitely give me a mysterious gift, right?" "Okay, I don't know if it's big or not, but it's definitely mysterious." Squeak! The car stopped on the side of a street because Zhang Chen saw a 2-yuan store on the roadside and got out of the car to go in directly. Not long after, Zhang Chen came out holding a nice-looking box and got back into the car. "Here, this is your birthday gift." Tong Yanan was stunned, looking at Zhang Chen in surprise. "Tianchi, did you really buy me a gift from this 2-yuan store?" "Yes, what's wrong? But this thing is not 2-yuan." Upon hearing this, Tong Yanan smiled and said, "I knew Tianchi wouldn't be so stingy. Don't set your expectations too high, because the bracelet inside is 5 yuan, and this box is 8 yuan, totaling 13 yuan. Zhang Chen's words almost made Tong Yanan hit his head on the windshield. "What did you say? 13 yuan? You're giving me a 13 yuan gift for my birthday?" Seeing Tong Yanan's surprised and angry expression, Zhang Chen reached out and said, "Don't give it back to me, I might be able to return it now." Tong Yanan quickly hid the box behind him, pouting and saying, "No, this is the first gift you gave me, you can't take it back." The Cayenne Hotel is not receiving any guests today because it is the birthday of Tong Yanan, the jewel in the palm of the Tong family, and the hotel has been completely reserved. Of course, this was also Wenlong's intention. After all, with Zhang Chen's involvement in the Lei family incident, the Tong family has taken a huge step up. After parking the car, Zhang Chen looked at Tong Yanan, who was constantly looking at the bracelet on his wrist, and said, "Miss, it's just a 5-yuan item, is it necessary? Get off the car quickly, we're here." Who would have thought that Tong Yanan, the jewel in the palm of the Tong family, would be willing to wear a 5-yuan bracelet on her wrist? Such a scene can only happen in novels. As soon as the two entered the hotel, a man quickly came up to greet them. "Shiga, why are you here?" "I'll inform Longa immediately." "No need, today is Yanan's birthday, I'm accompanying her to see how the place is decorated in advance." The man was very clever. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, he immediately said, "So Chiga is here with Miss Tong." "Shiga, Miss Tong, rest assured, Longa has ordered that everything is ready on site, from the program to the food, drinks, and security, everything is in place." Zhang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, we'll just take a look around, you go ahead and be busy." In the room on the top floor of the Cayenne Hotel, Wenlong and Tong Wenming were sitting together, chatting and laughing. "Tong Lao, I promised Tianchi before the Lei family collapsed, give him 1/10. How is the suppression and acquisition of Lei family's industries going?" "It's almost done, except for the large portion taken by the authorities. The industries have almost all changed their surnames. Roughly speaking, excluding the large portion taken by the authorities, the remaining value should be around 20 billion. But basically they are all tangible assets. The cash flow has already replenished the banks and accounts." "Good, since we have a rough estimate, let's finalize it, give Tianchi some cash and some stocks, or give him some tangible assets." Tong Wenming smiled and said, "Wenlong, I will take care of this, I will definitely not let Tianchi suffer." After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the entrance of the Cayenne Hotel was constantly welcoming luxury cars. One by one, guests of all ages and dressed in fine clothes came to give Tong Yanan a birthday blessing. Zhang Chen looked at this scene and understood in his heart that these people who appeared well-dressed were not actually here to celebrate Tong Yanan's birthday. But that's how society is. To live, one must learn some survival skills. More and more young men and women gathered together, making the scene more lively. Yanin, long time no see, I didn't even dare to recognize you just now, it's been a few years, you look so beautiful today. A handsome man smiled and greeted Tong Yanin. Seeing the person greeting her, Tong Yanin's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure and said, Shuri Zhang, please call me by my full name Tong Yanin, thank you. Shuri Zhang, who was rebuffed by Tong Yanin, was not angry, but smiled and said, Sancheng City is now completely renewed, we in Sisui City are extremely envious. Tom Lao sent an invitation to my old man, I represent the Shur family of Sisui City to congratulate you on your birthday, but Yanin seems not very happy. Before Tong Yanin could speak, a young man who looked like a son of a nobleman next to Shuri Zhang smiled and said, the Tong family is now the top family in Sancheng City, they haven't even settled down yet, and they're already showing off. Brother Shur, I think your Shur family should just step on Sancheng City directly, so that some people know how to restrain themselves. Yes, Brother Shur, we will fully support you then. Standing next to Tong Yanin, Zhou Tong angrily said, Shuri Zhang, you are going too far. Although your Shur family is the largest family in the neighboring Sisui City, this is Sancheng City, not your Sisui City. Sancheng City is truly full of beauties, this trip is not in vain, but Yanin, this lady, I, Shuri Zhang, have no other intentions, just here to celebrate Yanin's birthday. Shuri Zhang's appearance made many wealthy young men who originally wanted to come up and chat with Tong Yanin stop in their tracks. Because if the Tong family is now the #1 in business in Sancheng City, then the Shur family in Sisui City is definitely the overlord, and it's like having a foot in both worlds. On the other side, Zhang Chen held a plate and kept eating. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Chen found it really boring. Because in this scene, apart from Tong Yanin, Zhou Tong, and a few of Wenlong's subordinates, Zhang Chen didn't know anyone. So Zhang Chen looked around and walked towards where Tong Yanin was. Yanin, this is really boring. I've given my gift, eaten my food, so I'll go back first. Zhang Chen's sudden appearance instantly broke the tense atmosphere. Brother Tanchi, you can't leave, you have to wait until the end to send the lady home. Tong Yanin's sudden intimate attitude made the surroundings quiet, especially Shuri Zhang, who was standing at the front. In his view, although the Tong family is currently the #1 in business in Sancheng City, their background and capital are far inferior to the Shur family. So he thought that Tong Yanin was an easy prey, a beauty who would call out like a little cat under him. But the scene in front of him was completely different. Zhang Chen was about to pull his arm out of Tong Yanin's hand when Shuri Zhang suddenly spoke up. This brother seems unfamiliar? Shur is not very good at recognizing people, I don't know which family's son you are? Upon hearing Shuri Zhang's words, Zhang Chen looked the other person up and down, ignored him, and turned to Tong Yanin, saying, you stay here, I'll go up to find a friend to sit for a while, let me know when it's done, I'll come down to pick you up. Shuri Zhang's words were directly ignored by Zhang Chen, which instantly ignited a burst of anger in Shuri Zhang's eyes. In his view, no one dared to treat him like this, even the leader of Sancheng City could not disrespect the Shur family like this. Anger filled Shuri Zhang's chest, causing him to lose a bit of his rationality at the moment. A hand shot out at lightning speed, clawing towards Zhang Chen's neck. Shuri Zhang relied on his skill and strength, wanting to make Zhang Chen embarrassed in front of the audience, lose face, and also let Zhang Chen know the cost of ignoring him, Shuri Zhang. Just as Zhang Chen was turning around, he felt a strong wind coming towards him, his agile skills allowing him to quickly counterattack. Turning around, reaching out, he grabbed Shuri Zhang's fingers, all of this happening in the blink of an eye, reaching the extreme speed. Crack! Zhang Chen did not hold back at all, directly breaking one of Shuri Zhang's fingers. If it were an ordinary person, they would have screamed in misery from the immense pain, but Shuri Zhang just clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, staring at Zhang Chen in shock. At the same time, Zhang Chen was also very surprised because the strike Shuri Zhang had just made carried a considerable internal force, indicating a cultivation level at the early stage of hidden force. Kid, attacking someone from behind is not a righteous act, you know? Enduring the pain of his broken finger, Shuri Zhang gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Chen, kid, I didn't expect that besides those few in Sancheng City, there would be a master like you. Well, today you broke my finger, and one day you will surely compensate with your own hands. To let you know that the Shur family in Sisui City is not to be offended by anyone. Originally not intending to make a fuss, Zhang Chen suddenly turned cold upon hearing the other party's words, shaking his head and saying, is that so? Feels scary. What should I do? Should I apologize to you now? Thinking that Zhang Chen had learned of his identity, Shuri Zhang, under pressure, became somewhat afraid and proudly said, if you want me to spare you, it's simple, kneel down now and kowtow to me until I am satisfied. As soon as Shuri Zhang's words fell, a large foot came into view and gradually enlarged. Bang! Just as Shuri Zhang was about to dodge, it was too late, and he was kicked down directly. Blood kept flowing from his nose and mouth, the once elegant and noble image of Shuri Zhang completely changed at this moment. If you want me to kneel, you've probably got the wrong person. Shuri-jong, incredulous, wiped the blood flowing from his nose. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never experienced such harm. With blood all over his face, Shuri-jong said fiercely, "Kid, this matter is not over today. I am a martial arts disciple of Qingqing Mountain. You wait to die." Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen also became interested in an instant, as this was the first time Zhang Chen had heard precise information about the martial arts sects. Qingqing Mountain? Is it the Qingqing sect in the smiling, proud wanderer that seeks to obtain the evil-resisting sword manual? Have you mastered it? Show me your skills. Although Zhang Chen had also fantasized about becoming a martial arts master like in the novels, the current society was different, where if a man saw a woman naked, it was the man's fault, and if a man was seen naked by a woman, it was still the man's fault. Zhang Chen was not afraid of the so-called Qingqing Mountain, but rather had a faint sense of anticipation, as the martial arts sects of today were far removed from the sight of ordinary people, making Zhang Chen extremely curious. Then go invite someone from your sect over, I want to see how powerful they are. After Zhang Chen's words fell, ignoring Shuri-jong's anger and resentment, he turned to Tong Yanan and said, "I'm sorry for taking action at your birthday party." Tong Yanan smiled and said, "Tanchi, it's okay. I'm very happy that you could attend my birthday party, and besides, you didn't start the trouble." At this moment, Shuri-jong was helped up by someone nearby, and seeing Zhang Chen and Tong Yanan chatting and laughing, he harshly said, "The Tong family is something, my Shur family in Sisui City is at odds with your Tong family." This scene made everyone around hold their breath, because whether it was the Tong family in Sanqing City or the Shur family in Sisui City, they were not to be trifled with. And this unfamiliar face of Zhang Chen was well known to everyone, but everyone thought that Zhang Chen probably wouldn't live much longer. However, just at that moment, a stern voice rang out. "The Shur family in Sisui City is quite bold. I have some acquaintance with Shurbo. Does Shurbo know what you said at my granddaughter's birthday party?" As the voice fell, Tong Wenming and Wenlong walked out of the elevator, followed by 4 tall bodyguards. The appearance of Tong Wenming and Wenlong made everyone at the scene greet them flatteringly. One was currently the top businessman in Sanqing City, and the other was the underground emperor of Sanqing City. When these two were together, the energy could be said to be unimaginable. But what happened next made everyone's eyes almost pop out. Tong Wenming and Wenlong headed straight for Zhang Chen, greeted him with a smile, and Wenlong even hugged Zhang Chen with one hand. "Tanchi, why didn't you come upstairs? Are there more beauties here that made you forget about your brother?" "Yeah, Tanchi, I was just talking to Wenlong about you, so I came down to see you." This sentence can be said to have dropped a depth charge in the hearts of these successful people in Sanqing City. Who is this person? I don't know, I've never seen such a figure in Sanqing City. The person who can be treated like this by both Ton Lao and Longgu at the same time is definitely not simple. This person may have come from elsewhere. I know a little about this person, his name is Zhang Chen, seems to have some relationship with the Tong family. Anyway, this person is not to be messed with. It can be said that the prestigious families and business leaders in Sanqing City, even if they didn't come themselves, sent their children. After today, the name and person of Zhang Chen will become a taboo in the hearts of these wealthy people. After all, from the current situation, offending Zhang Chen is equivalent to offending the Tong family and Wenlong, these two terrifying forces. Shuri-jong, as a member of the Shur family in Sisui City, naturally was familiar with Tong Wenming and Wenlong. Now seeing these two powerful figures in Sanqing City behave this way in front of Zhang Chen, it also shocked Shuri-jong immensely. After all, for a young man in his 20s, it is almost impossible to sit on an equal footing with such big shots without relying on his family. At this moment, Wenlong looked at Shuri-jong and said, "I don't care how powerful your Shur family is in Sisui City, but here in Sanqing City, whoever dares to touch my brother Wenlong, I will make sure they don't leave Sanqing City alive." Wenlong's words not only startled Shuri-jong, but also made everyone in the hall's eyelids jump upon hearing them. Faced with this scene, Shuri-jong knew that if he continued to entangle, he might really not be able to leave Sanqing City. So, Shuri-jong could only suppress his anger, didn't even say a harsh word, and left the hotel. Watching Shuri-jong leave dejectedly, Zhang Chen whispered to Wenlong, "I heard that kid is a martial arts successor from Qingqing Mountain. Can you tell me more about him? I'm very interested in this." Wenlong didn't know what he was thinking, but he said with a serious expression, "Let's go up and talk." In Wenlong's room on the top floor of the hotel, the three of them sat down, and Zhang Chen couldn't wait to say, "Wenlong, is that Qingqing Mountain the Qingqing sect and smiling proud wanderer?" "Ha, Tianqi, your imagination is really something. But this is said to have no real connection. However, the Qingqing sect does have a martial art that is very similar to the one in martial arts dramas, called Heartbreaking Palm. And I've heard that there are experts in the Qingqing Mountain who have reached the level of innate realm, so this matter is quite troublesome." When it came to this point, Wenlong was also very serious. After all, he had only just stepped into the stage of qi cultivation, still far from the innate realm. On the other hand, Zhang Chen showed no signs of nervousness or fear. In Zhang Chen's view, his current abilities in flying and invisibility were enough to escape the threats of innate experts. Moreover, in just a few days, Zhang Chen could upgrade another ability using genetic points, making him even more powerful. After Wenlong finished speaking, Tong Wenming on the side spoke up. As for matters concerning martial artists, I only know a little bit. I may not be able to help, but if you need money, Tianqi, just ask me. Even if it's a few $100 billion, I can still come up with it. Zhang Chen was deeply moved by Tong Wenming's words, because he knew that although the Tong family was currently the top in the commercial sector of Sanqing City, being able to come up with several $100 billion at once was almost exhausting all their resources. After all, a company has a lot of money in operation, invested in various fields. Tong Lao, thank you, but I prefer the affairs of the martial world. Even if the enemy is powerful, in my eyes, defeating them is just a matter of time. Facing Zhang Chen's words, both Tong Wenming and Wenlong nodded silently, as if they saw a figure who would dominate China in the future gradually growing. Longhu Mountain Villa area, Zhang Chen parked the car in the villa courtyard and said to Tong Yanin in the front passenger seat and Zhou Tong in the back seat, I've arrived, you two hurry back home. We're not going back. Today we're staying here. Hearing Tong Yanin's words, Zhang Chen was speechless for a moment, then directly said to Zhou Tong, Xiao Tong, you take Yanin back, you stay with Yanin. Tong Yanin had always thought that Zhang Chen was a eunuch, but Zhou Tong saw it clearly that Zhang Chen was not only not a eunuch, but also very powerful in capital. Not knowing what she was thinking, Zhou Tong blushed, trying to hide her embarrassment, and said to Tong Yanin, Yanin, let's go back. Xia Tong Tong, why are you standing with brother Tianqi? No, Yanin, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Can't handle what? I can handle anything. Oh, Yanin, just listen to me, you really can't, let's go back. Finally, under Zhang Chen's firmness and Zhou Tong's persuasion, Tong Yanin reluctantly followed Zhou Tong and left the villa. Phew, these two girls are really hard to deal with. Just as Zhang Chen muttered to himself, a small gecko suddenly darted into the bushes next to him towards the wall of the villa at high speed. Just as he was about to enter the villa, Zhang Chen suddenly remembered something, his eyes lit up, and he quickly flashed towards where the gecko had disappeared. What is most enviable about geckos is their ability to self-repair. Even if their tails are cut off, they can grow back, which is truly a powerful ability. Zhang Chen's actions startled the gecko, which quickly climbed up the wall in fright. However, Zhang Chen's agility and speed were even faster, and he directly caught the gecko in his hand. Xiao Ji, replicate the gecko's genetic ability. Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability repair replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating gene ability, rewarded with 10 gene points, failed replication 29 times, earned 29 gene points, total points 120. In these few days, Zhang Chen once again accumulated over 100 gene points, and in a few more days, Zhang Chen would be able to upgrade a gene ability again. The repair ability can be said to be a miraculous skill for the little gecko, regeneration after tail loss. This time, Zhang Chen successfully replicated the repair ability, causing a great change in Zhang Chen's body. Xiao Ji, what level can my repair ability reach now? Ding, the host's current repair ability is at level 1, able to instantly heal any external injury. When the host's repair ability reaches level 2, it can instantly heal any internal injury, and at level 3, it can regenerate a severed limb, achieving a quasi-immortal body. Hearing Xiao Ji's answer, Zhang Chen was somewhat disappointed, but on second thought, Zhang Chen was also satisfied. A level 1 ability could instantly heal any external injury, which was already incredibly miraculous. At the same time, after leaving the hotel, Shirizhong did not stay at all and directly returned to Sisui City. As the untouchable prince of Sisui City, Shirizhong could not swallow such an insult. So the next day, Shirizhong directly contacted his master, Yu Hai, a martial artist who had stepped into the innate realm with 1.5 feet. Master, disciple has been humiliated, tarnishing the master's reputation, and humbly asks for punishment. What exactly happened? Explain it clearly. Master, there is a person named Zhang Chen in Sanqing City, who not only beat the disciple, but also disrespected our sect. Since the disciple is no match for him, I had to inform the master about this matter. He dares not to regard our Qingcheng Mountain highly. I want to see who in the secular world has such audacity. Qingcheng Mountain is located deep in the mountains, but it has intricate connections with the secular world. The Shi family in Sisui City is a representative of Qingcheng Mountain in the secular world. Among a group of ancient buildings, there is a grand hall, the Qingqing Hall of Qingqing Mountain, where the highest authority of Qingqing Mountain, the head of Qingqing Mountain, Yutsong, resides. Senior brother, I need to leave the mountain today for something. What are you going to do? My disciple was injured by someone yesterday. I need to find out what happened. You are probably going for revenge, right? Junior brother, I advise you again, there are hidden seniors in the secular world, do not be arrogant. If the disciple's skills are inferior, let the disciple work hard to seek revenge. With your approach, your disciple may never reach the innate realm in this lifetime. Upon hearing Yutsong's words, Yuhai felt somewhat embarrassed, but quickly spoke up. The disciple can let go of his grudge, but the disrespect towards Qingqing Mountain must be addressed. Senior brother, rest assured, I will handle it appropriately. With that, Yuhai turned and left the grand hall, disappearing among the distant mountains. At that moment, an old man with a white beard and dressed in a grey-blue robe appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. As soon as this old man appeared, he exuded a sense of vitality throughout his body, and his breath was incredibly long. There are too many secular entanglements, otherwise, I should have stepped into the innate realm 3 years ago, but alas. When Shurizhong learned that Yuhai had left the mountain, he was extremely excited and welcomed Yuhai with great enthusiasm. For Shurizhong, information about Zhang Chen and his address was easily found, so he eagerly brought Yuhai to the Longhu Mountain Villa area in Sanqing City. Master, according to the information, that kid lives here. Go knock on the door. Shurizhong had no heirs at this time, and he obeyed Hai's words. Zhang Chen was studying the longevity ability of replicating small turtles in the room when suddenly he heard the doorbell of the villa ring. Walking out of the villa door, he saw Shurizhong and Yuhai standing outside the big iron gate. Zhang Chen was a bit surprised by Shurizhong's appearance. After all, he had come back for revenge in just one day, showing how impatient he was. It was Yuhai standing next to Shurizhong that made Zhang Chen more wary. Because Yuhai exuded an extremely powerful aura, a condensed and domineering aura even more refined than Ouyang Jia, who had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of dark energy. Zhang Chen, you injured me first, look down on my sect later. Today my master is here to teach you a lesson and help me avenge the severed finger. Upon hearing Shurizhong's words, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and opened the big iron gate directly, saying, You are Shurizhong's master, from the Qingqing Mountain? When Yuhai saw Zhang Chen, he was extremely puzzled because he couldn't sense any internal energy from Zhang Chen. This made Yuhai doubt in his heart, as the absence of internal energy on the opponent could mean two things. One is that the opponent's cultivation far surpasses his own, enough to not let the opponent detect any internal energy. The other is that the opponent is an ordinary person, with no internal energy at all. However, since Shurizhong had the cultivation of the early stage of dark energy, and was able to be injured by Zhang Chen, the opponent couldn't be an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Yuhai clasped his fists and asked, Yuhai from Qingqing Mountain, may I ask under which sect does the gentleman belong? Zhang Chen also casually clasped his fists and said, No sect, no school, I am a wandering cultivator, Zhang Chen. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yuhai was first stunned, then said, You injured my disciple, insulted my Qingqing Mountain. Today I, Yuhai, will see what you are capable of, daring to boast shamelessly. As his words fell, Yuhai's figure soared like a giant eagle, leaping high in the air, exuding energy and pouncing towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen naturally admired such a master. Without hesitation, he flew up, his fist carrying a powerful force towards Yuhai. Seeing Zhang Chen flying up, Yuhai's eyes flashed with determination, roaring, Impressive likeness skill, take my palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided, with Yuhai's palm emitting a powerful energy that spread outwards. Zhang Chen's immense strength, combined with the power of the mantis arm, startled Yuhai, who took a few steps back upon landing, his palm trembling slightly with veins bulging. Something's not right, there's no trace of internal energy, relying solely on strength is so terrifying. But just now, the opponent clearly flew up. Could it be that the opponent, so young, has truly entered the realm of innate, freely controlling internal energy? At this moment, Yuhai's mind was in turmoil, as he didn't dare to offend the opponent if he was truly an innate expert. After all, the significance of an innate expert was completely different, and in Qingqing Mountain, only the head, Yutsong, had reached the innate realm, indicating the difficulty of reaching that level. After weighing it for a moment, Yuhai decided to test Zhang Chen's true abilities once again. I have a palm that can crush gold and split rocks, called the heart-crushing palm, please have a taste. As his words fell, Yuhai's hands came together, spinning around, and a visible green energy began to emanate from his palms. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen was extremely worried, as his defensive ability could defend against Ouyang Jia's sneak attack. The person in front of him was even stronger than Ouyang Jia, and what truly worried Zhang Chen was the so-called heart-crushing palm. Seeing the palm coming towards him, the unpredictable green energy, Zhang Chen decided to avoid the sharpness. After all, he had no understanding of internal energy, and it would be too late if something went wrong. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen quickly soared into the sky, crossing over 10 meters in the air and landing on a pillar near the fence. This process was just like a flying bird, not only light but also extremely fast. With a palm strike, a fist-sized hole appeared instantly on a nearby wall, with traces of energy swirling around the hole. Zhang Chen saw that even from a distance of 4 or 5 meters, a palm strike had such power, indicating that this heart-crushing palm was a palm technique with strong energy control. Moreover, the penetrating power of this heart-crushing palm was extremely strong, truly living up to its name. Not only was Zhang Chen shocked, Yu Hai was also extremely surprised by the speed and method of Zhang Chen's lightness technique just now. Watching Zhang Chen, Yu Hai was deeply shocked and secretly thought, innate realm, that speed, that body technique, absolutely an innate realm. And that terrifying speed just now, even surpasses my senior martial brother. Zhang Chen's display of lightness technique made Yu Hai believe that Zhang Chen was definitely a master of the innate realm. In his view, Zhang Chen was disdainful of releasing internal energy. Yu Hai, caught up in his own clever thoughts, clasped his fists and said, "Your strength is strong, your cultivation is superb, Yu Hai is no match, I take my leave." Hearing Yu Hai's words, Shuri Zhang beside him was unwilling. In his view, he was here today for revenge, and if this revenge was not fulfilled, then his reputation in the circle of Sisui City would be completely ruined. Master, how old is he? He definitely cannot be a master of the innate realm. He must have used some kind of illusion technique. Let's attack together and disable his limbs. In fact, as an old rivers and lakes figure, Yu Hai had also thought of this, but from the beginning of the fight until now, Yu Hai could confirm that Zhang Chen's lightness technique was real, and his strength could not be faked. So even if he didn't believe it, Yu Hai had no way to gamble, because losing the bet would mean making an enemy of an innate master, a price that was too great for Qingcheng Mountain. Smack! Yu Hai slapped Shuri Zhang's face and said coldly, "Shut up, I have my own sense of propriety in handling things, no need for you to meddle." Yu Hai scolded Shuri Zhang, then turned to Zhang Chen and said, "If you have time, please visit Qingcheng Mountain for a chat. Qingcheng Mountain welcomes you." Watching the two about to leave, Zhang Chen calmly said, "Wait." Yu Hai turned to Zhang Chen and said, "I, Yu Hai, am inferior in skill, I admit defeat. What else does the gentleman have in mind?" Zhang Chen glanced at Shuri Zhang and said coldly, "Take care of your disciple. If I find out he's up to no good behind my back, next time I'll send him to meet the king of hell." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Shuri Zhang was full of anger, but dared not act out because even his master couldn't handle the other party. Yu Hai's face was also a bit pale, but he still clasped his fist slightly towards Zhang Chen, then turned and left. Watching Yu Hai leave with Shuri Zhang, Zhang Chen muttered, "Did my King Kong Chi scare him off, and he's leaving just like that? I thought we'd have to exchange blows for a few dozen rounds." Rolling his eyes, Zhang Chen turned and entered the villa, until he arrived at a small courtyard in the city center of Sanqing City in the afternoon, where an old man with white hair was sitting at a stone table drinking tea. The old man was a hermit in Sanqing City, and no one knew his identity or how high his martial arts cultivation was, but few dared to come here. People only knew that this old man was named Ndao Yuan, and it was thanks to Ndao Yuan's guidance that Wen Long was able to achieve his current accomplishments in cultivation. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuations came from a nearby room, and Ndao Yuan paused in his tea drinking and muttered, "Transforming energy, after so many years, finally taking this step, it's a bit exhausting. I don't know how long it has been." The door opened, and Wen Long walked out of the room and came in front of the old man. Wen Long respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lao, for your guidance, which has enabled me to enter the realm of Huajin. Alright, although it took a long time, breaking through Huajin is your opportunity. I am just adding to your success. Moreover, in these years, you have eliminated the harmful drugs in the underground of Sanqing City, which is commendable. I like what you have done. By the way, Xiaolong, I heard that there is a person named Zhang Chen in Sanqing City recently. He seems extraordinary?" Upon hearing Ndao Yuan's words, Wen Long hurriedly said, "And Lao, indeed, Zhang Chen is now my brother. He may not have internal strength, but his strength is incredibly strong. If I estimate correctly, even a complete mastery of Huajin may not be his match." Upon hearing Wen Long's words, Ndao Yuan's eyes flashed with a gleam, then shook his head and said, "If my guess is correct, this person named Zhang Chen may be in trouble. When the time comes, you should not intervene." After Ndao Yuan's words fell, Wen Long was surprised and said, "And Lao, Zhang Chen is my brother. I cannot just stand by and watch him get into trouble. Please advise me. The power of the Hulong Pavilion is strong, and the authority is boundless. If it weren't for me here, you would probably have been wiped out by the Hulong Pavilion long ago. Do you know that? So, Don't mistake luck for strength. Everything depends on his own destiny. Upon hearing in Dao Yuan's words, Wenlong frowned and pondered for a while, then clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder, and Lao. I will come to see you again when I have time." Watching Wenlong leave, and Dao Yuan muttered, "Hulong Pavilion, for the sake of power, so many people have become sacrifices. Tang Guobin, this old guy, needs to find that thing, but he is unable to do so. Long Wang, this old guy, has been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder when he will come out to deal with these little brats." After Wenlong left the courtyard, he called Zhang Chen. After listening to what Wenlong said, Zhang Chen also fell into deep thought. "Wenlong, please take care of Daniu and Xiaoling for me. It's better for you not to get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. Tianqi, I can't just stand by and watch you get into trouble." "Alright, Wenlong, if you get involved, Sanqing City will be in complete chaos. Our previous efforts will be in vain. I will handle this matter myself." That's it. In the Sanqing City Public Security Bureau, 3 mysterious men arrived. After seeing the identification of the 3 men, Director Wang Qi trembled and felt extremely uneasy. "Immediately bring all the information about Zhang Chen, including the relationship map of the people around him," Wang Qi said without any dissatisfaction with the arrogant attitude of the 3 men, and immediately sent someone to extract the information. After some time, the older man among the 3 men looked away from the computer and said, "Take this person away, Director Wang. Arrange for people to go with us." At the entrance of Zhang Chen's villa, 3 police cars parked at the entrance, and Zhang Chen naturally heard the commotion from afar. Looking at the 3 men in surprise, Zhang Chen asked Wang Qi, "Director Wang, may I ask why you have come here with such a large entourage this time?" Before Wang Qi could speak, the older man from the Hulong Pavilion spoke, "Zhang Chen, I am from the Hulong Pavilion. I believe you know why I am here, right?" Zhang Chen had already guessed everything, and as soon as the man finished speaking, Zhang Chen's muscles tensed, ready to take action. Seeing Zhang Chen's change in demeanor, the man from the Hulong Pavilion smiled and shook his head. "Zhang Chen, you better come with us obediently. I don't think you want to become a wanted man throughout the entire Huaxia. Moreover, if you dare to escape or resist, your friends may be implicated. You better think it over." Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen felt a nauseating feeling as if he had swallowed feces in that instant. Wanted by the entire Huaxia, by then it would truly be impossible to defend oneself. In the vast land of Huaxia, there would be no place for Zhang Chen. Even if there are many righteous individuals in Huaxia who would dare to offend some powerful figures just to speak up for themselves as a small role? At this moment, Zhang Chen thought of Su Daniu, thought of Su Xiaoling, thought of himself being wanted nationwide. In the end, Zhang Chen, feeling helpless, chose to compromise because he did not want to become a target for everyone. However, at this moment, Zhang Chen's inner desire for power had reached its peak. He knew that as long as he was given time, all rules would be broken with the increase of his strength. Seeing Zhang Chen visibly relaxed, the man from the Dragon Guard smiled and said, "Arrest him, take him away." Zhang Chen originally thought he would be taken to the police station for questioning, but to his surprise, as soon as he got on the car, Zhang Chen was enveloped in a white mist waved by one of the men, and immediately lost consciousness. At this critical moment, Zhang Chen had only one thought in his mind, "Damn it," while roaring in his heart, "Damn it, you little bastard, using poison, how despicable." Unfortunately, no matter how harshly Zhang Chen cursed, he lost consciousness, all in vain. On the top floor of the Cayenne Hotel in Sanqing City, Tong Wenming frowned and said, "It's useless. I have contacted Wang Qi, and even the second in command of the provincial capital, but the answer I got was that they have no right to intervene in this matter." Wenlong clenched his fists tightly and said, "It's all about power. The darkness of this society can only be resolved with power. Let's hope Tianqi doesn't get into trouble." After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chen slowly woke up to find himself in a small room with no windows, white marks formed by salt and moisture on the walls, and an iron door made of a special material at the entrance. Where is this? Why does it look like a prison? No way, shouldn't I be interrogated? This doesn't follow the procedure at all. This is not how it's done in movies. Getting up in a hurry, Zhang Chen approached the iron door and found only a small observation window on it. He knocked on the door with his hand and said, "Is anyone there? Someone. Shouldn't I be interrogated?" After the sound echoed, Zhang Chen was filled with curiosity and doubt. However, after calling out for a while, Zhang Chen did not receive any response. Helplessly, Zhang Chen had to sit back on the small bed. At that moment, Zhang Chen also noticed a miniature camera in the corner of the room. Where the hell am I? Am I being monitored? I'll wait a bit longer, and if it doesn't work, I'll break the door open and go out to take a look. Saying this, Zhang Chen jumped up and crushed the miniature camera. As Zhang Chen landed, suddenly a small black dot shot past at an extremely fast speed. With his agile reflexes, Zhang Chen instantly captured the information of the small black dot. Flea? There are fleas here? Great, the jumping ability of fleas can be said to be terrifying to the extreme. If I can successfully replicate the jumping ability of fleas and combine it with the strength of my grasshopper's hind legs, it will be incredibly terrifying. Fleas are the jumping champions of the insect world, easily jumping hundreds of times their body length with a single leap. Because the hind legs of fleas are very well developed, longer and thicker than their entire body, before jumping, the well-developed muscles of the tibia are tightly pressed against the leg joint, then the powerful tibia muscles contract. The tighter they contract, the stronger the force when extended, and the higher they jump, just like a spring. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen quickly opened his genetic system and checked his genetic points. With the accumulation of the past 2 days, his genetic points had reached 180. After calculating in his mind, Zhang Chen regained his focus and, relying on his agile reflexes, began to search for the flea. Soon, Zhang Chen caught a tiny flea and immediately began replicating its genes. Ding! Successful replication of the gene ability of strong jumping power, injected into the host body. This time, he succeeded on the first try, which Zhang Chen had not anticipated. Wow, this place is truly a treasure trove, a success on the first try, and this is my first time. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Chen used up the remaining 29 chances. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the gene ability, rewarded with 10 gene points, failed replication 29 times, gained 29 gene points, total points 219. Zhang Chen carefully felt his legs undergoing changes, as if they had been completely reconstructed. The powerful feeling of strength made Zhang Chen confident that even without flying skills, a single jump would be enough to reach the 10th floor. Xiao Ji, will the replicated gene abilities weaken? Ding! The gene abilities replicated by the host are only basic, that is, level 1 gene abilities. As long as the host upgrades them, the gene abilities will increase significantly, and unexpected changes may occur in the end. Hearing Xiao Ji's explanation, Zhang Chen felt more reassured, knowing that as long as he had enough gene points, he could continue to grow infinitely. Looking at his 219 gene points, Zhang Chen temporarily gave up upgrading his level 1 gene abilities. Zhang Chen planned to accumulate 500 gene points directly and upgrade a level 2 gene ability to level 3. Zhang Chen believed that his strength would make a terrifying leap when the time came. In a huge control room filled with electronic screens, the Dragon Guard man who was capturing Zhang Chen looked at the snowy screens in front of him and said, "It seems this kid has some skills, but once he's here, no matter how skilled he is, he has to behave himself for me. How is the arrangement inside?" "It's all set, the boss of the East Warehouse and the boss of the West Warehouse. I've locked that kid in the North Warehouse first, observe for a few days, see what he's capable of, but those two in the prison are not easy to deal with." Hearing the other person's words, the Dragon Guard man shook his head and said, "Those two were sent here because they lost a bet with the Dragon King back then, their strength is terrifying, don't mess with them, try not to touch their bottom line. Bring Zhang Chen to the interrogation room first, I have questions for him." In the room where Zhang Chen was, the heavy iron door clicked open slowly. "Zhang Chen, come with me." Glancing at the man who opened the door, Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat because this man was actually a martial artist. "Where exactly is this place? Don't talk nonsense, come with me, it's best not to run around, otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Walking in the dim corridor, Zhang Chen realized that there were not 1,000 rooms here, but probably 800. What surprised Zhang Chen the most was that looking out of a window, he saw a huge enclosed area with hundreds of people moving around. And what Zhang Chen found most unacceptable was that from the other side, he faintly saw the sea. This discovery shocked Zhang Chen. Is this not a prison? Is it an overseas island? Damn, how did they bring me here? Soon, Zhang Chen was taken to a room where 3 Dragon Guard members were sitting quietly, waiting for him. "Have a seat. What do you 3 want? Where is this place? Let me tell you, if you push me too far, I probably won't be contained here. I'll break free, and that will be enough to deal with you." As Zhang Chen finished speaking, the 3 Dragon Guard members burst into laughter. "Zhang Chen, I have to remind you that this is the deep sea. Except for those 2, no one can escape alive from this prison. Even the strong in the innate realm cannot." Hearing the words of the 2, Zhang Chen was extremely shocked. Even the strong in the innate realm cannot escape, which means that there is a very strong power or method here that can completely suppress the strong in the innate realm. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen instead felt relieved and casually said, "Did the Dragon Guard go to such lengths to bring me here just to lock me up?" "Zhang Chen, the leader of the Huang group of the Dragon Guard, Ouyang Jia, died at your hands, right? Before that, 2 others were also killed by you. These charges are enough to bring you to justice on the spot." But as long as you are willing to reveal your secrets, such as how you killed Fan Hu in the first place, what is the secret of your ability to fly? Why is your strength so strong when you have no internal energy? As the man spoke, he threw a stack of documents in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen glanced lightly at the documents, seeing many photos with important information such as locations and times, although some were blurry. The strong logical connections made even Zhang Chen have to admire. With a smile, Zhang Chen shook his head and said, "Do you think I will tell you my secrets? To be honest with you, you better give up on that idea." The other party also smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, you stay here. When you come to your senses, you can talk. We have plenty of time to play with you. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the people here are all formidable individuals, and they have been detained for a long time without contact with women. I think they will like someone like you. Take care of yourself." After speaking, the three turned and left, singing softly as they walked away, "The chrysanthemum is withered, full of scars." And Zhang Chen was led in another direction. Soon, Zhang Chen was brought to the open space he had seen before. "Get in, you can stay here all day during the day, have dinner at 5 in the evening, then return to the prison by yourself. Clear?" Zhang Chen glanced lightly at the other party and said softly, "Be polite. You brat, if it weren't for special instructions from above, I would have broken your legs long ago." As soon as the man's words fell, a shadow flashed by. Smack! The man covered his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking at Zhang Chen in shock. "You dare hit me? Today I will show you what this place is. Turn on the power, I want to make him wish he were dead." As soon as the man spoke, another person beside him hurriedly held him back, saying, "Hey, don't be impulsive. There are instructions from above. If you mess things up here, even 10 lives won't be enough to pay for it. You need to think it over." Hearing the other's words, the man instantly calmed down, seeming a bit scared, glaring at Zhang Chen with great hatred, and directly closed the iron gate. Just as the iron gate closed, a voice came from the side, "Kid, you've got guts. Just arrived and you dare to attack the guards. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by everyone?" Hearing the voice, Zhang Chen slowly turned around and saw a slender, smiling man looking at him with a smile. Zhang Chen frowned at the man's words and said, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I mean, if the guards had activated the power just now, all of us here would have suffered. Do you understand?" The man's words made Zhang Chen pause, then he understood, looking down at the ground and then up at the grid lines above his head. With this, Zhang Chen finally understood what the other party was talking about, and also understood why the people from the Dragon Guard said that before. It seems that the underground and the sky here are filled with a radiation electric grid. Even someone like Zhang Chen who can fly, cannot leave this place. And at this moment, the crowd in the distance began to gather towards where Zhang Chen was. Just a glance, Zhang Chen not only took a cold breath, because Zhang Chen only realized at this moment that everyone here is extraordinary. There are about 4 or 5 people whose aura is comparable to the Huajing realm, and Zhang Chen saw more than 10 or 20 people in the Anjing realm. At this moment, Zhang Chen seemed to understand that this place is a concentration camp for martial artists. Soon, Zhang Chen was surrounded by about 100 people, and some even started to tease Zhang Chen incessantly. "Hey handsome, your skin is really good, and your figure is strong, it makes me feel itchy. Young man, follow me, Fei Hu, in the future. As long as you make me happy, I guarantee you won't be bullied here." "Fei Hu, is it just you? I think you want to bully others, right? Is your gun any good? Don't break it. My gun works well, do you want to try it? I'll definitely shatter your teeth." Listening to the vulgar language of the people around him, Zhang Chen looked around coldly and said lightly, "Whoever dares to speak out of turn, I'll knock out all their teeth." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, the surroundings instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at Zhang Chen with a strong sense of ridicule in their eyes. This brat doesn't know his place, just arrived here and acting so arrogantly. Let me tell you, the last one like you is still lying on the bed with his butt up. Get him. As the words fell, 3 of them couldn't help it and went straight to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was already angry, and at this moment, he exploded instantly. With his agile response and powerful strength, he struck out. The 3 who pounced on Zhang Chen hadn't reacted yet and were sent flying by Zhang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. The people who were originally making noise instantly fell silent and their gazes towards Zhang Chen changed from mockery to seriousness. After sending the 3 flying, Zhang Chen looked at Fei Long, who had been talking the most before. "You, come here." Fei Long's face changed, he looked around, his eyes turned, and he hurriedly said to the people around him, "Don't be afraid, this newcomer is just a physical cultivator, without internal energy. Let's all go together, take turns with him tonight." As Fei Long's words fell, 7 or 8 people next to him, with strange looks in their eyes, all acted together and attacked Zhang Chen. Among these attackers, 4 were strong in the Anjing realm. Faced with such people, Zhang Chen's current strength was naturally not to be underestimated. The mantis arm, the grasshopper leg, the flea's jumping power, and the powerful abilities were all displayed one by one, and the 7 or 8 people rushing towards Zhang Chen were directly knocked away, blood dripping from their mouths. If Zhang Chen hadn't held back his strength, everyone would probably have received a beating. This time, there were continuous gasps of cold air coming from the surroundings. If the previous 3 people with Ming Jing cultivation were defeated, it showed Zhang Chen's strength, but this time, 7 people, 3 with Ming Jing perfection, and 4 in the Anjing realm lost. It completely proved that Zhang Chen's strength was incredibly terrifying. This newcomer seems not to be messed with. I guess this kid might be a master of the Huajing realm, and a master of the Huajing realm might have to come and deal with this kid later. Just as the people around were afraid and kept retreating several steps, Zhang Chen once again focused his gaze on the one called Fei Hu earlier. I told you to come over, didn't you hear me or what? The fat on Fei Hu's face trembled, took a step forward, and the aura belonging to the Anjing perfection cultivation burst out of him. Let me tell you, kid, once you're in this overseas prison, you better behave yourself. Zhang Chen's mouth curled up, and he said lightly, is that so? What if I don't behave? Not converging is a dead end, letting you pick up soap in the bathhouse, completely turning into our plaything. As the words fell, Fei Hu's hands turned into claws, exuding a fierce aura as he lunged towards Zhang Chen. At that moment, the fat on Fei Hu's body seemed to become the source of power, transforming him into a fierce tiger, with waves of energy emanating from his hands. No wonder he's called Fei Hu, this move and form, just like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen broke through with 1 force against 10, throwing a punch that sent Fei Hu's fat body flying backwards. Bang! When Fei Hu's body hit the ground, fat flesh splattered into the air, raising a cloud of dust. This scene made the surrounding people take several steps back again, as Fei Hu's strength was considered strong among them, yet even so, he was defeated in one move. Stepping up to Fei Hu, Zhang Chen placed a foot on him and said, "You said I made you happy just now, so I won't be bullied anymore, right? Then tell me, how can I make you happy?" Zhang Chen's words made Fei Hu stutter a bit. "If you don't tell me, I'll guess it myself, and whatever I guess, I'll disable that part of you, okay?" Fei Hu's body trembled at Zhang Chen's words, hastily speaking, "No, please, I'll tell you. Being happy means playing with you." Seeing Fei Hu's fat body, Zhang Chen felt a chill, as his body was like a tank, the terrifying force unimaginable. Suppressing his discomfort, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Then I'll make you happy. Find 2 people to let you experience that feeling, how about that?" Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Fei Hu's entire face changed, full of fear. "No, please, don't, I specialize in attack, not defense, I'm scared, please don't." Just as Fei Hu struggled, a sudden sound of breaking air came. Startled, Zhang Chen quickly turned and dodged to the side, and almost at the same time, a small stone plinked into the ground not far away. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen was shocked, because based on his understanding of martial artists, the ability to use internal energy to attack from a distance with grass, wood, bamboo, and stones was a sign of entering the innate realm. "Young man, being so arrogant and domineering as soon as you arrive here, do you think there's no one here?" Following the voice, Zhang Chen looked towards a row of seats under a distant shed, where a man in his 50s was staring at him intently. Sensing the man's aura, Zhang Chen knew he was the one who had just made a move, so he walked towards him, and everyone automatically made way for him. When he reached him, Zhang Chen looked at the man and said, "What, do you want to have fun with Fei Hu or something? Or should I arrange something for you guys?" As soon as Zhang Chen spoke, 4 men with advanced cultivation levels instantly stood up. "You're looking for trouble, kid. Everyone, hold on. Young man, sit down. I stopped you because I admire you. It's been a long time since we had a newcomer in the sea prison, and someone as bold as you is rare. I have some things I want to talk to you about." Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and sat down, facing the man. "Shall we begin? I'm Beihua, the boss of Baitsong in this sea prison. Everyone here listens to me." Beihua's words instantly piqued Zhang Chen's interest. "Baitsong? Can you tell me more about the situation here?" Beihua picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and nodded to a man beside him. The other party nodded respectfully and then said, "This is the sea prison, a secret prison established by the Dragon Guard, located on an island in the deep sea. Most of the people here are either against the Dragon Guard, offended important figures within the Dragon Guard, or committed serious crimes before being imprisoned here. This sea prison is divided into 4 warehouses, East Warehouse led by East Victory, South Warehouse led by South Heaven, West Warehouse led by West Poison, and finally North Warehouse led by North Fire." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen asked directly, "According to this, are the leaders of the East, West, South, and North warehouses all at the innate realm, and is the North leader interested in my skills to join you in opposing the leaders of the other 3 warehouses?" As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Northfire stared at him for a while, then smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "Indeed clever and skilled. Follow me, and you can walk sideways in the North Warehouse from now on." Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Let's not discuss that for now. I just want to know, since there are skilled individuals among you, why not unite and leave this place?" Northfire paused while smoking, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes but was quickly concealed. "Young man, you underestimate this place. Everything here is specially constructed with a powerful defense system. Even with advanced martial arts skills, there is no hope of escape. As for us innate experts, although there is a slim chance of survival, with the intimidation of those two, no one dares to have such thoughts. Moreover, this is the deep sea, surrounded by countless sharks. Even if we were to leave this prison, we wouldn't be able to escape this island, let alone the vast sea outside." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen became very curious. "Those two? What do you mean? Are there powerful individuals guarding this place?" Northfire smiled bitterly and said, "There are only some supervisors with advanced martial arts skills here, no powerful individuals guarding. But there are two terrifying beings similar to us." As Zhang Chen listened further, he became more confused and could only wait quietly for Northfire to continue. "You are here, and sooner or later you will know about this. There's no harm in telling you. One of them is nicknamed Mountain King, with unfathomable strength, cautious in nature, enjoys eating meat and drinking. The other is called Dragon Mingzi, also of unknown strength, lecherous and lascivious. It is said that these two lost a bet to the Dragon King of the Dragon Guard years ago, which is why they live here, for over a decade now. With these two around, no one dares to leave this sea prison, nor can anyone easily intrude. Because there were strong innate experts who tried to escape from here, but were killed by those two with a single move, not even leaving a complete corpse." At this point, a great fear appeared in Northfire's eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was also greatly shocked. Strong experts at the innate realm being killed with a single move, not even leaving a complete corpse. What level of power is this? There is such a terrifying existence here, it seems I cannot stay here for long, or else with my current strength, I could easily get into trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen realized that the innate realm was not the end of martial arts. Just then, Northfire spoke again. "Everyone in the east, west, south, and north warehouses wants to dominate, to absorb the other three warehouses and become the first person to unify the four warehouses in this sea prison. So, I, Northfire, invite you to join my North Warehouse. What do you think? Consider it." Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "North Leader, thank you for the invitation, but I am not one to be constrained. I believe I will not stay here for long and will leave, so I am sorry." Zhang Chen's words made a flash of displeasure in Beihua's eyes, and then he spoke softly, "Kid, I know you have secrets on you, because the bosses of the East Warehouse and the West Warehouse have received orders, and the target is you. If you don't have a backer, it will be difficult for you to survive in this sea prison. And let me tell you a secret, every week here, the fourth warehouse will be released to the outside field for activities. There are 4 days left until the fourth warehouse gathers, and you will be in danger by then." Zhang Chen had already thought of this, because he didn't think the Dragon Guard would let him go like this. "Sorry, I, Zhang Chen, have never been afraid of difficulties. Those people from the Dragon Guard who want to deal with me, I will eliminate them sooner or later." After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he was about to leave, when suddenly, a well-built man next to him blocked Zhang Chen and said, "Kid, your name is Zhang Chen, right? Do you think the North Warehouse is your home? Do whatever you want, since you are unwilling, I will break one of your legs for Beihua." Zhang Chen glanced at Beihua and found that the other party didn't even look over here, and he sneered in his heart. Indeed, the people who can reach this position in this place are not good people. At this moment, the well-built man on the opposite side suddenly moved, the wind under his feet, his hands like steel whips, swung towards Zhang Chen. "Such a wild fighting style," Zhang Chen muttered, using the praying mantis arm, directly confronting the opponent head-on. Bang! Bang! The two arms collided, making two muffled sounds. Zhang Chen stood his ground, while the other person, due to Zhang Chen's strong force, retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing his posture. People in the distance saw this scene and gasped in amazement. "Wow! Isn't a well-built man a match? Who is this kid after all? No, I think if Beihua doesn't make a move, no one can suppress this kid." At this moment, the man that Zhang Chen repelled looked at Zhang Chen with a different look in his eyes, more serious than before. Clap, clap, clap. Good, it's really unimaginable, a person without internal energy actually has such strength, I have never seen it in my life. It's been a long time since I fought, today I will warm up too. As Beihua stood up, the people around him changed their faces, constantly retreating backward, until they stopped after retreating more than 10 or 20 meters. Zhang Chen looked at the smiling Beihua, his whole being highly focused, because Beihua was the most powerful person Zhang Chen had ever seen. He was also the first so-called innate master Zhang Chen had encountered. Beihua didn't waste any time, his move was a killing move, heading straight for Zhang Chen's chest. Beihua's body leaped high, a palm strike, visible energy swept towards Zhang Chen. Energy detached from the body, long-distance attack, continuous internal energy, and can maximize the power of energy. This is the huge advantage of becoming an innate master. Zhang Chen moved, soaring into the air, the energy directly bombarded the ground, creating a deep pit and dust flying. Zhang Chen, in the air, was about to charge towards Beihua. After all, Zhang Chen had no internal energy, and only by getting close to the opponent could he have a chance. But at this moment, Beihua's figure also flew into the air, pushing out another palm strike towards Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen was furious, but he couldn't afford to think too much. His figure turned sharply, turning in mid-air and flying to the other side. Beihua's attack missed, and at this time, Beihua did not attack again, but landed back on the ground, shocked to see Zhang Chen still dancing in the air. Such a mysterious likeness skill, it's unbelievable, being able to change direction in mid-air? Who are you exactly? What school do you come from? Upon hearing Beihua's words, Zhang Chen landed on the ground and said, if you ask me, I will tell you. These are all secrets, okay? Can you tell me your internal energy cultivation method? How naive. Zhang Chen's words made Beihua angry, his eyes filled with killing intent as he made another move. The strong at the innate realm were indeed powerful, their internal energy more flexible than their arms, but unfortunately, even with their strength, they couldn't hit Zhang Chen due to his agile reflexes and powerful jumping ability. After a while, Beihua stopped because continuously outputting internal energy, even if it was inexhaustible, gradually couldn't keep up with the pace. Zhang Chen, very good. I hope you can return to Beitsong safely in 4 days. Zhang Chen smiled and said, don't worry about it, Bei Lao. As he spoke, Zhang Chen took out a cigarette from his storage space, lit it, and walked towards a table and chairs not far away, causing everyone to retreat wherever he went. Because now, in their eyes, this strange person Zhang Chen appeared in Beitsang. Even the leader Beihua was helpless, so they could only avoid him and try not to provoke Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's action of taking out and lighting a cigarette left everyone stunned in place. Because everyone knew that those who came here were not allowed to bring anything with them. Cigarettes, life isolation clothes, and other consumables in the prison were all obtained from the management office by the leaders of each warehouse. Leader, how does this kid have cigarettes on him? Leader, does this person have a special identity? Beihua was also confused, and after a while, he muttered, could this kid really have an extremely special identity? Is he here for a purpose? Zhang Chen naturally didn't know this, sitting alone on a chair, constantly thinking about how to leave this place. If I take this opportunity to rush into the sky in 4 days, will the Mountain King and the Dragon Ningxi try to kill me? After thinking for a while, Zhang Chen still didn't have much confidence in leaving here because based on the strength of the innate realm, Zhang Chen could probably know the strength of the Mountain King and the Dragon Ningxi, and he definitely didn't have the confidence to leave here. Invisibility is worth a try. Okay, I'll use invisibility to leave when the time comes. I believe that even the Mountain King and the Dragon Ningxi, no matter how profound their cultivation is, won't be able to see through my invisibility. For 4 consecutive days, Zhang Chen slept at night and started catching fleas in the morning, using the gene replication system to replicate gene abilities. After all, there were no other animals found in this place. Although Zhang Chen did not successfully replicate gene abilities in 4 days, he gained 120 gene points. Now Zhang Chen has a total of 339 gene points, not far from the 500 gene points. Attention all personnel, all personnel gather outside the warehouse for free activities. 3 hours of free movement, please return to the warehouse automatically after 3 hours. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Chen knew that this day had come, and the leaders of the East and West warehouses would definitely take the opportunity to make a move against him. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen had already decided to leave. This was Zhang Chen's first time stepping out of this so-called underwater prison. In front of him was a large open space, with a small mountain in the distance covered with dense trees. Surrounding the huge open space was a special material wire mesh fence that prevented Zhang Chen from observing, and it was probably electrified. As he followed the crowd out, Zhang Chen looked around and noticed many surveillance cameras. Just a few steps out of the prison, Zhang Chen seized the opportunity and used his invisibility ability in the crowd. No one noticed Zhang Chen's disappearance, not even the control room, because in the bustling crowd, the disappearance of one inconspicuous person was impossible for ordinary people to observe. The invisible successful Zhang Chen immediately soared into the sky and flew directly towards the island. Damn, there is no place in this world that can trap me. Goodbye for now, I'll come back to see how powerful those two terrifying beings are when I become stronger. If the strong people of China saw this flying method, their eyes would definitely pop out. Zhang Chen didn't know how far he had flown, and soon the invisibility time was up, and his figure appeared in the sky. Damn, where am I? Endless sea. Just as Zhang Chen muttered to himself, suddenly two small black dots appeared in the distance. An airplane? At this moment, in order not to expose himself, Zhang Chen had no choice but to dive directly into the sea. Using his swimming ability, Zhang Chen swam in the sea like a fish, swiftly heading towards a distance. In the sea, Zhang Chen could vaguely see beyond the refracted sea surface, two planes flying quickly. Just as Zhang Chen was about to surface, he suddenly noticed a large fish swimming rapidly nearby. Bluefin trevally? Great, although this fish is not the fastest swimmer in the sea, its speed is absolutely terrifying. It can be said that the bluefin trevally is definitely a top swimmer in the ocean. If I could replicate the swimming speed of this fish, that would be amazing. Thinking this, Zhang Chen tried to suppress his breath as much as possible and swam towards the circling bluefin trevally. However, the bluefin trevally seemed to sense something, and with a flick of its tail, it swiftly swam several tens of meters away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't give up and continued to approach slowly. After several failed attempts, Zhang Chen finally succeeded in getting close, and when the bluefin trevally was not paying attention, he gently touched its body. In an instant, Zhang Chen activated the gene replication system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the underwater high-speed swimming ability. The gene has been injected into the host's body. Ding! The host successfully replicated the gene ability, rewarded with 10 gene points, total points 349. At this moment, Zhang Chen was extremely excited in his heart. He succeeded in replicating it in one go, which made Zhang Chen want to exclaim, "Wow!" Feeling the changes happening in his body, the surrounding seawater seemed to offer much less resistance, a truly magical feeling. Watching the bluefin trevally that had long disappeared, Zhang Chen moved like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards a distance in the sea. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt that his current swimming speed was more than 10 times faster than before, reaching a terrifying level of speed. Ha! This ocean is truly my paradise. Since luck is so good, I will continue to replicate as much as possible. While Zhang Chen was happy, he did not know that chaos had erupted in the underwater prison. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded, leaving everyone extremely puzzled, with the leaders of the East and West warehouses, Dongshang and Shidu, looking angry and puzzled. Where is that kid? Is the other side playing us? It shouldn't be, there's no benefit for them to play us. Could that kid have taken the opportunity to escape from here? Impossible, with the defenses here and those two terrifying beings, it's impossible for anyone to escape. Damn, those people must have played us, damn it, trying to make fun of us in the fourth warehouse, making us fight internally. What was originally a weekly outdoor activity ended hastily under Zhang Chen's disappearance, causing countless people to curse endlessly. In the north warehouse, the leader Bei Hu tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Leader, do you think Zhang Chen really escaped? Bei Hu was brought back to his senses by the sound of his subordinates, sighed and said, I'm not sure. Normally, this is absolutely impossible. But what surprises me is why Zhang Chen escaped and those two didn't come out to stop him. Didn't they notice? But with the terrifying strength of those two, this seems unlikely. What's going on? In the underwater prison, everyone was filled with endless speculation about this matter, with some even speculating that Zhang Chen fell into the sea and was eaten by sharks. Because even innate masters or warriors surpassing the innate realm cannot cross this endless ocean. Smack! Damn it, find him for me. How could that kid disappear? There's a problem here, definitely a problem. Retrieve all surveillance footage, search carefully, and make sure to find him for me. Contact Kyoto, send out planes to search within a radius of 300 miles. We must find the person alive or see the corpse. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential. The main sect must not know. The underwater prison has a special location, situated in the middle of the sea island, a standalone building bearing traces of time. Within this sea island, this building is extremely unique because no one dares to approach it. The interior of the building is modestly decorated, but the arrangement of furniture and objects exudes a harmonious feeling. Long Mingzi, we've been here for over 10 years, haven't we? Yes, do you think, with our abilities, we can leave this vast sea? These two individuals are the two terrifying powerhouses in the eyes of the people in the underwater prison, known as Mountain King and Long Mingzi. Mountain King is dressed in a long green robe, with long hair tied up, a resolute face exuding an imposing aura like that of an ancient figure. Long Mingzi, on the other hand, wears a white long robe, with shoulder-length hair, eyes sparkling with brilliance, and a captivating gaze that gives a sense of tension. Mountain King sighed lightly and said, if we exert all our efforts, with our cultivation, crossing the endless sea is not impossible, it's just a matter of time. Upon hearing Mountain King's words, Longmingzi shook her head and said, "The fact that this person can disappear from under our noses means he possesses means beyond our imagination. If the Dragon King knew about this, we would lose face. Humph, the Dragon King should first think about how to handle the internal affairs of the Dragon Guard after coming out of seclusion. In recent years, there have been developments in power in secret, with wide implications. When Tangwa Bin was injured in a confrontation with that mysterious person, problems arose within the Dragon Guard, and now we are at a loss because of those things. It seems that the martial world is gradually becoming lively." Long Mingzi sneered, "It's chaotic, that's right. You stay here, my 2 wives are waiting for me. I feel uncomfortable if I don't poke a bit of fun." Mountain King rolled his eyes and said, "We're both old, stop fooling around. Watch your back. By the way, keep your voice down at night, don't sound like you're slaughtering pigs." At this moment, Zhang Chen was swimming at an extremely fast speed in the sea. Just then, Zhang Chen saw an electric eel in the distance in the sea, which caught his attention. This thing is good, an electric eel with the ability to discharge electricity, is definitely an extremely special existence in the animal kingdom. If one has such ability, how awesome would that be? It's like setting off firecrackers in a cow's ass, it's awesome. Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen swiftly approached the electric eel. The moment Zhang Chen touched the electric eel, his whole body stiffened, and his hair in the water seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The electric eel swam away, leaving Zhang Chen floating in the water, only to recover after a while with his own powerful strength. "Darn it, the electric eel didn't even give a warning, almost electrocuted your grandpa." While cursing, Zhang Chen swiftly swam towards the location of the electric eel. "Damn, being shocked doesn't feel good, need to be more careful." At this moment, Zhang Chen was extremely cautious, gently approaching the electric eel, lightly touching its tail with his finger, immediately activating the gene replication system. Ding, successful replication of the gene ability Thunderous Body, injected into the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the gene ability, rewarded with 10 gene points, total gene points 359. One success. Another success, making Zhang Chen extremely excited. Wow, this ocean is truly my lucky place. One success, if this continues, how many superpowers will I have? At this moment, Zhang Chen just wanted to laugh out loud, this was his shining moment since obtaining the gene system. Watching the electric eel swimming around, Zhang Chen began to carefully feel the changes in his body. Soon, Zhang Chen discovered that there was electricity in his body, all provided by his own cells. In other words, Zhang Chen's body was now a small power plant. With a strong desire, after pondering for a while, Zhang Chen slowly reached out his hand and unleashed electricity towards a passing fish. In an instant, an electric arc flashed on Zhang Chen's finger, flew out directly, and hit a fish not far away. Crack! The fish had no resistance and turned into a charred fish, floating up to the surface of the sea. This scene also shocked Zhang Chen, not only because the electric arc just now was about 500 volts, but also because the electric arc could remain unaffected in water and attack from a distance. Wow, what is this? Thunderous Body. Isn't this the 6th Meridian Divine Thunder? Without further ado, Zhang Chen began to continuously release thunderous electricity, while testing the distance of the electric attacks. After a frenzy of operations, Zhang Chen finally understood the attack method and distance of the electricity. With about 500 volts of electric arcs, Zhang Chen released a total of 20, then felt that the electricity in his body was not enough to continue releasing electric arcs. But soon Zhang Chen found that the electricity in his body was rapidly recovering, about a minute to recover to the level of releasing an electric arc. The distance of the electric arc attack was also considerable, flying out over 5 meters in water, meaning that on land, the electric arc should be able to attack targets over 10 meters away. Feeling this, Zhang Chen gradually calmed down. Previously relying solely on strength, now with the gene ability of electric arcs, Zhang Chen could be powerful in close combat. With electric arcs for long-range attacks, this was a combination of mage and warrior. Xiao Ji, tell me about this thunderous body. Ding, currently the host's thunderous body is at level 1, can release electric arcs of about 500 volts, maximum effective attack distance in the air is 15 meters. When the host upgrades the thunderous body to level 2, can release electric arcs of over 1000 volts, greatly extending the attack distance. When the host upgrades the thunderous body to a certain level, the host can possess the thunderous body. Hearing Xiao Ji's explanation, Zhang Chen was filled with shock. Thunderous body, what kind of realm was that? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhang Chen continued to swim in the ocean, ready to use up the remaining gene replication opportunities. And at that moment, Zhang Chen suddenly noticed a huge shadow moving rapidly above the sea. A ship? And judging by the size, it's not an ordinary ship. Curious, Zhang Chen quickly swam out of the sea, revealing his head, cautiously looking towards the ship that had moved dozens of meters away. But next, Zhang Chen was stunned because he saw a flag with an ant's handkerchief floating on the ship. And there were warships and soldiers around the ship. Warship? Or the Japs' warship? Did I really come to the Japs' territory? Should I take this opportunity to have some fun, find a few teachers to study the flute business? Just when Zhang Chen thought he had gone the wrong way and arrived in Yamadyeguo, suddenly the warship tens of meters away opened fire. The loud noise startled Zhang Chen, who returned underwater curiously. This shouldn't be happening. If it's the Japs' place, they shouldn't be firing. Could it be that this is my Huaxia, and the Japs are causing trouble again? Thinking this, Zhang Chen swayed his body like an arrow in the water, swimming towards a nearby location. Sure enough, Zhang Chen soon saw more than a dozen ships on the sea, with people on board screaming, and occasionally hearing faint Huaxia language. Quick, hide, start the boat, hurry. Run, the Japs are coming, I'll stop them with my boat, you guys run. Along with the loud shouts, there was the sound of machine guns, and countless bullets hitting the Huaxia fishing boat. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't bear it. At that moment, he knew that this was not the Japs' territory at all, but definitely Huaxia's territory. Damn it, how dare they come to my Huaxia and bully my Huaxia people? You Japs are looking for death. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen took out a gun from the storage space and leaped out of the water like a giant eagle. In midair, Zhang Chen fired directly without hesitation. The dozen or so Japs on the warship, who were originally laughing loudly at the Huaxia fishing boat in the distance, were caught off guard by Zhang Chen's sudden appearance. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang! After a round of gunfire, the dozen or so Japs hadn't reacted yet and were directly sent to the afterlife. This scene was also noticed by the Japs on the warship, and in an instant, an alarm sounded on the warship. The warship's cannons turned in the direction of Zhang Chen, and a huge fireball was shot out. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen's face changed. He hadn't expected this thing to be so sensitive and to fire at such a speed. In midair, Zhang Chen didn't dare to be careless, and he flew out instantly and landed directly on the deck of the warship. At that moment, the warship's cannons stopped firing, but from inside the warship, dozens of Japs appeared. Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang! After a round of gunfire, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared from the deck, and the dozens of Japs were alertly searching around the deck. Because everything was too unreal, even the Jap commander on the warship was extremely surprised and scared. At that moment, Zhang Chen was actually in the air and had used his invisibility ability. A grenade appeared in his hand, which he had taken from Lei Hong, and he pulled the pin and threw it at the warship below. Damn it, I'll blow you bastards up. Boom! The sky was filled with flames, and the powerful impact and grenade fragments instantly took the lives of more than a dozen Japs. The Huaxia fishing boat in the distance, originally preparing to evacuate because of the Japs' warship, was stunned by this sudden scene. What's going on? I don't know, but I vaguely saw a figure flying out of the water and landing on that Jap warship. That's right, I saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. It must be the sea god who couldn't bear to see the Japs' actions and came out to save us. While the fishermen of Huaxia were speculating, Zhang Chen held a gun and used his invisibility ability to continuously harvest the lives of the little Japanese soldiers. When he ran out of bullets, Zhang Chen continued shooting with the Japanese soldier's gun. In less than a minute, dozens of Japanese soldiers' bodies lay on the deck. However, Zhang Chen did not intend to stop there, but directly entered the interior of the warship. Inside the main compartment of the warship, a Japanese officer looked at the screen in front of him with a terrified face and said, "Bagayalu, the situation is not right, contact reinforcements quickly. Close the compartment doors and stop the enemy." But when they urgently closed the compartment doors, Zhang Chen had already entered and was sitting next to the Japanese officer, observing the surroundings. Removing his invisibility ability, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the compartment and sat next to the officer. This sudden scene frightened the Japanese. The two officers in the compartment, 3 cabin drivers, 4 weapon control soldiers, and 2 guards were all shocked. Everyone stared in shock at Zhang Chen, and it took a while for them to react, shouting in fear while preparing to shoot. However, Zhang Chen would not let the Japanese succeed. His gun moved quickly, and except for one driver in the cabin and the Japanese officer next to him, everyone else was directly shot dead by Zhang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Faced with this scene, the Japanese officer nervously looked around and then shouted, "Bagayalu, you, die." Seeing the Japanese officer standing up, Zhang Chen raised his hand and shot the Japanese officer in the knee. The Japanese instantly knelt on the ground. Zhang Chen saw that the other leg of the Japanese had not knelt down, so without hesitation, he shot again. Bang! This time, the Japanese completely knelt in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "That's right, You little Japanese should kneel and pay respect when you see your Huaxia ancestors. Did you hear that, grandson? Baga. Before the Japanese could finish speaking, Zhang Chen kicked him in the face. The Japanese officer was now covered in blood, with blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Zhang Chen stepped on the Japanese officer's face and said, "Little Japanese, remember in your next life, do not easily insult the Huaxia people." Bang! Zhang Chen killed about 50 to 60 people today, but he felt no guilt at all, instead feeling an unusually satisfying taste. The warship had completely stopped on the sea surface, and the last Japanese looked at Zhang Chen in fear. In his view, in today's society, even if they intruded into Huaxia's waters, there would not be a large-scale firefight, at most mutual condemnation and discussions on countermeasures. But the current situation was completely different. The man in front of him, like a devil, had killed dozens of people on the warship. This result made him feel unbelievably shocked. "You're the only one left, what should I do? Are you scared?" "Actually, there's no need to be, come on, take a deep breath, it'll be over in an instant." Saying this, Zhang Chen raised his hand and shot, causing a bloody hole in the opponent's forehead. Next, Zhang Chen collected several guns, many bullets, and some grenades from the storage space, then piled the remaining shells and explosives on the warship deck. Zhang Chen originally wanted to tow the warship back to the fishermen, but he realized that if he brought back a ship with so many dead Japanese soldiers, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. So Zhang Chen flew invisibly into the sky and shot the explosives on the deck, causing numerous explosions. The warship was riddled with holes, water poured in, and it sank to the seabed. As the warship exploded and sank, the people on the dozen or so fishing boats of the Huaxia fishermen in the distance all knelt on their boats and kowtowed. "Thank you, immortals, for saving me. Thank you, immortals, for exterminating these inhumane beasts." Zhang Chen saw this scene in the air and said directly, "You should quickly leave by boat, the enemy's people might come soon." The Chinese fisherman kneeling on the fishing boat looked around and at the sky, not seeing anyone but hearing the voice, which made everyone extremely excited. "Did you hear that? It's the Chinese language, it's our Chinese immortals. I told you, our Chinese immortals are the most awesome. Hurry up and sail away, we need to listen to the words of the immortals." Watching the fishing boat leave until it disappeared on the sea surface, Zhang Chen plunged into the sea and continued to search for targets to replicate genes. Originally, Zhang Chen wanted to dive into the deep sea to see if he could get lucky and find some ancient sunken ships to salvage some treasures. However, when Zhang Chen dived less than a kilometer underwater, he felt the pressure had already made him feel unbearable. The feeling of being squeezed by the seawater to the point of lung explosion made Zhang Chen realize how naive his idea was. At that moment, Zhang Chen remembered a saying, "It's easy to go to heaven, but hard to go to the sea." At the same time, both the enemy country and the Chinese country received explosive news that an enemy self-defense ship exploded and sank in Chinese waters. Dozens of soldiers on the warship all died. This was big news, and the moment this news broke, it ignited the passion of the Chinese people, with various discussions flooding the internet. The enemy side naturally started negotiations and condemnation, threatening retaliation against China if no explanation was given. The top leadership quickly learned of the incident, but Tang Guobin directly reported, "This incident was caused by abnormal forces, and conventional methods cannot resolve it." Using this as an excuse, the matter was transferred directly to the Dragon Guard for handling. In the secret base of the Dragon Guard, the Lord Tang Guobin looked at the information in his hand and said, "They are becoming more and more audacious. Although Ouyang Jie's death challenged the bottom line of the Dragon Guard, I am well aware of his actions. Lord, this person named Zhang Chen is really mysterious. If he is indeed responsible for the enemy's self-defense ship incident, the abilities he possesses are probably very terrifying." Tang Guobin's eyes gleamed. This person is an orphan, and as long as he does not go astray, even if his abilities are terrifying, as a member of our Chinese nation, immediately send someone to the underwater prison to bring back those 3 individuals. I want to show the people in the Dragon Guard that China's Dragon Guard is not a place where they can do as they please. Oh, bring some cigarettes and alcohol with you. The Mountain King and the Dragon Ningzi must be very upset right now. After everyone left, Tang Guobin looked at the information in his hand, then picked up a map nearby and, after studying it for a while, murmured in shock, how did he manage to cover such a great distance? Zhang Chen had no idea how much impact his casual actions had caused. At that moment, Zhang Chen was swimming continuously in the sea, searching for target objects to replicate genetic abilities. After an unknown amount of time passed, Zhang Chen felt extremely hungry. Seeing a distant island, he didn't hesitate and flew directly towards it, quickly landing on the island. The island was not very large, with a large sandy beach and a distant forest full of dense vegetation. Being bold and daring, Zhang Chen was not afraid of wild animals. He found a dry tree trunk and quickly gathered a pile of firewood. Then, he went into the sea, caught many fish and seafood, and prepared a meal. In fact, Zhang Chen could have quickly flown back to the land, found a place to take a comfortable bath, and enjoyed various delicacies. But Zhang Chen couldn't bear to leave this ocean, because this is a blessed place, a place with a very high success rate of genetic ability replication, a blessed place where his strength becomes even stronger. The sky quickly darkened, and the bonfire lit by Zhang Chen in the endless ocean swayed up and down like a leaf on the sea. Although it doesn't have much taste, it's really fresh, not bad at all. This is probably the most enjoyable wilderness survival. As he spoke, Zhang Chen picked up an abalone, stuck out his tongue and licked it gently. The abalone quickly shrank, revealing no salty taste. Aren't the seafood in this seawater naturally salty? Why does this abalone have no taste? But even so, the hungry Zhang Chen still devoured it. After finishing the seafood feast, Zhang Chen took off his clothes, propped them up with branches, and hung them by the fire. Then he lay naked on the beach, looking up at the stars in the sky. Ah, so comfortable, no pollution, no arguments, no hustle and bustle, no fast-paced life. This is true enjoyment. At this moment, it was incredibly quiet, with only the crackling sound of the burning flames. Zhang Chen couldn't remember the last time he had experienced such a peaceful night, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The sleeping smile on his face was as innocent as a baby's, occasionally drooling. It's unclear what Zhang Chen dreamed of, but gradually, a flagpole rose slowly in the shadow by the bonfire, looking majestic and imposing. The sun slowly rose above the sea level, casting sunlight on the sea, shimmering with waves. On a small island in the sea, a man lay naked on the beach, sound asleep, drooling at the corner of his mouth, while the golden hoop rod stood tall, powerful, and tireless. Warmed by the sunlight, Zhang Chen woke up, yawned, and looked at the golden red sea in the distance, sighing, such a beautiful scene, but alas, no companion by my side. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, Zhang Chen jumped into the sea. Catching various seafood, Zhang Chen decided to eat something and continue searching for targets in the ocean. However, shortly after entering the water, Zhang Chen was stuck in place, his face gradually turning red. Damn it, my most precious thing was actually lost in your mouth, not. A large fish, as if it had found something delicious, kept swallowing the meat strip. Angrily, Zhang Chen directly used his stretching ability, flinging the fish onto the shore with great force. But not long after, Zhang Chen screamed and flew out of the water, landing on the beach. Naked, Zhang Chen grimaced in pain, constantly trying to remove the crab on his body. Unfortunately, the crab seemed to love the small piece of meat, holding onto it tightly and swinging back and forth. Helpless, Zhang Chen directly broke off the crab's pincers, then hid to gently pry open the crab's pincers. From a distance, a man could be seen bowing his head, constantly fiddling with something, a comical sight. Damn, this is too unlucky. Why is it always my good brother who gets injured? Brother, you must hold on, endure until the day we have abalone to eat. If you're disabled, I won't have much hope left. This time, Zhang Chen dared not be arrogant again and put on his clothes. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly looked up and gazed into the distance at the sky. His face changed, and Zhang Chen quickly covered the bonfire on the scene, eliminating traces, and then entered the sea. Before long, an airplane arrived above the island, circling continuously, scanning the area, and then flying off into the distance. Zhang Chen looked at the scene through the sea and secretly thought to himself, still searching. It seems urgent to replicate, better go back early, the matter of the dragon guard needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Just as Zhang Chen was swimming in the sea around the island, suddenly the genetic system automatically sounded. Ding, discovered a special aquatic creature, the water bear. Do you want to replicate its powerful survival ability? Zhang Chen was stunned. This was the first time the genetic system appeared automatically since the first time. There were no aquatic creatures around. Zhang Chen was extremely puzzled, and finally came to a conclusion that an extremely small aquatic creature had attached to his body, activating the genetic system. With the answer from the system, Zhang Chen could only mutter, "Water bear? It's actually this thing." It is said that this thing can survive in any environment after hiding, even in outer space. Powerful survival ability? Sounds good, but don't replicate that hiding ability. I don't want to live in a state of false death. Confirm replication. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability powerful survival ability replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the genetic ability, rewarded with 10 genetic points, failed once, gained 1 genetic point, total points 398. Replicating successfully on the second attempt, this made Zhang Chen extremely excited. Feeling the genetic cells in his body undergoing tremendous changes, Zhang Chen was also extremely eager. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chen's body calmed down, and he instantly felt what the powerful survival ability was. Extreme temperatures, vacuum conditions, even outer space, all can be survived. In other words, at this moment, Zhang Chen possessed an extremely tenacious vitality. Coupled with the gecko's regenerative ability, Zhang Chen can be said to have preliminarily acquired the ability to be immortal. However, facing powerful opponents, Zhang Chen still faced life-threatening danger, but this was only a first-level ability. What kind of effects would there be if it continued to upgrade to second level, third level? Zhang Chen could not imagine. Using up all the remaining genetic replication chances, although he could not successfully replicate genetic abilities again, Zhang Chen was extremely satisfied. At this moment, Zhang Chen decided to return to the city of Sanqing first. After all, he was not sure if anyone would target Su Danio and Su Shaoling at the Dragon Guard. Like an arrow in the sea, swimming at extreme speed, after an unknown amount of time, Zhang Chen saw land, and he saw the city. In a secluded place, Zhang Chen landed, dried his clothes, and headed towards the city of Sanqing. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Dragon Guard, Tang Guobin looked at the three people standing in front of him and said coldly, "You three have great courage. Who gave you the right to take that person named Zhang Chen to the sea prison?" Although the three people lowered their heads, it was obvious that they were not very friendly towards Tang Guobin, the head of the Dragon Guard. Faced with this scene, a flash of light appeared in Tang Guobin's eyes, and he said coldly, "No words, very good. Do you really think that I, Tang Guobin, am entangled in that matter, and have lost control of the Dragon Guard? Today I will show you who really calls the shots in the Dragon Guard. You three, as members of the Dragon Guard, have acted in your own interests, acted recklessly, so I will punish you with 3 years of solitary confinement, during which you are not allowed to step out of the confinement room. All benefits and training resources are cancelled. Reflect on your mistakes." Just as Tang Guobin finished speaking, the office door was knocked. "Come in." The door opened, and 4 men with gray hair walked in. The 4 of them first saluted Tang Guobin, Guild Master. Tang Guobin nodded slightly and looked at the 4 men. "What brings you here?" At this moment, the 4 men clearly divided into 2 camps, with 3 of them standing opposite Tang Guobin, facing him from a distance. And the last person stood vaguely beside Tang Guobin, looking at the 3 people opposite. Faced with this scene, Tang Guobin lightly said, "Baifan, are you here to plead for them?" The man known as Baifan smiled slightly and said, "Lord, these 4 people disobeyed my orders and took Zhang Chen to the sea prison. I don't think there is anything wrong with this." "Oh, so according to Baifan's meaning, the people of the Dragon Guard can have absolute power to arbitrarily arrest all martial artists in China?" Hearing Tang Guobin's words, Baifan's expression also changed, because facing all the martial artists in China, this accusation is not something anyone can bear. "Lord, Baifan, did not mean that. It's just that Zhang Chen is suspected of multiple murders, and 3 members of the Dragon Guard died at his hands, including the leader of the Huang group, Ouyang Jia. Lord, you must be aware of this, right?" Tang Guobin nodded slightly and said, "I know about this, so I must punish the 3 of them even more. They acted on their own to send Zhang Chen to the sea prison, which goes against the original beliefs of being a member of the Dragon Guard. They must reflect on this." Baifan heard Tang Guobin's words, his eyes filled with anger. After a while, he said, "Since the Lord has made a decision, as the Dragon Guard of the Dragon Guard, I will naturally obey." Seeing this scene, Tang Guobin waved his hand and said, "Then it's settled, you may leave, but remember, the Tiandi Air Group's mission is not to be interfered with without my orders." Baifan trembled, took a deep look at Tang Guobin, and then turned and left the office with the other 2 elders. "You 3 will receive your punishment, and not a day less than 3 years. The 3 originally thought that Baifan would save them from punishment, but they did not expect Baifan to suddenly show weakness to Tang Guobin, which made them lose their confidence. After saluting, they hurriedly left the office. "Lord, Baifan has malicious intentions. I found out that he secretly sent cigarettes and alcohol to Shan Dewang and Long Mingzi in the sea prison." Tang Guobin nodded and said, "I know about this. Baifan wants to take this position, but his strength is not enough. Shan Dewang and Long Mingzi, those 2 old guys, will never cooperate with him. You can rest assured." In the corridor, Baifan had a gloomy face, and the elder beside him said, "Lao Bai, why did you suddenly back off just now? This was a good opportunity to win people's hearts." "Yes, Lao Bai, now the advantage of the entire Dragon Guard is leaning towards us. Why did you do that?" Baifan sighed and said, "You didn't understand what Tang Guobin said just now. Let me tell you a secret. Tang Guobin may have evidence against Ouyang Jia in his hands, and this evidence is also extremely detrimental to me as a master." The 2 suddenly realized this and looked worried. In the Longhu Mountain Villa area of Sanqing City, in Zhang Chen's villa, looking at the clean house, Zhang Chen knew that someone often cleaned it. With a slight smile, Zhang Chen was about to prepare something to eat, as the seafood was tasteless. Although he had eaten a lot, it was not satisfying. And just then, the phone rang. "Hello, Wenlong, I just got home and you called." Ha, Tianqi, I have arranged people around your villa. As soon as you appear, I will know. You don't know, I have been worried during this time. How are you? Is everything okay? Faced with Wenlong's concern, Zheng Chen smiled knowingly and said, Wenlong, you better not contact me too much, because I escaped. The Dragon Guard is probably looking for me now. As Zhang Chen's words fell, Wenlong on the other end of the phone almost jumped up. What? You escaped? Yes, I can leave whenever I want, they can't keep me. Zhang Chen didn't know that Wenlong was already shocked to the extreme at this moment. Others may not know, but Wenlong knows some things. After all, there is in Dao Yuan, the big shot hidden in Sanqing City. What is the existence of the Dragon Guard? From its establishment to more than 80 years now, as long as the Dragon Guard wants to catch someone, there is no one they can't catch. Someone like Zhang Chen who can escape so easily is truly rare, showing how shocked Wenlong is about the methods hidden in Zhang Chen. Tianqi, it's okay, you shouldn't underestimate me, Wenlong. As long as we are in Sanqing City, I can still protect you. I have prepared a meal at the hotel for you, come over quickly, and I also have some good news to tell you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, it seems that Wenlong is not very afraid of the Dragon Guard, but even if Wenlong's power is huge in Sanqing City, it should not be enough in front of the Dragon Guard. Does Wenlong have another identity? On the top floor of the Kane Hotel, Wenlong, Tong Wenming, Tong Yanan, Zhou Tong, Hua Fo, and Duan Jin sat together, waiting for Zhang Chen to arrive. The door opened, and Zhang Chen walked in with a smile. The most excited were Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong. Tianqi, you're finally back. As they spoke, the two girls rushed towards Zhang Chen, hugging his arms from both sides. Meanwhile, Wenlong, Tong Wenming, and Duan Jin pretended not to see, chatting among themselves, while only Hua Fo stared at Zhang Chen with his green bean eyes. After a while, he finally blurted out, Zhang big brother, can the three of you play together? This question from Hua Fo immediately quieted the entire room. Zhang Chen, Tong Wenming, Tong Yanan, Zhou Tong, and Wenlong all felt extremely embarrassed. Smack! Duan Jian slapped Hua Fo on the back of his head. Little sword, why did you hit me? That was just a light tap. Watch your words, or drink and eat if you can't speak. Hua Fo finally realized, looked around at everyone's gaze, cleared his throat and said, I didn't mean that, I meant the three of you are great together. Smack! Little sword, are you not done yet? Do you want me to strangle you? Wenlong couldn't bear it anymore and calmly said, Hua Fo, if you say one more word, you can go to the next room and eat by yourself. With Wenlong's words, Hua Fo immediately quieted down, touched his bald head, smiled, and started drinking on his own. Tianqi, come over, I've prepared this welcoming banquet for you today with great care. You should have a few more drinks. The banquet began, and Zhang Chen had just taken a few bites when he was bombarded with toasts one after another. He could handle the small cups, but when it came to Hua Fo, this big guy acted as if he had never drunk before, trying to challenge Zhang Chen with a large bowl. However, since the last lesson, Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't fall for it again, so there was a scene of Zhang Chen holding a wineglass while Hua Fo held a big bowl. After 2 rounds, Zhang Chen felt tipsy all over but remained clear-headed, showing his strong alcohol tolerance. Tianqi, I've taken care of the matter we discussed last time. Here is your share. Take a look, if there's any issue, let me know, and I'll rearrange it for you. Tong Wenming said as he placed a file folder in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned, then remembered the matter with the Lei family, realizing that this should be his share. With a slight smile, Zhang Chen said, I don't mind, Tong Lao can arrange it however he wants, and I have no objections. Hey, Tianqi, take a look. If you're not satisfied, I'll rearrange it immediately. After all, you are an important contributor. Zhang Chen saw Tong Wenming and Wenlong staring at him, so he nodded and opened the file bag. Inside, there was a card, along with a stack of contract documents and equity certificates. He couldn't understand the rest, but Zhang Chen saw a name, a hotel name, Taizi Shen, and the name written as the owner of the hotel was Zhang Chen. At this moment, Wenlong whispered, Tianqi, there are 5 billion in that card, and Taizi Shen is a well-known hotel in this city, valued at over 2 billion. From now on, it's yours. Zhang Chen knew that a large part of the Lei family's assets had been taken over by the authorities, but even so, he received 5 billion in cash and a famous hotel. I say, Wenlong, I don't know how to manage this hotel. I think you should take it back, so it doesn't turn into a mess in my hands in a few months. Don't worry, Tianqi, I've arranged for a manager to go over and help you manage the hotel. You'll have time to look at the accounts in the future, just wait to collect the money, you don't need to worry about anything else. Hearing what Wenlong said, Zhang Chen felt much more at ease, raised his glass and said, Wenlong, Tong Lao, thank you, I toast to you. At this moment, Zhang Chen's net worth skyrocketed, instantly becoming a truly wealthy person, mainly because he now owned the Taizi Xian Hotel, and money would continue to flow into Zhang Chen's pockets. At the same time, in Shijia, Sisui City, Shurizhong heard a message on his phone and excitedly said, "Are you sure that kid has appeared? Good, keep an eye on him, this time I will make sure he doesn't leave alive." Hanging up the phone, Shurizhong changed to another phone, inserted a voice-changing card, and made a call. "Hello, the target has appeared, same price as before, 50 million. Yes, I want the target to leave no trace." After hanging up the phone, Shurizhong muttered with a sinister face, "Zhang Chen, my master can't deal with you, so I'll have the killer take care of you and let you know the consequences of offending me, Shurizhong." But Zhang Chen, who had just left the Kane Hotel, had no idea that someone else had paid to have him killed. Zhang Chen had drunk a lot, and Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong drove him back to the villa. "Alright, you two go back, I'm fine." "No, we have to take care of you, what if you need water or something?" Watching the two of them skillfully open the door better than himself and walk into the villa, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. In the room next door, Zhou Tong said to Tong Yanan, "Yanan, you should be more careful in the future." "Careful about what?" Tong Yanan looked at Zhou Tong in confusion. "It's just that. Actually, Tanchi Ge is not a eunuch." Tong Yanan looked at Zhou Tong in surprise, and after a while, she said, "It's impossible, I personally checked, there was nothing there, really. But I saw it too, Tanchi Ge is clearly well endowed." At this moment, neither of them gave in, both believing that what they saw was accurate. Unable to resolve their dispute, they both stood up angrily and headed straight to Zhang Chen's room. In Zhang Chen's room, he was undressing, getting ready to sleep for a while, after all, he had drunk quite a bit. But at that moment, the door was suddenly slammed open, and Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong rushed in. "Tanchi Ge, we wanted to." Before they could finish their sentence, the two of them froze in place. Zhang Chen's perfect physique, muscular lines, and impressive size were fully revealed at that moment. This was a completely normal state after being stimulated by alcohol. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen was half awake from the alcohol and shouted, "Stupid women, don't you know to knock before entering?" This angry shout finally made the two women come to their senses, blushing, and ran out. "So big, how can it be so big? Yanan, look, I told you Tanchi Ge is fine, why don't you believe me?" At this moment, Tong Yanan thought a lot in his heart, even thinking that Zhang Chen was not a human, but an alien, because Tong Yanan believed that he definitely did not have a hallucination before. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen woke up, and the first thing he did was to take out the little turtle from the glass jar. "Shao Ji, replicate the gene ability." Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability endless life replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the gene ability, rewarded with 10 gene points, failed replication 29 times, obtained 29 gene points, total points 437. At this moment, the genes in Zhang Chen's body broke and began to recombine, and the cells kept changing. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen felt that his body became extremely relaxed, with a transcendent feeling. "Shao Ji, do I have endless life now?" Ding, the host successfully replicated endless life gene ability is level 1. The host has a lifespan of 500 years. To have endless life, the host needs to upgrade the gene ability, then endless life can be obtained. Originally excited Zhang Chen, upon hearing Shao Ji's words, felt bad all over. Damn, only 500 years? A 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old turtle, can't I at least have 10,000 years first? Although Zhang Chen was not very happy, when he saw that he already had 437 gene points, his mood improved a lot. Only 63 points left to successfully upgrade a level 2 gene ability to level 3. After checking, the current level 2 gene abilities are Agility Reaction Ability, Strong Power, and Invisibility. In order to absolutely enhance his own strength, Zhang Chen excluded invisibility automatically. Because for Zhang Chen, the ability to be invisible is currently completely sufficient, and this opportunity absolutely cannot be wasted on it. "Tianqi, have you gotten up?" Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about the problem, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong's voices came from outside the door. "I'm up. We're going to school today, can you drive us there?" At the school gate, Zhang Chen parked the car on the side of the road. "Tianqi, will you come in with us?" "Come in? Where to?" "Come into the school with us." "Oh, I don't have time, get out quickly, or I'll drive back." Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong watched as Zhang Chen drove away in a hurry, stomping their feet in anger. On a bustling street in Sanqing City, Wen Long arranged a shop for Su Dania, with 2 floors, totaling over 1,000 square meters. This made Su Dania full of energy, calling all his old buddies to come over, working until midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning, with the staff almost arriving at the store at 9 in the morning. Sudanio got up at 7 o'clock to start packing things, truly working hard to get rich. Zhang Chen drove past the shop front, seeing Sudania's busy figure from afar, smiling slightly, stepping on the gas pedal and leaving. At this moment, Zhang Chen did not notice that a car was following him here. Suddenly, Zhang Chen, who was driving, noticed a collision between vehicles in the distance on the road, with many people gathered around. Unable to pass for the time being, Zhang Chen had to get out of the car and check the situation of the accident. But when Zhang Chen saw the woman and child surrounded by the crowd, he couldn't help but frown. Seeing a woman holding a child crying continuously, with people pointing and whispering around, made Zhang Chen frown. Taking a step forward, Zhang Chen squatted down to check on the other person's condition, but at this moment, Zhang Chen inadvertently glanced at the child's palm in the woman's arms. Originally, Zhang Chen chose to ignore all of this. After all, the lives of the poor were not easy. However, the palm was rough, and most importantly, obvious calluses could be seen on the palm, index finger, and tiger's mouth. It was obvious that this was not a simple matter. Judging from the location and severity of the calluses on the palm, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach that extent. This was something Zhang Chen, who used to work as a stevedore, knew. These discoveries made Zhang Chen, who had originally reached out his hand, stop abruptly and slowly asked, "Is the child okay?" The woman holding the child and crying heard the voice, and a touch of sadness appeared on her tearful face, saying, "My child seems to be in trouble. Please save my child, I beg you." At this moment, the people around pointed at Zhang Chen one after another, saying, "Yes, young man, hurry up and save the child, take them to the hospital." Why is this young man so absent-minded, so heartless? Faced with the verbal attacks and various keyboard warrior-like actions of the onlookers, Zhang Chen completely ignored them and instead focused his gaze on the woman's hand. Sure enough, just as Zhang Chen had guessed, the woman's hand was also rough, but Zhang Chen could not see calluses on the palm. Even so, Zhang Chen immediately concluded that if a woman's hand had become like this, it might be for the sake of her family, but as a mother, she would never let her child's hand become like that. So Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Alright, stop pretending, your child is fine, and besides, your child seems to be quite old, right?" As Zhang Chen's words fell, a hint of unnaturalness appeared in the woman's eyes, but quickly disappeared. The woman then cried out, "Sir, if you are unwilling to help, please do not mock us, mother and child, okay?" As she spoke, the woman burst into tears, causing a commotion among the surrounding people. I said if this young man doesn't help, that's fine, but why did he make the woman cry out loud? Yeah, who is this person? He's simply a social scum. Who the hell is this person? He definitely doesn't have a wife and children at home, his heart is so cold. Hearing the last sentence, Zhang Chen stood up and looked at a man standing beside him, saying slowly, "I didn't expect you to be so compassionate, so I'll give you a chance now. You come and help this mother and child." The man who had been the most aggressive just now hesitated when he heard Zhang Chen's words, then stammered, I'm not feeling well, I have a heart condition, I can't do it." Hearing the man's words, Zhang Chen said coldly, "Since you are unable or unwilling to help others, then shut up, because your words really stink." The man took 2 steps back, his face flushed with embarrassment, but seeing the people around him, he gathered his courage and said, "Everyone, look, this person is unwilling to help the mother and child, and is here cursing." Indeed, the man's words sparked a full-scale attack from the indifferent or confused people around him, and even some people stood on the moral high ground to criticize Zhang Chen. And at that moment, the mother and child squatting on the ground suddenly moved. A dart appeared in the woman's hand, and the so-called child lying in her arms somehow pulled out a gun and pointed it at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had been closely watching the actions of the two, so when the mother and child moved, he noticed it immediately. Zhang Chen dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, the mother and child made their move at lightning speed. A dart and a bullet hit the man who had previously isolated Zhang Chen with the help of the crowd directly. The bullet pierced the man's abdomen, the dart stuck in his shoulder, and the entire dart had penetrated his body. Ah! The man screamed in pain, lying on the ground, blood flowing continuously. In panic, he pleaded with the people around him, "Save me, please save me, I don't want to die." However, in the face of such a frightening scene, no one cared about him. People fled in all directions. At this moment, the mother and son saw Zhang Chen disappear in an instant, and their reaction was also very quick, dispersing in 2 directions. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were not faster than Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen flicked his finger, and 2 electric arcs shot out, directly entering the bodies of the mother and son. Crack! The sound of electric current was extremely clear, and the mother and son lost consciousness in that instant, completely stunned by the electricity. This was the consequence of Zhang Chen holding back. If Zhang Chen had released the electric arcs with full force, the mother and son would probably have turned completely black by now, dead beyond death. At the scene, besides the unconscious mother and son killers, there was only the man screaming in pain. "Brother, help me, call 120. What's the number for 120? I don't know either. You call 114 to check. Hurry, I'm afraid I can't hold on." Zhang Chen glanced lightly at the man's injured area and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you won't die. You asked me to save this mother and son earlier, so I have to deal with their situation first, right?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the man's face, originally pale from fear of bleeding, turned red. Before long, a police car arrived at the scene and professionally sealed off and surveyed the area. The person leading the team was Zhang Chen's old acquaintance, Li Yanran. The injured man saw Li Yanran walking towards him and said with a smile, "Officer sister, I'm injured, save me." Unfortunately, Li Yanran seemed not to care about his words, and she bypassed him and went straight to Zhang Chen. This made the injured man feel like he wanted to die. "Zhang Chen, it's you again. Why is it that every major incident in Sanqing City is related to you? Can't you stay out of trouble for a few days? I'm telling you, Officer Li, you can't talk nonsense. This mother and son came to kill me. Do you want me not to resist and let them kill me? I don't care. Anyway, you are a troublemaker. Now come back with me to assist in the investigation." Faced with Li Yanran's strong attitude, Zheng Chen took a step forward and said, "Li Yanran, you better not provoke me, or I'll make you regret it." As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Li Yanran seemed to think of something, her face turned crimson, and she said with a dodging look, "Today you must come back with me. Otherwise, I will shout indecent assault. You should know that this accusation is not small." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Chen leaned forward and looked inside his collar, saying, "Indeed, it's not small. Where there's a rift, there's a fire. I've got my eye on you." Li Yanran had no way to deal with Zhang Chen's shamelessness and could only have two male police officers take Zhang Chen into the car and head towards the police station. The most dramatic part was that before getting into the car, Zhang Chen suddenly turned back to the injured man lying on the ground and said, "You must hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. And remember, don't watch the excitement, or you might get shot." The injured man lying on the ground, with a police officer helping to stop the bleeding, heard Zhang Chen's words and felt like he wanted to die. In anger, he shouted at the police officer next to him who was helping him stop the bleeding, "Damn it, be gentle. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? What are you guys doing?" The police officer, who was originally just doing a simple bandaging to stop the bleeding, accidentally poked his finger into the wound upon hearing the man's words. "Ah, it hurts so much. What are you doing? I'm going to complain about you. I'm going to complain about you." Just as the man was shouting loudly, the officer's finger accidentally poked into the wound again. "Ah." Hiss. "Officer Uncle, Officer Grandpa, be gentle, slow down, I should be able to hold on for a while longer, just go slower." Zhang Chen was taken to the police station and once again interrogated by Li Yanran, naturally with some confrontation in between. Li Yanran naturally suffered some losses as well, and at the same time, in Chief Wang Qi's office, the phone kept ringing. The first call was from Wenlong, with a simple message: "Zhang Chen is a good citizen of Sanqing City and must be released immediately." Chief Wang Qi was well aware of Wenlong's influence, as it could be said that the crime rate in Sanqing City was entirely at Wenlong's discretion. Just as Chief Wang Qi dared to hang up the phone rang again, this time from Tong Wenming. The message was also clear: "Release Zhang Chen." These two influential figures in Sanqing City made Chief Wang Qi mutter in frustration, "That blind person has brought Mr. Zhang in again, and still thinks there's not enough going on." Just then, the third call came in, and Chief Wang Qi reluctantly answered the phone, saying lazily, "Hello." Not knowing what was said on the other end, Chief Wang Qi, who was initially somewhat lazy, suddenly sat up straight, respectfully saying, "Yes, I understand, I'll do it right away." As he spoke, sweat began to bead on Chief Wang Qi's forehead. Half an hour later, after hanging up the phone, Chief Wang Qi hurriedly got up and ran towards the interrogation room. Bang! The door of the interrogation room was forcefully pushed open, and Chief Wang Qi ran in panting. Seeing Zhang Chen sitting with his legs crossed, Chief Wang Qi approached with a smile and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to have wasted your precious time again. The people below are ignorant, making you run around. It's all settled now, Mr. Zhang. I'll take you back." Everyone in the interrogation room was stunned by Chief Wang Qi's actions and words. At this moment, Li Yanran stood up and said, "Chief Wang, Zhang Chen was just involved in a shooting case, we are interrogating him, we can't let him go." Upon hearing Li Yanran's words, Chief Wang Qi, unlike his usual affection, coldly said, "Am I the chief or are you the chief? I will investigate the shooting case thoroughly, now release him immediately." Faced with Chief Wang Qi's dominance, Li Yanran stood still, wanting to argue with Chief Wang Qi, while the man next to her quickly said, Captain Lee, let's just follow the chief's orders. Zhang Chen stood up, stretched lazily, and said lightly, really, I have to come in every once in a while, it's more punctual than a woman's period. Chief Wang Qi laughed and said, Mr. Shang, forgive us, we are just doing our job. Please understand, I will personally drive you back now. No need, you are all busy, I don't want to take up your time, I'll go back by myself. Watching Zhang Chen leave the room, Li Yanran came to Chief Wang Qi angrily and said, Did Wenlong and the Tong family pressure you with phone calls? Chief Wang Qi nodded slightly and said, We can't mess with Zhang Chen, if something goes wrong, I'll lose my job. Isn't it just Wenlong and the Tong family? I don't believe they can override the law. Chief Wang Qi shook his head and said, Yanran, someone called me, and he really can override the law, so there's no choice, we'll just follow the orders from above and release him. As for the rest, it's beyond our control. Li Yanran, upon hearing Chief Wang Qi's words, looked at him in surprise and asked, Override the law? Could it be? That's right, it's someone from the Hulong Pavilion's top management who spoke, just pretend this never happened, do what needs to be done, and don't provoke this Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen left the police station, just about to take a taxi and leave, when suddenly, a paper ball with a strong gust of wind rushed towards Zhang Chen. With quick reflexes, Zhang Chen reacted instantly and grabbed the paper ball in his hand. Feeling the force on the paper ball, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Such pure and powerful force, who could it be? Zhang Chen said as he opened the paper ball, revealing the words waiting for you outside the northern suburbs. Northern suburbs? Who could it be? How did they know I was at the police station? Is it a trap? Despite thinking this way, Zhang Chen decided to go. After all, if it was a conspiracy, it would be best to resolve it early. Being watched by someone was very uncomfortable. Zhang Chen strolled to a secluded place, in a hidden location, looked around and saw no one, immediately went invisible, then soared into the sky and headed towards the northern suburbs. In less than a minute, Zhang Chen arrived at the northern suburbs, found an open space, landed, and deactivated his invisibility. But seeing no one around, Zhang Chen murmured in confusion, Did I come to the wrong place? Just as Zhang Chen was about to look elsewhere, suddenly a black dot in the distance shot towards him at a very fast speed and stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from Zhang Chen. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled because the person in front of him gave him a different feeling. This feeling Zhang Chen had once felt from Baitsong, the boss of the northern warehouse in the sea prison. A master from birth. Who are you? Zhang Chen, your name is really well known, you are now famous within the Dragon Guard, even the guard leader has personally mentioned you. Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen's face changed, his muscles tensed, and he coldly said, Are you from the Dragon Guard, are you here to arrest me? Sensing the fighting spirit gathering on Zhang Chen, the other party smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not here to avenge Ouyang Jie, nor to take you back to the sea prison. Today I have only two purposes, one is to see what abilities you have. The second is to talk to you, see if you are willing to join the Dragon Guard and do something for Huaxia. After the other party finished speaking, Zhang Chen asked in confusion, You're not here for revenge, are you enemies with Ouyang Jie, or do you have a competitive relationship within the Dragon Guard? Ha, Zhang Chen, I have to say your vigilance is really strong, but you don't understand the Dragon Guard, it's normal to have such thoughts. But let me tell you one thing, the Dragon Guard exists to defend Huaxia. Are there people like Ouyang Jie? Yes, but there are more defenders who are truly willing to sacrifice their lives for Huaxia, do you understand? Faced with this statement, Zhang Chen nodded slightly because he also didn't believe that the Dragon Guard, established to resist Japanese pirates, would be full of sinister people. Let's talk about the rest later. I have been ordered by the guard leader to see what your abilities are, how strong you are. Time is of the essence, let's have a match and then talk about other things. Although Zhang Chen had many questions in his mind, he nodded slightly and activated all his powers, strength, agility, flea-like jumping ability, mantis arm, grasshopper leg strength, and the electric arc inside his body, preparing to compete with the master in front of him. The man from the Dragon Guard looked at Zhang Chen's cautious appearance, smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a powerful force rushed straight towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen leaped, flying about 5 or 6 meters to avoid the force, then quickly rushed towards the man. With a flick of his finger, an electric arc flew out, heading straight for the man's chest. This scene startled the man from the Dragon Guard because he didn't sense any internal force fluctuations from Zhang Chen. But how could he fly without internal force, and what was this electric arc he emitted? Facing many questions, the man didn't care about anything else and struck out with a palm, where the force and electric arc collided. Bang! The force scattered, and the electric arc also dispersed due to the powerful force. A series of crackling sounds rang out, even erupting a fireball and irregular silver lightning like arcs in the air. The man from the Dragon Guard was shocked, while Zhang Chen was secretly delighted. It seems that my electric arc can compete with the internal force of a master. Watching Zhang Chen in the air, the man from the Dragon Guard flew directly, swiftly rushing towards Zhang Chen. As they exchanged blows, Zhang Chen's powerful strength made the opponent feel a wave of shock. Have you cultivated a body refining technique? Faced with the opponent's question, Zhang Chen ignored it, continuously utilizing various genetic abilities. However, even though Zhang Chen's genetic abilities were strong, it was still difficult to defeat the opponent. If Zhang Chen activated his invisibility ability, the opponent would probably have no choice but to wait for death obediently. But Zhang Chen knew that he had to reserve some powerful means and not reveal all his cards until a critical moment. Seeing that he was momentarily unable to deal with Zhang Chen, the man from the Dragon Guard flipped in the air, and with both palms outstretched, a faint blue force spiraled towards Zhang Chen. The man from the Dragon Guard, who originally thought Zhang Chen had no way to avoid it, was astonished to see Zhang Chen changing direction in the air at a very fast speed. This further shocked the opponent. Try this, Zhang Chen said as he consecutively released 2 electric arcs towards the man from the Dragon Guard. The opponent extended his arms, pointed his toes, and slid back more than 10 meters. The electric arcs hit the ground with a muffled sound, followed by flying dust and scattered stones, creating a large pit about 1 meter in diameter. With a gleam in his eyes, the man from the Dragon Guard roared, "Rain of flowers." As he spoke, his hands spun, and the scattered stones and weeds on the ground floated up. With a push of his palms, countless stones and weeds swept towards Zhang Chen like bullets and swords. This scene filled Zhang Chen with excitement. This was the peerless skill in the world of martial arts. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen also roared, "Witness my 6 Meridian Divine Sword." In an instant, Zhang Chen extended his fingers, continuously unleashing electric arcs that swiftly met the man from the Dragon Guard's rain of flowers. Bang! Crackle! Bang! A fierce clash and explosion sounded, a visible airflow spread outward, and Zhang Chen and the man from the Dragon Guard's clothes fluttered in the wind. As the force dissipated, the man from the Dragon Guard looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief and said, "6 Meridian Divine Sword? Have you watched too many TV dramas, kid? I'm willing, what can you do about it? Not only do I know the 6 Meridian Divine Sword, but I also know the 18 dragon subduing palms. Do you want to experience it?" Zhang Chen's words left the opponent stunned, as if something was stuck in his throat, his face looking extremely unpleasant. "Fine, as long as you're happy. But I have a question, you clearly don't have internal force in your body, how do you fly and emit those eerie electric arcs?" Zhang Chen smiled and said, "That's a secret." The man from the Dragon Guard rolled his eyes, knowing he couldn't get any answers, so he changed the topic, saying, "Zhang Chen, I will report your combat power and various incredible abilities truthfully to the Dragon Guard's leader. Now, on the orders of the leader, I invite you to join the Dragon Guard and defend China together." Upon hearing the invitation to join the Dragon Guard and recalling people like Ouyang Jie before, Zhang Chen suddenly understood that the Dragon Guard was probably full of intrigue, where he could become someone else's stepping stone at any time. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Zhang Chen's words made the other party stunned in place again. It should be known that there are countless people in Huaxia who want to enter the Dragon Guard, but there is no way in. Many have sensitive identities or insufficient cultivation. But Zhang Chen actually refused in one breath. "Zhang Chen, you should reconsider. Joining the Dragon Guard not only grants unlimited power, but also provides a substantial annual income. The most important thing is the regular access to cultivation resources and the possibility of encountering more advanced martial arts techniques." Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen also knew that such treatment would be hard for a martial artist to refuse, especially the more advanced martial arts techniques. But he didn't know that Zhang Chen was a special existence. He didn't need to cultivate. After the system upgraded to level 2, Zhang Chen could easily find a master and instantly replicate the opponent's internal energy moves. "I'm sorry, I really have no interest. But I have a message for your so-called leader. I, Zhang Chen, will always be a Huaxia person, and that will never change." Faced with Zhang Chen's rejection, the man from the Dragon Guard sighed, "A talent like you cannot be used by the Dragon Guard. It's the Dragon Guard's loss. I will convey your words to the leader. By the way, due to some special reasons, there may be internal disturbances in the Dragon Guard. That Ouyang Jie has a backing in the Dragon Guard, so be careful." Watching the other party leave, Zhang Chen looked around and then soared into the sky, disappearing into the air. The Taizi Xian Hotel in Sanqing City is one of the top hotels in Sanqing City. Originally owned by the Lei family, it was later acquired by Tong Wenming and transferred to Zhang Chen's name. It can be said that the entire Taizi Xian Hotel now belongs to Zhang Chen alone. However, this boss has never shown his face, and the people in the hotel do not know him, except for the hotel manager sent by Wenlong. The vehicle stopped at the entrance, and Zhang Chen walked towards the hotel. The doorman at the entrance respectfully welcomed Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded slightly in response. Today, Zhang Chen came to see this hotel and to check on its management and operation. Sir, how many in your party? Do you have a reservation? No reservation, just me. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, the woman was also stunned because no one had come to the Taizi Xian Hotel alone to consume. Faced with the woman's surprise, Zhang Chen didn't say much. He took the menu from the woman's hand, looked at it for a while, and casually ordered a few dishes. That's all, hurry up, I'm hungry. After the woman operated the ordering device, she smiled and said, Sir, please wait a moment, the dishes will be ready soon. Watching the woman leave, Zhang Chen nodded slightly and thought to himself, not bad, knows etiquette, seems like I was overthinking. Just as Zhang Chen nodded to himself, a sudden sound of shattering came from a distance, followed by a voice of anger, Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? If you don't want to work, then get lost. Hearing this voice, Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown tightly. Meanwhile, the few waiters in the distance were somewhat afraid, lowering their heads and muttering to each other from time to time. After a few breaths, the woman who had greeted Zhang Chen to order food had tears on her face. She went to the storage room to get tools, clearly going to clean up. At the same time, a tough-looking woman with a fierce aura walked over and scolded the few waiters standing nearby. What are you doing? Not working? If you don't want to work, you can leave. Seeing you makes me angry. The woman's voice was loud, and fortunately, it was not mealtime now, so there were hardly any people in the lobby. Otherwise, even if they were hungry, they would not likely continue dining in such a scene. Faced with this situation, Zhang Chen also furrowed his brows tightly and then waved to the service staff in the distance. Soon, a girl walked over with a smile on her face and asked Zhang Chen, Sir, may I help you with anything? Who is that woman? Why is she treating you like this, with such a bad temper? The waiter didn't expect Zhang Chen to ask this, looked back with some fear, and whispered, Sir, that's our head waitress, all the dozens of waiters here are under his management. Hearing the waiter's words, Zhang Chen's frowned even deeper. I heard that a new manager has arrived at the hotel. Doesn't he take care of such matters? He does, but I heard that. Before the waiter could explain, the woman's loud voice came again. Xiao Wan, what are you doing? Hurry up and clean up the hygiene here. Working every day makes me angry. This month, I will deduct 1,000 from each person's salary. The waiter who was talking to Zhang Chen's face changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the woman. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen spoke up, You can't leave, I still have something to ask you. Xiao Wan stopped in her tracks, looked at the woman in the distance, and whispered, Sir, what else do you need? You are not allowed to go, I need someone here. In just a few breaths, the woman had already walked over angrily. Xiao Wan, are you deaf? Can't you hear me calling you? From today, you don't need to be in this lobby anymore. Go upstairs, from the 2nd floor to the 8th floor, you are responsible for cleaning all the hygiene. If you don't do well, I will deduct your salary. Hearing the harsh voice, Zhang Chen coldly said, Can you lower your voice? Xiao Wan was greeting me, can't you see? The originally arrogant woman heard Zhang Chen's words, glanced casually at Zhang Chen, and said, You are here to eat. What does it have to do with me teaching my subordinates? If you have any requests, just tell me. Seeing the woman's casual and indifferent attitude, Zhang Chen couldn't imagine that a high-class hotel like Taizixuan would have such a person as a head waitress. Can this business thrive? Zhang Chen was now extremely angry and pointed at Xiao Wan, I want her to greet me. As for you, stay away from me. Also, let me tell you, learn to be kind to others, or you will suffer. The domineering woman heard Zhang Chen's words and instantly became furious, pointing at Zhang Chen and cursing, I bet you don't even have $500 on you. Coming here alone to eat? Do you have money? Don't blame me if you can't pay later. I'll tell you, you won't be able to leave. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the eccentric woman in front of him. Aren't you afraid that Taizixuan will lose business like this? What am I afraid of? Taizixuan has many bosses and executives competing to recharge. It has never lacked business. With someone like you, coming here alone to eat, Taizixuan won't miss you if you leave. Zhang Chen never expected such a situation in the hotel. This not only made Zhang Chen feel a chill, but if he hadn't come impulsively to take a look, this situation might not have been resolved in a short time, and Taizixuan would have a big problem. As for the people the woman mentioned coming to recharge, they were probably either trying to curry favor with the Lei family before, or bribing in a different way. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen smiled and said, Very well, I didn't expect this. Starting today, you are fired, and you are not allowed to step into Taizixuan again. Zhang Chen's words quieted the scene for a moment, and suddenly, the domineering woman burst into laughter. Ha ha, listen, how scary. You want to fire me, but unfortunately, you don't have that right. Let me tell you this, even if I drive you out of here, no one will dare to say anything to me. Zhang Chen shook his head slightly, took out his phone, and dialed the manager's number sent by Wenlong. "Hello, Manager Xiang, it's me, Zhang Chun. Come to Taizixuan immediately." Zhang Chen hung up the phone after speaking, while the domineering woman frowned. He knew the new manager's surname was Xiang, and couldn't help but feel uneasy, but when he saw Zhang Chen's appearance, he immediately dismissed his thoughts. "Are you trying to scare me? Let me tell you, my eldest brother is the executive chef of Taizixuan, and my second brother is the lobby manager. Even if the hotel owner comes, he has to give me some face." Hearing the other person's words made Zhang Chen want to hit someone. How could several important positions in this hotel be occupied by one family? This is outrageous. That's really nice. The boss has to give you some face. But since your whole family holds such important positions in this hotel, your family must be very wealthy, right? Thinking that Zhang Chen was scared, the domineering woman said smugly, "Let me tell you, my eldest brother and second brother each own 3 or 4 houses in Sanqing City, and their cars are worth over $1 million. Last month, my eldest brother even gave me a car worth 500,000. Hearing the woman's bragging, Zhang Chen knew that a family holding such positions must have ulterior motives. Based on their salaries alone, it's impossible to have such assets in Sanqing City. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "That's really wealthy. It's probably impossible to have that much money in a lifetime just based on salaries, right?" Seeing Zhang Chen smile, the domineering woman suddenly shivered, feeling a chilling sensation. She quickly shouted towards the door, "Security, there's trouble here. Get this person out." At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed in through the door, shouting as he ran, "Who dares?" This sudden scene left the domineering woman and the surrounding dozen or so staff members stunned in place. "Hello, Manager Xiang. Hello, Manager Xiang." The man who appeared was Xiang Ming. He approached Zhang Chen, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and respectfully bowed. "Brother Qi, why didn't you inform me earlier so I could make arrangements? If I had informed you earlier, how could I have witnessed such a spectacular scene today?" Faced with the unfolding scene, all the staff members were stunned, including the domineering woman who was starting to feel nervous. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Xiang Ming quickly understood the key issue. He turned to the domineering woman and pointed at Zhang Chen. "Let me introduce you all. This is Zhang Chen, the current owner of Taizixuan." As Xiang Ming's words fell, everyone's expressions changed. They hadn't expected that the man dining alone in front of them was the owner of Taizixuan. Ignoring the others, Zhang Chen turned to Xiang Ming and said, "You've been by Wenlong's side for many years. Although you managed the hotel, you have disappointed me. How can someone like this stay in the hotel without being fired immediately?" Xiang Ming, feeling afraid, said, "I was afraid of causing trouble for Mr. Zhang, so I planned to resolve this matter smoothly." Zhang Chen coldly said, "Don't make excuses. I'll give you one last chance. If such incidents happen again in the hotel, go find Wenlong yourself. I won't keep you here." By this time, the domineering woman had already informed her elder brother and second brother. Soon, a man in a white shirt and another man in a suit arrived in the lobby. "Little sister, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" The two men approached, nodded at Xiang Ming, and then said fiercely, "Who dares to bully my sister? Are they tired of living?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen furrowed his brows deeply and said coldly, "It was me. I didn't expect Taizixuan to have such arrogant people like you. It's truly eye-opening. Today, I want to see how you will deal with me. Let's see if this hotel belongs to you or me." Two men saw Zhang Chen and realized they didn't know him, so they said fiercely, "Kid, apologize to my sister quickly, or you won't be able to leave this hotel today." As they spoke, they took a step forward, trying to intimidate Zhang Chen into backing off. But they had picked the wrong target, as Zhang Chen remained unmoved and slowly reached out his hand, directly poking the chests of the two big men. The two burly men were instantly pushed back by Zhang Chen's finger, retreating continuously until they stopped 5 or 6 meters away. The two men grimaced in pain, clutching their chests and looking at Zhang Chen. Beside them, Xiang Ming shouted, "What are you two trying to do? This is Zhang Chen, the boss of Taizixuan." Zhang Chen completely ignored the shock and disbelief of the crowd and instead turned to Xiang Ming, saying, "Call someone over, have the three of them restrained, confiscate their phones, investigate all the hotel's accounts, as well as the hotel's food supply. Tell the suppliers that as long as they tell the truth, I won't pursue the past incidents. Also, find someone to have the authorities intervene, investigate all their assets and accounts at home. I don't care how much money they have, but any illegal income they received from Taizixuan, I will make them pay a price for every penny they took." Zhang Chen's move was ruthless. "I may not want the money, but you must spend several years in prison." Zhang Chen's words shocked the three siblings. They were already in a dirty business, and with this investigation, they would likely face at least a decade in prison. Realizing this, the three of them were completely terrified, quickly bowing and saying, "Boss, we were wrong. Please forgive us, we will resign immediately. Will that be acceptable to you? What do you think? If I let you go today, I won't feel right. The hotel staff and chefs won't be happy either. Just as he was speaking, more than 10 people entered the hotel entrance and approached Jiang Chen, respectfully saluting. Hello, Brother Qi. Jiang Chen nodded and said to Xiang Ming, I'll leave the rest to you. I don't want these 3 to come out too soon, understand? Brother Qi, rest assured, I will handle it. Also, have a meeting with all the hotel staff later. Tell them that from today onwards, Taizi Xian will have fair competition, capable and compassionate individuals will hold important positions, and the hotel will not tolerate any more wage deductions. The domineering woman's face was completely pale by now, and after a moment of daze, she suddenly erupted, shouting loudly, No, I can't go to jail, I can't go to jail. I'm 38 this year, if I go to jail, I'll be old by the time I get out. No, I want to find someone to kill you. Faced with the domineering woman's outburst, the 2 men beside her instantly hooked her feet and pulled her back, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Slap, slap. Several slaps in a row, the domineering woman was completely subdued. The 2 brothers of the domineering woman wanted to rush over, but 2 knives were instantly placed at their necks. It's best not to move, or you'll be bleeding. In an instant, the 2 men were too scared to move. Jiang Chen paid no attention to any of this and left the hotel directly, trusting that Xiang Ming had his instructions and authorization to manage the hotel properly. A group of staff watched Jiang Chen leave, murmuring in admiration, the boss is so handsome, I wonder if he's married. Don't even think about it. Rich people like the boss are never short of women, and let me tell you, these rich people usually have multiple partners at once. Really? That's so embarrassing, and could there be cross-infections? Believe it or not, I'm just warning you. If you don't have a strong mental capacity and a smart mind, I advise you not to get involved with rich people. Sister, where can we find such people? I like crowds, the more exciting the better. Exciting my foot, that's just a modest person, Wu Chanshan, always talking about my size. Be patient, don't be fooled. In a deep mountain of Huaxia, at the entrance of a cold cave emitting a chill, a man dressed in black with a body full of black demonic energy swiftly flew out and shot towards the distance. The man's black demonic energy was mixed with streaks of blood-red mist. After the man disappeared, 2 figures shot out from the cave entrance again. Seeing that the man had already vanished, the 2 people had unpleasant expressions. Blood escape technique? He escaped, and the things were taken away too. Don't worry, he's heavily injured and used the blood escape technique. He won't be able to hold on for long. Let's split up and find him. We must retrieve the things. As the 2 disappeared, calm returned to the surroundings. After flying more than 10 miles, the man in black suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Gritting his teeth to endure the injuries, the man in black saw a truck driving on the nearby road. His eyes lit up, and with his last bit of internal strength, he landed in the truck's rear compartment and then passed out. The small truck sped towards the direction of Sanqing City. Almost at the same time, in the Huolong Pavilion, the pavilion master Tang Guobin sternly addressed the 2 men opposite him. 3 of the 5 treasures have already appeared, 2 are missing, 1 is in our Huolong Pavilion's hands. We must obtain the remaining 2 and not let them fall into the hands of those demons. Pavilion Master, we just received news that the 4th item may have appeared, but it was taken by the disciples of the demon sect. Its whereabouts are unknown, and we are still searching. What? Taken by the demon sect? Investigate immediately, no matter the cost, we must retrieve the item. After everyone left, Tang Guobin's eyes flashed with determination as he muttered, Golden Lightstone, Heart of the Giant Wood, Water Linglong, Crystal of Fire, Earth Pearl. The 5 elements interact with each other. Whether this legend is true or false, these items must not fall into the hands of the demon sect. This incident was extremely secretive, yet the people of the demon sect were aware of it. It seemed that some people in the Huolong Pavilion were no longer loyal to Huaxia. On a road leading to the market area near Longhu Mountain in Sanqing City, a truck was driving, and a man in black inside the carriage woke up. Cough. Should be far enough by now. Muttering to himself, the man moved directly, jumped out of the car, and dove into the nearby woods. In the Longhu Mountain Villa area, Jiang Chen was lying on the bed in the room, holding a small turtle in his hands, muttering, Enough, after such a long time, I finally have my first level 3 genetic ability. After several days, Jiang Chen finally accumulated enough genetic points, now having 528 genetic points. Jiang Chen looked happily at his genetic points and began to consider upgrading his genetic ability. Currently, the level 2 genetic abilities were only strength, agility, and invisibility. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen decided to upgrade strength because it could directly enhance his strength. As for agility and reaction, Jiang Chen felt they were sufficient when sparring with innate masters. Ding, does the host want to spend 500 genetic points to upgrade strength to level 3? Yes. In an instant, Zhang Chen's genetic points on the system were reduced to 28 points, and the 500 points disappeared instantly. At the same time, Zhang Chen felt his body undergoing continuous changes and evolution. His bones and muscles were undergoing a refining process, and his strength was rapidly increasing. When I was at level 1, my strength was 3,000 kilograms, at level 2 it was 8,000 kilograms, how much will it be at level 3? After some time, Zhang Chen felt the changes in his body stop, and his whole body had become flawless, with muscles that seemed meticulously sculpted, giving a strong visual impact. He lightly clenched his fist, and there was a thunderous explosion in his palm, a sound caused by Zhang Chen's terrifying strength that squeezed the air. Xiaoji, how much is my strength now? Ding, the host's current strength is at level 3, reaching 20,000 kilograms in this world. Hearing the system's response, Zhang Chen smiled satisfactorily, 20,000 kilograms, a full 10 tons. I believe even a strong innate realm expert would not be able to withstand this level of strength, right? Watch me break through 1,000 methods with one force. Just as Zhang Chen was extremely happy, suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. Hello, Tanchi, come quickly, a strange person just arrived at home, I'm so scared. The call was from Tong Yanan, and from her voice, it was clear that she was really scared. Don't be afraid, I'm coming right away. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen opened the window, jumped, crossed dozens of meters in one leap, and instantly appeared on a tree. Stepping on the trunk, he jumped again, and Zhang Chen had already arrived in the villa courtyard where Tong Yanan was. If anyone were here, they would surely be shocked because Zhang Chen's jumping speed had reached its extreme, only a shadow could be seen flashing by, and the person disappeared. In the villa, Tong Yanan and Su Ma were hiding in a room, frightened. Miss, what did Mr. Zhang say? Tianqi said he's coming right away. That's good, this person is too terrifying, let's not go out, let's wait for Mr. Zhang to come. Meanwhile, in the villa kitchen, a man in black was continuously pouring water into his mouth. Phew, I was lucky this time, using the blood escape technique damaged my foundation, it seems it will take 2 to 3 years to recover. But fortunately, I obtained the water spirit, with this, I have leverage, it's worth it. Just then, a voice came from outside, Yanan, where are you? Zhang Chen spoke as he searched room by room. At this moment, the man in black walked out of the kitchen, and their eyes met instantly. Zhang Chen felt a strange bloodthirsty aura emanating from the man in black at first sight. The man in black, on the other hand, noticed that Zhang Chen had no internal energy fluctuations and relaxed a bit. Who are you? Where is Yanan? Zhang Chen's voice had just fallen when Tong Yanan's voice came from upstairs. Tanchi, I'm here, it's him. He broke the window and intruded. Seeing that Tong Yanan was fine, Zhang Chen felt relieved and then turned to the man in black, saying, if you don't speak, then I'm sorry, I'll have to take you to the police station. Faced with Zhang Chen's words, the man in black opposite him did not respond but stared at Zhang Chen intently, saying, I didn't expect that, you, an ordinary person, would have such terrifying qi and blood energy. If I absorb your qi and blood energy, I might be able to make up for the huge damage caused by using the blood escape technique before. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Chen coldly said, absorb my qi and blood energy? Damn, you're ugly, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. Do you want a thick one to absorb or not? The man in black clearly did not catch on to Zhang Chen's words. However, Tong Yanan and Su Ma upstairs instantly blushed. Especially Su Ma, her legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. I'm so old, don't play this kind of joke on me. Tong Yanan then glared at Zhang Chen with a blushing face and said, Tianchi, are you disgusting? He is a man? You pervert. By this time, if the man in black still didn't understand, then he was an idiot. The man in black's eyes turned bloodshot, and he coldly said, you brat, dare to talk back to me. Today I will drain your blood and make you a cripple. In an instant, a black aura burst out from the man in black, spreading towards Zhang Chen. Seeing this eerie scene, Zhang Chen shouted upstairs, go back to the room. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen leaped forward at a high speed, charging straight at the man in black. Wherever he passed, the black aura seemed to corrode Zhang Chen's flesh, shocking him. But at the rapid speed, Zhang Chen didn't care about anything else. Before the man in black could react, he punched the man in the chest. The newly upgraded level 3 strength gave Zhang Chen an unstoppable momentum. Bang! Crack! The man in black's chest shattered, and the force pierced through his body, causing him to crash through the kitchen wall and into the kitchen. The black aura dissipated, and Zhang Chen stepped into the kitchen. He saw the man in black bleeding from his 7 orifices, looking at Zhang Chen in shock. Who are you? Cough cough. What are you? You are so big. You are. Puff. Before the man in black could finish speaking, he spewed out blood and internal organs like fireworks, instantly losing his breath. Zhang Chen looked at his fist and said, "This power seems a bit too much. I need to be more careful in the future." At that moment, Zhang Chen happened to notice a bag tied around the man in black's waist, which seemed to contain something. Carefully removing the bag and opening it, he found a delicate small box inside, which seemed to be very ancient. What is this? Is it an antique? Could this guy be a tomb raider? Lighting candles for people and blowing out candles for ghosts? Damn, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Zhang Chen cautiously opened the box and found a white hollow spherical bead inside. Damn, is this really an antique? This hollowing technique is definitely a masterpiece of a master. With that, Zhang Chen reached out and grabbed the white bead. In that instant, Zhang Chen felt a huge wave rushing towards him. Startled, he quickly let go of the white bead, and the illusion disappeared instantly. Looking at the white bead in his hand, Zhang Chen was extremely shocked. What is this thing? Why did I feel water and a huge wave rushing towards me just now? Half an hour later, Zhang Chen suppressed his inner shock, closed the box, and stored it directly into his storage space. At that moment, Zhang Chen noticed Tong Yanan coming downstairs. To prevent her from seeing the scene, Zhang Chen walked out of the kitchen and said to Tong Yanan, "Go back upstairs." After all, if a girl saw a dead person, she would definitely have nightmares and might be left with a shadow in her heart. Seeing Tong Yanan go back, Zhang Chen took out his phone and called Wenlong. "Hello, Wenlong, come to the Longhu Mountain Tong family villa. There is a person with black internal energy, very strange, and he said he wants to absorb my blood and energy. Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen muttered, "I still know too little about the warriors in this world. I need to take the time to learn more." On the other end, Wenlong, who hung up the phone, muttered in shock, "Black internal energy? Could it really be a member of the demonic sect?" Speaking, Wenlong called on Dao Yuan's phone. In Wenlong's view, the sudden appearance of the demon cult was a huge matter that needed to be notified to Dao Yuan for peace of mind. At the Tong family villa, Zhang Chen saw Wenlong's arrival and was about to ask about the matter of the black vigor. However, Zhang Chen saw Wenlong respectfully opening the car door and welcoming an elderly man in tang suit from the car. This greatly shocked Zhang Chen. Wenlong was the underground emperor of Sanqing City, a big shot, but he treated this elderly man with such respect. At that moment, Wenlong said to Zhang Chen, "Tianqi, come, let me introduce you. This is Elder Andao Yuan. I owe my success today to Elder Andao's casual guidance. Elder Andao, this is my brother, Zhang Chen." At that moment, the gazes of Andao Yuan and Zhang Chen met. In just an instant, Zhang Chen felt a tremendous oppressive force from Andao Yuan's eyes, a powerful spiritual pressure. "Elder Andao, hello, I'm Zhang Chen." Andao Yuan nodded gently. "I have heard of your name before. Today, meeting you in person is truly surprising, unheard of." Upon hearing Andao Yuan's words, Zhang Chen understood that the matter of lacking vigor in his body was probably already seen through by the old man in front of him. "Elder Andao is teasing me. Alright, we'll talk about other matters later. Where is that person?" Zhang Chen led the way, arriving at the kitchen of the villa, where Andao Yuan closely observed the deceased man in black clothes, his hand forming a claw shape, emitting a strong aura. As soon as the aura appeared, Zhang Chen felt as if he was separated by an invisible wall and couldn't approach Andao Yuan at all. Hiss! Such a terrifying vigor, how powerful is Elder Andao's cultivation? While Zhang Chen was shocked, Andao Yuan extracted a trace of black aura from the deceased man in black clothes. Indeed a member of the demon cult, with cultivation at the late stage of the innate realm. If the opponent hadn't been seriously injured and had previously used the blood escape technique to harm the foundation, you probably wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. When Andao Yuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen naturally didn't fully understand this point, but upon hearing Andao Yuan's words, he nodded slightly. This person suddenly appeared here for some reason. After pondering for a moment, Andao Yuan said lightly, "Zhang, come with me. I have something to tell you." With those words, Andao Yuan took a step and disappeared into the villa. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen, driven by his competitive spirit, used his bouncing ability and instantly caught up. On the grass outside the villa, Andao Yuan's figure appeared, and in just a few breaths, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly fell. Looking at Zhang Chen, Andao Yuan's eyes sparkled with surprise, saying, "Old man, I've lived for most of my life, and apart from a few people from that country, it's the first time I've seen someone like you. Quite interesting." Listening casually but with intent, Zhang Chen learned from Andao Yuan's words that there were powerful cultivators like himself without internal energy in the country. Putting aside all distractions, Zhang Chen clasped his fists and said, "Elder Andao, please speak directly." Andao Yuan slowly spoke, "Did you take something from the person of the demon cult?" Upon hearing Andao Yuan's words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Not knowing what it was, Zhang Chen straightforwardly said, "Yes, I obtained a hollow white bead from that person." Speaking, Zhang Chen secretly took out the box from the storage space and opened it. Zhang Chen could clearly feel that when the white bead appeared, An Dao Yuan's emotions fluctuated intensely. Half a day later, An Dao Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Chen, saying, "Zhang Xiaoyu, I advise you, besides today, make him disappear and never let him appear in front of anyone again, otherwise you will bring disaster upon yourself." "Laoan, I don't understand. Please explain it to me." An Dao Yuan looked at the distant sky and slowly said, "It is said that in ancient China, there were alchemists who could surpass the limits of martial arts and achieve a new realm by special methods, becoming immortals on land. Unfortunately, with various disasters and human factors, most of the alchemists in ancient China have disappeared. And at some point, a legend appeared. It is said that by gathering the 5 treasures, stirring the power of heaven and earth, one can surpass the limits of martial arts and enter a new realm. The golden light stone, the heart of the giant tree, the water linglong, the crystal of fire, and the earth pearl. These 5 treasures have caused a bloody storm beneath this seemingly peaceful modern society, and the white bead in your hand is one of them, the water linglong." Hearing this, Zhang Chen's heart also surged with waves. Water linglong? Alchemist? Is there really someone in this world cultivating immortality? At this moment, Zhang Chen's view of this world completely changed. Seeing Zhang Chen's surprised expression, An Dao Yuan smiled meaningfully and said, "Zhang Xiaoyu, in the future, you must never show the water linglong easily. You must know that the power of the demon sect is very strong." "Laoan, I have a question I want to ask. Can you explain the realm of martial arts to me?" Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, An Dao Yuan stared at him for a while before saying, "You are indeed not a normal martial artist, but everyone has their own secrets. I won't ask too much, so I'll explain it briefly to you. A martial artist starts from forging the body, then to Mingjin, and then transforms Mingjin into Anjin. At this point, the martial artist's strength begins to increase significantly. When Anjin nourishes the internal organs to the extreme, the martial artist will break through to Huajin. At this point, the martial artist can fly short distances, the internal energy attacks preliminarily leave the body, the power of the moves greatly increases, with the huge power of breaking gold and splitting stones. And after the martial artist breaks through the Ren and Du meridians with internal energy, the meridians form a circuit, and the internal energy is endless. At this point, the martial artist officially enters the innate realm, which is a huge watershed. After explaining the innate realm, An Dao Yuan paused for a moment and continued, "The innate realm is an important breakthrough realm and the foundation for the subsequent realms. When you completely integrate and connect your internal energy, form the small and large circuits, and the internal energy gradually liquefies, the martial artist enters the realm of Grandmaster. The realm of Grandmaster already has mysterious and unpredictable powers. When the internal energy is completely liquefied and compressed, a golden pill is formed in the dantian. At this point, the martial artist officially enters the ranks of Grandmaster." After listening to An Dao Yuan's explanation, Zhang Chen was also shocked. He felt that there were too many invisible places in this world, and the deeper he understood, the more exciting it became. "Laoan, may I ask how far your cultivation has reached?" An Dao Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Zhang Shoga, practice well. You are a rare talent, and the future belongs to you." With that, An Dao Yuan's figure moved at extreme speed and disappeared in an instant. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen murmured, "Such terrifying speed. Even if I use my genetic abilities to the fullest, I probably wouldn't be a match. It seems that Laoan's strength has reached a terrifying level." Back at the villa, when Long had already arranged for the disposal of the body of the man in black, and the scene had been cleaned up, Tong Wenming had also arrived by this time, comforting Tong Yanan. "Tianqi and Leo told me that I have already helped you deal with that man in black. Even if someone investigates, they won't find any problems. It's just that the windows of the villa are broken, and the kitchen walls are completely shattered." Zhang Chen nodded and said, "Wenlong, thank you. Let's have a drink together another day." "Okay, I am currently investigating the incident with the mother and son killers. I expect to have some news in the next few days. Be careful recently." Watching Wenlong leave with his men, Zhang Chen greeted Tong Wen and was about to return to the villa when Tong Yanan suddenly spoke up, "Tianqi ji, I can't stay here anymore. I want to stay with you." Hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen felt helpless. "No, it's not appropriate for a man and a woman to live together. People will gossip." At this moment, Tom Wenning also spoke up, "Yanan, this is ridiculous. I will have someone pack your things, and you can come with me to live in the city center, which will be more convenient for school." Unexpectedly, Tong Yanan suddenly threw a tantrum and said to Suma, "I'm not alone. I live with Suma at Tianqi Ji's house. Besides, I'm used to living here. If you make me move to the city, I will drop out of school and refuse to work at the company. Tong Wenming, who was originally an only child and had an accident, leaving Tong Yanan as the only child, naturally doted on her. Faced with Tong Yanan's stubbornness, Tong Wenming was at a loss. Tianqi, how about letting Yanan and Suma stay with you for a couple of days first? Tong Wenming spoke, and Zhang Chen couldn't directly refuse. After all, the villa was a gift from someone else. Watching Tong Yanan and Suma pack their things and leave, Tong Wenming shook his head and sighed. I've worked hard all my life, but for what? One decision from Yanan leaves me helpless. It seems glamorous in front of others. Zhang Chen smiled and said, come on, Tong Lao, many people envy the life you have. Every family has its own troubles. Just be more open-minded. Tong Wenming looked at Zhang Chen in surprise and suddenly said with a smile, Tianqi, I never expected you to be so insightful at such a young age. It could affect your mindset. Let it affect me. I can't be afraid of love because of a failed relationship, or stop giving my true feelings because I've been hurt. It's others who hurt me. Why should I show that wound to someone else and make them bear it for me, right? Tianqi, you're right. But the world of you young people is getting more and more complicated. Just dating, why so many thoughts? It takes 100 years to cultivate a relationship but only one night to sleep. You guys are brainwashed by those toxic online articles. Tong Yanan and Suma temporarily moved into Zhang Chen's villa, freeing Zhang Chen from cleaning and cooking. The only thing Zhang Chen couldn't stand was Tong Yanan's frequent bursts into his room. For several days in a row, every time Zhang Chen returned to his room, he would lock the door. According to Tong Yanan, this meant Zhang Chen was up to no good in his room. Every time the door opened, Tong Yanan would curiously enter and inspect the room, not even leaving out the corners of the bed, searching everywhere before finally giving up. Ding-ling. The phone rang, and Zhang Chen answered the call, hearing Wanlong's voice on the other end. Hello, Tianqi, we have news. According to the information received, the mother and son killers from last time were hired for 5 million. The call was traced to Sisui City. Upon hearing Wanlong's words, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he coldly said, Sisui City, it seems there is only one possibility, the Shi family Shirizhong in Sisui City. On the other end of the phone, Wanlong spoke up, if I'm not mistaken, it must be Shirizhong. After all, there are very few people who can come up with 50 million in one go to buy a life. Zhang Chen's face was full of anger at this moment. After hanging up the phone, he looked coldly out the window and muttered, I said that if you're not honest, I'll send you to see the king of hell. It seems like you're treating my words as if they were nothing. Don't blame me then. At the top floor of the Cayenne Hotel, Wanlong slowly put down his phone, exuding the aura of a superior. Sisui City, Qingcheng Mountain, it seems that Tianqi is definitely going to make a move. I'll help my brother out and have some fun in the process. With that, Wanlong picked up his phone and made a call. Huafu, gather the capable brothers now, send them in batches to Sisui City, and spread the word that I, Wanlong, want to make a mark in Sisui City. After hanging up the phone, Wanlong dialed another number. Duanjin, take people to Sisui City, gather some evidence, and tell them that we are planning something recently, so let them respond slowly. At that moment, many people from Sanqing City were driving or riding to Sisui City. Similarly, Sisui City also sensed that something was amiss and immediately reported the matter. Shi Bo, the head of the Shi family in Sisui City, was a figure that no one dared to provoke on the two main roads of Sisui City. What did you say? Someone from Sanqing City has entered Sisui City. Shi Yi, it's true. Many people from Sanqing City have already arrived in Sisui City, but they don't seem to have taken any action yet. However, there are already hundreds of them gathered. Smack! What does he, Wanlong, want to do? Does he want to start a war with me, Shi Bo? Just then, a man rushed in and said, Shi Yi, just received news that Huafu and Duanjian under Wanlong have appeared in Sisui City, and there are rumors on the street saying, just spit it out, stop beating around the bush. They said Wanlong has issued a statement that he wants to make a mark in Sisui City. Smack! Good old Wanlong, after all these years, the two cities of Sanqing and Sisui have not interfered with each other. Does he really think I, Shi Bo, can be easily manipulated? Notify a bio, have him secretly keep an eye on them. If Wanlong's people dare to act, take them out directly. Meanwhile, on the streets of Sisui City, Zhang Chen was driving according to the navigation directions, heading towards the location of the Shi family in Sisui City. Sisui City was smaller than Sanqing City, slightly less economically developed, and was constrained by the mountains, limiting some of its development. In the villa where the Shi family resided, Shirizhong received a phone call. What did you say? He's come to Sisui City? What's his purpose? You useless fool, you can't even do a simple task properly, damn it. After hanging up the phone, Shirizhong muttered, something's not right, definitely not right. Forget it, I'd better go hide with Master in Qingcheng Mountain first. Zhang Chen drove to the area where the Shi family villa was located, parked the car in a spot, then activated invisibility and flew towards the Shi family villa. Upon reaching the villa, Zhang Chen silently entered the 5-story building, searching each floor one by one, but found nothing in the end. Not at home? Not seeing Shuri Zhang, Zhang Chen immediately left the villa and returned to his car. Just then, Zhang Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Tianqi, I just received news that Shuri Zhang has gone to Qingcheng Mountain. He must have received some information. Zhang Chen ignored the voice on the phone and remained silent, waiting quietly. After a while, Wenlong's voice continued to come through the phone. Tianqi, I know that with your character, Shuri Zhang won't be able to survive. And Shi Bo, that petty man, will seek revenge for any slight. I've already arranged for people to go to Sisui City to help you secretly. After Shi Bo and Shuri Zhang are gone, we will completely control Sisui City. Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen's mouth slightly curled up and said, You little brat, I thought you wouldn't tell me. You used my help to include Sisui City in your territory. How should we calculate this benefit appropriately? Tianqi, since we are brothers, I can't hide it from you. Don't worry, after everything goes smoothly, I'll find you some top-notch girls to help you relax completely. Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen awkwardly touched his nose and said, Wenlong, forget about the women. I'm not into that. You can just drink 3 cups as punishment later. Tianqi, are you still a virgin? So shy? That won't do, you need to seize the opportunity. When you come back, I'll arrange a few for you. If you don't take the initiative, let them take the lead. They will definitely help you out. Zhang Chen, feeling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly bristled. You're the virgin here, I'm an experienced driver. Damn it, I won't say anymore, I'm hanging up. After saying that, Zhang Chen hung up the phone. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Kane Hotel in Samsung City, Wenlong looked at the phone and muttered, Just mentioned virginity, why is he so touchy? Did I hit the nail on the head? I'll have to give Tianqi a big red envelope for this. Ha ha ha. Upon learning that Shuri Zhang had gone to Qingcheng Mountain, Zhang Chen navigated directly and parked his car at the foot of the mountain, walking step by step towards Qingcheng Mountain. Zhang Chen was extremely excited about what was to come, as this was his first time entering the legendary martial arts sect. In Qingcheng Mountain, Shuri Zhang respectfully said to Yu Hai in a courtyard, Master, I plan to follow you and cultivate for a few years to improve my skills. Yu Hai looked surprised and said, This is unlike you. Did you get into trouble and come here to avoid it? Master, how can you say that? I, Shuri Zhang, never forget your teachings. I wouldn't dare cause trouble. I simply want to focus on cultivating and strive to break through to the Huajin realm as soon as possible. Shortly after Shuri Zhang finished speaking, a voice came from outside the mountain gate. Wandering cultivator Zhang Chen is here to pay his respects at Qingcheng Mountain. Although Zhang Chen didn't have internal strength, the echo of the mountains carried his voice far away. Who goes there? As Zhang Chen's voice fell, 4 men appeared at the mountain gate, holding long swords and watching him warily. 2 of the 4 men were at the body tempering level, while the other 2 were at the Ming Jin level. Inside the courtyard at the mountain gate, upon hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Yu Hai first paused, then looked closely at Shuri Zhang and said, Did you do something behind the scenes? Faced with Yu Hai's questioning, Shuri Zhang's eyes showed a hint of panic, but he quickly concealed it and hurriedly said, Master, you have to believe me, I really didn't do anything, really. Yu Hai gave Shuri Zhang a faint look, then rose and flew out of the courtyard towards the mountain gate. Zhang brother, it's been a while since we parted ways in Samsung City. Today, coming to my Qingcheng Mountain, I must entertain you as the host. As the voice fell, Yu Hai appeared at the mountain gate, smiling at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked sternly at Yu Hai and said, I told you last time to keep your disciple in line. But what happened? He's been playing tricks behind my back, ignoring my words. I, Zhang Chen, keep my promises. Bring out Shuri Zhang. Yu Hai, who was originally all smiles, froze in place for a moment. Although he had some suspicions, hearing it directly from Zhang Chen still made his heart skip a beat. Zhang brother, is there a misunderstanding here? Let's sit down and talk slowly. If that disciple did something to offend you, I will personally punish him. Zhang Chen said coldly, there is no misunderstanding. Let Shuri Zhang come out, or I will go in by myself. At this moment, the atmosphere at the gate of Qingcheng Mountain was extremely tense, and many Qingcheng Mountain disciples began to gather at the entrance. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen said coldly, What, do you want to protect your disciple? I can tell you, if you protect him, Qingcheng Mountain will inevitably be filled with blood today. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, a Qingcheng Mountain disciple with a complete dark energy cultivation jumped out and said, Kid, you have a big mouth. How dare you come to Qingcheng Mountain and act recklessly? Let's see how capable you are. While the man was speaking, he quickly rushed towards Zhang Chen. The long sword in his hand struck towards Zhang Chen's throat at lightning speed like a spirit snake. Although the man's swordsmanship was very fast, it seemed extremely slow in Zhang Chen's eyes. With a slight dodge, Zhang Chen avoided the long sword and kicked out. The Qingcheng Mountain disciple didn't even have time to react and was directly kicked out. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the Qingcheng Mountain disciple fell to the ground, his face pale. Zhang Chen hadn't even used his full strength yet, otherwise the man would have already met Yama. The Qingcheng Mountain disciples were shocked to see this scene, as the man was a top disciple among them with complete dark energy cultivation and proficient swordsmanship. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhang Chen, which made the Qingcheng Mountain disciples look at Zhang Chen with astonishment. Yu Hai, who had not had time to stop the disciple from acting on his own, now had a stern face and said, "No disciple is allowed to act recklessly." Just as Yu Hai finished speaking, a green figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. A man in a green robe with white hair and beard stood with his hands behind his back among the crowd. "Greetings, senior brother." Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. At the same time, 6 figures appeared deep in Qingcheng Mountain and arrived at the gate. Zhang Chen looked at the 6 people who appeared. All of them had cultivated their inner energy, and he sensed the aura of the innate realm from the elder referred to as the sect leader. Qingcheng Mountain's sect leader Yutsong has met the young friend. I wonder why the young friend has come to Qingcheng Mountain to harm our disciples. What is the matter? Zhang Chen also clasped his fists and said, "I am a wandering cultivator, Zhang Chen, here to ask for an explanation from your disciple Shirizhong. I didn't expect Qingcheng Mountain to shelter a rich second generation who has committed heinous acts." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Yuxong turned to Yu Hai and said coldly, "What is going on?" Yu Hai knew that he could no longer cover up the situation, so he ordered a disciple nearby, "Go to my residence and bring Shirizhong to me." However, the disciple left quickly and returned just as fast. Reporting to the sect leader, reporting to the senior uncle, Shirizhong is missing. "What? This brat deceived me and dared to deceive me." Yu Hai said angrily, then turned to Zhang Chen and said, "Zhang, rest assured, I will definitely bring that brat back and confront you face to face." However, at this moment, Zhang Chen said coldly, "No need, I will go find him myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen used his genetic ability, soaring into the sky like a bird, and disappeared into the depths of Qingcheng Mountain in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen's sudden ascent into the sky shocked everyone at Qingcheng Mountain, from the sect leader to every disciple. Such a fast speed. How is this possible? Is there really such terrifying lightness skill in the world? Is he a master of the innate realm? It's so terrifying. The Qingcheng Mountain disciples were in an uproar, and even the sect leader Yutsong was taken aback by Zhang Chen's display of lightness skill. He also soared into the sky and chased after Zhang Chen's disappearing figure. But everyone can see very clearly that Yutsong's speed is much slower than Zhang Chen's. On a hillside behind Qingcheng Mountain, Shirizhong's feet were windy, shuttling back and forth in the woods. "Damn it, Zhang Chen, you actually found your way here. Alright, this time I'll spend some money, offer 1 billion, I don't believe there isn't a killer who can take your life." Shirizhong's speed was indeed fast, at least 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person in this forest. Unfortunately, such speed was completely insufficient to escape Zhang Chen's pursuit. Soon, Zhang Chen spotted Shirizhong constantly fleeing in the woods. Swish! Zhang Chen descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Shirizhong. "Oh, you run pretty fast." Zhang Chen's sudden appearance startled Shirizhong, who quickly looked around and took several steps back in a row, asking, "Where is my master? Why hasn't my master come?" Ignoring Shirizhong's words, Zhang Chen said indifferently, "Hiring a killer to kill me, do you think you can do it without anyone noticing? Unfortunately, there are no walls in this world that are airtight. I've said it before, if you dare to make a move, I'll send you to meet the king of hell." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Shirizhong looked around, hoping his master could save his life. Unfortunately, there was no one around. Zhang, can we talk? I was wrong in handling that matter. You are a big shot, spare me this time, I promise not to bother you again, okay? And I can give you money, how about 1 billion? 1 billion, you are really rich. A leopard can't change its spots. You better go talk to the king of hell. Zhang Chen took a step forward, reached Shirizhong, grabbed his neck, and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Shirizhong's eyes widened as he fell softly to the ground. He never expected that Zhang Chen would kill him as he said, leaving no room for negotiation. At that moment, Qingcheng Mountain's leader, Yutsong, descended from the sky and appeared on the scene. Seeing the dead Shirizhong, Yutsong shook his head and said, "Regardless, he was a foreign disciple of our Qingcheng sect. Now that he has died within the influence of Qingcheng Mountain, as the current leader, I cannot do nothing." Zhang Chen naturally understood that many of these so-called martial arts sects cared about their reputation, so he spoke up. Matters of the martial world belong to the martial world. Let's fight. Yu Tsang's body emitted a powerful aura, causing the grass and leaves on the ground to blow in all directions. A leaf floated gently into Yu Tsang's hand, then with a strong force, it shot towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen quickly dodged, and the thin leaf directly cut off a tree behind him. Before Zhang Chen could think, Yu Hai's figure had already appeared in front of him, pointing his finger like a sword, emitting a penetrating force, slashing towards Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen, relying on his agile reflexes, retreated, while a spark shot from his hand directly towards Yu Hai's chest. Yu Hai was startled and quickly waved his hand, a powerful force cutting through the spark. Crackle! The spark scattered, and Zhang Chen and Yu Tsang distanced themselves. Although Yu Tsang had broken through Zhang Chen's spark, the powerful electric current made Yu Tsang's body tingle, feeling uncontrollable. With a look of shock in his eyes, Yu Tsang asked, "Lightning? What's your relationship with that old Taoist on Longhu Mountain?" Although Zhang Chen didn't know who Yu Tsang was referring to, he secretly noted down the place called Longhu Mountain. "I've said, I'm a wanderer. I've never heard of any old Taoist on Longhu Mountain." Zhang Chen's response made Yu Tsang frown for a moment before saying, "Be careful, young man, I'm going to take this seriously." Hearing Yu Tsang's words, Zhang Chen almost burst out laughing. "Be serious, were you just kidding around earlier? It's better to not pretend to be tough, because one wrong move and you'll be spitting blood." Yu Tsang's hand spun, generating a powerful force between them, visible to the naked eye. Heart-crushing palm. With a roar, Yu Tsang struck repeatedly, each palm faster than the last, almost sealing off all of Zhang Chen's retreat paths. "Damn, this heart-crushing palm of Yu Tsang's is much more powerful than Yu Hai's. I probably can't withstand it with my defense." Thinking this, Zhang Chen's hands danced, sending arcs of electricity towards Yu Tsang's force. Bang! Bang! Crackle! Thunderous sounds echoed far into the mountains, where dozens of trees were completely destroyed where the two were fighting. Zhang Chen stood in place, smiling, while Yu Tsang's white hair stood on end, emitting smoke from his mouth, his body trembling as if struck by lightning. Yu Tsang shuddered, seeming to recover only now. "I never expected that there would be a young talent like you in the martial world. It seems we are truly getting old, and the martial world belongs to you young people." Zhang Chen didn't have a bad impression of Yu Tsang, the head of Qingcheng Mountain. Upon hearing his words, he smiled and said, "Master Yu, you flatter me. I walk in this secular city in the martial world based on my own beliefs. You must have heard something about the actions of the Shi family as the head of Qingcheng Mountain, right?" Yu Tsang sighed, "For the sake of my junior brother, I, as the head, have relaxed the rules and almost lost my martial arts spirit. It's truly inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen said with a smile, "Martial artists should avoid worldly matters. The disappearance of the Shi family from Sisui City, how does Master Yu view this matter?" Yu Tsang suddenly looked up at Zhang Chen, his eyes gleaming with intensity, staring at him closely. After a while, a hint of loss appeared in his eyes as he sighed. "It's better to completely cut off all thoughts. Qingcheng Mountain must return to its true identity as a martial arts sect, and drastic measures must be taken." Zhang Chen clasped his hands and said, "Master Yu understands righteousness deeply, which I admire. The Shi family must disappear. Farewell." Zhang Chen's figure disappeared, leaving Yu Tsang murmuring, "Truly a genius, only in his 20s, yet with such potential. Perhaps he can compete with the top two on the Dragon and Phoenix list." At this moment, Yu Hai arrived with 6 powerful martial artists. "Senior brother, what happened to you? Did you get struck by lightning? Why do you look like this?" As Yu Hai spoke, he saw the broken trees and chaotic ground around him, causing the martial artists to change their expressions. The fierce battle can be seen from the scene. At that moment, Yu Hai noticed the lifeless body of Shurijon not far away. "You've gone too far, Zhang Chen. Qingcheng Mountain and you are not finished. How dare you?" Yu Tsang roared, startling Yu Hai and the others, who lowered their heads in submission. "As the head, I now declare that from today, no disciple of Qingcheng Mountain is allowed to leave without orders. We will no longer accept named disciples from the secular world. Only those willing to devote their lives to Qingcheng Mountain will be taught martial arts. Inform everyone that Qingcheng Mountain has cut off all ties with the Shi family in Sisui City. We are not to involve ourselves in worldly matters." Hearing Yu Tsang's words, Yu Hai anxiously said, "Senior brother, this is not right. Nowadays, society is different from ancient times. We need to rely on the secular world to develop faster. The Shi family is a cash cow. We can't just abandon it. Junior brother, do you know why you have been unable to make progress all these years? It's because you have too many worldly concerns in your heart. Those flashy worlds, the indulgence in pleasure and luxury have made you lose yourself. If you can let go of these, within half a year, you will surely achieve the innate realm." But, senior brother. Alright, stop talking. Qingcheng Mountain is going to change. If junior brother feels that you cannot accept this decision, then leave Qingcheng Mountain and enjoy life in the secular world. I will burn incense for you in front of Master's tablet. Upon hearing Yu Tsang's words, Yu Hai's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, Senior brother, I understand. Perhaps I have been blinded by the prosperity of the world. From today onwards, I will focus on studying martial arts, cast aside worldly distractions, and strive to enter the innate realm as soon as possible. Zhang Chen left Qingcheng Mountain and immediately called Wenlong, saying, the situation at Qingcheng Mountain has been resolved. Shuri Zhang is also dead. Qingcheng Mountain will not interfere in the underground world of Sishui City. I don't care about the rest. You handle it yourself. Ah, Tanchi, you really surprised me. Even Qingcheng Mountain was so easily handled by you. After successfully getting rid of Shurbo, I will find a few clean women to help you get rid of that damn virginity. Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen's face turned red, and he angrily hung up the phone. On the other side, Wenlong laughed heartily and said, I always thought Tanchi was a tough guy, but I didn't expect him to be a virgin. Finally caught a handle on Tanchi. Meanwhile, in Sishui City, numerous places belonging to the Shur family were raided by strangers, and many people were directly beaten without any room for resistance. Slap. A bunch of idiots, letting others mess up their own territory, shameful. Inform a bio, get the guns ready. I want them to know who the real boss of Sishui City is. After everyone left, Shurbo was about to make a phone call when the door was forcefully pushed open, and a man ran in frantically. Master Shur, something bad happened. The disciples of Qingcheng Mountain just brought back young Master Shur's body and said that from today on, all ties between Qingcheng Mountain and the Shur family are cut off. What? What did you say? My son is dead, it's impossible. His master is a master from Qingcheng Mountain, who could kill him, who dares to kill him? Master Shur, it's true. I just confirmed young master's body. Bang! Shurbo collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the pain of losing his son. Whether he can survive and compete with Wenlong depends on his luck. Zhang Chen didn't care about Sishui City at all because, in his opinion, without the relationship with Qingcheng Mountain, the Shur family was just a group of merchants and could not be a match for ruthless people like Wenlong. In the villa, Tong Yanan grabbed Zhang Chen's arm and said, Tanchi, please agree, okay? Please? Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and said, alright, stop clinging, or I'll kick you out. Tong Yanan looked puzzled and asked, kick me out? Kick me out of where? Oh, I mean, your mom will come out later. Let go first, and I'll think about it. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Tong Yanan jumped up, wrapped her legs around Zhang Chen's waist, and hung her hands around his neck, saying, if you don't agree, I won't let go. Smelling the faint fragrance, feeling the softness, Zhang Chen saluted. When the tough little brother stood up, he happened to be in the gap between Tong Yanan, giving him a feeling of soaring into the sky. Even Tong Yanan, who was innocent, knew what that was. Her face instantly turned red, and with a coquettish look, she glared at Zhang Chen and said softly, Tanchi, you're so bad. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Saying that, Tong Yanan let go and jumped down, and Zhang Chen's little brother slid down that groove. Hiss! Zhang Chen not only took a deep breath of cool air, but also had a feeling of an imminent volcanic eruption. On the other hand, Tong Yanan landed and almost stumbled, her legs going weak, her face turning increasingly red, with tears welling up in her eyes. It's like when you go to a restaurant to eat abalone, but suddenly find a small pimple on it. When you touch the pimple, the abalone shrinks. Ahem. I promised you that, but I must make it clear that I am only going to deal with the expert brought by the Taekwondo club for you. I won't do things like becoming a disciple or teaching martial arts. Zhang Chen's words instantly eased the tension, and Tong Yanan also smiled and said, Brother Tanchi, don't worry, as long as you can defeat that arrogant villain, it's enough. Back in the room, Zhang Chen sighed deeply and muttered to himself, this is embarrassing, how could this happen? I almost went there, damn, I'm a bit sensitive. After a long time, Zhang Chen finally pushed aside his distractions and opened the system. After several days, Zhang Chen checked his genetic points and found that he already had 148 points. He needed to quickly upgrade 3 genetic abilities so that he could upgrade the system. Once the system reached level 2, he would be able to replicate human abilities. Thinking of this, many people flashed through Zhang Chen's mind: the head of Qingcheng Mountain, Wenlong, the experts of the Hulong Pavilion, the hermit in Luoyang, and the terrifying duo Shan Dewang and Long Mingzi in the underwater prison. Zhang Chen looked at the little turtle, shook his head, walked out of the room, and prepared to find special animal replication genetic abilities. At that moment, a familiar person arrived at the villa. This person was Luing, the expert from the Hulong Pavilion who had come to find Zhang Chen last time. Zhang brother, long time no see, I come to disturb you, I hope you don't mind? Of course not, please sit down. I believe you didn't come here just to chat with me, right? Ha, Zhang brother is humorous, straightforward, I like it. To be honest, I am here on the orders of the pavilion master to deliver an invitation to you. As Luing spoke, he took out a red invitation and placed it in front of Zhang Chen. Curious, Zhang Chen opened the invitation and looked at it, saying in surprise, Martial Arts Exchange Conference? What does this mean? Are they going to select the leader of the martial arts world? Luing laughed and said, this is modern society. There is no such thing as a leader of the martial arts world. It's just an official event to encourage various sects to exchange martial arts experiences and resources. Hearing this, Zhang Chen understood, noting the date on the invitation was in a week. Zhang brother, the location is a bit far from here, but you should set off early. The pavilion master said that the martial arts world of Huaxia needs young talents like Mr. Zhang to appear. Zhang Chen nodded and said, don't worry, I will be there on time. In fact, even without the other party saying so, Zhang Chen would definitely go to join in the fun. This was a great opportunity to get a first-hand understanding of the martial arts world of Huaxia, and Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't miss it. After Luing left, Zhang Chen got up, walked out of the villa, and prepared to find animal replication genetic abilities. Just then, Zhang Chen saw a dragonfly. In that instant, Zhang Chen's mind began to think about what special abilities the dragonfly might have. Based on his knowledge, Zhang Chen came to two conclusions. First, the dragonfly's eyes are extremely unique. It has 3 simple eyes and compound eyes made up of over 28,000 small eyes. Their vision is excellent, and they can see up, down, forward, and backward without turning their heads, thanks to their eyes that take up 1/3 of their head and are prominently raised. In addition, their compound eyes can also measure speed. When an object moves in front of their compound eyes, each small eye reacts in sequence, and through processing, they can determine the speed of the moving target. This makes them skilled hunters in the insect world. Apart from the special pair of eyes, what Zhang Chen envied the most about dragonflies was their flying ability. Dragonflies have outstanding flying abilities, especially with their 2 pairs of wings that can independently change their flying style, a capability that many other animals and insects do not possess. They can fly forward, sideways, and even backward, covering a distance of about 10 meters in just 1 second. What's more, dragonflies have another ability that Zhang Chen envied the most, which is the ability to hover in the air during flight. This ability made Zhang Chen really want to have it. Imagine standing with hands behind your back in midair, as if standing on solid ground, and being able to move freely. That would be so cool and could definitely intimidate a lot of martial arts experts. Thinking about this, Zhang Chen couldn't wait and immediately caught a dragonfly with his strong reflexes. Xiaoji, replicate the dragonfly's genetic ability. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability to replicate dragonfly's compound eyes successful, injected into the host. It succeeded on the second try. Zhang Chen carefully felt the changes in his eyes, and after a while, he noticed a huge difference. He could see distant objects more clearly, even tiny insects far away. And the coolest part was that Zhang Chen felt like he had numerous small eyes around his eyes, allowing him to see clearly behind himself. After experiencing this for a while, Zhang Chen was somewhat disappointed. It's not that great after all. It would be better to catch an eagle and replicate eagle eyes. Those eyes should be much cooler. They say it's like having the eyes of a hawk. Shaking his head, Zhang Chen pushed aside his disappointment and continued to replicate. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, ding, special flying genetic ability replication successful, injected into the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating 2 genetic abilities, rewarded with 20 genetic points. 28 failed replications, gaining 28 genetic points, total points 196. Zhang Chen was extremely surprised. Successfully replicating 2 genetic abilities in one day was rare. When the changes in Zhang Chen's body stopped, he carefully felt it and tried to see if this special flying ability was what he wanted. After a moment, a smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face as he slowly lifted his feet off the ground and floated up. Finally, Zhang Chen stopped at a height of 30 centimeters above the ground. It wasn't that Zhang Chen could fly that high, but he deliberately stopped because this was a residential area, and if someone saw him or took a picture, it could cause panic. Floating in place, Zhang Chen began to try a new method, walking in the air, giving the impression of strolling in the void. At first, the coordination between flying and his legs was very awkward and looked quite clumsy, but after practicing for a while, Zhang Chen had mastered the technique completely. From a distance, Zhang Chen appeared to be strolling in the void, looking very natural. After landing, Zhang Chen muttered to himself, "This is not only a tool for showing off, but if there's a fight in the air, it can definitely have unexpected effects. It's much stronger than flying before. At the same time, in Tong Yanan's room, Tong Yanan blushed as she took off a small piece of clothing and looked at the crystal-clear material, making her face as red as a boiled egg. Such a strange feeling. Could it be that I've fallen for Tian Shiga? Oh, so embarrassing. Just then, Tong Yanan glanced out the window and happened to see Zhang Chen strolling in the void. In an instant, Tong Yanan was shocked and stared wide-eyed at the scene outside the window. Who exactly is Tian Shiga? Could he be an alien? Even if it's the warrior that Grandpa mentioned, it's impossible to do this, right? Tong Yanan's exclamation naturally did not escape Zhang Chen's ears, and Zhang Chen immediately discovered Tong Yanan crouching at the window. Hurriedly landing, Zhang Chen entered the villa, arrived at the door of Tong Yanan's room, and walked straight in. Tong Yanan was still staring blankly at the window at this time, not even aware of Zhang Chen entering the room, until Zhang Chen came up behind her and patted her shoulder. Ah! Tong Yanan was startled, and the small item in her hand flew out, landing right on Zhang Chen's head. Zhang Chen felt a chill above his nose, his strong sense of smell allowing him to catch a familiar scent, and out of curiosity, he stuck out his tongue and licked it. What is this thing? Why does it taste strange? Taking a closer look, Zhang Chen's face instantly turned dark. Damn! Tong Yanan, what the hell did you do in the room? At this moment, Tong Yanan was too preoccupied to care about anything else, and instead looked at Zhang Chen with shining eyes, saying, Tianqi, tell me the truth, are you an alien? Suppressing his inner anger, Zhang Chen wiped away the glistening on his nose and rolled his eyes, saying, Have you watched too many sci-fi movies? Are you out of your mind? Alien? I am a flesh and blood human being. Also, I'm here to tell you, don't talk about anything you see today to anyone, understand? It will bring you trouble. Tong Yanan was also taken aback by Zhang Chen's seriousness. I know, I won't tell anyone, Tianqi, can you teach me these magical abilities? Hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen's mind raced. You better give up on that idea, because you don't have the talent, and it will take more than 20 years to master these things. Although he said this, Zhang Chen secretly thought, I want to teach, but I need something to teach with, my abilities can only be used by myself. Fortunately, after hearing Zhang Chen's words, Tong Yanan immediately pursed her lips. 20 years, for a girl as beautiful as her, was like a discouraging medicine. Who would want to exchange 20 years of their youth for a dream that may not even come true? Early the next morning, Zhang Chen's room door was knocked on. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen was used to it, because as long as Tong Yanan was here, it was like setting an alarm clock. Zhang Chen drove with Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong to the school in a hurry. Tianqi, you have to do your best later, knock that person down for our Huaxia Martial Arts Society. Yes, let's go tell him and arrange a meeting place. The two women were talking back and forth, while Zhang Chen waved his hand directly, saying, I don't have time for that, let's go directly to the Taekwondo club to find them. What time are they usually there? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhou Tong expressed some concern, saying, Tianqi, they are usually at the venue from 8 to 9 in the morning, but isn't it a bit dangerous for us to go directly like this? After all, there are many of them, what if? Zhou Tong didn't know, but Tong Yanan did. Zhang Chen had many magical abilities, so she naturally had great confidence in him. Tianqi, I'll take you there, I want to see you knock them all down. Inside the school venue, since the last time the club president Park Buching was beaten by Zhang Chen, it had been a bit bleak. Coupled with the resurgence of the Huaxia Martial Arts Society, which was exceptionally popular, the Taekwondo club was even more in decline, showing signs of dissolution. However, until one person arrived, the reputation of the Taekwondo club soared again, and even suppressed the enthusiasm of the fiery Huaxia Martial Arts Society. This person is a transfer student from the other side of the stick, rumored to be one of the most powerful among the younger generation in the stick country. It's such a person who was making the students in the universities of Huaxia gasp for breath, which sounds a bit ridiculous and pathetic. Zhang Chen walked in the middle, with Tong Yanan on the left and Zhou Tong on the right, each tightly holding onto an arm, attracting the attention of countless people to these two famous beauties from different schools. Hey, look, isn't that Tong Yanan, the school flower? That's right, the one next to her looks like Zhou Tong, the school flower. Damn, now that you mention it, it really is. Who is that guy? How did he manage to charm both school flowers? Big news, these two school flowers are sharing a husband. I bet all the men in the school will be furious. The scene of Zhang Chen with Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong in the school was captured by someone and posted on the school forum, causing a sensation throughout the school. The fastest school flower protection team in history was born, with countless men vowing to challenge Zhang Chen to a life and death duel. Some people quickly recognized Zhang Chen and knew that he had once defeated the Taekwondo club president Park Buching with a single move, so they suppressed their inner impulse. Ji Kuan, who once wanted to apprentice under Zhang Chen, is no longer a member of the Taekwondo club but the president of the Huaxia Martial Arts Society. Ji Kuan saw the post on the forum and immediately jumped up in excitement, then thought of something, grabbed his clothes and rushed out of the dormitory. Soon, Zhang Chen and the other two arrived at a venue and walked in. At the same time, people gradually gathered towards the venue. Some came to challenge Zhang Chen, some came to pursue the two beauties Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong, and some just followed the crowd to watch the excitement. Inside the venue, dozens of people were practicing with each other when Zhang Chen and the others suddenly entered, causing everyone to stop. Hey, Tong School Flower, Zhou School Flower, we are really lucky to see the two school flowers early in the morning. Didn't the two school flowers join the Huaxia Martial Arts Society? Why, do you think our Taekwondo club is stronger, so you want to join us? Faced with the bombardment of the crowd, Tong Yanan looked disdainfully at the dozens of people surrounding her and said, "Don't be smug, today we are here to crush your arrogance, make the guy named Han Chang a big pig's head, and let him know the true power of our Huaxia martial arts." As Tong Yanan's words fell, someone finally noticed Zhang Chen, and many people recognized him at first sight. In an instant, the faces of many people changed drastically, and they all took several steps back, watching Zhang Chen vigilantly. Zhang Chen looked at the dozens of people, including Park Bucheng, who had once been defeated by him. "I heard there's a guy from the stick country who arrogantly said that our Huaxia martial arts are inferior. Let him come out, I want to see what this big-mouthed person looks like." As Zhang Chen's words fell, Park Bucheng in the crowd stood up with a somewhat unpleasant expression and said, "Zhang Chen, Han Chang is a leading figure among the younger generation of our country, please show some respect." With a slight smile, Zhang Chen nodded and said, "Leading figure? That's a big title. But as my defeated subordinate, shouldn't you also lower your posture?" Zhang Chen's words made Park Bucheng and the Taekwondo students full of anger, wishing to rush up and beat Zhang Chen. Just then, a man with a determined and proud look, exuding an arrogant air, walked towards the venue from a distance. "I heard you wanted to see me?" The man's words carried a tone of contempt towards the other party, and a strong stick country flavor. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen was not buying it and calmly said, "Who are you? I don't seem to know you, stop talking nonsense, go away." Zhang Chen's performance can be said to have instantly darkened the opponent's face, looking coldly at Zhang Chen and saying, "You're looking for death." As the man's voice fell, he assumed a taekwondo starting posture, with quick small steps, leaping into the air a few meters away from Zhang Chen, and using a classic downward chop towards Zhang Chen's head. Faced with this scene, everyone around gasped in shock, even the students who had just entered the venue were sweating for Zhang Chen. Because in their eyes, Zhang Chen was finished, and he would definitely lose miserably. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen's expression suddenly became extremely cold, because he could clearly sense that if it were an ordinary person or someone who had only practiced a little martial arts, such a blow would definitely take half of the opponent's life, or even leave them disabled. "You're so ruthless at such a young age, it seems you're just a beast." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, a foot shot up towards the opponent's face at a tricky angle. Bang! Han Chang, who was in the air, flew out directly and crashed to the ground with a dull sound. It was quiet all around, everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. From start to finish, Zhang Chen's position remained unchanged, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Han Chang's mouth and nose were bleeding profusely, looking extremely disheveled. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Constantly muttering that it was impossible, Han Chang climbed up and charged at Zhang Chen again. However, this time Zhang Chen did not jump, but approached Zhang Chen on the ground at an extremely fast speed, then struck directly at Zhang Chen's throat. The opponent's move seemed extremely fast and powerful to others, but unfortunately in Zhang Chen's eyes, Han Chang's speed seemed to have slowed down tenfold. Same familiar formula, same familiar sole of the foot. Bang! Han Chang flew out again, his mouth and nose, which were already bleeding profusely, now felt a bit blurry. This time, Han Chang did not get up again, because he had completely passed out, losing consciousness. Zhang Chen's foot still spun in the air around his neck, muttering, "These Hongqing Erk shoes are really good, showing true colors in times of danger, a heroic spirit, supporting domestic products, starting with me, oh yeah." After a moment, Tong Yanan finally reacted, waving her phone excitedly and shouting, "Tianqi brother is so amazing, Tianqi brother is the best." Tong Yanan's cheers brought everyone back to reality, and everyone's gaze towards Zhang Chen was filled with shock. Park Bucheng held Han Chang, looking at the opponent's bloody and blurry face, his body trembling uncontrollably, because only he knew that Han Chang's father was the leader of a major gang in South Korea, known for being extremely ruthless. "Zhang Chen, do you know who Han Chang is? You dare to beat Han Chang like this, you really don't want to live." Seeing Park Bucheng acting like a mad dog, Zhang Chen took 2 steps forward, coldly saying, "Mind your own business, or I'll knock your teeth out and make you eat shit. Also, this is China, I don't care what his status is. When you're here, the dragon protects me, the tiger shelters me. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you unable to leave China. Zhang Chen's last sentence was spoken very softly, but even so, it still startled Park Buchung. Faced with Zhang Chen's dominance, Park Buchung's face turned pale. At this moment, he instantly understood that this was China, and if things were really escalated, he might not be able to leave. Moreover, in his view, the best course of action now was to wait for Han Shang to wake up and see how Han Shang handled the situation, as he clearly did not have the strength to take the lead. Meanwhile, those who had come from afar to challenge Zhang Chen were all pretending to watch the excitement, seemingly forgetting their original purpose. Hey, buddy, didn't you just say you wanted to challenge him to a duel? The opportunity is here now, hurry up and go. Who said that? I didn't say that. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up. Don't deny it, you were the most excited just now, and it was your idea to form the Flower Protector team on the forum, right? You're going too far. I can't beat him, can I beat you? In an instant, several men in the crowd started fighting, and at the same time, Ji Kun squeezed into the crowd and saw Zhang Chen in the distance. Excitedly, he rushed over and hugged Zhang Chen's legs, saying, "Master, I finally see you again. Please accept this disciple's bow." Zhang Chen was startled by this sudden scene and looked down to see a man holding onto his legs. Kicking the man away, Zhang Chen finally recognized the slightly familiar face. "Tianqi, do you remember him? He's Ji Kun, the current president of the Huaxia Martial Arts Society." It was then that Zhang Chen completely remembered the other person, Ji Kun, who had previously wanted to learn Huaxia martial arts from him. Ji Kun left an impression on Zhang Chen as a man deeply obsessed with martial arts. But faced with the request to become his disciple, Zhang Chen was at a loss. Looking at Ji Kun, who wouldn't let go of his legs, Zhang Chen felt helpless. "Let go first." "No, I won't let go unless you agree to take me as your disciple. I can't take you as my disciple, but if you let go, I can find someone to teach you martial arts." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Ji Kun happily said, "Really? That's great. I want to learn authentic Huaxia martial arts." Zhang Chen thought of someone, Flower Buddha, one of Wenlong's subordinates. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. He knew Flower Buddha's eccentric and irritable nature, which was perfect for getting rid of Ji Kun. However, just as Zhang Chen finished dealing with the matter and was about to leave and return to the villa, Li Yanran, accompanied by 2 police officers, stopped Zhang Chen at the school gate. "Officer Li, do you have nothing better to do than keep an eye on me all the time?" Li Yanran smirked and said, "Zhang Chen, sorry, we just received a report that you injured a foreign student at the school. Now come with us to assist in the investigation." At that moment, Zhang Chen wanted to shout out loud, "Was it that bastard who reported it?" In the familiar interrogation room, facing familiar faces, Zhang Chen casually said to Li Yanran, "Officer Li, isn't it just because I pulled your little underwear last time? Are you holding a grudge and seeking revenge on me?" Zhang Chen's words made Li Yanran instantly blush, while the 2 police officers beside them looked back and forth in shock, their mouths wide enough to fit an apple. Li Yanran felt like she was going crazy at this moment, saying such things in front of her colleagues. How could she face people in the future? With that in mind, Li Yanran suddenly stood up and said to the 2 police officers, "You 2 go out first, turn off the recording, I need to talk to him alone." The 2 officers hesitated and said, "Captain, is this against the rules?" Li Yanran's gaze instantly turned cold, which startled the 2 of them. Without saying a word, they turned off the recording and left the room. Watching this scene, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Officer Li, are you trying to take matters into your own hands? You're no match for me. I advise you not to bite off more than you can chew." Just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Li Yanran's fist was already heading straight for his face. Dodging Li Yanran's punch by tilting his head slightly, Zhang Chen avoided all her subsequent attacks with his strong agility and successfully countered Li Yanran. "I've already told you that you're not my opponent. If you insist on making a move, let me tell you, that's about enough. If you dare to make a move again, I will use your little item to restrain you just like last time." Li Yanran didn't know what she was thinking, her face suddenly turned red, wanting to resist, but in the face of Zhang Chen's terrifying power, Li Yanran appeared very helpless. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly spoke up, "You're about to have your period, don't engage in vigorous activities, or it will leak out." Li Yanran coldly said, "Zhang Chen, you filthy rogue, how dare you flirt with me? Whether or not I'm having my period, I'm very clear myself, you." Li Yanran stopped halfway through her words, suddenly stunned, then looked at Zhang Chen in shock. "Do you know medicine?" "I don't." "Then how did you know I was about to have my period?" "I smelled it." You shameless." In that moment, Li Yanran felt despair at Zhang Chen's shamelessness. Without caring about anything else, she hurriedly ran out and headed straight for the bathroom. The two police officers at the door saw the scene and exclaimed in surprise, "This Zhang Chen is really something. He managed to handle our police captain right here in the interrogation room. Who can handle the captain, except for Zhang Chen?" With that, the two entered the interrogation room, handed Zhang Chen a cigarette, made tea, and chatted and laughed together, occasionally bursting into laughter. Soon, Li Yanran returned, but she had changed her pants. This made the two police officers look at Zhang Chen in unison, and a terrifying thought popped into their minds. Did this guy expose our captain? And Li Yanran, seeing Zhang Chen drinking tea and smoking, frowned and said, "Who allowed you to give him cigarettes?" The two were startled, the cigarettes fell into their pants, sparks flew, and without thinking about anything else, they hurriedly left the interrogation room. Just then, Chief Wang Qi rushed in, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry for bringing you in again, it was a mistake on our part. I will definitely criticize Li Yanran severely." Zhang Chen didn't know who had called Wang Qi, but he understood that he now had a certain status, at least in Sanqing City, he had gained a high social status. Li Yanran naturally didn't want that, and said to Wang Qi, "Chief, do we have to let the criminals go every time someone pleads or has connections?" Wang Qi said to Zhang Chen, "Mr. Zhang, I'll have someone take you back." "No need, I'm very familiar with this place now, so I won't trouble Chief Wang." Watching Zhang Chen leave, Wang Qi sighed and said, "Do you think I have no backbone?" To tell you the truth, Zhang Chen is not an ordinary person. As soon as he was brought in, the senior management of the Hulong Pavilion called me. I'm also helpless. Zhang Chen returned to the villa and immediately began replicating his genetic abilities. Because as long as he could replicate today, he would earn over 200 points, which meant that Zhang Chen could upgrade one of his genetic abilities to level 2. Xiao Ji, start replicating genetic abilities. In an instant, Zhang Chen began replicating his genetic abilities. Although he failed multiple times, he continued to replicate. Ding, genetic ability replication failed 30 times, earning 30 genetic points, total points 226. Although the genetic ability was not successfully replicated, the genetic points exceeded 200, which made Zhang Chen a bit impatient. Now Zhang Chen possessed a level 3 genetic ability, a powerful force. The level 2 genetic abilities included agility, reflexes, and invisibility. And among the level 1 genetic abilities that Zhang Chen wanted to upgrade this time, he selected some options. Storage space, Fleece jumping ability, flying ability, Gecko's regenerative ability, endless life, Mantis's arm strength, electric arc, and Dragonfly's special flying ability, defensive power. These abilities are all upgrades that Zhang Chen wants, but now there is only one chance for genetic points, so Zhang Chen automatically blocks those genetic abilities that are temporarily not very helpful. After looking for a while, Zhang Chen selected two abilities that he really wanted to upgrade. One is the body of thunder and lightning, and the second is defensive power. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Chen finally made a decision. Now, what is Zhang Chen's weakness compared to martial artists? It is the internal strength of martial artists. Every time they fight, Zhang Chen is helpless against opponents with internal strength. And now, the only thing Zhang Chen can use to compete with the internal strength of martial artists is the ability to copy from the electric eel, the body of thunder and lightning. Yes, upgrading the electric arc to level 2 can make the electric arc reach a level of several thousand volts. With such a powerful electric arc, it can instantly burn people, and even strong innate realm experts probably cannot resist it. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, he directly chose to upgrade the body of thunder and lightning. Ding, does the host want to spend 200 genetic points to upgrade the body of thunder and lightning to level 2? Yes. In the moment of confirmation, the genetic points in Zhang Chen's genetic system instantly turned into 26 points. At the same time, a huge change began to occur in Zhang Chen's body. The cells in Zhang Chen's body, which were originally like small generators, continuously generated electricity stored in Zhang Chen's body. And now, the power-generating cells in Zhang Chen's body are completely connected in pieces, producing even more dominant and powerful electricity. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely notice that Zhang Chen's body was flashing with currents at this moment. After a long time, Zhang Chen opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body, realizing that the upgrade from level 1 to level 2 of the body of thunder and lightning had indeed brought about a huge change. Not to mention the greatly increased power of the electric arc. The distance from which Zhang Chen can now shoot the electric arc has also doubled from the original 15 meters to over 30 meters. It should be noted that among martial artists, those who have reached the innate realm can release internal strength to a distance of about 3 zhang, which is 10 meters away. Even for those with a perfect innate realm cultivation, the internal strength can only reach a distance of 5 zhang. Of course, if using objects like stones or leaves to attack with internal strength, the attack distance will greatly increase. And by estimation, Zhang Chen's electric arc in his body can now be fully activated 30 times in a row, and every minute, there will be one full-powered electric arc discharge in his body. From this point, it can be seen that Zhang Chen now has a strong advantage when facing experts in the innate realm. At this moment, Zhang Chen can be considered a truly powerful expert with both near and far-reaching abilities. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Dragon Guard, the chief Tang Wubin looked solemnly at the man standing in front of him and said, "How is the investigation going?" Back to the chief, the people from the demonic sect have disappeared in the mountains, completely losing their trace. The investigation has now stalled and is a bit difficult. No, Shui Linglong cannot disappear like this. If this thing falls into the hands of the demonic sect, it will be extremely detrimental to us. At all costs, we must find out. In addition, notify the Heaven Group and Earth Group. The Huaxia Martial Arts Exchange Conference is about to begin, keep a close eye on that side, and if there is any movement, immediately send people to surround and suppress. At the same time, in another room of the Dragon Guard protector by Fan, who is also Ouyang Jie's master, said to a middle-aged man in front of him, "That kid is a bit mysterious. According to intelligence, even early-stage innate realm martial artists cannot deal with him. After you go this time, bring a few people, no matter what method you use, make sure to kill him. Senior Bai, he is just a young man in his 20s. I can go by myself, there is no need to make a big fuss." Bai Fan said with a gloomy face, "That kid has a secret on him, and Tang Wubin has already sent someone to contact him, even making a phone call to get him out of the police station." Bai Lao, are you saying that kid has already sided with Tang Wubin? It's not certain yet, but what can be confirmed is that kid is definitely not our friend. By the way, Tang Wubin must have arranged for spies, so be careful in your actions. In a courtyard in Sanqing City, and Dao Yuan took out his phone, looked at the content on it, then placed the phone on the table in front of him, deep in thought. Martial Arts Exchange Conference, are those old guys all coming? Do they also know that the Millennium Ginseng King will appear at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference? It seems that this Martial Arts Exchange Conference will be quite lively. I wonder if those old guys have made any progress in their cultivation over the years? Zhang Chen has been in a great mood these days, continuously gaining the Void Walk and upgrading his Thunder Body to level 2. In addition, the Guardian Dragon Pavilion's master sent someone to contact him and express support, which also eased Zhang Chen's mind, finally lifting the weight off his chest. Ding ling ling. Hey, Tianqi? I'm at Big Bull's barbecue shop. Do you want to come over tonight to eat skewers and drink beer together? Listening to the excited Su Xiaoling on the phone, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. In Zhang Chen's view, Xiaoling has been busy with Big Bull since graduating. Okay, I got it. I'll come over this afternoon. Let Big Bull grill me all kinds of whips and eggs, I love eating them. After saying this with a smile, Zhang Chen hung up the phone, sent a message to Wenlong, casually put on a jacket, and drove towards the location of Big Bull's barbecue stall. Wenlong at the Kane Hotel received Zhang Chen's message and smiled slightly, saying, "It's been a long time since I had this kind of life. It just so happens that things in Sisui City have gradually stabilized. Time to relax." Big Bull's barbecue shop is called Juawei Barbecue. Since the shop opened, it has attracted a large number of young people due to its affordable prices and delicious taste. The number of staff in the shop has increased from 5 to 7, but they are still very busy. Zhang Chen drove to the roadside, found a parking space, and parked his car there. But as soon as the car stopped, someone knocked on Zhang Chen's car window. "What's the matter? This parking space is ours, our people are coming soon, please move your car." Zhang Chen got out of the car, locked it, looked at the markings on the ground, and said with a smile, "Buddy, this is a public parking space. Whoever arrives first gets to park, it's not your family's." The other person, about 20 years old, with blonde hair and an earring, looked at Zhang Chen with a careless attitude and said, "The parking space is public, but I've already taken it, so it's mine. Understand? Hurry up and move your car, or you'll regret it when my friend arrives." Seeing the arrogant blonde, Zhang Chen smiled slightly, grabbed the person by the neck and lifted him up, saying, "You brat, at such a young age, not learning well, dyeing your hair, wearing earrings, trying to act like a gangster? Get lost as far as you can, or if I see you again, I'll rip your ears off." With that, Zhang Chen threw the blonde out. The blonde, who rolled on the ground several times, got up, touched his neck, and looked fearfully at Zhang Chen. In his view, lifting a person with one hand is extremely difficult, so facing Zhang Chen alone made him lose his confidence, and he ran away towards the distance. Zhang Chen didn't care about any of this and went to the front of Big Bull's barbecue shop. Inside the house, many people were already seated upstairs and downstairs, and the 8 tables outside were almost full. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen smiled and walked to an empty table, sat down, and watched Daniel busy from a distance, while Ling Er was helping on the side with an apron. At this moment, sharp-eyed Ling Er saw Zhang Chen and immediately pulled Daniel over. "Tianqi good, you came so fast, your eggs haven't been roasted yet." Hearing Su Ling Er's words, Zhang Chen almost fell off the chair. "Those are cow eggs, sheep eggs, not my eggs." Ling Er also realized that what she just said was a bit off, and her face turned red with embarrassment. "Tianqi good, don't make fun of others." "Ahem. It's okay, no rush, just grab some food first, get a few bottles of beer, Wenlong will be coming over later." Although Su Daniel had fought a lot with Zhang Chen when he was young, and had a fierce temper when fighting, in front of Zhang Chen and Su Ling Er, he always had a silly and innocent image. "Hee, Tianqi gu, this is the opening of my barbecue shop, it's your first time here, you sit first, I know what you like to eat, I'll roast some skewers for you, let's have a good drink later." Zhang Chen looked at Daniel's excited expression and solid figure, opened a bottle of beer, and the icy sensation instantly flowed down his throat into his body. In an instant, the hot feeling seemed to be expelled from his body. In fact, Zhang Chen had offended too many people before, so he basically had no contact with Daniel and didn't come to support him. "Tianqi, don't wait for me, go ahead and eat." Zhang Chen knew who it was as soon as he heard the voice. "Hurry up and sit, Daniel is roasting something good, I'll share a skewer with you later." Wenlong was also dressed casually. When he heard Zhang Chen's words, he smiled and said, "Are you kidding me, letting Daniel roast the kidneys for you? I remember you seem to be a beginner. Besides, that thing has a strong taste, I won't eat it." As he spoke, Wenlong opened a bottle of beer, lightly touched Zhang Chen, and directly inserted the bottle into his throat, finishing it in a few gulps. Just then, on the road not far away, several cars drove up from a distance, screeched to a stop by the roadside, and the yellow-haired guy who had been thrown out by Zhang Chen earlier led more than a dozen young men with a menacing air towards the barbecue stall. Zhang Chen and Wenlong, who were chatting happily, both turned their heads to see more than a dozen people walking aggressively towards them. Zhang Chen naturally saw the yellow hair at a glance and knew without thinking that the other party was definitely coming for him. With a helpless smile, Zhang Chen looked at Wenlong and said, "How do you manage to be the underground emperor? Look, just trying to relax and have some barbecue and beer, and these little troublemakers show up everywhere." Wenlong took a sip of beer and said, "I won't bother with these low-level hooligans. There are people below to control them, otherwise, even if I had 8 heads, I wouldn't be able to handle the whole 3-star city. So what do? We can only bully the weak with strength, should I do it or you?" As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Wenlong suddenly turned his head and said, looking into the distance, "I think neither of us needs to do anything. You don't know, your brother Daniel is now the big shot on this street, and many people are willing to follow him." Upon hearing Wenlong's words, Zhang Chen, who was originally smiling, instantly turned pale, his face also tightened. Although Zhang Chen had taken a different path now, he had never wanted to drag Daniel and Ling Er into it, he just wanted them to get married, have children, and live their lives peacefully. Wenlong naturally saw Zhang Chen's expression and understood his thoughts. After taking a sip of beer, he said, "Tianqi, I only found out about Daniel's matter a few days ago. There are many coincidences involved, and some people you may still be familiar with. You should ask Daniel about it later. Also, I, Wenlong, have walked this path, but I am a thief with principles. I am still your brother, and my identity does not prevent me from clearing countless evils for the underground of Sanqing City. It's not the profession that is bad, it's the heart." Zhang Chen raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Wenlong, took a big sip, picked up some edamame from the table and said, "Everyone has a forbidden zone in their heart." Zhang Chen's words made Wenlong pause for a moment, then nodded and said, "I agree." At this time, Huang Mao and more than 10 men had crossed the street and arrived in front of the store. Several men had pulled out steel pipes and other weapons, ready to smash the tables and chairs outside. This scene naturally scared away the customers outside. Almost at the same time, dozens of people rushed out from both sides and ran towards the barbecue shop. Where did these punks come from, daring to cause trouble here? Don't they want to live? Who dares to mess with our big bull? Clang clang. Dozens of people rushed up and surrounded Huang Mao and his group. Among this group of people, Zhang Chen saw a familiar face, someone he never expected to see. This person was the little knife who had fought with Zhang Chen in the wholesale market following Fan Hu. Huang Mao and his group were a bunch of thugs gathered together, never seeing such a situation before. The originally arrogant group of over 10 people were now huddled together in fear. "Where are you guys from? Do you know that this is Ju Yuan Street, Big Bull's territory? The whole street is under Big Bull's control?" Faced with this situation, Huang Mao and his group were so scared that they dropped what they were holding and stammered, Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, we're not here for Big Bull, we're here to settle the score with that kid. The little knife looked in the direction pointed by Huang Mao's finger and instantly saw Zhang Chen and Wenlong drinking beer. Although the little knife didn't know Wenlong, he was very familiar with Zhang Chen's face. In that moment, the little knife's face changed drastically. He kicked Huang Mao away and shouted, "Misunderstanding my ass, beat them up." Immediately, Huang Mao and his group were beaten up, screams echoing one after another. After a while, the little knife brought the bruised and swollen Huang Mao in front of Zhang Chen and said, "Zhang Ge, long time no see? This kid just said he was looking for you, how should we handle it?" From start to finish, Zhang Chen maintained a serious expression. Upon hearing the little knife's words, Zhang Chen turned to look at him and said, "Are you now following Big Bull? Is it Big Bull's doing or?" The little knife was surprised that Zhang Chen didn't ask about Huang Mao but instead asked about Big Bull. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the little knife's mind. Does Zhang Ge know Big Bull? Why did he call him directly? And he's here eating barbecue, how should I respond? All these thoughts were fleeting, and the little knife respectfully said, "Zhang Ge, we are willing to follow Big Bull, we are just trying to make a living, not doing anything outrageous." Just then, Big Bull walked out of the store holding a large plate of grilled skewers, emitting a rich aroma. "Tianqi Ge, the skewers are ready, Long Ge, come and try, these are grilled by me personally." The little knife and dozens of men standing on the side were shocked to hear their idol, Big Bull, call Zhang Chen Tianqi Ge, and they looked at Zhang Chen in amazement. Because many of them understood that Big Bull was famous on this street because of his connection with the underground emperor of Sanqing City, Wenlong. So in that moment, dozens of people deeply engraved Zhang Chen's appearance in their minds and told themselves not to mess with this man. It took a while for the little knife and the others to react, and they all bent over and shouted towards Big Bull Gu. Dozens of people shouted out at the same time, with great momentum, which made Big Bull a little embarrassed as he touched his head and said, "Find a place to sit, order whatever you want inside." After Big Bull finished speaking, he sat next to Zhang Chen with a smile, opened a beer, and said to Zhang Chen, "Tianqi, this is your first time here, let's have a good drink today." This scene naturally caught the attention of Huang Mao and others, and for a moment, more than 10 people were almost scared to wet their pants. Who provoked this? Big Brother's big brother, what is that? Definitely a big brother. At this moment, Huang Mao finally realized that when Zhang Chen threw him out before, it was already letting him off the hook, but now he had come back on his own. Thinking of this, Huang Mao crawled forward with tears and snot. Big brother, I was wrong before, I didn't recognize Mount Tai, I apologize to you, please forgive us." As he spoke, Huang Mao knocked his head several times in a row. Zhang Chen was already feeling uneasy because of the incident with Big Bull, and now he impatiently waved his hand, "Let the more than 10 people wash all the cars parked on the side of the road. When they are all cleaned, they can leave." Huang Mao and the others originally thought they would lose their hands and feet, but they were surprised to find out they were just washing cars. In an instant, their hearts were filled with motivation, and they rushed towards the parked vehicles on the side of the road. Even a couple playing in the car were shocked and locked together by this sudden turn of events, caught in a dilemma. Zhang Chen picked up a skewer of lamb skewers grilled by Big Bull and said, "Big Bull, your barbecue skills are really good. If you put your heart into it and open a branch in the future, I believe you will become a wealthy man." Zhang Chen ate and talked, while staring closely at Big Bull. "Tianqi, I don't have those ambitions. I just want to run the business well, let Xiaoling study well, and give her a good life in the future. That's enough for me." Xiaoling blushed when she heard Big Bull's words, and Zhang Tian also showed a relieved expression when Big Bull finished speaking, and began to eat the skewers heartily. Zhang Chen and Wenlong each drank more than 10 bottles of beer, while Big Bull drank a few bottles and then had to leave for work. "Wenlong, have someone bring Xiao Dao to your place, I have something to discuss with him." Wenlong was taken aback, then smiled and nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. "Tianqi, I don't think Big Bull is the kind of person who would choose this path willingly, otherwise he wouldn't be working so hard at this all the time." Zhang Chen shook his head and said, "You must have heard a saying, the environment can change a person, especially when there are too many similar people around. It's easier to go along with others' thoughts or the mainstream of society." After chatting for a while, Zhang Chen got up, took out a bulging red envelope from the storage space, placed it on the table, and said to the busy Big Bull and Xiaoling in the shop, "Big Bull, Xiaoling, I have to leave for something, I wish you a successful opening." When Big Bull and Xiaoling came out, Zhang Chen and Wenlong had already disappeared. Big Bull looked at the bulging red envelope on the table, smiled, and said to Xiaoling, "Tianqi really likes to eat all kinds of whips and eggs, look, I grilled dozens of skewers, all finished, I wonder if Tianqi can handle it." Xiaoling blushed and playfully hit Big Bull, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, Tianqi is a very upright person, and besides, Tianqi is much more capable than you." As Xiaoling spoke, Big Bull smiled and said, "Yes, Tianqi has always been smarter than me since we were kids. But no one noticed that after hearing Xiaoling's words, although Big Bull was smiling and talking, a different look flashed in his eyes, fleeting. On the top floor of the Kane Hotel, in Wenlong's room, Xiao Dao was brought here. Looking at several burly men around him, Xiao Dao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At this moment, Wenlong and Zhang Chen walked in, and Xiao Dao saw this scene, his whole body suddenly tensed up. The burly men next to him respectfully said, "Brother Long, Brother Qi." Xiao Dao heard this and stood frozen in place. Only after a while did he look at Wenlong in surprise and say, "Are you Dragon Brother, the underground emperor of Sanqing City?" Wenlong smiled but didn't say anything. Instead he sat down, picked up a cigarette and handed it to Zhang Chen, lighting it for him. This scene made Xiao Dao's eyelids jump, stirring up a huge wave in his heart, his face full of disbelief. In his eyes, even if Zhang Chen was powerful, he was just a person without money or power, absolutely not comparable to someone like Wenlong, the underground emperor of Sanqing City. But just now, the scene of Wenlong lighting a cigarette for Zhang Chen made Xiao Dao completely feel that Zhang Chen was not only powerful, but also someone not to be trifled with. "Zhang, I don't know why you called me here." Zhang Chen saw Xiao Dao's nervousness and awkwardness, and slowly said, "I don't want Dinyo to go down a path of no return, I just want him to live a peaceful and ordinary life, do you understand?" Zhang Chen's words made Xiao Dao shudder, and he quickly said, "I understand. That's good, you stay by Dinyo's side, but you have a task, which is to supervise Dinyo, and if anyone with ambitious intentions appears around Dinyo, deal with them as soon as possible." "Okay, Zhang, I understand." Nodding slightly, Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Alright, I trust your character, you can go back now." After Xiao Dao left, Wenlong smiled and said, "Tianqi, do you really trust this Xiao Dao?" Zhang Chen smiled, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and as he stood up, he said, "Although Xiao Dao may be ruthless, he is principled and absolutely reliable." Because Zhang Chen remembered the scene when Xiao Dao had bandages on his head and came to him to plead for Fanhu, at that time Zhang Chen really admired Xiao Dao. Whether a person is ruthless, what kind of path they take, and whether they are reliable are two different concepts. After leaving Wenlong's place, Zhang Chen was driven by the driver arranged by Wenlong to the villa area. However, halfway there, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the car window shattered, startling the driver. Something's not right, I'll contact Long Gu immediately." The driver's words were just cut off by Zhang Chen. "No need, you drive back by yourself first, and tomorrow help me fix the car, I'll handle this myself." With that, Zhang Chen opened the car door, bounced out, flew dozens of meters away in an instant, and landed in the distant jungle. This really scared the driver, but it was not surprising that he was someone who followed Wenlong, strong in mind. After a moment of surprise, he immediately followed Zhang Chen's instructions and drove back the same way. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was standing in a forest, not far from a wetland park, at a time when there was no one around. Where did this mouse come from, hiding its head and showing its tail? "Since you've come to find me, come out." But as Zhang Chen's words fell, it was quiet all around. In an instant, Zhang Chen activated his genetic ability to smell, and in an instant, he confirmed that there were indeed people hiding around, and not just one, the faint smell of blood indicating that these people had blood on their hands. With a slight smile, Zhang Chen used his sense of smell to determine the approximate direction, and in an instant, he jumped up and appeared by a large tree 20 meters away. There was a person hiding on the tree, who couldn't react at all at this moment because Zhang Chen's speed was too fast. "Come down." Zhang Chen flew up directly and grabbed the person from the tree before they could react. At this moment, Zhang Chen's face suddenly changed, and he directly lifted the other person in front of himself. Almost at the same time, dozens of bullets flashed by, hitting the body of the person in Zhang Chen's hand. Puff! Puff! A bullet pierced through the body, grazing Zhang Chen's ear and flying out. The high temperature generated by the spinning bullet burned Zhang Chen's ear like a needle prick. This really startled Zhang Chen. Damn, these are damn desperados, killing their own people. At that moment, Zhang Chen directly used his special flying ability, moving left and right in the air, blurring his position. Meanwhile, a tall man appeared in the woods, followed by 6 others, all with their faces covered. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen was puzzled. Covering your faces again? Are you afraid of being recognized too? Zhang Chen, stop the nonsense. Today is your doomsday. Attack together, kill him, and end it quickly. As the words fell, the 7 people surrounded Zhang Chen in a special formation. 1 innate realm, 6 chi transformation, quite a big move. I'm afraid ordinary forces can't muster such strength. Are you from the Dragon Guard? Zhang Chen's words did not elicit a response, only cold glints. Dodging the rapidly moving cold glints, Zhang Chen's heart chilled at the next scene. Because those cold glints flew past and stuck in a tree, in a moment, Zhang Chen saw visible black threads spreading rapidly on the tree. Damn, it's poisonous. Today, I'll let you try my newly upgraded second-level thunder body. With Zhang Chen's cold voice, his hands continuously pointed out, sending out arcs of lightning at high speed. The opponent's innate realm expert's eyes flashed, and he flew straight up to avoid the lightning arcs. The other 6 people just reacted and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Crackle! Crackle! The 6 people were instantly hit by the lightning arcs, without even a chance to struggle, and fell to the ground. This time, it wasn't just fainting. Under the powerful lightning arcs, their hearts stopped beating, showing no signs of life. The airborne innate expert saw this scene, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes, as he pointed his fingers consecutively. Soul-stealing finger. The opponent's cultivation was extremely strong, even stronger than the innate expert Lu Ying who came to find Zhang Chen before. The powerful chi fell to the ground, leaving a deep hole the size of a cup, even breaking trees thicker than a bowl. Unfortunately, no matter how high the opponent's cultivation was, he couldn't hit Zhang Chen. After dozens of moves, the two collided in the air. You brat! Show me what you've got. Let me show you my golden shatter palm. With a roar, the opponent's hand was surrounded by powerful chi, emitting a faint golden light, pushing towards Zhang Chen. If Zhang Chen were still at the first level of Thunder Body, he definitely wouldn't confront it head-on, but now that he had upgraded to the second level, he didn't hesitate and met it head-on. Boom! Crackle! Crackle! Explosions rang out, and Zhang Chen felt a huge force coming from his arm, causing him to retreat several steps in the air before stabilizing. The opponent was thrown out directly, falling to the ground with his hair standing on end, emitting a faint black smoke, foaming at the mouth, and twitching occasionally. Just as Zhang Chen knocked the innate realm expert out, several bullets flew towards him again. It's not over yet, seeking death. Moving at extreme speed, he arrived dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye, startling the 2 gunmen. Gunshots continued to ring out, and the 2 men, unable to do anything else, could only take a chance and try to shoot Zhang Chen. Unfortunately, they couldn't even touch Zhang Chen's clothes. Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out, but this time it was Zhang Chen who fired the gun. You love using guns to kill people, so I'll let you taste the bullets. Out of a total of 10 people, 9 were dead, and the last man in the innate realm was lying on the ground, gradually recovering from the powerful electric shock. Zhang Chen looked at the man and knocked him out, then took out his phone and dialed Lu Ying from the Hulong Pavilion. Someone wants to kill me, in the innate realm. Where? 3 kilometers from Longhu Mountain, in the woods by the wetland park. Okay, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen looked at the bodies around him and muttered, I just want to know who you are, thinking I'm easy to mess with, right? Before long, Lu Ying appeared with 2 men where Zhang Chen was. Seeing the scene, Lu Ying was also shocked. 3 men shot dead, 6 with no external injuries, died mysteriously. Only 1 man was alive, but he looked pitiful, like a beggar. Zhang Chen stared at Lu Ying, and when Lu Ying saw the man in the innate realm, he was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be calm. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen calmly said, Do you know this person? Don't try to cover up anything, I know they are from the Hulong Pavilion. I just want to know who gave them instructions. Lu Ying was surprised that Zhang Chen had already guessed, and didn't expect him to be so direct. Looking at Zhang Chen staring at him, Lu Ying sighed, Mr. Zhang, let me tell you, this person is not someone you can deal with at your current strength. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Chen had no doubt about this. Anyone who could command a strong innate realm expert could not be weak. Is it Ouyang Jie's master, the so-called dragon protector of the Hulong Pavilion? Lu Ying looked surprised at Zhang Chen, not expecting him to know this. Since you've guessed it, I won't hide it from you. Yes, that person is Ouyang Jie's master, by Fan, one of the 4 dragon protectors of the Hulong Pavilion. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. By Fan, very well, I'll remember you. Wait, it won't be long before I send you down to reunite with your disciple. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Lu Ying looked at the man still unconscious, his eyes showing seriousness, and said directly, Mr. Zhang, did you not use your full strength when we fought last time? Zhang Chen looked at Lu Ying, then at the man on the ground, shaking his head. Using full strength or not doesn't matter much to me, because if it's just a test, standing undefeated is enough for me. But if it's a matter of life and death, I have countless ways to kill the opponent. Zhang Chen's words made Lu Ying's eyelids jump, and he took a deep breath. The pavilion master has high expectations for you, which is why he invited you to participate in the Huaxia martial arts exchange. But personally, I advise you, the strength of the Hulong Pavilion dragon protectors is not to be underestimated, so don't act rashly. Zhang Chen was not foolish about this. Until he was sure he could kill the opponent, he would not actively seek them out. Although with Zhang Chen's current abilities, no one could stop him from escaping, it was pointless to startle the snake. Zhang Chen returned to the villa. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he needed to go to the bathroom because he had drunk a lot of beer. Click! When Zhang Chen entered the bathroom, he saw a figure naked in the shower room staring at him foolishly. In that instant, Zhang Chen was also dumbfounded, and the two stood there staring at each other, wide-eyed. At that moment, Zhang Chen swallowed hard, a normally silent action that was now incredibly clear. Tong Yanan reacted at this moment, opened his mouth to scream, which startled Zhang Chen. After all, Mrs. Su is also in the villa now. If Tong Yanan screams and Mrs. Su sees this scene, then I will never be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Chen rushed to Tong Yanan's side, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Miss, don't scream. I didn't mean it. I just came to use the restroom." The normally calm Tong Yanan had turned completely red at this point, with pink skin all over his body. Zhang Chen covered Tong Yanan's mouth, pressed tightly against him, while the little brother was also angry and vented his anger on Tong Yanan. Tong Yanan tried to struggle to escape, but as soon as he moved, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, making him weak all over. Zhang Chen also noticed that something was wrong. As a man, he couldn't help but react instinctively, causing a shock to both of them. At that moment, both of them were losing control, showing signs of completely freeing themselves from inner restraints. At that moment, Zhang Chen almost lost his soul, which was an extreme test for a novice like him. Breathing out hot breath, Zhang Chen whispered, "Don't move. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Do you hear me?" Seeing Tong Yanan nod, Zhang Chen released him, quickly took 2 steps back, and fled the bathroom. As soon as Zhang Chen left, Tong Yanan collapsed on the ground as if he had no bones, muttering to himself in a strange tone, "Bastard, how dare you threaten me? Don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you regret it." Speaking, Tong Yanan didn't know if it was the cold ground that caused it, but his whole body kept trembling. Zhang Chen returned to his room, patted his face and muttered, "Damn it, without a woman in my heart, the sword naturally becomes a god. This woman is a disaster. I almost fell into a trap. I must focus on improving my strength in the future." Speaking, Zhang Chen felt extremely uncomfortable, with a bit of self-blame and uneasiness in his heart. "No, I must prevent such things from happening in the future, focus on improving my strength. Yes, I must improve my strength." Next, Zhang Chen locked the door, lay on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. And Zhang Chen didn't know that on that night, in a luxurious nightclub in a certain country, the local gang leader named Han Iko had a son named Han Chang. When one wheel stops turning, another wheel turns. Sim-ida. Dare to hit my son, I will make the other party spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. How is the investigation going, Sim-ida? Boss, it's been investigated. That person is called Zhang Chen, and I heard he has some connection with the Tong family in Sanqing City. Ah, no matter who it is, no matter how much money it takes, I will make the other party lose 4 limbs. Immediately send someone to Sanqing City, find the local boss, and settle this matter. That night, 4 men from that country boarded a plane to Sanqing City. Early the next morning, the 4 men arrived at the entrance of the Cayenne Hotel in Sanqing City and, following the information provided by Han Iko, went to find Wenlong. When Wenlong saw the 4 men and learned that they were under Han Iko, one of the big shots from that country, he directly asked about their intentions. After all, Wenlong never got involved in shady business, but when foreign forces came to meet, it was usually to discuss such shady deals, so Wenlong got straight to the point. But what the other party said next left Wenlong stunned. "What did you say? Zhang Chen? Break Zhang Chen's limbs, 50 million? Yes, our boss said that you, Dragon Brother, are now the underground emperor of Samsung City and Sisui City, with a huge influence. This is your territory. We are not convenient to act. If this matter is successful, our boss said that our 2 families will have plenty of opportunities to cooperate." Wenlong nodded with a smile and said, "Sounds good, but wait a moment, I will introduce someone to you. If this person wants to have Zhang Chen's limbs severed, I think no one in this world can save his limbs." The 4 of them were happy and thanked Wenlong. In their view, this matter was related to Han Chang, the prince. If this matter was handled well, they would definitely achieve great success when they returned. Zhang Chen woke up in the morning and first started copying animal genes. However, for the past few days, he had not succeeded once, which made Zhang Chen extremely frustrated. But fortunately, he could still earn 30 points of gene points and upgrade the gene abilities he already possessed. Ding ding! Who is calling so early in the morning? Answering the phone, Wenlong's voice came from the other end. "Tianqi, there is something very interesting. Come to my place immediately." "Hey, Wenlong, can you calm down a bit? I don't have time, I want to sleep at home." "Tianqi, you won't regret it if you don't come. Someone found me and asked me to sever your limbs. Don't you want to know who it is?" Zhang Chen, who was originally listless, instantly became alert when he heard Wenlong's words. "Damn, it never ends. It feels like the whole world is against me." On the top floor of the Cayenne Hotel, When the 4 stickmen from the stick country saw Zhang Chen, they happily greeted him. "Hello, I am Pao Feng from the stick country, one of the 4 big brothers under the leader of the stick country, Haniko." Zhang Chen ignored the hand extended by the other party and went straight to sit on the side. "Pao Feng, that name is really stick-like. Is it true that you guys have the habit of carrying loads together with your father and son? I just want to know if it's tiring?" Zhang Chen's words made the 4 people extremely embarrassed. Wenlong smiled and said, "These 4 are under Haniko. They are here to ask me, the underground emperor of Samsung City, to come forward and break Zhang Chen's limbs. After the matter is done, there will be 50 million, plus comprehensive cooperation." Hearing Wenlong's words, a hint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes, and he instantly understood the cause of this matter. It was Han Chang, the young man in the stick country who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the stick country, whom Zhang Chen had beaten in the university. Seeing the still chattering 4 people, Zhang Chen said indifferently, "Wenlong, I need all the information about this Haniko, including the address. Let me know if there is any news." After speaking, Zhang Chen stood up and walked outside, leaving the 4 stickmen from the stick country extremely puzzled, not knowing what had happened. "Annie Asio?" Wenlong watched Zhang Chen leave and waved to the 2 men at the door, saying, "Take them away and treat them well." Seeing more than 10 people surrounding them, the 4 stickmen from the stick country finally reacted and shouted loudly, "Ani, uncomfortable, Hami." The matter of the stick country did not bother Zhang Chen too much, because for the current Zhang Chen, ordinary people like Haniko, who seemed to have a high status, could be eliminated without anyone noticing. Early in the morning, before dawn, Zhang Chen got up and first carried out gene replication, with the target being the dog raised by Tong Yanan. Ding, gene replication failed. Ding, gene replication failed. Ding, gene replication of alertness gene ability successful, injected into the host's body. Hearing the sound of the system, Zhang Chen immediately felt the changes in his body. Gradually, Zhang Chen felt a subtle change in his mind, being able to perceive faint sounds within tens of meters outside the villa. Slightly pursing his lips, Zhang Chen was not too excited about this genetic ability. After all, for a martial artist, detecting small changes in sounds within 100 meters is relatively easy. After copying all the opportunities, Zhang Chen opened his genetic point. With the genetic points he had just obtained, Zhang Chen now had a total of 127 genetic points. Looking at the sky outside the window that had not yet lit up, Zhang Chen hurriedly got up, quickly tidied up, jumped out of the window, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the darkness before dawn. Today is the day of the official Huaxia martial arts exchange organized by the Dragon Guard organization. Many martial arts sects and warriors from Huaxia are converging towards the destination. Even some mysterious figures who have not been active in the martial arts world for years have appeared one by one. The reason for this situation is only one: the appearance of a miraculous item at this martial arts exchange, the Millennium Ginseng King. It is said that this Millennium Ginseng King has powerful effects, can revive the dead, enhance internal energy, and is a rare treasure for martial artists. The reason why this Millennium Ginseng King appears at the martial arts exchange is because several sects have jointly discovered this ginseng. Unable to decide its ownership, to avoid triggering sects to kill each other, a decision was made by the leading figures in the martial arts world, which was accepted by everyone. The 3-star city where Zhang Chen is located is a considerable distance from the martial arts exchange, but Zhang Chen's terrifying flying ability allowed him to arrive at the destination in just over an hour. This place is located deep in the mountains of southern Huaxia, the true location of the Wudong sect. The Wudong mountain seen by the public is only for sightseeing, while this place is rarely visited, and is the true location of the Wudong sect founded by the Tai Chi Quan founder Zhang Sanfeng. At this time, the Wudong mountain was bustling with people, with numerous martial arts sects greeting each other and gradually gathering together. Tianmen Mountain Tianjin Gate is here. Chuanchi Baijin Mountain Villa is here. Western Kunlun sect is here. Huashan sect is here. West Lake 5 Absolute Mountain Villa is here. Kyoto Bai family is here. Various sizes of sects and forces appeared, making the entire Wudong mountain lively, especially many sects carrying a lot of luggage containing valuable items needed for this martial arts exchange. In the main hall of Wudong at this time, Tang Wubin, the leader of the Dragon Guard, was drinking tea with Song Tianhe, the head of Wudong. "Brother Tang, it's been so many years, I really can't see through your cultivation level." "Ah, Brother Song, don't praise me. Who in the martial arts world doesn't know about your mysterious Tai Chi skills? Although you haven't taken that step, your combat power is not weak at all. Alas, old man, the young people are dominating now. We old folks have to give the young people more opportunities." Just as the head of Wudong, Song Tianhe, finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out. "Ha ha, old Song, why don't you come out to greet an old friend? The loud laughter echoed through Wudong Mountain, surprising everyone as they looked up to see two figures flying rapidly from a distance. One had a dignified and ethereal appearance, while the other had disheveled hair and captivating eyes, exuding a powerful aura. Who are these two? Such strong internal energy? Yes, I feel that the aura emanating from these two is even more domineering than the head of Wudong Mountain. Shoo, keep your voice down and don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, these two individuals have quite a background. Over 10 years ago, they were prominent figures in the martial arts world of Huaxia. They were known as the two saints of righteousness and evil back then, with one representing righteousness and the other evil. They had disappeared for over a decade, and yet they have reappeared today. As you mention it, I suddenly remember. These two are none other than the Mountain King and Dragon Dark Child, who were known as the two saints of righteousness and evil by the martial arts community over a decade ago. Boom! In that instant, all the martial artists on Wudong Mountain were in an uproar. The two saints of righteousness and evil were senior figures in the martial arts world of Huaxia, and no one knew how powerful they truly were. No one expected that such terrifying figures would emerge at today's Huaxia Martial Arts Exchange event. Ha ha, Mountain King, Dragon Dark Child, you two old immortals, come on in. I'm getting weaker by the day, so spare me the welcome. As the Mountain King and Dragon Dark Child walked in, the latter spoke up, "Song old man, you're not doing well either. Can you even stand up in the morning? Let me tell you, I have to interact with my two wives every day now. Envious, aren't you? Ha ha ha." Just as Dragon Dark Child finished speaking, a thunderous sound rang out. "Dragon Dark Child, after all these years, you're still the same. A lecherous nature, huh? How are your two wives doing?" Countless leaves flew out of the surrounding trees, forming a disc in the air, with a figure standing on top, slowly descending towards the main hall of Wudong. Bang! The figure landed, and the leaves dispersed as if completing a task, sending a wave of energy spreading out and landing around the nearby trees. Who do we have here? It turns out to be Dao Yuan, you old rascal. What, are you envious that I can still fire a shot every day? The newcomer was none other than Dao Yuan, who had been living in Sanqing City. As Dragon Dark Child finished speaking, Dao Yuan chuckled and shook his head, the two saints of righteousness and evil, one becoming more righteous and the other more evil. Mountain King, it's been over 10 years since we last met. How have you been? Yes, time flies. We've all grown old. I remember the last time we met, your hair was as black as ink, but now it's streaked with gray. The Mountain King gestured for them to enter, and Tang Guobin and Wudong's headmaster, Song Tian, stood up to greet them. When Tang Guobin saw Dao Yuan, a strange look flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. As they sat down, a sudden gust of wind blew into the hall, carrying a hint of fragrance and the sound of a woman's laughter. Kakaka. How could such a lively event be without me? Tang Guobin, who was drinking tea, heard the voice and a glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly spoke, "King of Assassins, which bebe? What, do you have a target here?" With Tang Guobin's words, a stunning woman appeared in the hall. She wore a white robe, had beautiful features, and her long hair was simply tied up, giving off a dazzling aura. This woman was called Bebe, a unique presence among the martial artists of Huaxia because she worked as an assassin, yet her intimidation among martial artists was no weaker than the big shots present. Bebe, the king of assassins, operated alone, not belonging to any assassin group, and only took jobs from martial artists, with rewards being cultivation resources and some martial treasures. With the appearance of the king of assassins, Bebe, Dragon Dark Child's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Bebe, it's been a while. I've missed you so much." As Dragon Dark Child finished speaking, the Mountain King interjected, "Is it just missing her, or is it something else you're missing?" As soon as the Mountain King finished speaking, Long Mingzi awkwardly touched his nose, and Bebe also glared at the Mountain King and Long Mingzi, saying, "Righteous and evil saints, you better be careful. If someone pays to have you killed, i.e. Bebe, will take on that task." Unexpectedly, as Bebe's words fell, Long Mingzi immediately spoke up, "Really? Great, I am currently detaining someone in the sea, you must come." This made Tang Guobin wish he could strangle Long Mingzi. "Long Mingzi, say a few less words, do you want more trouble?" Long Mingzi heard Tang Guobin's words and sneered, "Old Tang, don't be so stingy, that place is safe for both of us. If that brat is not honest, I will crush him. Amat Ba. All the old friends are gathered here, this old monk is a bit late." With a Buddhist chant, everyone couldn't help but be surprised and look towards the entrance of the main hall. "Master Liuchen, I didn't expect you to come in person too?" "Amatba, so many old friends have come, this old monk naturally wants to join in the fun." And Dao Yuan sipped tea and said lightly, "Liuchen, as a monk, you should focus on your practice. Coming here for fun, I see your lion's roar skill is getting more refined, but your understanding of Buddhism seems to have regressed quite a bit." Amatba. It turns out to be senior in Daoyuan. Your knowledge of Buddhism is profound and unfathomable. This old monk is just a beginner, still has a long way to go. Moreover, being in the world is also a form of practice. Seniorin may not understand Buddhism well, you can discuss Buddhism with the old monk another day. At this moment, Song Tianhe, the head of Wudong, stood up and said with a smile, "It's really lively today. It's been decades since we old folks gathered together. Come, today I will offer some tea and let everyone taste the enlightenment tea from Wudong Mountain." Just as Song Tianhe's words fell, a special aura suddenly rushed into the main hall. "It's been over a decade, old man, I'm here to join the fun." With these words, a man in a black and white robe appeared in the main hall. The man held a chessboard in his hand, with black and white pieces arranged in a mysterious pattern, giving him an otherworldly appearance. "Guess who I am? Turns out it's Chessman. It's been decades, aren't you supposed to stay in your chess enlightenment valley and not come out?" Seeing the newcomer, Long Mingzi asked directly. The newcomer was a recluse who had not appeared for decades, known as Chessman. "Long Mingzi, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, that Lingji grass in my chess enlightenment valley is something you can't even dream of." Just as Chessman's words fell, a pretentious voice suddenly came from the sky above Wudong. "A wandering cultivator from Huaxia is here to participate in the Huaxia exchange at Wudong Mountain." This peculiar voice instantly quieted Wudong Mountain. "Who the hell is this? Who knows, just a wandering cultivator, let him come. Why make such a big fuss? Who does he think he is, a senior expert?" "Exactly, trying to make a grand entrance. Look, what's that?" With one person's astonished exclamation, everyone looked up at the sky. "Wow! Who is that? Able to stand in the void? This can't be possible, right? Even those senior experts from earlier couldn't stand in the void without using special means. Could this kid be showing off?" Above the void, a man wearing a black mask stood in the void out of nowhere. As the outside world was shocked, the people inside the main hall also noticed the astonishment outside, so they all came out to see what was happening. But when everyone saw the figure standing steadily in the void, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Other martial artists who have not reached the level of cultivation would find it difficult to understand how a person can stand still in mid-air, as if walking on flat ground. However, these 8 individuals are all top experts in the Huaxia region, naturally understanding that no one present could easily perform such a feat. When Tang Guobin saw the scene, he suppressed his inner shock, took out his phone to take a look, and then a smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the head of Wudong, Song Tianhe, was shocked and respectfully said, "This senior has come to our Wudong Mountain without being welcomed from afar. Please forgive us. May I ask how should I address you, senior?" As Song Tianhe's words fell, the masked figure in the air moved, not flying, nor descending directly, but taking steps towards the lower part of the Wudong main hall, as if walking downstairs. This scene startled everyone present. "Wow! This is unbelievable. How is this possible? Has the other party already surpassed the limits of martial arts and entered the realm of earthly immortals? What a leisurely stroll in mid-air, so casual and effortless, without emitting any internal energy fluctuations, extremely terrifying." Only the king of assassins, Spebe, with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes, said, "I have seen most of the top light skills in the world, but achieving this level is absolutely unheard of. And with no internal energy fluctuations, could it be that someone has truly surpassed the limits of martial arts in this world? Then what is the significance of collecting the 5 elements treasures?" As the king of assassins, Bebe, finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed. Gathering the 5 elements treasures, harnessing the power of the 5 elements, breaking through the limits of martial arts, seemed to present a different path. At this moment, the black-masked figure in the air landed in front of the main hall, revealing only a pair of eyes, curiously looking at the 8 people in front of the main hall. This person is Zhang Chen, who flew all the way from Sanqing City, and in order to conceal himself, he had to wear the black mask he had made before. At this moment, the Mountain King took a step forward and calmly said, "You seem quite extraordinary, with no internal energy fluctuations in your body? There are no experts in the Huaxia martial arts world that I am unaware of. Who are you?" Zhang Chen glanced at the Mountain King and found that the other party was like a mountain standing in front of him. Just as Zhang Chen was about to speak, Long Mingzi spoke again, "Your methods are very clever, but I sense something strange about you. I am very curious, please forgive me." With these words, Long Mingzi raised his hand and struck towards Zhang Chen. Although it seemed like an ordinary palm strike, the internal energy contained within it was like a giant wave crashing towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed, and he used his flying ability and special agility to disappear from the spot. Long Mingzi's casual palm strike passed by, causing a thunderous sound in Zhang Chen's ears. Boom! The powerful energy flew out more than 10 zhang away, landing in the woods next to the main hall, instantly shattering more than 10 trees of varying thickness into debris. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, some amazed by the immense power of Long Mingxi's casual palm strike. Others were surprised that Zhang Chen could evade Long Mingxi's attack, displaying incredibly astonishing light skills and speed. Long Mingxi furrowed his brow, his aura becoming even stronger, preparing to strike again, when Tang Guobin and Dao Yuan both spoke at the same time. Old dragon, that's enough. This young friend is my friend. Old dragon, stop. This young friend is a distinguished guest of mine, Tang Guobin. The simultaneous words of Tang Guobin and Dao Yuan instantly quieted the square in front of the Wudong main hall. It is worth noting that Tang Guobin is the head of the Huaxia Dragon Guard, with a terrifying status and position. And Dao Yuan was a terrifying figure who dominated the martial arts world in Huaxia decades ago, recognized as one of the strongest in the current martial arts world of Huaxia. With both of them speaking at the same time, everyone looked at Zhang Chen in shock, wanting to know who Zhang Chen really was. The king of assassins Bebe, chess enthusiast, master dust of Shaolin, mountain king, dragon Mingxi, Song Tianhe, all stared closely at Dao Yuan and Tang Guobin, waiting for an answer. Dao Yuan smiled at Zhang Chen and said, Zhang Xiaoyu, since you're here, show yourself openly and don't hide. Tang Guobin also smiled and said, Zhang Chen, Zhang Xiaoyu, I invited you to participate in this exchange conference, why did you come like a thief? Originally, Zhang Chen wanted to participate in this martial arts exchange as a mysterious person, but now it seemed impossible in front of this group of people. Knowing that hiding was no longer useful, Zhang Chen suddenly took off the black mask on his head. The martial artists around him were in an uproar in an instant. Even some martial arts seniors had their eyes shining because Zhang Chen was too young and displayed an extremely terrifying strength. Wow! How is this possible? So young? Who is this person? How can someone so young have such cultivation? Does anyone know this person? Everyone kept thinking in their minds, trying to find out some information about Zhang Chen, but in the end, they all came up empty, as if this person had never appeared in the martial arts world before. Among the crowd, only the head of Qingqing Mountain, Yu Song, looked shocked, and at the same time, he secretly thought, did he hold back last time? No wonder, fortunately he didn't make a move in secret, otherwise my Qingqing Mountain would probably have become history. Thinking of this, Yu Song couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead out of fear. The people around stared closely at Zhang Chen's handsome and young face. Some female martial artists looked at Zhang Chen with starry eyes. Among the many martial artists, many young people looked at Zhang Chen arrogantly, their fighting spirit rising. Tang Guobin saw Zhang Chen's face and took 2 steps forward with a smile, saying, Zhang Xiaoyu, your name has been appearing in my ears a lot recently. Seeing Zhang Chen's puzzled expression, Tang Guobin smiled and said, I forgot to introduce myself, I am Tang Guobin, the current head of the Dragon Guard. When Zhang Chen heard Tang Guobin's words, he was also surprised because the Dragon Guard was the largest force in China and an official institution with unimaginable power. Smiling, Zhang Chen imitated Tang Guobin's posture and bowed, saying, so you are the head of the Dragon Guard, Tang. I wonder if there is a Dragon Guard named by Fan coming? As he spoke, Zhang Chen looked around, as if everyone looked like the Dragon Guard by Fan. Tang Guobin smiled awkwardly and said, Zhang Xiaoyu is really straightforward, but some things can't be rushed. I believe Luing has already told you, right? Zhang Chen naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. Even Tang Guobin said so, indicating that the matter was definitely not that simple. After understanding, Zhang Chen nodded at Tang Guobin and then bowed to Dao Yuan, saying, Eldarin, Zhang Xiaoyu, it's been a while, you seem to have changed, making it difficult for people to figure you out. Eldarin, you're joking. My little ability is not worth mentioning in the eyes of my seniors. At this time, Mountain King suddenly spoke up, Old Tang, Olden, why don't you introduce us? Look, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you all. This is Zhang Chen, a rising star in the martial arts world of China. This martial arts conference is rare, so I invited Zhang Xiaoyu to come and get to know the people in the martial arts world. As soon as Tang Guobin finished speaking, Dragon Mingxi and Mountain King both changed their expressions and stared at Zhang Chen, saying, your name is Zhang Chen? Are you the kid who mysteriously disappeared from the sea prison? Facing the inquiries of the two people, Zhang Chen also looked at them vigilantly and said, I don't know who you are. Mountain King, Dragon Dark Child. The simple introduction of the two made Zhang Chen's eyelids jump, and while being secretly guarded, he smiled and said, so it's two seniors. I have heard some information about you two in the prison in the sea. I didn't expect to meet you here. The Mountain King still had a stern expression, but with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The Dragon Dark Child stepped forward and said, Kid, you are the first one to escape under our watchful eyes of the two saints of good and evil. I am curious how you managed to do it. Faced with the curiosity of the two, Zhang Chen casually said, it's a secret. A flash of sharpness passed through the eyes of the Mountain King, quickly disappearing, while the dragon dark child said with a hint of malice, "Kid, if you don't explain today, I will make you know how ruthless my methods can be." Zhang Chen looked indifferent, about to speak, when suddenly a fragrant breeze blew by, and the king of assassins, Bebe, appeared by Zhang Chen's side. "Little brother, don't be afraid, with sister here, no one dares to bully you." Looking at the stunning assassin Bebe by his side, Zhang Chen was also amazed, and then curiously asked, "How should I address this beautiful sister?" He, little brother, you can call me Bebe." Bebe? That's a nice name, simple and easy to remember. "Little brother, just now sister saw your extremely mysterious lightness skill, can you teach sister? Sister won't treat you unfairly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen was stunned, then shook his head and said, "If you want to learn, you have to sleep with the master first. I had to sleep with my master for a long time before I learned." "Do you really want to learn, sister?" Zhang Chen's words made the king of assassins, Bebe, involuntarily take several steps back. "Did you come from under Back Mountain?" But as soon as the words fell, everyone saw Zhang Chen's seemingly smiling expression and knew that he was just talking nonsense, fabricating stories. Seeing this scene, the head of Wudong, Song Tianhe, naturally had to step forward. "Alright, almost all the martial arts sects and friends have arrived. Shall we begin the martial arts exchange conference?" As the head of Wudong, Song Tianhe, finished speaking, the scene fell silent, and everyone was extremely looking forward to this martial arts exchange conference. Because this martial arts exchange conference not only had the Millennium Ginseng King, a treasure for martial artists, it was also the day of challenging the Dragon and Phoenix list in martial arts. As long as you made it to the list, you could obtain corresponding cultivation resources or even extremely precious elixirs. At this time, the Lord of the Dragon Guard, Tang Guobin, spoke, "The martial arts exchange conference is now beginning." As the words fell, a man and a woman walked to the front holding the Dragon and Phoenix list and opened them. Zhang Chen was extremely curious about all this. Just imagine, a modern urban worker suddenly coming into contact with so many martial artists, and even this whole Dragon and Phoenix list, it would be strange not to be curious. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 names on each list, 3 men on the Dragon list, and 3 women on the Phoenix list. At this moment, Zhang Chen connected various plotlines from TV dramas and probably understood that this Dragon and Phoenix list represented the strongest among men and women in the Chinese martial arts world. First place on the Dragon list, Duan Wuying. Second place on the Dragon list, Zhou Huoli. Third place on the Dragon list, Wan Lei. First place on the Phoenix list, Zhou Shui. Second place on the Phoenix list, Yang Luo. Third place on the Phoenix list, Lang Yi. These 6 people could be said to represent the strongest of the younger generation in the Chinese martial arts world. With the display of the Dragon and Phoenix list, 3 men and 3 women appeared on the square, looking extremely proud, which was the aura that geniuses should possess. Most geniuses think of themselves as children of heaven, different from others. My Chinese martial arts heritage has been passed down for 1,000 years. Although it has experienced countless calamities, it has always passed safely. Generation after generation of ancestors have created countless legends. Today, 6 people on the Dragon and Phoenix list are accepting challenges from martial artists under the age of 30. The winner will be listed, and the loser will be removed from the list. The final person on the list will receive 3 high-grade chi-enhancing pills, and will have the opportunity to comprehend in the martial arts secret cave for 3 days within a year. As Tang Guobin's voice fell, there was a burst of discussion and cheering among the nearly 1,000 people on the square. Zhang Chen was extremely curious about all of this, especially the 6 people at the front of the Dragon and Phoenix list. With their arrogant demeanor and powerful aura, Zhang Chen could tell that 2 of them should have reached the realm of perfection in the innate stage. Next, dozens of young martial artists came out to challenge the 6 people on the Dragon and Phoenix list, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. At that moment, the young martial artists in the crowd, who were originally very enthusiastic, gradually calmed down because they saw from the battles that these 6 individuals not only had high cultivation levels but also possessed extraordinary martial skills. For a moment, the atmosphere instantly cooled down. At this moment, Tang Guobin looked at Zhang Chen and said, "Zhang, are you interested in challenging them?" Upon hearing Tang Guobin's words, Zhang Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, I'm just here to watch the excitement." However, just as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Wang Lei, the 3rd ranked on the Dragon list, suddenly faced Zhang Chen and said, "I just saw your extraordinary lightness skill, but I have never heard of you in the martial arts world. It's quite strange. I am Wang Lei, ranked 3rd on the Dragon list, and I would like to ask for your guidance." Zhang Chen did not expect to be challenged by someone immediately after rejecting Tang Guobin, so he couldn't help but look at Tang Guobin. Tang Guobin just smiled and said, "Don't look at me, it's not my arrangement." Feeling the gaze of nearly 1,000 people on him, Zhang Chen touched his nose and thought to himself, "Oh my, I can't hold back now without revealing my skills." With that in mind, Zhang Chen made a leap and landed swiftly in the center of the square. This move once again surprised everyone, as the speed and strength displayed in the jump were astonishing. Seeing this scene, Wang Lei's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit as he shouted, "Watch out!" As Wang Lei made his move, his whole body was surrounded by qi, his fists opened and closed, carrying a powerful internal force as he smashed towards Zhang Chen. Facing this scene, with electricity on his fists and amplified strength, Zhang Chen met Wang Lei's fist. Bang! The moment their fists touched, a thunderous sound rang out, and a ring of qi spread out in all directions. The clothes rustled, and everyone was stunned to see only one person standing in the middle. Zhang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, while Wang Lei, the third ranked on the dragon list, lay more than 10 meters away, smoking, foaming at the mouth, and his hair standing on end. Hiss! One move? How is this possible? Wang Lei is at the peak of the innate realm, and his martial arts skills are well honed. With his powerful sky-cracking fist, his strength is terrifying. How could he not even withstand a single move? Who is this Zhang Chen? With such strength at a young age, there may be a monster emerging in the Chinese martial arts world in the future. Zhang Chen's defeat of Wang Lei in one move completely ignited the atmosphere on the scene. It was precisely because of the special nature of Zhang Chen's electric arc that the opponent lost consciousness instantly. Otherwise, defeating the opponent would definitely not be achievable in just one move. However, the uniqueness of the electric arc also happened to be Zhang Chen's strength, which was beyond doubt. Even the 8 big shots sitting in the main hall were surprised. They were very curious and admired Zhang Chen's lightness skill, but they did not expect his strength to be so formidable. To defeat the third ranked on the dragon list in one move, such strength was already considered a master in the Chinese martial arts world. This little brother seems to release lightning. Could he have any connection with that old Taoist from Longhushan? It's hard to say, but the electric current released by this little brother seems to be somewhat different from that old Taoist. Without internal strength, able to perform light skills, able to release electric currents, incredibly powerful, seemingly not simple in physical body, truly a strange one. After checking Wang Lei's condition, someone found that he had just fainted, which relieved them. And Qiu Huoli, ranked second on the dragon list, slowly loosened his tightly held hand. The desire to compete with Zhang Chen also dissipated, because his and Wang Lei's realm of cultivation was exactly the same, and each of them had their own unique skills. In a sense, Wang Lei's physical body was even stronger than his. Even so, Wang Lei couldn't hold on, and Qiu Huoli instantly lost confidence. However, at this moment, Duan Wuying, the first on the dragon list, slowly walked out and clasped his fists towards Zhang Chen, saying, "Duan Wuying, the first on the dragon list, please enlighten me." Duan Wuying's appearance caused a small climax on the scene, especially many female martial artists who were infatuated. Facing Duan Wuying's challenge, Zhang Chen could only clasp his fists and say, "Please." As the words fell, Duan Wuying's hands moved together, and his fingers continuously shot out tiny streams of energy at a very fast speed. What the heck is this? Is this the one yang finger? Zhang Chen was surprised, and at the same time, he jumped up and stood in the void. Duan Wuying's reaction was also very fast. With a step, he rushed towards Zhang Chen, his fingers never stopping. Countless streams of internal energy formed a sword-like energy that enveloped Zhang Chen from all sides. At that moment, Zhang Chen knew why Duan Wuying could be the first on the dragon list. Not to mention that Duan Wuying's cultivation was at the peak of the innate realm. Just this gun-like energy was not something anyone could deal with. At this moment, Zhang Chen also used both hands, shooting out countless arcs of electricity that continuously collided with Duan Wuying's internal energy. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce exchange, utilizing his special ability to fly in the air and his agility, Zhang Chen kept moving. In a few breaths, Duan Wuying, under the influence of an electric arc, stiffened and fell down. Duan Wuying and Wang Lei looked the same, with their hair standing on end and foaming at the mouth, but because Zhang Chen held back, there was no danger to their lives. If Wang Lei lost because he was unprepared and unfamiliar with Zhang Chen's unique tactics, then Duan Wuying's defeat this time was evidence of Zhang Chen's strong abilities. After all, except for the older generation of strong individuals, no one could defeat Duan Wuying. Duan Wuying was defeated too? It seems that this Zhang Chen is the number one among the younger generation of martial artists in our Huaxia. I'm not so sure, after all. There is still someone above the Phoenix list who hasn't made a move yet. Right, how could we forget her? Her special technique might be able to defeat this Zhang Chen. People were discussing Zhang Chen, the sudden huge dark horse that appeared. At that moment, the three people on the Phoenix list looked at each other, and a woman walked out. Her figure was like a leaf, lightly dancing, her clothes fluttering, and she landed in front of Zhang Chen. Seeing the woman with her red lips, white teeth, black hair, delicate skin, and beautiful figure, even Zhang Chen couldn't help but be a little intoxicated. The woman slightly bowed and said to Zhang Chen, "I am Qiu Shui, the first on the Phoenix list, please enlighten me, sir." Hearing Qiu Shui's words, Zhang Chen finally reacted and hurriedly said, "Hey, wait a minute, isn't it supposed to be a man challenging the dragon list and a woman challenging the Phoenix list? Why are you challenging me?" Zhang Chen really didn't want to electrocute such a beautiful girl with a lightning arc, so he asked. Qiu Shui gently said, "Young master, you may not know that once you are on the dragon and Phoenix list, you can challenge each other. Young master just defeated Duan Wuying earlier, and this young lady also wants to see the young master's skills." Qiu Shui's delicate face and gentle voice made Zhang Chen feel a bit dazed. "Oh, so that's how it is. My skills are great, absolutely full. No, absolutely comfortable. Damn, absolutely satisfying." At this moment, Qiu Shui lightly waved her hand, revealing a charming smile and continued, "The young lady has never seen what the young master has learned. Could the young master please inform me?" With Qiu Shui's words, waves of sound rushed into Zhang Chen's mind, causing his originally bright eyes to instantly become cloudy. "I have a secret, and that secret is..." Just as Zhang Chen was about to reveal the secret, there was a slight fluctuation in the system in his mind, and he instantly became clear-headed. At this moment, Zhang Chen's back was already wet with sweat, feeling a sense of fear. If he were to reveal his secret, he might become the target of countless people's pursuit. The allure of the system would definitely leave Zhang Chen with no place in the world. It was also at this moment that Qiu Shui no longer appeared as a pretty girl in Zhang Chen's eyes, but rather as a venomous snake that could attack him at any moment. A femme fatale. Zhang Chen's instant recovery startled Qiu Shui. "How is this possible? Why is your willpower so strong?" Zhang Chen's performance also shocked the martial artists present, because Qiu Shui was trained in the 100 Flowers Palace and practiced a technique that could control people's minds and souls. This technique was extremely sinister, easily controlling those with weak wills, even leading them to suicide, making it hard to guard against. With her innate perfection, Qiu Shui had once successfully killed a martial artist in the early stage of the Grandmaster realm using this technique. Since then, Qiu Shui had become the first on the Phoenix list, unchallenged and feared by many Grandmaster-level experts. However, this mysterious technique that no one dared to underestimate failed on Zhang Chen. Overcoming his inner fear, Zhang Chen decisively acted, striking Qiu Shui's chest with lightning speed and powerful electric arcs. A moment of shaking and turbulence ensued, not intentional on Zhang Chen's part but rather a coincidence. Crack! Although Qiu Shui's cultivation had reached the innate realm, she still fainted the moment she was struck by the electric arcs. Even her two red dates stood upright due to the shock. Unlike Duan Wuying and Wang Lei whose hair stood on end, she managed to maintain a bit of her dignity as a girl. Zhang Chen's dominance shook the proud young martial artists and served as a resounding slap to all the young martial artists. Someone shouted Zhang Chen's name, and in an instant, the younger generation on the Wudong Square cheered for Zhang Chen. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the situation, Zhang Chen retreated and sat on the side. It should be noted that sitting in front of the Wudong Hall were only the Dragon Guard Pavilion's Lord Tanguabin, Wudong's head Song Tianhe, Shaolin's master Liao Chen, the two holy kings of righteousness and evil, Long Mingzi, and Dao Yuan, Qi Qi, and the king of assassins, Bei Bei. These individuals were all super strong figures in the Chinese martial arts world, and at this moment, Zhang Chen was sitting among them. This scene naturally caught the eyes of the various sect leaders sitting on both sides. Many of these sect leaders were at the Grandmaster level, yet even so, they did not have the qualifications to sit in front of the Wudong Hall. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Chen became a thorn in the eyes of many. Ha ha ha, this martial arts exchange event is truly lively. The appearance of talents like Zhang Xiaoxiong in the Chinese martial arts world is a blessing. Yes, so through our discussion, the original members of the Dragon and Phoenix list will remain unchanged. In addition, a new list called the Sky list will be established, with only one spot available. The one who enters the Sky list will be the number one among the younger generation of the martial arts world in our Huaxia. Brother Zhang will be the first prodigy of the Sky list since its establishment. As soon as this news came out, everyone started discussing vigorously. In the end, everyone knew that from today onwards, the pride of the younger generation of Huaxia would no longer be the Dragon and Phoenix list. The pride of the younger generation of Huaxia would be the Sky list, with only one spot available. Although many sect leaders were dissatisfied with this decision because it affected their vested interests, in the face of the superpowers of Huaxia, even if they were dissatisfied, they could only keep it to themselves. Tanguabin smiled and said to Zhang Chen, "Brother Zhang, now you are the number one among the young people of Huaxia. How do you feel?" Tang Lao, what can I feel? I'm just here to join in the fun. Isn't this like putting me on the spot? I feel like many people are looking at me as if they want to eat me. Haha, with your skills, even us old folks might not be able to keep you if we make a move, right? Tang Guobin said jokingly. Zhang Chen glanced at Tang Guobin in surprise, didn't say anything, and instead looked at the figure entering the hall at that moment. Facing Zhang Chen's non-denial, Tang Guobin and the other 7 superpowers of Huaxia were filled with disbelief in their eyes. At this moment, all 8 of them had the same thought in their minds: Zhang Chen must have a hidden trump card. If he wanted to escape, no one present would be able to stop him. Elders, friends, my Iron Palm Gang and the Falling Flowers and Flowing Water factions recently discovered a 1,000-year-old ginseng king together. Because this matter is of great importance, many martial artists and elders are interested in this 1,000-year-old ginseng king. Therefore, after discussions among our 5 major sects, and to avoid mutual killings among martial artists, we have decided to bring out this 1,000-year-old ginseng king. When the leader of the Iron Palm Gang said this, many sect leaders' eyes lit up. The 1,000-year-old ginseng king, if consumed directly, could enhance a martial artist's internal strength cultivation. If refined into a pill, the effect would be even more terrifying. However, in order not to let our 5 factions work in vain, all individuals or factions participating in the competition must provide corresponding compensation. After the leader of the Iron Palm Gang finished speaking, he turned to the 8 people sitting in front of the hall and asked, "Elders, what do you think?" All 8 of them remained expressionless. After waiting for a while, Long Mingzi coldly said, "We are all old folks who have not appeared for a long time. Everyone knows the purpose of coming here this time, so let's not pretend. This matter is settled." The King of Assassins, Bebe, also smiled and said, "I am the youngest, so I will go along with everyone's opinion." Seeing that the others had no objections, the chess enthusiast, who had been silent all along, waved his hand, and a bright red fruit flew out and floated in front of the leader of the Iron Palm Gang. "Let me take the lead, old man. This is the blood moon fruit that grew in my chess enlightenment valley. It has a miraculous effect on enhancing the blood and energy power during cultivation." The leader of the Iron Palm Gang reached out and took the blood moon fruit in his hand. Zhang Chen, seeing this long-distance control of objects, couldn't help but envy it. This old man is a chess enthusiast, and it seems that his cultivation is also terrifyingly powerful. After the system upgrade, I will replicate each of you one by one, and then, ha ha ha. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed suit, each handing over some precious martial arts treasures for cultivation. It was like buying a ticket, as they couldn't act recklessly in front of so many people in the Huaxia martial arts world. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Zhang, are you interested in competing? If successful, I promise that when the 1,000-year-old ginseng king is refined into a pill, you will get half of it." The sudden voice that appeared in Zhang Chen's mind startled him. He turned his head and saw Tang Guobin smiling at him. "What the hell is this? Is it telepathy or voice transmission? It feels so awesome." With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Chen had countless ideas. First of all, if I agree to Tang Guobin, then in the eyes of the martial arts world in Huaxia, I will be considered a member of the Dragon Guard. Secondly, I don't know the relationship between these powerful individuals and Tang Guobin or the Dragon Guard. If I get on this boat and offend a few other boats, it might not be worth it. Just then, the leader of the Iron Palm Gang held a long, exquisite wooden box, opened it directly, and showed it to the people around him. In that instant, countless greedy eyes focused on the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Perhaps because the ginseng had just been unearthed, it exuded a strong earthy and ginseng aura. Even someone like Zhang Chen, who had no internal strength, could feel it, and with his strong sense of smell, the rich scent of ginseng made Zhang Chen's heart race. If I can replicate a person's internal strength and martial arts skills, can this 1,000-year-old ginseng king's elixir greatly advance my cultivation? With this in mind, Zhang Chen directly said to Tang Guobin, "It's a deal. If successful, I want half." As Zhang Chen's voice fell, Tang Guobin seemed to feel like he had obtained the 1,000-year-old ginseng king, a smile appearing on his face. "Hold on, my friend Zhang also wants to participate, and I'll pay for his share." The many sect leaders who originally saw the 8 participants gave up, as when these 8 people made a move, others had almost no chance. But now, with Zhang Chen suddenly joining, the outcome instantly became different. 8 became 9, with Zhang Chen being the 9th person, and precisely because of this, the sect leaders who had given up before saw an opportunity once again. Our Tianmen Mountains Tianjian sect also wants to compete. Our Huashan sect also wants to make a move. The Kunlun sect is not talented, but we also want to get involved. For a moment, many sects seized the opportunity, paying the corresponding price, wanting to take a chance, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle or even a sports car. After all, this group of people were all master-level experts, all top-tier forces in Huaxia. Faced with such a scene, the happiest ones were naturally the Iron Palm Gang and the Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Force sects, because the more people participated, the more they would gain. Although losing a 1,000-year-old ginseng was irreplaceable for the 5 sects, they all knew that even with their combined efforts, they couldn't keep the 1,000-year-old ginseng. The scene suddenly became lively, with a pole several tens of meters high erected in front of the Wudong Hall, and the 1,000-year-old ginseng king was hung at the top of the pole. Everyone was eager to get their hands on the box, as advancing 2 to 3 small realms in cultivation might not be out of the question. But at that moment, the surrounding forest suddenly rustled, and countless leaves gathered together to form a huge snake-like creature, sweeping towards the box containing the ginseng. Who's sneaking around? Wudong sect leader Song Tianhe raised his hand, and a soft internal force rushed out, colliding with the large snake made of leaves. Bang! The large snake was directly dispersed, the two forces instantly neutralizing each other, and countless fallen leaves covered half of the square. Ah, Song Tianhe, long time no see. I didn't expect your Tai Chi divine skill to have reached such a level. With a thrilling laughter, those whose cultivation was insufficient suddenly felt their blood and energy churning, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, with the possibility of falling at any moment. At this moment, the chess enthusiast suddenly spoke. I didn't expect even the leader of the demon sect, Lord Moing, to come and join in the fun? As the chess enthusiast's voice fell, a stream of air spread out, instantly neutralizing the eerie voice. At this time, in the open space in front of the main hall, a figure dressed in black with a huge cloak almost covering the face appeared. Song Tianhe, Tang Guobin, and Dao Yuan, Mountain King, Dragon Mingzi, Master Lia Chen, chess enthusiast, King of Assassins Bebe, quite a gathering of people, only missing a Dragon King. Zhang Chen saw this figure named Moing, and suddenly all the hairs on his body stood up. Because Moing gave Zhang Chen an extremely dangerous feeling, not in terms of cultivation, but a feeling that came from the depths of the soul. Ahmedba, Moing, it's been more than 10 years, and you are still so mysterious and unpredictable. The demon shadow divine art is becoming more dominant. At this moment, the Mountain King stood up and said, Moing, hurry up and pay, time waits for no one, stop the nonsense. Moing glanced at the Mountain King, then looked at Dragon Mingzi beside him and said, the two saints of righteousness and evil, after so many years, you are still the same. But I heard that you two lost a bet to the Dragon King and spent more than 10 years overseas? How come you are here now? This is our own business. If you are here to cause trouble, please wait aside. After I finish my business, I will have a good fight with you, the Mountain King said coldly. Dragon Mingzi also stood up with a sinister look. Yes, better not cause trouble, otherwise, don't say you are a man, I will still stab you to death. Do you believe it? Is that so? Be careful, I will cut off that thing of yours and make your wives cry their hearts out. While the group was arguing, Zhang Chen became impatient and said directly, let's stop talking and get down to business first. Let's see some real skills, and I might as well tell everyone, I have set my sights on this ginseng plant. Zhang Chen's words drew the attention of all the strong individuals towards him. Kid, such big words, who are you? You look very unfamiliar. You actually have the qualifications to sit with these old guys. As Moing spoke, a sound wave rushed towards Zhang Chen at a very fast speed. Swish! Zhang Chen's figure instantly rose into the air, the sound wave grazed his feet, and he felt a strong wind blowing over his feet, followed by a tingling sensation all over his body. Then Zhang Chen's figure landed instantly. Wow, so powerful, just a slight brush on the edge has such power. It turns out that in this modern society, there are so many old monsters hidden. All this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that it felt like a flickering shadow. Zhang Chen's performance made Moing, dressed in black, let out a soft exclamation. Ha! Such a mysterious body technique, such fast speed, without any internal energy fluctuations, truly strange. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, such a young talent would appear in China, truly surprising. At this moment, Tang Guobin suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chen with a flash, flicked his finger, and suddenly a metallic sound rang out in the air. Moing, don't get angry, let's talk business. If I get this 1,000-year-old ginseng, will you be willing to exchange it for the fire crystal of your demon sect? Unexpectedly, Moing looked deeply at Tang Guobin and said, dream on, the 1,000-year-old ginseng, it's every man for himself, who it will end up with is still unknown. With Mo Ying's appearance, the heads of various sects who were trying to take advantage of the situation instantly felt despair. Feels like we're giving away things for free. It's not a feeling, based on the current situation, it's like hitting a wall. Damn it, acted impulsively, if only we had waited a little longer. Yeah, who would have thought such a ruthless person would emerge, sigh. At this moment, and Dao Yuan suddenly stood up and said lightly, let's begin. As the words fell, he swiftly flew towards the air, aiming directly at the Millennium Ginseng. Olden, you're dreaming. Long Mingzi waved a burst of energy, rushing towards Dao Yuan's hand that was about to reach the Millennium Ginseng. Helpless, and Dao Yuan directly withdrew his hand, turning to avoid Long Mingzi's attack. At that moment, Mountain King also took the opportunity to rush up, but collided with Chen Dashu. In a few breaths of time, the 9 great experts all soared into the sky, each wanting to obtain the Millennium Ginseng, but unfortunately, as each person approached the ginseng, they would be subjected to attacks from several others. With powerful cultivation in 9 such individuals, everyone on the square kept retreating, until they were 100 meters away, finally feeling safe from the dispersed energy threats. It's terrifying. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Yes, it's terrifying, but I'm afraid these 9 individuals haven't even used their full strength. Sigh. I wish I had such power. There's nowhere in the world I couldn't go. Stop dreaming. Among the thousands and tens of thousands of martial artists, perhaps not even one of this caliber would emerge. We probably have no chance in this lifetime. Just as everyone marveled at the strength of the 9 great experts, Zhang Chen, who had been unresponsive for a long time, finally moved. Look, Zhang Chen is moving. What does he want to do? Even if he's powerful, he can't possibly contend with 9 great experts like this. Alas, such a genius, actually a bit arrogant, definitely read too many fantasy novels, going up at this time is just seeking death. While people lamented for Zhang Chen, he, relying on his flying ability, special flying techniques, and agile reflexes, dodged dozens of terrifying bursts of energy. As Zhang Chen was about to approach the Millennium Ginseng, Chen Dashu, the king of assassins Bebe, and Moing simultaneously made their move. 3 terrifying bursts of energy struck, causing every hair on Zhang Chen's body to stand on end in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Chen didn't care about the Millennium Ginseng at all. His life was the most important thing. Void crossing. At this moment, Zhang Chen, in midair, suddenly and without warning, moved horizontally about 7 to 8 meters to the right, just avoiding the terrifying attacks of the 3. Zhang Chen's move once again shocked everyone. The young man has a mysterious body technique. Good lad, his methods are unimaginable and incredible. Zhang, you're skirting the issue, time is of the essence, don't hold back. Zhang Chen's light body technique directly stunned everyone at Wudong Mountain. Even the 9 great experts felt the same sense of incredulity. Hearing Tang Wabin's words, Zhang Chen's figure in the air suddenly moved left and right, flashing at high speed. At this moment, the chess enthusiast's chessboard suddenly flew out, with the black and white pieces seeming to be controlled by someone, blocking Zhang Chen's paths from all directions. At this moment, Zhang Chen had no hope of getting close to the Millennium Ginseng. Just then, Dao Yuan saw this scene, waved his hand, and a burst of light shot out from all around him, directly aiming for the chess enthusiast's chest. Olden, you're in such a hurry to take me out. It seems the Millennium Ginseng King is very important to you. Humph, old chess enthusiast, instead of staying at the Chess Enlightenment Valley, you had to come and join in the fun. I see you also really want to possess this Millennium Ginseng King. As the chess enthusiast spoke, black and white energies appeared around him, spiraling and colliding with Dao Yuan's light burst. Bang! Dao Yuan and the chess enthusiast were both top-notch experts of Huaxia, and the intense collision generated a force that even the fighting people couldn't help but resist. The powerful energy spread out, emitting thunderous sounds in the air, causing the pole holding the Millennium Ginseng to break and fall towards the ground. In Zhang Chen's eyes, this scene was a perfect opportunity. Without any hesitation or reservation, he instantly activated his invisibility and swiftly rushed towards the falling Millennium Ginseng. Just as Zhang Chen's figure disappeared in the air, the 9 top experts who were restraining each other not far away noticed something was amiss. In an instant, countless terrifying energies surrounded the Millennium Ginseng and shot towards it, because experts like the 9 of them had extremely fast reactions. At the critical moment, the falling Millennium Ginseng suddenly disappeared from the box. The faces of the 9 people changed drastically, their auras surged in an instant and spread outwards. At this moment, Zhang Chen's figure mysteriously appeared in front of the Wudong Hall, holding the box containing the Millennium Ginseng King. This Millennium Ginseng King is mine. I believe no one has any objections, right? Zhang Chen's words made the faces of the 9 top experts in the air look ugly. However, in the current situation, no one could deny it, and they couldn't directly make a move to snatch it, otherwise they would truly have no face left. The thousands of warriors on the square were completely dumbfounded at this moment. What did I just see? He actually took away the Millennium Ginseng King? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Didn't you notice that Zhang Chen disappeared into thin air for about 5 seconds just now, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the hall? What kind of technique is this? I think Zhang Chen definitely has a big secret on him. If we can figure out or get hold of this secret, becoming invincible in the world is just a matter of time. Ha, Zhang little brother, I didn't misjudge you. I promise you what I promised before, it will definitely be fulfilled without any difference. Zhang Chen ignored Tangwa Bin and opened the box, carefully examining the Millennium Ginseng King, only to find that taking it away was indeed of no use to him. Apart from selling it, using it to save someone, or making chicken soup with it, there was nothing else he could do. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Chen closed the box and handed it directly to Tangwa Bin, saying with a smile, Tang Lao, this Millennium Ginseng is for you, but I want a promise from you. Oh, Zhang friend, just say what you want. I want you to promise that whenever I have a request in the future, no matter what it is, you will agree to it. As he spoke, Zhang Chen fixed his gaze on Tangwa Bin, which startled Tangwa Bin. Zhang friend, you're not. Hearing what Tangwa Bin said, coupled with his expression, Zhang Chen instantly understood Tangwa Bin's meaning. Tang Lao, have you watched too many foreign movies? My orientation is very normal, and besides, how old are you? Don't make such jokes. Tangwa Bin visibly breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flashing with a gleam as he looked at Zhang Chen for a long time before speaking. Alright, I promise you. For Zhang Chen, nothing was more important than directly replicating a top-tier expert after upgrading his system. However, experts like the 9 in front of him, not to mention touching them, just approaching them made it impossible to make any progress due to their aura. If he blindly touched these people to replicate their abilities, it would definitely be life-threatening. So Zhang Chen focused on Tangwa Bin. As long as he successfully replicated the martial skills or internal energy of Tangwa Bin, he would have enough capital to stand alongside these top experts. Zhang Chen's mental activity was just a moment, paving the way for himself in the future, regardless of success. At this moment, Dao Yuan came to Zhang Chen's side, looked at him for a while, and suddenly said, Zhang friend, I still can't see through you. Alas, I'm getting old. I'll be waiting for you in Sanqing City to tell you something. I'm leaving now. With that, Dao Yuan soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the depths of Wudong Mountain. At this time, the king of the mountain and the dragon Mingzi were also staring at Zhang Chen closely for a long time before saying, Kid, the two saints of righteousness and evil have roamed the martial arts world of Huaxia for decades, and we have never seen a talent like you. We have some matters to attend to, so when you have time, come to the sea prison, we have something to discuss with you. As Dao Yuan and the two saints of righteousness and evil left, the remaining people seemed preoccupied, constantly looking at each other. Only the chess enthusiast greeted the others with a smile and finally walked up to Zhang Chen, saying, It is a blessing for Huaxia's martial arts world to have a talent like you. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Farewell, everyone. Just as the chess enthusiast soared into the sky, Zhang Chen heard a voice in his mind, Leave immediately after the martial arts exchange meeting, the sooner the better, be careful. Hearing the words of the chess enthusiast, Zhang Chen frowned and consciously looked at the few remaining people. The head of Wudong, Song Tianhe, should not be in danger, and the leader of the Hulong Pavilion, Tangwa Bin, is also safe. It seems unlikely that Master Liao Chun of Shaolin would pose a threat. With that in mind, Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the king of assassins, Bebe, and the leader of the demon cult, Moing, hidden under a black cloak. Because in Zhang Chen's view, only these two were truly dangerous individuals. The chess enthusiast, a big shot like him, would not casually say such things. He must have noticed something, which is why he warned Zhang Chen. The king of assassins, Bebe. The leader of the demon cult, Moing. It must be them. Fellow Taoists, starting tomorrow is the day for free exchange of resources at the martial arts exchange meeting. Today, Wudong Mountain has arranged meals and accommodations for everyone. The voice of Wudong's head, Song Tianhe, echoed throughout the square, and everyone heard it clearly. Next, disciples of Wudong Mountain led each sect to their respective places, and soon, there were only a few people left in the main hall. At this time, the king of assassins, Bebe, looked coldly at the leader of the demon cult, Moing, and said, The ownership of the Millennium Ginseng King has been decided. Moing, why are you still here? Do you want to sit and have tea with these righteous people? Humph, king of assassins, Bebe, I am the leader of the demon cult, but who determines what is right and wrong in this world? You, as the recognized king of assassins, are probably even more shady than me, right? Moreover, some so-called righteous sects do some dirty things that even we of the demon cult may not do. Who is to say who is right and who is wrong? It seems like you are also waiting here for something, aren't you? At this point, Song Tianhe clasped his fists and said, You two don't need to argue over these elusive things. Why not come inside and have a cup of tea? The king of assassins, Bebe, smiled slightly and said, I appreciate Master Song's kind offer, but I prefer solitude. I'll pass on the tea, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the king of assassins, Bebe, disappeared from the spot, showcasing his lightness skill that caught everyone's attention. Watching the disappearing king of assassins, Bebe Moing glanced deeply at Zhang Chen, then soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although both of them had left, Zhang Chen understood that these two probably had other plans. After the struggle for the Millennium Ginseng King, Zhang Chen's status skyrocketed instantly, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. "Chang, please, there is a cup of tea prepared inside." Being able to sit and have tea with these people, all of whom were top experts in Huaxia, was a rare opportunity, and Zhang Chen had already entered this circle. This made the eyes of many grandmasters shine, as at their level of cultivation, receiving guidance from these top experts could lead to sudden enlightenment and breakthroughs in their current realm. However, despite their envy, they had no way to do anything but watch Zhang Chen walk into the main hall and chat with the big shots. When it got dark, Zhang Chen was arranged to a room. Lying on the hard bed, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that in this invisible place in modern urban society, there would be such an interesting rivers and lakes? Zhang Chen didn't know when he fell into a deep sleep. The quiet Wudong mountain gave a sense of tranquility, as if being in another world. Early the next morning, Zhang Chen was awakened by the sound of birds. Looking at the brightening sky outside the window, Zhang Chen put on his clothes and shoes, opened the door, and walked out. A breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, instantly making Zhang Chen much more awake. In the distance, Zhang Chen saw many figures practicing on the mountainside far away. It's truly a fairyland. Living in such a place all year round, it's hard not to live a long life. Step by step, Zhang Chen quickly arrived at a stream in the mountains. The clear water made Zhang Chen unable to resist scooping up some water and splashing it on his face. The icy coldness gave a refreshing feeling. Croak! Suddenly, a croaking sound entered Zhang Chen's ears, and his sharp vision instantly caught a small animal. With a leap, Zhang Chen arrived at a grassy area beside a rock, where a toad was about to jump away. After seeing the toad, Zhang Chen's eyes showed a hint of joy. Enduring the disgust, he caught the toad. Toads have an interesting ability. They can secrete venom from their bodies. Although the toxicity is not very strong, it can threaten human health and life. On the contrary, toads are also a very good medicinal material, extremely precious. Little AI, replicate genetic ability. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability replication failed. Ding, genetic ability 100 poisons body replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful genetic ability replication, rewarded with 10 genetic points, failed replication 29 times, gained 29 points, total points 166. Zhang Chen felt the changes in his body and was very excited. 100 poisons body? What is that? Am I going to become a poisonous person? Damn it! After a long time, the changes in his body disappeared. Zhang Chen carefully sensed it, but did not find any changes. Little AI, what ability is this 100 poisons body? Ding, the 100 poisons body allows the host to be immune to common poisons in this space, and can be upgraded to achieve the 1000 poisons body in the future. At that time, no poison in the world can harm the host in the slightest. Originally thought to be useless genetic ability, after hearing Little AI's words, Zhang Chen was extremely excited. Zhang Chen never expected that this trip to Wudong Mountain would bring such a powerful ability. Now I am immune to 100 poisons, and in the future, I can become the 1000 poisons body. Nothing in the world can harm me with poison anymore. Looking at the toad still in his hand, Zhang Chen felt both love and disgust. Putting the toad in the grass, Zhang Chen washed his hands in the stream and continued to wander aimlessly. Soon, Zhang Chen arrived at the Wudong Hall and happened to meet Tang Guobin. Good morning, Zhang. Good morning, Tang. Please. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Chen saw that the head of Wudong, Song Tianhe, and the master of Shaolin, Liao Chun, were already sitting inside, drinking tea. Seeing Zhang Chen and Tang Guobin entering, Song Tianhe stood up and smiled. Lord Tang, Zhang, we only have a cup of tea in the morning at Wudong Mountain. I hope you understand. For people like them with strong internal energy and high cultivation, not eating for several days or even 10 days is not a problem. But Zhang Chen is special. Without internal energy in his body, he cannot do the same as these big shots. Seeing only tea, he thought to himself, it's not good to pretend, I'm going to starve. So, a magical scene appeared next. Zhang Chen kept drinking tea, trying to fill his stomach with water. Song Tianhe, Master Liao Chen, and Tang Guobin were quietly staring at Zhang Chen, who was drinking cup after cup of tea. A disciple from Wudong next to them kept brewing new tea for Zhang Chen. After drinking more than 10 cups of tea, Zhang Chen finally felt a bit better. He looked up and saw the three men looking at him. Zhang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and said, Ahem. Sorry, I was a bit thirsty, and this clear tea tastes good, so I couldn't help but drink 2 more cups. Song Tianhe's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the precious tea leaves and forced a smile, saying, It's good that Zhang brother likes it. By the way, I haven't had a chance to ask, Who is Zhang brother's master? Zhang Chen felt a headache when he heard about his master again and had to say, "Oh, I am just a wandering cultivator without a master." Zhang Chen's words not only made Song Tianha's eyes light up, but even the usually indifferent Master Liao Chen was surprised to look at Zhang Chen. In their eyes, Zhang Chen's likeness skill had never appeared in the martial arts world, which was terrifying, coupled with his mysterious ability to disappear. Without a powerful sect or a formidable master, who would believe it? At this moment, Tang Guobin smiled and said, "Leader Song, Master Liao Chen, the resource exchange meeting outside should be starting soon. Let's go take a look together. Maybe we'll gain something." Song Tianha and Master Liao Chen withdrew their gazes from Zhang Chen and stood up, saying, "Yes, let's take Zhang brother to get familiar with the modern martial arts world of Huaxia." The four of them walked out of the main hall, and not far away on the square, many sects had set up displays. As they passed by, everyone respectfully bowed, not only because of the strength of the three men except Zhang Chen but also because of their seniority and status in the martial arts world. Only Zhang Chen stood with the three men, occasionally discussing, which made many martial artists wide-eyed. Zhang Chen has truly risen to the top. Indeed, we had no idea there was such a person in the Huaxia martial arts world before. Now, as soon as he appears, he becomes a king. If I were to ask Zhang Chen to be my master, would he accept me? The scene suddenly paused as everyone looked at the man asking to be a disciple. "Oh my, sir, you must be around 60, right? This isn't asking for a master, it's like asking someone to be your father." "Exactly, shameless. What if you catch a cold or fever? Will your master have to take you to the hospital?" After looking around, Zhang Chen noticed that many sects were exchanging precious herbs, incomplete secret martial arts manuals, and divine weapons for the resources they needed. He even saw precious 100-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, giant Lingji mushrooms, and even swords that could cut hair. Unfortunately, all these extremely precious things in the eyes of martial artists were worthless to Zhang Chen because his strength was destined not to rely on these things. After this round, Song Tianha and Master Liao Chen were extremely enthusiastic, constantly asking Zhang Chen if he saw anything he liked that they could give him. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen remained unmoved. Facing this scene, the two men looked at each other and said directly, "Zhang, since you have no sect, why not join our Wudong Mountain? I can teach you the supreme martial arts of Tai Chi and the 13 forms of Tai Chi. Zhang, in my Shaolin, I have the 72 ultimate skills and the precious scripture of I Jing Jing. If you join Shaolin, you can access them." At this moment, the two most powerful martial arts sects in Huaxia, in order to win over Zhang Chen, offered him tremendous benefits. Zhang Chen didn't expect Shaolin and Wudong to come up with this set, so he turned his head to look at Tang Guobin, who seemed to have heard nothing. In fact, such conditions would be irresistible for any genius, but they were of no use to Zhang Chen. Because for these so-called top experts, no matter how powerful your martial arts skills are, before long, Zhang Chen might just copy them directly. Who would work hard to cultivate, unless their brain was squeezed between their wife's legs? "Leader Song, Master Liao Chen, thank you both for your kindness. However, I prefer to be a carefree wanderer, exploring mountains, rivers, and seas, so I can only apologize." Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Leader Song Tianha and Master Liao Chen both showed a hint of regret. Before they could speak, Zhang Chen clasped his hands and said, "This martial arts conference has broadened my horizons. Thank you for your care, I bid farewell." As his words fell, Zhang Chen soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the Wudong Mountains, fearing that these people might cause trouble again. Master Liao Chen looked at where Zhang Chen had disappeared and chanted a Buddhist mantra, "Such lightness skill, who in this world can match it?" Indeed, such lightness skill, ethereal and unpredictable, as fast as lightning. "We old folks are truly inferior," Tang Guobin said with a smile. "Listening to you both, I don't need to worry. I believe Zhang can handle it." As the conversation ended, the three of them exchanged glances and smiled. The martial arts exchange continued without stopping despite the absence of a few people, but for Zhang Chen, it held little significance. However, because of this martial arts exchange, Zhang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Chinese martial arts world. It can be said that the biggest event in the Chinese martial arts world today is the establishment of the Tianbang after the Dragon and Phoenix list, with only one spot, and that person is undoubtedly a genius named Zhang Chen. Hundreds of miles away from Wudong Mountain in the sky, Zhang Chen was flying at high speed, eager to return to Sanqing City. But at that moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly struck at high speed. Zhang Chen was startled, flipped in the air to dodge the attack, and thought to himself, "It's true, they really came. Sneaky, with such a distinguished identity, you dare to resort to such despicable tactics. Aren't you afraid I'll record it with my phone and upload it online? Ha, do you really think we old folks are out of touch with this era? The internet is also a tool we need. I'm afraid even if you record a video, you won't be able to upload it. Should I inform Tang Guobin?" As the conversation unfolded, a figure appeared on top of a tall tree below. The person was completely hidden in a black cloak, none other than Moing, the leader of the demon cult seen before. Leader Moing of the demon cult, why intercept me halfway? Do you want to rob me of something? Ha, you're quite humorous and clever, so there's no need for me to say much. Hand it over. Zhang Chen smirked and said lightly, isn't it inappropriate to hand it over here? At the very least, we should watch a movie, have a meal, and get to know each other first, right? What do you say, King of Assassins Bebe? As Zhang Chen's words fell, he looked towards the depths of the jungle on the other side. Ha, little brother, you're amazing to have found me like this. If you invite me to watch a movie and have a meal, I might consider it, said the King of Assassins Bebe with a chuckle, leaping onto the treetop of a large tree, smiling at Zhang Chen. The fragrance on you is very special, very pleasant. I find you not difficult to deal with, but what puzzles me is, you are called the King of Assassins. Don't you have this common sense? Ha, little brother, you don't really think that my title as the King of Assassins was earned through assassination, do you? On the side, Moing said coldly, the King of Assassins doesn't need to assassinate in secret. They act openly, and there are few who can match them. But today, it seems to have fallen short, showing some weakness. Ha ha. Even you, the leader of the demon cult, were ambushed halfway. What does that make me? Faced with these two top-notch experts, Zhang Chen calmly spoke, both of you are top-notch experts. Ambushing here must be for something on me. So, who should I give it to? Moing, hidden in a black cloak, said coldly, Zhang Chen, you don't need to sow discord. We won't be fooled. To be honest with you, hand over your lightness technique and that sudden disappearing method, and I can let you go. Zhang Chen had speculated before that besides the mysterious water linglong he obtained from the demon cult, there was nothing else precious on him. But besides Andao Yuan, no one else knew about water linglong, so Zhang Chen thought it must be related to his abilities. Sure enough, they came for his abilities. Zhang Chen looked at Bebe on the other side and said, are you here for this too? Yes, little brother. As the King of Assassins, if I could have the same likeness technique and mysterious disappearing ability as you, who in this world could I not kill? As Bebe, the King of Assassins, finished speaking, the scene fell silent. At that moment, Moing suddenly waved his hand, and a rolling red and black vigor surged towards Zhang Chen, as if to engulf him. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen's figure moved in the air like on the ground, dodging left and right at high speed to avoid Moing's vigor. At the same time, Zhang Chen sent a powerful electric arc towards Moing. Moing pushed out a palm, and the terrifying internal energy shattered the electric arc sent by Zhang Chen, creating a crackling sound in the air. The powerful energy shockwave caused Zhang Chen's body in the air to fly back several meters before barely stabilizing, while Moing standing on the treetop remained unfazed. Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with determination, thinking to himself, it seems that I am completely outmatched by these top-notch experts. We are not on the same level. Almost simultaneously, Bebe, the King of Assassins, also made a move. A soft sword appeared in his hand, swiftly rushing towards Zhang Chen. The soft sword, like a poisonous snake, transformed into a large number of sword shadows, carrying sharp internal energy, and aimed at Zhang Chen's limbs from tricky angles. Faced with two top-notch experts, Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to confront them head-on. Without hesitation, he activated his invisibility and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Faced with the sudden disappearance of Zhang Chen, Bebe, the King of Assassins, and Moing, the leader of the demon cult, immediately narrowed their eyes, continuously spreading their internal energy around in an attempt to discover Zhang Chen's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after a while, the two of them withdrew their gazes in shock, looking at each other with astonishment in their eyes. At that moment, they truly realized that Zhang Chen's abilities were much more terrifying than they had anticipated. Moing, doesn't your demon cult have the blood soul search technique? Why don't you use it? In response to Bebe's inquiry, Moing, hidden in the black cloak, said coldly, don't you, the King of Assassins, also have the 1,000-mile soul search technique? Why don't you use it? At that moment, the two top-notch experts looked deeply at each other, smiled slightly, and each moved in different directions, disappearing in a few breaths. At this moment, Zhang Chen used his invisibility ability to fly away hundreds of miles away. Phew, I need to upgrade the system quickly, otherwise these scheming people will definitely come after me. It seems I can't go back to Sanqing City for now. I'll find a place to stay for a few days, upgrade the system first. After some thought, Zhang Chen decided to go to Sisui City, stay for a while, and also replicate the genetic ability at the zoo. In a hotel in Sisui City, Zhang Chen directly arranged for a 10-day stay, and also used his phone to find the location of the largest zoo in Sisui City. The next day, life in Huaxia continued as usual for the common people, but in the hidden world that ordinary people couldn't see, a piece of news was spreading rapidly. A monster appeared in the martial arts world of Huaxia, who snatched the 1,000-year ginseng from the hands of the top 9 martial artists in Huaxia. The news pointed out that Zhang Chen not only had a strange body technique and was extremely terrifying, but also had the ability to disappear for a short period of time. When this news came out, all the martial artists in the martial arts world of Huaxia were shocked and puzzled. Just imagine, a person suddenly disappearing, and you can't even sense it. How terrifying would that be? If the other party wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as turning over your hand. Therefore, the name Zhang Chen became a taboo in the hearts of many martial artists, someone not to be provoked. Of course, there are always courageous people in this world. Many people scoffed at this news, thinking that those were just like the tricks of the devils, just a kind of illusion. At the headquarters of the Dragon Guard, Tang Guobin held the 1,000-year ginseng and went to a secret base. This was a special base set up by the Dragon Guard, where no one could enter without the permission of the Dragon Guard's leader and the Dragon King. This was where the Dragon Guard made pills for their martial artists. Tang Guobin knew that such a 1,000-year ginseng was extremely rare now, and it was the best choice to quickly refine it into pills with the strongest medicinal properties. In another room of the Dragon Guard by Fan looked grim, with a murderous intent in his eyes. We lost a strong late-stage innate realm warrior, and even let him live well after losing dozens of high-level experts. As he spoke, Bai Fan flicked his finger, and a burst of energy shattered the cup on the table. You stole the show at a martial arts exchange meeting, and even snatched the 1,000-year ginseng. With that, Bai Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. Tang Guobin got the 1,000-year ginseng, and has now gone to the alchemy department. I estimate that in less than 3 days, the pills will be ready. Do you understand what I mean? Don't play dumb with me. We are all on the same boat. If Tang Guobin's side makes a breakthrough, we will have no chance at all. Yes, contact him. I believe the 3 of us, along with dozens of leaders with innate abilities, can definitely make Tang Guobin compromise. In the hotel in Sisui City, Zhang Chen was idle in his room, preparing to use his phone to look up information about animals. As he was browsing, Zhang Chen saw something that caught his eye on his phone: sea cucumbers. According to the information, sea cucumbers not only have soft bodies, but also have a special ability to liquefy their bodies, allowing them to pass through very narrow spaces. This ability was incredible, but Zhang Chen thought that the so-called liquefaction of sea cucumbers meant making the body extremely soft, like a fluid. Even so, Zhang Chen was excited, especially since he had previously studied the so-called clavicle technique of rats. Moreover, the system could change the attributes of genetic abilities, and could be upgraded, so it was possible that he could really turn into a liquid and penetrate anywhere. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen was extremely excited and got up to walk towards the hotel front desk. He knew that a hotel like this must have live sea cucumbers. Isn't this an opportunity? After some communication, Zhang Chen finally arrived at the hotel's kitchen under the guidance of the front desk staff. At the kitchen door, Zhang Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "I want to see your sea cucumbers, fresh sea cucumbers." In response to this request, the kitchen manager carefully assessed Zhang Chen and had someone bring a sea cucumber on a plate. Zhang Chen pretended to observe the sea cucumber, but in reality, he immediately activated his genetic ability replication. Ding, genetic ability liquid replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the genetic ability, rewarded with 10 genetic points, total points 176. Zhang Chen did not expect to successfully replicate the sea cucumber's ability on the first try, and he was extremely excited internally. Feeling the huge changes happening in his body, Zhang Chen suppressed his excited emotions and said to the hotel staff, "Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Zhang Chen nodded and left, leaving the hotel staff looking puzzled and confused at his back, full of incomprehension. What is this kid doing? I don't know, I only know that the gentleman booked a 10-day stay with us. Could it be that he was sent from above to investigate the hotel's operations? Thinking of this, the staff exchanged glances and whispered, "It's probably close to the mark. Let's be careful during this time, make sure to maintain hygiene and service, and avoid problems." Soon, this matter reached the ears of the hotel manager, giving the manager a big shock. Because recently, the higher-ups had made it clear that they would strictly investigate those who abused their positions for personal gain. This made these people even more nervous, so the manager called in his secretary. "Hey, why are you looking for someone in broad daylight? I want you to accompany someone, make them comfortable, and get some information out of them, understand? How can you do this? They have been with you for over a year, serving you meticulously, and now you want me to accompany someone else? What's the big deal? I told you when you applied that here, the secretary does what needs to be done, and when there's nothing to do, the secretary does it. Alright, don't be aggrieved. I'll give you 200,000 after it's done." That's fine, but only this once, not as a precedent. Zhang Chen returned to his room, feeling the changes in his body, and eagerly asked the system for information. Xiaoji, to what extent can my liquefaction ability reach now? Ding, the host's liquefaction ability is at level 1, able to completely soften the body, pass through narrow spaces. When the genetic ability upgrades to level 2, the body can be completely liquefied, entering any opening. Hearing Xiaoji's explanation, Zhang Chen understood his current situation and decided to give it a try. Standing by the hotel door, Zhang Chen's body instantly turned into a rubbery state, spreading on the ground, moving outward through the gap under the door. But what happened next left Zhang Chen dumbfounded. Just as Zhang Chen emerged from the gap in the door, he saw a woman in an ultra-short skirt at the entrance, and to his dismay and pain, she wasn't wearing underwear, completely exposed. This was truly an unexpected and embarrassing situation for Zhang Chen. The scenery there was crystal clear to him. It was at this moment that Zhang Chen got stuck. Damn, level 1 is supposed to soften the body, why the heck is it still standing up? This ability has a bug. Facing the dark abyss above, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Zhang Chen quickly returned to the room from the gap under the door. I'm wiped out, feeling a bit unlucky, unexpectedly shrouded by that dark abyss above my head. I probably won't grow taller. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, a knocking sound was heard, and Zhang Chen knew it was the woman outside the door. Because Zhang Chen also wanted to know what the other party was up to, whether she was the type who specifically stuffed business cards under the door. Click. As soon as the door opened, the woman lunged forward and fell into Zhang Chen's arms. Zhang Chen smelled the strong scent of makeup and perfume on the woman's body, frowned, helped her up, and pushed her away at least a meter. Who are you? The woman tidied her hair with her hand, and with a hint of shyness, she said, Little brother, I live next door to you, but I'm a little scared alone. Can you accompany me? The woman was about to move closer, but Zhang Chen quickly stepped back, frowning and saying, Sorry, don't get too close to me. I feel uncomfortable with the strong scent of makeup and perfume on you. The woman did not expect this reaction from Zhang Chen. In her opinion, men liked women to smell good. Unfortunately, she did not know that men preferred a subtle, faint fragrance, and an overpowering scent would actually repel them. With a sudden change of heart, the woman leaned forward, just as Zhang Chen was about to drive her out, but at that moment, the woman suddenly darted into the bathroom. Little brother, since you don't like it, wait for me, I'll take a shower. Zhang Chen frowned and returned to the room. He wanted to see what the woman was up to, whether she wanted to play the legendary game of Immortal Jump. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the woman came out wrapped in a towel, with a beautiful face, a stunning figure, and a charming smile on her rosy cheeks. As the woman approached Zhang Chen, his keen sense of smell detected a special scent on her. It was the scent left by a man in passion, which made Zhang Chen feel nauseous. Little brother, I feel suffocated, can you check on me? Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled, his piercing gaze startled the woman, stopping her in her tracks. You have looks and figure, yet you choose to do this. I don't know what you're thinking. Leave my room now, or I'll call the police. The woman did not expect Zhang Chen to remain indifferent in such a situation. She glanced at a certain part of Zhang Chen, turned around, and muttered softly, What a waste. Zhang Chen paid no attention to the woman's words because, in his eyes, a woman who angered easily was lowering her own status. The woman returned to the bathroom, dressed quickly, and hurriedly left Zhang Chen's room. In the manager's office, the woman clung to the manager's arm and said coquettishly, That person is just a waste, he didn't react to me at all, even though I tried my best. The manager was irritated by the woman's coquettish words and seductive movements, grabbed her hair, and pushed her down. Who? Zhang Chen left the room, walked out of the hotel's entrance, hailed a taxi, and headed to the largest zoo. There were still 29 chances left for genetic ability replication today, and Zhang Chen decided to try his luck at the zoo. Since it was not the weekend, there were few visitors at the zoo, which brought a smile to Zhang Chen's face. Inside the zoo were some familiar animals, and after a round, Zhang Chen set his sights on two types of animals. These two animals were arguably the two most powerful carnivores, a tiger and a lion. In fact, Zhang Chen wanted to try replicating an elephant because the strength of an elephant in the animal kingdom was absolutely terrifying. If he could directly replicate the strength of an elephant, it would mean that he wouldn't need to upgrade his strength and could still enhance his own power. It's a pity that there are no elephants in this zoo. Wandering around, Zhang Tianqi arrived at the cage where the tiger was kept. The surrounding area was densely covered with wire mesh, and there was a fence 1 meter away from the wire mesh to prevent visitors from getting close to the tiger and getting hurt. After circling around for a while, Zhang Chen directly hid in a blind spot of the monitoring, then used the liquefaction gene ability to enter the tiger's territory through the wire mesh. The tiger, who was originally sleeping in a shady spot, seemed to sense something, raised its head, and looked around. After not finding anything, the tiger opened its mouth wide, let out a roar, and lay down again. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Chen approached the tiger and gently placed his palm on the tiger. Xiao Ji, start gene ability replication. Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability replication failed. Ding, gene ability tiger pounce replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the gene ability, rewarded with 10 gene points, failed replication 28 times, gained 28 gene points, total points 214. Having obtained a gene ability, Zhang Chen was very happy, suppressed his excitement, and patted the tiger's butt. Brain axe, thank you. With this slap, Zhang Chen directly startled the tiger, which was originally lying comfortably, to jump up. The huge body and powerful aura gave people a feeling of powerlessness. The tiger patrolled around, found nothing, and walked towards the cage with a majestic stride. Zhang Chen retraced his steps, used his liquefaction ability to leave the cage, and appeared inside the zoo. Xiao Ji, what is this tiger pounce ability? Ding, tiger pounce is a special skill of the king of beasts, the tiger. When attacking, it can condense a powerful momentum to directly scare the target. At the moment of using tiger pounce, the host's hands have incredibly strong gripping power, advancing without fear, automatically reducing the target's morale by 3 points. Hearing Xiao Ji's explanation, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, tiger pounce for food, this move is ruthless enough. A master at the innate perfection realm will probably be torn to shreds in an instant. Zhang Chen was extremely satisfied with today's gains, but he had already used up his gene replication ability for the day. Watching the lion pacing back and forth in the cage, Zhang Chen secretly decided to replicate the lion's gene ability tomorrow. Zhang Chen did it for one reason only, for the lion's roar. Zhang Chen used to watch TV and movies and envied those martial arts masters who could make people bleed from 7 orifices with a lion's roar, showing such power and majesty. The lion's roar is a powerful group attack skill. Back at the hotel, Zhang Chen opened the system and looked at the 214 gene points, feeling his whole body trembling. I can upgrade one gene ability to level 2 now. Once completed, the system will meet the upgrade requirements and can be upgraded to level 2. This moment was eagerly anticipated by Zhang Chen because once the system reached level 2, he could replicate human abilities. Xiao Ji, upgrade gene ability defense to level 2. Ding, does the host want to spend 200 gene points to upgrade gene ability defense to level 2? Yes. In an instant, the gene points in the system were reduced to only 14 points, and at the same time, Zhang Chen felt his body undergoing a tremendous change. If when the defense gene ability was at level 1, Zhang Chen's muscles and skin were greatly strengthened, making it difficult for ordinary knives and spears to harm him. With the defense ability upgraded to level 2, Zhang Chen felt that not only his skin and muscles were greatly strengthened again, but even his internal organs were strengthened to a terrifying extent. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt what true defense meant. This could completely defend against knives and spears, and even no longer fear the powerful internal energy of some martial artists. Not bad, that little tortoise didn't raise in vain. This ability is really extraordinary. I wonder to what extent those legendary practitioners in the martial arts world, like the indestructible diamond body, the 13 guardians practicing the golden bell cover, and the iron cloth shirt, can reach. Just as Zhang Chen was still immersed in joy, the system in his mind suddenly spoke. Ding, the host has met the conditions for system upgrade. Would you like to automatically upgrade the system to level 2? With this sound, Zhang Chen's joy can be said to be indescribable. This moment had been awaited for too long, because system upgrade meant that Zhang Chen truly had the potential to soar to great heights. Xiao Ji, how long does it take to upgrade the system to level 2? And during this time, can I still replicate genetic abilities normally? Ding, system upgrade time is 24 hours in the current spacetime, during which the system cannot be used normally. Zhang Chen muttered, 24 hours? It's morning now, the upgrade will be completed exactly at this time tomorrow, not delaying a trip to the zoo. Xiao Ji, upgrade the system to level 2. Ding, system upgrade initiated, countdown 23 hours 59 minutes. Watching the countdown in his mind, Zhang Chen looked forward to the moment when the system upgrade would be completed, and also anticipated what changes would occur in the system. In the Kyoto Dragon Guard, Tang Guobin sat arrogantly in front of a huge table, with a dragon guard on his left and 3 dragon guards on his right, the leader being Bai Fan. Master, the 3 of us are very clear in our intentions. The elixir refined by the Millennium Ginseng King requires many precious medicinal materials from the guard, and the number of elixirs must not be less than 5, we want 3. As Bai Fan's words fell, Tang Guobin looked deeply at Bai Fan, then turned to the other two beside Bai Fan and said, Zhu Zixu, Su Jiang, do you both agree with this? Known as Zhu Zixu and Su Jiang, the two were also Dragon Guards of the Dragon Guard, with advanced cultivation, but somehow got involved with Bai Fan. Master, we think what Bai Dragon Guard said is right. The Millennium Ginseng King is not to be underestimated, its value should be maximized. After the two finished speaking, another Dragon Guard standing on Tangwabine's side, Lu Haoren, stood up and said, if maximizing its value means giving you 3 to use for cultivation, then do the other members of the Dragon Guard who have shed blood for the Dragon Guard also come to ask for 1? This is the Dragon Guard, not a bandit's den. Humph, Lu Haoren, don't act all high and mighty here. The reason you say that is because the master will definitely give you 1, isn't it? You. Smack. Alright. What place is this? If you want to argue, go outside and argue, then come back in after you're done. Tang Guobin slammed the table, his icy voice instantly silencing Bai Fan and the others. Seeing the quietness, Tang Guobin looked at Bai Fan and said, don't think that just because you have contributed to the Dragon Guard and achieved a position of power, you can act recklessly? Regarding the 5 Elements treasure incident, there is a traitor within the Dragon Guard. If I catch them, no matter who they are, not only will they have to keep quiet forever, even their family members will have to keep quiet forever, as I, Tang Guobin, have said. As Tang Guobin's domineering words fell, Bai Fan, Zhu Zixu, and Su Jiang couldn't help but tremble at the corners of their eyes, remaining silent. What does this mean? The meaning is very clear. Whoever dares to betray the Dragon Guard, betray China, all members of that family will completely disappear. This is almost like the ancient practice of exterminating an entire family, meaning that rather than let a person who poses a threat to China continue to exist, it's better to wipe out their entire family. Although it may seem ruthless, it is also a necessary measure. Tang Guobin stared at Bai Fan and others for a long time, then continued, also, the Millennium Ginseng King is not mine alone, it belongs to someone else as well, so even if 5 or 6 pills are produced, they will belong to someone else as well. As for the other half that is left, I have already made arrangements, so you don't need to bother thinking about it. Is there anything else? Seeing that no one spoke, Tang Guobin got up and left the room, followed closely by Lu Haoren. Lao Bai, what should we do now? Bai Fan's eyes showed a crazy look and said, since that's the case, why don't we lure the enemy in, consume a large number of his people, and preferably inflict heavy damage on him, so that he can't blame us for being ruthless when the time comes. As Bai Fan spoke, a terrifying killing intent emanated from him. In Sisui City, Zhang Chen was lying in a hotel room, waiting for the system upgrade to be completed. Ding ding! The phone rang, and Zhang Chen saw that it was Tong Yin calling. He answered, what's up? Hey, Tianqi, where have you been? I haven't seen you for days, and I couldn't reach you on the phone. I have some things to take care of outside. When are you coming back? Why? I might not be able to come back for a while. What else can I do? I miss you. These days, the villa feels so boring without you. Please come back soon to keep me company, okay? Upon hearing Tong Yanan's words, Zhang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He always treated Tong Yanan as a little sister, but Tong Yanan's behavior often crossed boundaries. So Zhang Chen often avoided getting too close to Tong Yanan. No, I don't have time. If you're bored, go play with eggplants or cucumbers. I can't come back now. I'm hanging up. In Zhang Chen's villa in Sanqing City, Tong Yanan looked at the disconnected phone and said fiercely, stinky Tianqi, bad Tianqi, how dare you hang up on me? I'll make you come back with no clothes to wear. Then Tong Yanan picked up a pair of scissors, stormed into Zhang Chen's room, rummaged through it, found all of Zhang Chen's clothes, and started altering them one by one. What was most unacceptable was that all of the underwear had a large hole cut in the front with scissors. Stinky Tianqi, how dare you tell me to play with eggplants and cucumbers? What's the meaning of that? Suddenly, Tong Yanan understood, her face blushed, and she increased her speed even more. In Sisui City, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a chill coming from his little brother and muttered in surprise, what's going on? Why do I feel a cool breeze? Strange. The next morning, Zhang Chen looked at the countdown in his mind, left the hotel, and headed straight to the zoo. Zhang Chen planned to replicate the lion's genetic abilities as soon as the system upgrade was completed, then head straight to the place where Andao Yuan was located in Sanqing City to attempt replicating human abilities for the first time. As the countdown in his mind slowly ended, Zhang Chen's breathing became more rapid. Ding, system upgrade completed. The voice in his mind sounded, and Zhang Chen's body trembled. He quickly shouted in his mind, Xiaoji, please introduce the changes after the system upgrade? Ding, the system is currently at level 2, the replicated group has changed, and both animals and humans in this space can be replicated. The total number of times to replicate animal genetic abilities and human abilities is 30 times per day. Successfully replicating animal genetic abilities rewards 30 genetic points, and successfully replicating human abilities rewards 50 genetic points. Failing once will earn 3 genetic points. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Zhang Chen's mood was still okay because the replication times for humans and animals were not separated, and he could decide for himself. It's just that the genetic point rewards were separated. Moreover, the number of successful and failed gene points has also increased a lot. Isn't this allowing oneself to grow faster? Ding, gene replication ability upgrade is only for animal abilities. Human abilities cannot be upgraded. Please host pay attention. Ding, gene ability level 1 to level 2 costs 200 points, level 2 to level 3 costs 500 points, level 3 to level 4 costs 1000 points. Hearing this, Zhang Chen also felt a bit annoyed. He originally thought that he could replicate a person's internal strength and then continuously upgrade it. How terrifying that would be. Now this fantasy is shattered, so Zhang Chen asked persistently, Xiaoji, can the internal strengths of different humans be stacked on top of each other? Ding, they can be stacked, but the host must be aware that if the internal strength capacity exceeds the host's body's limit, the remaining internal strength will automatically disappear. Phew, luckily, I left myself with such a bug. It seems like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Ding, the system has upgraded to level 2, animal gene abilities may overlap, the host can choose to merge genes of the same type, resulting in a significant increase in gene ability base, showing a qualitative leap after upgrading. After the host successfully replicates the ability, canceling human abilities costs 100 gene points, canceling animal gene abilities costs 50 gene points. Attention, the system has upgraded to level 2, the distance for replicating animal gene abilities has been extended from contact to 1 meter, while replicating human abilities still requires contact. Zhang Chen strolled through the zoo while inquiring about the comprehensive changes in the system. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen understood the changes after the system upgrade, and he was mostly pleased. The joy in his heart gradually subsided, and Zhang Chen, as before, used his liquefaction ability to enter the lion's cage. Compared to tigers, lions are much less alert. When the invisible Zhang Chen approached the lion did not react at all. So, in order to experience the new function of the system, Zhang Chen stood at a distance of 1 meter, ready to try. Xiao Ji, start gene replication ability. Ding, gene replication ability failed. Ding, gene replication ability failed. Ding, gene replication ability lion roar successfully replicated and has been injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the gene ability, rewarded with 30 gene points, failed 19 times, received 57 gene points, total points 101. At the moment of successful replication, Zhang Chen felt a huge change starting from his throat to his lungs. Zhang Chen didn't even have time to carefully feel it, he used the power of liquefaction to leave the lion's cage. After 5 or 6 minutes, Zhang Chen felt a huge change in himself and wanted to experiment. Zhang Chen went directly to a nearby forest following the zoo. Seeing no one around, Zhang Chen directly activated the lion's roar ability. Roar! As Zhang Chen opened his mouth, a roar like a lion's roar thundered out, and with the sound wave, a visible ripple in a fan shape rushed into the forest. For a moment, big trees shook, small saplings broke directly, numerous branches and leaves scattered everywhere, and a lot of soil on the ground jumped up. The sound wave lost its power after rushing more than 10 meters into the forest, becoming a gust of wind that whistled past. This lion's roar caused countless trees to break and branches to fall within a radius of more than 10 meters in the forest. In the nearby zoo, because of Zhang Chen's lion's roar, people's ears were buzzing, and many people sat directly on the ground, their faces full of fear. And all the animals locked in cages ran into their shelters, huddling in the corners, trembling in fear. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Who said the system weakened genetic abilities? The ability of this lion seems to have been strengthened. It's only at level 1, and the power is already so terrifying. If it reaches level 2, it will become like a sonic cannon. It's just a pity for these trees," Zhang Chen said as he quickly left the scene. Something so strange must have someone coming to investigate. Back at the hotel, Zhang Chen decided to return to Sanqing City. Whether it's the demon cult master Moing or the king of assassins, Bebe, they probably won't just wait for him. Sitting in the car, Zhang Chen opened the system and began to study the so-called genetic ability fusion after the system upgrade. After looking around, Zhang Chen found that the first ability he obtained, swimming and underwater replication speed, could be completely fused. The flying ability of the rock dove and the special flying ability of the dragonfly could also be fused. And all these genetic abilities are at level 1. If they are fused, there will be a significant change. When upgraded to level 2, there will be a complete transformation, with a high starting point. Thinking about it, Zhang Chen first focused on swimming and underwater speed. Ding, host has received a request for genetic ability fusion. Do you want to fuse swimming ability and underwater speed? Yes. Ding, fusion of underwater speed and swimming ability in progress. Please wait. Ding, genetic ability fusion successful. Host gains extreme underwater speed ability, speed increased by 30%, and underwater diving depth increased by 100 meters. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Chen felt delighted. I didn't expect this genetic ability fusion to be so powerful. With a 30% increase in speed, there won't be any species in the water that can catch up with me in the future. And it also increases the diving depth in the sea. It's perfect. Suppressing his joy, Zhang Chen continued with the genetic ability fusion. Ding, host has received a request for genetic ability fusion. Do you want to fuse flying ability and special flying ability? Yes. Ding, fusion of flying ability and special flying ability in progress. Please wait. Ding, genetic ability fusion completed. Host gains extreme aerial dancing ability, speed increased by 30%, and aerial agility increased by 30%. In that moment, Zhang Chen felt that his understanding of flying and his body's perception of the airflow in the air had greatly improved. Ah, this is so cool. With this life-saving ability, there's nowhere I can't go, no matter how big the world is. Zhang Chen returned to Sanqing City all the way, without even going home, and went straight to the gate of the courtyard where Dao Yuan was. Junior Zhang Chen is here to visit Seniorin. As Zhang Chen spoke, the gate of the courtyard suddenly opened by itself, and at the same time, Dao Yuan's voice came out, so it's Junior Zhang, come in. Zhang Chen stepped through the gate and saw Dao Yuan watering the flowers in the flower field. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen's mind kept turning, trying to find a way to touch Dao Yuan. The system is at level 2, and animals can replicate from a distance of 1 meter, but humans still need physical contact to replicate. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen shivered and trembled from time to time. For the sake of greater strength, Zhang Chen could only grit his teeth and take a step forward, grabbing Dao Yuan's hand. Seniorin, how can you do such a thing as watering the flowers yourself? Let me do it. And at the moment of touching Dao Yuan, Zhang Chen roared in his mind, replicate, little g, start replication quickly. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability replication failed. 10 consecutive times, Zhang Chen ended in failure. Whoa, what's going on? The first attempt to replicate human abilities ended in failure. System, come out and explain. Ding, the greater the host's vigilance towards the target of replication, the greater the power gap, and the lower the success rate. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhang Chen felt speechless, and at the same time, he thought of Tanguabin because in Zhang Chen's view, although Tanguabin's strength was terrifying, his vigilance towards him should be much lower. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about this, Dao Yuan beside him suddenly flashed with a gleam in his eyes, drew his hand, and retreated mysteriously 5 or 6 steps. You brat, I didn't expect such a genius to be such a person. Could it really be that heaven is envious of talent, scaring an old man like me? What a pity, what a pity. Dao Yuan looked at the still-dazed Zhang Chen and shook his head, thinking to himself. At this moment, Zhang Chen finally reacted, looked up at Dao Yuan who was 5 or 6 meters away, and said with a smile, Dao, I'll water your flowers now, and then I'll leave. But Dao Yuan's face changed when he saw Zhang Chen's smile, his whole body shivered, and he waved his hand, saying, Zhang, the flowers have already been watered. You should leave quickly. I still have important matters to attend to. Originally, Dao Yuan had many things to say to Zhang Chen, but now Dao Yuan felt a chill all over his body and his internal energy was in turmoil when he saw Zhang Chen. He was a little scared. Zhang Chen, who was about to water the flowers, was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much of it, thinking that Dao Yuan really had something to do. Since he also needed to find Tanguabin, he put down the watering can in his hand, bowed to Dao Yuan, and left the courtyard. This brat, I really didn't see it before. What a pity for such a terrifying talent. If Zhang Chen knew what Dao Yuan was thinking at the moment, he would probably feel like banging his head against a tofu. After leaving the courtyard, Zhang Chen took out his phone directly and dialed Lu Ying's number. Hello, I want to meet your leader, Tanguabin. There was silence on the other end for a while before they spoke. Purpose? It's important. The leader has important matters in Kyoto recently and can't get away. If you want to see the leader, you'll have to come to Kyoto yourself. Okay, no problem. Please arrange it for me. I want to see Leader Tang tomorrow. Alright, I'll report it now and come to pick you up tonight. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen returned home, walked into the villa, and saw Mrs. Su cleaning. Mrs. Su, there's no need to work so hard if there's nothing urgent. This big villa doesn't need to be spotless. Tianqi is back. Hi, the old lady is usually idle enough. If I don't do some work, I'll rust all over. It's better to move around a bit. Zhang Chen shook his head with a smile and said, Mrs. Su, take care of yourself. As he spoke, Zhang Chen went straight to the second floor, and as the door opened with a click, he saw an explosive scene. Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong, with pieces of paper stuck on their faces, looked like evil spirits emerging, with only their eyes visible. This sudden scene left Zhang Chen stunned in place, his eyes full of horror, while Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong obviously forgot about the paper on their faces and their messy hair. Tianqi, you're finally back. We've missed you so much. With that, the two girls jumped up and rushed towards Zhang Chen. In Zhang Chen's eyes, this scene was like two deathly evil spirits, staring Sueo cold with sweat, and his steps involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Feeling the wall behind him, Zhang Chen looked at the two figures with messy hair and white strips on their faces, and in a hurry, he kicked them both. Bang, bang. Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong flew out directly and fell to the ground. Ouch. Ouch, it hurts. Tianqi, what are you doing? That hurts. Why did you kick us? Ah, Tianqi, your kick almost took my life. Hearing the words and cries of pain from the two people, Zhang Chen finally reacted and quickly pulled them up, saying, What are you doing? You almost scared me to death. Two troublemakers, you deserve to be kicked to death. Tianqi, why are you so heartless? Heartless? Look at yourselves now. I'm telling you two to pay a little attention. Scaring people to death is no joke. Although I'm not afraid at all, when encountering monsters, they must be eliminated. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong tore off the paper on their faces and said angrily, Tianqi, how can you be like this? Not only did you kick us, but you also said such things. Do you have any gentlemanly manners? Gentlemanly manners? How much does gentlemanly manners cost? I don't have any gentlemanly manners. What can you do about it? You're just annoying, really annoying to the extreme. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, You're right, I am annoying and I can't be bothered with you. Zhang Chen's words left the two women stunned for a moment, then they stomped their feet in anger, saying, Oh, Tianqi, how can you be like this? Are you trying to make us angry? I'm not trying to. Men and women should not be too close. You'd better stay away from me. Otherwise, if you scare me like that ghostly appearance just now, I'm afraid my heart won't be able to take it. Zhang Chen didn't know what the scariest thing in the world was, but the terrifying appearance of the two women just now did scare him a bit. Tianqi, why don't we go out to eat together? Get lost, going out with you two women would bring bad luck for 8 generations. Go by yourselves, I don't have time. You, Zhang Chen, you're simply a straight man, a steel straight man. We'll go by ourselves, we won't bother with you anymore. Zhang Chen watched as the two women left. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to argue with them, but he had no choice but to use this method to drive them away. Taking a deep breath, Sueyahan cursed, Damn it, in this lifetime, I'm in love with that hot land, and those ditches in my hometown. Zhang Chen shook his head, took a deep breath for a long time, and finally calmed down the anger inside him. Otherwise, Zhang Chen would definitely go crazy. Without doing something, he wouldn't rest. However, to his surprise, Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong returned shortly after leaving. Tianqi, let's not go out to eat. How about playing games together? Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong smiled at Zhang Chen, their eyes still holding a hint of expectation. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen also felt a sudden surge in his heart. Thinking of the frightening appearance of the two women earlier, he shook his head and said, You're not satisfied yet. I have something to do, you guys play by yourselves, or call Suma to join you. With that, Zhang Chen walked out of the room and left the villa. Tong Yanan and Zhou Tong stood foolishly in place, only looking at each other after Zhang Chen left. Yanan, why do I feel like Tianqi is always avoiding us on purpose? Tong Yanan had more contact with Zhang Chen and knew more about him. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, she smiled slightly and said, Maybe Tianqi really has important things to do. Although Tong Yanan said so, her eyes revealed a great sense of disappointment. After Zhang Chen left the villa, he muttered to himself as he walked, These two little girls are definitely not normal. This situation must be nipped in the bud. Instead of dragging it out and causing pain to the other party, it's better to cut off that kind of wishful thinking now. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Andao Yuan was located, Su Denai walked in carrying food and wine. Master, I've come to see you. Andao Yuan saw Su Dainyu and smiled, saying, Dainyu, how is your comprehension of the horizontal refining technique I taught you? Su Dainyu rubbed his head and said with a silly smile, I understood everything you said before, but I have trouble understanding the latter part. Andao Yuan nodded slightly and said, Listen carefully, I will explain it to you again. You must comprehend it with all your heart. Also, regarding our master-disciple relationship and the martial arts I teach you, you must not mention it to anyone, absolutely anyone, do you understand? Sudanio hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, rest assured, I promise not to tell anyone. In the future, don't come to me unless necessary. If there is something, I will come to you." At this moment, Zhang Chen did not know that Sudanio had embarked on a different path. In the afternoon, Zhang Chen received a call from Lu Ying, informing him that he had contacted the leader of the Hulong, Tanguabin, and asked him to go to Kyoto to meet. When Zhang Chen followed Lu Ying to a base and took off in a helicopter towards Kyoto, he realized how much authority and power the people of the Hulong had when he saw the officials' respect towards Lu Ying. In a room on the outskirts of the Hulong base in Kyoto, Lu Ying led Zhang Chen to a room. "Mr. Zhang, the leader said we should wait for him here." "Okay." However, just as Lu Ying was preparing tea for Zhang Chen and waiting for Tang Guobin, an unexpected guest arrived. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Ying stood up and said, "Bai Hulongshi, why are you here? What, can't I come? Or is there something here that shouldn't be seen?" Bai Fan said coldly. Sitting there, Zhang Chen heard Lu Ying address the old man who entered as Bai Hulongshi, and in an instant, Zhang Chen's gaze focused on him, with a glint in his eyes. At that moment, Bai Fan also turned his gaze towards Zhang Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of killing intent. "You are the Zhang Chen from Sanqing City?" Zhang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, crossed his legs, took a sip of tea, and said, "You are the shameless master of Ouyang Jia?" As Zhang Chen's words fell, a terrifying aura emanated from Bai Fan, enveloping Zhang Chen. Although Zhang Chen felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, he remained seated without moving. "You brat, do you know who you are talking to?" "Of course, just an old schemer behind the scenes. What do I have to fear?" as Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's strength and arrogant words made Bai Fan look at him sideways, and even Lu Ying, who was cornered by the pressure, looked at Zhang Chen in astonishment. Bai Fan showed a hint of ruthlessness and stared at Zhang Chen, saying, "Alright, since you were so ignorant, I will kill you here today." Hearing Bai Fan's words, Lu Ying, who was in the corner, changed his expression drastically and hurriedly said, "Bai Hulongshi, Zhang Chen was invited by the leader, you can't act recklessly." "Humph, no matter who comes today, this kid will die." As Bai Fan's words fell, his whole body flashed, his hand turned into a claw, and he reached for Zhang Chen's throat. Bai Fan's attack was meant to be fatal, with no intention of letting Zhang Chen live. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen exuded a unique aura, extending both hands forward like tiger claws. A domineering and fierce aura emanated from Zhang Chen's movements, directly attacking Bai Fan. This was Zhang Chen's replicated genetic ability, Tiger Pounce, which not only enhanced his own aura but also weakened the opponent's aura. Bai Fan, charging towards Zhang Chen, felt as if a huge tiger had suddenly appeared and pounced on him, with an extremely dominant aura. However, there was nothing in front of him, causing Bai Fan's speed and agility to slow down for a moment. At that moment, Zhang Chen made a lightning-fast move, countless electric arcs flew out, directly surrounding Bai Fan. At the same time, Zhang Chen's figure mysteriously disappeared from Bai Fan's sight. Faced with dozens of electric arcs, Bai Fan's hands moved continuously, clashing fiercely with the powerful internal force in Zhang Chen's electric arcs. Bang! Crackle! After a loud noise, Bai Fan's eyes showed fear, his hair standing on end, his clothes torn, and the internal force on his body was dispelling the flickering electric arcs. The cabinets, tables, and chairs in the room were shattered, creating a mess on the floor. At this moment, Zhang Chen's figure appeared behind Bai Fan, his eyes also flashing with a strong killing intent. From the previous battle, Zhang Chen felt terror, a sense of powerful internal force. Lu Ying, in the corner at this moment, also had his hair standing on end, smoke coming out of his mouth, looking incredulous. At this moment, Bai Fan turned around, looking solemnly at Zhang Chen and said, "You brat, unexpectedly having such noble means, it's beyond my expectations, but it's still not enough." As he spoke, Bai Fan was about to continue, but suddenly a voice came from the doorway, "Bai Hulongshi, you dare to lay hands on the person I invited and even attempt to kill him. Do you still recognize me, the Lord of the Hulong Pavilion?" With the voice falling, the Lord of the Hulong Pavilion, Tang Guobin, walked in, looked at the situation in the room, then at the three people, and coldly looked at Bai Fan, saying, "Aren't you going to explain to me? Lord, Zhang Chen killed my disciple, and even attempted to kill multiple members of my Hulong Pavilion. If such a person is not killed, what dignity does my Hulong Pavilion have?" Bai Fan's words not only evaded an explanation to Tang Guobin but also put Tang Guobin in a difficult position. As long as Zhang Chen was not killed, Tang Guobin would be seen as not upholding the Hulong Pavilion, allowing outsiders to act recklessly and kill members of the Hulong Pavilion, which could be used as a means to attack Tang Guobin in the future. Just as a smile appeared in Bai Fan's eyes, Tang Guobin suddenly made a move, a burst of energy hitting Bai Fan's chest. Bang! Bai Fan flew backward, hitting the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. "It seems I have been negligent in managing the Hulong Pavilion. Many have forgotten what kind of person I am. Bai Fan, don't think that by uniting with two other Hulongshi and relying on the influence of your Bai family in the capital, you can challenge my bottom line. Don't forget, the prosperity of Huaxia today was bought with the blood of countless ancestors and friends. Although you, Bai Fan, have made contributions, Huaxia has already given a lot to your Bai family. Tang Guobin's words were like pearls, leaving Bai Fan speechless. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bai Fan clasped his fists towards Tang Guobin and said, Lord, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen was not surprised because in his view, anyone who could sit in that position was not simple. Looking at the gene ability replication system in his mind, it wasn't time yet, which made Zhang Chen extremely anxious. Tang Guobin looked at Lu Ying and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine, Lord. Good, then go tidy up first, I have something to discuss with Zhang brother. After Lu Ying left, Tang Guobin smiled and said, Zhang brother, it's rare for you to come to me, there must be something important, let's go, we'll talk in another place. The two went to another room, but before they could sit down, Zhang Chen's mind signaled that the time for gene ability replication had arrived. At that moment, Zhang Chen couldn't care about anything else and directly grabbed Tang Guobin's hand, saying, Senior Tang, I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Just as Zhang Chen grabbed Tang Guobin's hand, he urgently said in his mind, Little base, replicate human abilities. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability to master martial arts replication successful, has been injected into the host's body. Zhang Chen held Tang Guobin's hand, continuously replicating while talking to prevent Tang Guobin from becoming suspicious. When the message of successful replication echoed in his mind, Zhang Chen was very excited. At this moment, Tang Guobin, with a look of doubt and disbelief on his face, withdrew his hand and took several steps back before saying, let's sit down and talk slowly about this. Zhang Chen didn't pay much attention to Tang Guobin's expression and behavior, as he was currently studying the replicated ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating human ability, rewarded with 50 points, failed replication 24 times, gained 72 points, total points 253. Ignoring the voice in his mind, Zhang Chen carefully felt some changes in his body and the sudden emergence of deep-rooted memories in his mind. From simple moves to martial arts secrets, Zhang Chen's mind was filled with many martial arts techniques, as if he had been practicing for decades, extremely familiar and deeply ingrained in his mind. Thunderous Hand, Thousand Hand Capture, 9-star Heavenly Step, Mountain Opening Fist, 9 Turns of the Universe, 13 Styles of Manhwa Splitting. Each powerful martial art excited Zhang Chen, but after a while, he sighed. Because although Zhang Chen was extremely proficient in these martial arts techniques, without internal energy in his body, the power of these moves could not be unleashed at all. It's like having a mountain of gold but not being able to use it, frustrating. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen came back to his senses and looked up to see Tang Guobin sitting a few meters away, drinking tea. Seeing that he still had 5 chances left, Zhang Chen wanted to approach and continue replicating. Unfortunately, as Zhang Chen moved forward, Tang Guobin's expression changed, a surge of energy emanated from him, and Zhang Chen felt a barrier blocking him, looking at Tang Guobin in confusion. Tang Guobin awkwardly coughed and said, Zhang, brother, let's talk from there. I've been having a cold recently, getting too close might be contagious, it's better if you stay away from me. Hearing Tang Guobin's words, Zhang Chen stood still for a moment, then smiled and said, Senior Tang, I wonder if the Millennium Ginseng King has been refined into a pill? It's in progress, not successful yet. Zhang, you might have to wait a few more days. In fact, Zhang Chen mentioned the Millennium Ginseng King just to ease the awkwardness. After chatting for a long time, Zhang Chen still couldn't get close to Tang Guobin, and even the promise Tang Guobin made earlier was directly rejected. The reason being that anything else was fine, even giving up the position of the Guardian Dragon Pavilion's master, but he couldn't allow anyone to get close to him, leaving Zhang Chen feeling powerless. Damn! Seems like there's a misunderstanding. Well, it's understandable. Anyone would get goosebumps if someone, especially a man, held their hand for so long. Muttering to himself, Zhang Chen bid farewell to Tang Guobin and left the room. Watching Zhang Chen's back, Tang Guobin looked at his own hand, shook it off, and said, This Zhang brother is a genius, didn't expect him to be a comrade. It's a pity, I don't know if he's on the offensive or defensive side. That day, Tang Guobin washed his hands countless times. Every time he thought of Zhang Chen holding his hand for so long and enjoying it, he got goosebumps all over. The Guardian Dragon Pavilion's master, who had faced countless strong opponents and battles without changing his expression, was now terrified by a single action of Zhang Chen. Leaving the base of the Guardian Dragon Pavilion with Lu Ying, as they were walking out, Zhang Chen suddenly brightened his eyes and placed his hand on Lu Ying's shoulder. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, turned his head in confusion and looked at Zhang Chen, saying, Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Oh, nothing, let me support myself for a while. Lu Ying was extremely puzzled by Zhang Chen's words, because for someone as powerful as Zhang Chen, there couldn't possibly be any issues, so what was the reason? Could it be that you were injured in the previous battle with Bai Hulong? At this moment, Zhang Chen had already used the remaining 5 chances to start replicating Lu Ying's abilities. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability innate internal strength replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating human abilities, rewarded with 50 points, failed replication 4 times, gained 12 points, total points 315. In that instant, Zhang Chen felt a supremely domineering internal strength inexplicably emerging in his body, continuously circulating within him. Wherever the internal strength passed, Zhang Chen felt extremely painful, as if a place that had never been entered before suddenly had someone enter, causing inevitable tearing in pain. Enduring the pain, Zhang Chen carefully felt the changes in his body, realizing that the internal strength was continuously washing through his meridians, ultimately rushing through the so-called governor vessel. The repeated collisions made Zhang Chen's muscles tremble incessantly, with fine beads of sweat even appearing on his forehead. Countless times, even though the barrier was strong, it was still punctured by Zhang Chen. At this moment, after a complete circulation of the internal strength, it gathered in the dantian and would occasionally automatically circulate a full cycle, incredibly mystical. While all this was happening to Zhang Chen, Lu Ying on the side was looking at Zhang Chen with an incredulous expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. Internal strength? It's actually the aura of internal strength, and why does this internal strength feel exactly the same as mine, with a similar level of intensity? Mr. Zhang didn't have internal strength before, so why did internal strength suddenly erupt in his body? It's so strange. What's going on here? Just as Lu Ying was puzzled and unable to solve the mystery, Zhang Chen returned to normal, carefully sensing the tremendous changes in his body. I have internal strength now, it's a success, internal strength at the innate level, not bad. It seems that the internal strength of those big shots is as the system said, the gap is too large, the success rate of replication is extremely low, but I can replicate more internal strength at the innate level, then merge them, little by little. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen wanted to burst into laughter, because at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could surpass those big shots and stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in China. Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang? Are you okay? At this moment, Lu Ying's call brought Zhang Chen back to reality. Oh, I'm fine, I just felt a little uncomfortable just now, by the way. I remembered that I still have something to do, so I won't go back for now, goodbye. With that, Zhang Chen soared into the sky and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Watching this scene, Lu Ying still muttered in amazement, such terrifying lightness skill, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can catch up with Mr. Zhan. After leaving Kyoto, Zhang Chen headed south, with his destination being Wudong Mountain, where the martial arts exchange meeting was held last time. Because Zhang Chen couldn't replicate abilities at the Hulong Pavilion, as the risk of exposure was too high, he wanted to go to Wudong to replicate internal strength during the competition. Since the last martial arts exchange meeting, Wudong Mountain had returned to tranquility, with occasional sightings of Wudong practitioners flying through the mountains and fields. In the early morning, Wudong Mountain was shrouded in mist, with purple qi rising between the peaks, giving it an ethereal atmosphere. Zhang Chen's figure swiftly crossed the mountains and forests, arriving at the main hall of Wudong, landing on the steps. Wandering cultivator Zhang Chen has come to disturb Wudong. When Zhang Chen spoke, he used a bit of lion's roar special effect, and suddenly, powerful sound waves echoed throughout Wudong. So it's Junior Zhang, please come in for a chat. The voice of Wudong sect leader Song Tianhe came from the main hall, although soft, it gave a sense of weightiness. Hearing the voice, Zhang Chen stepped into the main hall and saw Wudong sect leader Song Tianhe sitting on a cushion. Greetings to Wudong's master Song. When Song Tianhe saw Zhang Chen, his eyes sparkled as if he had seen something, with a great sense of puzzlement on his face. Junior Zhang, you are too polite. In just a few days, you have come to Wudong again. What brings you here? Recently, the junior has gained some insights in cultivation, but still feels a lack of tranquility in the secular world. The junior is not familiar with other places, only slightly acquainted with this Wudong Mountain, so I came to disturb. Ah, Junior Zhang is truly a clever person. It's not considered a disturbance, but I see a great difference in you from last time, with the sudden appearance of inner strength, the innate force, quite strange. Facing Song Tianhe's words, Zhang Chen smiled naturally and said, the junior's cultivation path is different, so there may be special circumstances. Song Tianhe, being an astute person, upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, naturally did not inquire further, but instead called for disciples to serve tea. The two of them drank tea and discussed their views on martial arts. Because Zhang Chen had all of Tang Guobin's martial arts techniques in his mind, he had a deep understanding of the martial arts application techniques and transformations discussed by Song Tianhe. After some insights, Zhang Chen's performance left Song Tianhe dumbfounded. Junior Zhang's understanding of martial arts is no less than mine. It is truly terrifying. If given some time, after a rapid advancement in inner strength cultivation, Junior Zhang will surely be the number one in our Chinese martial arts world. Zhang Chen clasped his fists and said, "Senior is too kind. The junior's strength is still far from enough. This time at Wudong, I hope to have some enlightenment. Junior, please follow me." With these words, Song Tianhe floated out of the main hall like a leaf. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, moved with hands behind his back, and followed behind Song Tianhe. After leaving the main hall, Song Tianhe's figure became faster and faster. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen seemed to have a rocket booster behind him, swiftly catching up. They easily followed behind. After a long time, Song Tianhe stopped at a mountaintop where there was a huge platform, several houses, a broad view, and the distant sky's purple aura seemed to be descending on this mountaintop. Looking back at Zhang Chen, Song Tianhe nodded and said, "Your lightness skill is unparalleled, truly unimaginable. Senior, may I ask why we are here?" "This is the enlightenment peak of my Wudong Mountain, also known as the Golden Summit. It is where Patriarch Sanfeng enlightened in the past. Since Junior mentioned having insights, this is the most suitable place for Junior to gain enlightenment." Upon hearing Song Tianhe's words, Zhang Chen also looked around in astonishment, especially seeing the rolling purple aura in the distant sky, instantly feeling a broad and majestic sensation in his heart. Seeing Zhang Chen's expression, Song Tianhe smiled slightly and said, "Junior, you will stay here. I will arrange for meals to be sent to you regularly. I hope you will gain something." Watching Song Tianhe leave, Zhang Chen muttered, "I may not have the talent for enlightenment, but replication is still possible. Starting tomorrow, I will find Wudong disciples one by one. This should be much faster than enlightenment." Walking into a room, Zhang Chen saw only a bed, a table, and a chair in the room, exuding a sense of antiquity. The entire room could be described as simple, with no extra decorations. The simple and poor Tao warms the heart, saving sentient beings from the chaos of the world, not seeking to gild the body in the next life. A cup of tea for the sake of all beings. Deeply sighing, shaking his head, Zhang Chen sat on the hard bed, opened the system in his mind, and saw that there were already 315 points of accumulated points, which could be used to upgrade one ability to level 2. So Zhang Chen began to contemplate his current level 1 abilities and selected one for upgrade. Storage space, bouncing ability, body liquefaction, flight, healing ability. These were all abilities that Zhang Chen particularly wanted to upgrade, but he didn't have enough points, so he could only choose one. After much consideration, Zhang Chen decided to choose an ability that could protect himself, which was the healing ability. The healing ability was copied from a gecko by Zhang Chen. At level 1, it could instantly heal external wounds, and at level 2, it could instantly heal any internal injuries. With this healing ability, combined with Zhang Chen's level 2 defense ability, he could be considered invincible at the moment. Ding, host, do you want to spend 200 points to upgrade the healing ability to level 2? Yes. In an instant, Zhang Chen's points were reduced to only 115, and at the same time, his body was undergoing rapid changes. After a while, Zhang Chen felt the changes in his body and murmured, "Upgrade complete, now I can consider myself half immortal." Throughout the night, Zhang Chen had also wanted to meditate like the ancient people, to see if he could have a sudden enlightenment and greatly increase his power, just like in TV dramas. Unfortunately, not even half an hour had passed before Zhang Chen fell asleep on the bed, snoring with his butt in the air. The night passed quickly, and the sun rose again, shining a ray of sunlight on Zhang Chen's face, waking him up. "Oh, how did I fall asleep? Wasn't I supposed to be meditating for enlightenment? Damn, it seems I'm not cut out to be the protagonist, I don't have that talent." After getting up and tidying up a bit, Zhang Chen walked out of the room. In an instant, a refreshing feeling hit him, making his body tremble and instantly become clear-headed. Looking at the clouds and mist between the distant mountains, the occasional bird calls, and the golden light shining from the sun, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a paradise on earth! What a peak of enlightenment!" Just as Zhang Chen was admiring the scenery, he heard a faint sound in his ear. Turning his head, he saw Wudong disciples practicing on a nearby mountain peak. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, and he soared into the air like a big bird towards where the Wudong disciples were practicing. This was a mountain peak where Wudong disciples usually practiced and lived. At this moment, Zhang Chen's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of a man at the innate realm. This startled the Wudong disciple, and when he saw Zhang Chen's face clearly, he was even more shocked. After all, Zhang Chen was currently the #1 figure in the Chinese martial arts world, and his relationship with several big shots seemed to be good. This was not someone to offend lightly. Realizing this, the disciple quickly clasped his hands and said, Zhang. Seeing the nervous expression of the disciple, Zhang Chen naturally understood that the disciple didn't know how to address him. After all, the head of Wudong called Zhang Chen young friend, which put Zhang Chen on an equal footing with the disciple. And the head of Wudong was the master of this disciple, so the hierarchy was clear. No need to be awkward, people in the martial arts world should be carefree. Let's each mind our own business. I just saw you practicing, so I came over to take a look. As he spoke, Zhang Chen lightly patted the disciple's shoulder. At the same time, Zhang Chen activated his replication ability. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human innate internal strength replication successful, already injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating human abilities, rewarded with 50 points, 1 failure, gain 3 points, total points 168. As the voice sounded in his mind, Zhang Chen withdrew his hand and a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he began to communicate with the system in his mind. Xiaoji, what is the probability of copying internal strength in the same person? Ding, if the host successfully copies internal strength in one person and uses the copying opportunity again, the chance of successfully copying internal strength is 1%, while the probability of other abilities appearing is 99%. Upon hearing Xiaoji's response from the system, Zhang Chen decided to switch to another person. Now, Zhang Chen wanted to use internal strength because among these innate realm warriors, there was no ability that could tempt Zhang Chen anymore. So, Zhang Chen turned his head towards a Wudong disciple who had just approached him to greet him. Well done, Wudong Mountain is truly full of talents. You are the future of the martial arts world of Huaxia. While praising the other person, Zhang Chen placed his hand on the disciple's shoulder and patted it. In his mind, Zhang Chen roared like a call for the system to start copying. Ding, human ability copy failed. Ding, human ability copy failed. Ding, human ability gritting teeth and farting copy successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully copying human ability, rewarded with 50 points, failed 19 times, gained 57 points, total points 275. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Chen's face changed, and he cursed inwardly, damn it, gritting teeth and farting even came out. This wave is a big loss, and I have to spend 100 points to cancel this ability. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth inwardly, but fortunately, he still had 8 chances. Xiaoji, cancel the human ability gritting teeth and farting. Ding, is the host sure to spend 100 points to eliminate the human ability gritting teeth and farting? Confirmed. Ding, human ability gritting teeth and farting has been eliminated, deducting 100 points, remaining 175 points. Zhang Chen looked at the Wudong disciple in front of him, wishing to strangle him, but then he thought that this also eliminated a wrong option. So, Zhang Chen tried to copy again. Ding, human ability copy failed. Ding, human ability internal strength copy successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully copying human ability, rewarded with 50 points, failed 7 times, gained 21 points, total points 246. Just when Zhang Chen thought it was impossible to succeed today, in the last chance, Zhang Chen successfully copied another innate realm internal strength. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhang Chen said to the Wudong disciples beside him, I have something to do, you continue to practice. Goodbye. As he finished speaking, Zhang Chen soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from the sight of the others. Such terrifying lightness skill, such fast speed. Yes, I wonder where Senior Zhang learned this terrifying lightness skill and body technique, unheard of. Zhang Chen returned to the Wudao Peak, entered his room, and without delay, summoned the system Xiaoji. Xiaoji, now I have the internal strength of 3 innate realm powerhouses. Can they be merged? Ding, the internal strength abilities in the host's body can be merged. Do you want to merge them? Merge. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, he felt the internal strength in his body quickly circulating. The 3 powerful internal strengths ran through Zhang Chen's body, transforming from a small cycle to a large cycle, and repeating the process. After a long time, Zhang Chen felt that the 3 internal strengths in his body had completely merged and started to liquefy, without any discomfort. Feeling the surging and powerful internal strength in his body, Zhang Chen exuded an extremely strong aura. In the Wudong main hall on the other side, the Wudong sect leader, Song Tianhe, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured in surprise, this internal strength intensity? Grandmaster realm? It's truly a demon among demons. With Song Tianhe's voice falling, his whole person floated up and flew towards the outside of the main hall. On the peak of Wudao Peak, Zhang Chen was also extremely excited, but to be safe, Zhang Chen still asked, Xiaoji, will there be any problems with merging internal energy due to the differences in internal energy properties? Ding, the host's replicated internal energy system will automatically handle the fusion, so the host does not need to worry. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was completely relieved, because he remembered that in those martial arts TV dramas, excessive absorption of star energy would lead to problems. Would cause issues. Zhang Xiaoyu really is astonishing. In just one day, he advanced from the innate realm to Grandmaster. It truly puzzles this old Taoist. With Song Tianhe's voice, another person appeared on the peak of Wufeng. Zhang Chen walked out of the room, saw Song Tianhe, and clasped his fists, saying, the breakthrough was purely coincidental, but I must thank Senior Song for allowing me to enlighten at Wudao Peak. While Zhang Chen spoke politely, he secretly thought, according to Senior Song's words, my current internal energy is equivalent to the Grandmaster realm, so it seems better to replicate someone of the Grandmaster realm next time. Senior Song, may I ask him politely, how many seniors at the Grandmaster level are there in Wudong Mountain? After looking at Zhang Chen for a while, Song Tianhe stroked his beard and calmly replied, currently, there are 4 disciples at the Grandmaster level in Wudong Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen hurriedly asked, where are they usually? Zhang Chen's behavior puzzled Song Tianhe, who stared at Zhang Chen for a moment before saying, they are usually in the 4 corners of the Wudong main hall, except when something major happens in Wudong, they are usually in meditation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately had an idea. To conceal his inner excitement and joy, he changed the subject and chatted casually with Song Tianhe. Meanwhile, in the city of Sanqing, when Long kept smoking, his brows furrowed deeply as he asked the man in front of him, are you sure the 6 people from Korea were taken care of by Big Bull's men? Dragon, yes, it is confirmed. It is said that 6 people from Korea came to Sanqing City, attracting the attention of many local gangsters, probably targeting you and Brother Chi. But in the end, they found their way to Big Bull. I don't know what was said between the two sides, but the 6 people from Korea were wiped out by the men led by that little knife. Wen Long's eyes gleamed as he slowly said, has Big Bull sent anyone to talk about this? Dragon, no, this matter was personally told by Little Knife. Wen Long's hand holding the cigarette paused for a moment, then he waved his hand and said, keep an eye on Big Bull. If anything happens, inform me immediately. You may leave now. After the man left, Wen Long took out his phone and dialed a number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is out of service area. Please try again later. Saroe, I'll check on you. Bang bang bang. Listening to the voice on the phone, Wen Long threw the phone on the table, sighed, and muttered, Big Bull doesn't seem like he wants to get involved in this mess. Could there be someone manipulating things behind the scenes? Zhang Chen on Wudong Mountain was unaware of all this. At this moment, Zhang Chen was studying the upgrading of genetic abilities. 246 points, enough to upgrade 1 genetic ability to level 2. Bounce. Flight. Liquefaction. Storage space. Tiger Pounce. Lion's Roar. Zhang Chen wanted to upgrade all these level 1 genetic abilities. After some consideration, he chose one ability, which was Bounce. This genetic ability was very special, relying solely on leg strength for long-distance movement, without the need for flight or internal energy assistance, and it allowed Zhang Chen to move at extremely fast speeds. Ding, does the host want to spend 200 points to upgrade the genetic ability Bounce to level 2? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the genetic ability Bounce to level 2, costing 200 points, with 46 points remaining. Zhang Chen felt his legs undergoing changes, a tingling sensation filling the space between his legs. How far can I go this time? I hope to explosively increase the distance. Zhang Chen silently anticipated, not consulting the system this time, but walking out of the room to test it himself. Glancing at the distant mountaintop, Zhang Chen estimated about 500 meters away. He took a deep breath and exerted force with his legs. Immediately, the rebound force and strength on Zhang Chen's legs acted simultaneously, propelling him out in an instant, disappearing even his shadow. At the mountain peak 500 meters away, which was originally quiet, suddenly there was a loud bang. Countless rocks scattered, and a figure appeared, leaving a huge pit in the rocks beneath his feet. Wow, I didn't expect that upgrading to level 2 would enhance it almost tenfold. If I upgrade to level 3, how much more will it increase? Jumping over a distance of about 500 meters in an instant, Zhang Chen's flying ability was even faster this time. This gave Zhang Chen a whole new understanding of the genetic ability to bounce. That night, Zhang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed as usual, preparing to meditate and try to comprehend martial arts techniques. Unfortunately, as before, he fell asleep within half an hour, snoring with his butt up in the air. The four sides of the Wudong Mountain main hall were guarded by the four Grandmaster-level experts of Wudong, each guarding a side. Near the Enlightenment Peak to the east, Zhang Chen's figure flew quickly and arrived in front of a building. It was unusually quiet here, with no one around, just a few blue-tiled houses, and a small courtyard with a fruit tree. Swish! Zhang Chen's figure landed in the courtyard, and immediately a voice sounded. "Who goes there?" As the voice fell, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared in the courtyard, staring at Zhang Chen intently. "Who are you?" "Oh, it turns out to be Zhang Chen, the #1 young talent in China on the heavenly ranking. This place is on the edge of Wudong's territory. What are you doing here?" "I heard from Master Song that Wudong has 4 Grandmaster-level experts, so I came here to visit." "Oh, I see. Please." After they sat down, Zhang Chen kept thinking about how to touch the other person without causing any misunderstandings. After thinking for a while, Zhang Chen suddenly had an idea and smiled, saying, "I am just a junior who has recently broken through to the Grandmaster level. I would like to ask the senior to test my internal strength. Please forgive me." As he spoke, Zhang Chen slapped towards the other person. Seeing this, the other person calmly extended his palm, which met Zhang Chen's hand with a clap. Bang! The collision of internal forces created a flow of air spreading in all directions, making the clothes of the two sitting individuals rustle. The moment Zhang Chen's hand touched the other person's, he felt that the other person's internal strength was much stronger than his own, with a hint of overcoming strength with softness. Faced with this scene, Zhang Chen was not afraid because his goal was not to win or lose against the other person but to replicate his internal strength. Xiao Ji, quickly replicate the other person's internal strength. With Zhang Chen's command in his mind, the system began the replication process. Ding, human ability replication failed. Ding, human ability replication failed. Despite multiple failures, the internal force within Zhang Chen's body continued to resist the opponent's powerful internal force. Ding, human ability internal force replication successful, injected into the host's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully replicating human ability, rewarded with 50 points, failed 29 times, gained 87 points, total points 183. At the critical moment, Zhang Chen thought today was impossible to succeed, but unexpectedly the last copy was successful. Zhang Chen even suspected that the system did it intentionally. It was at this moment that the middle-aged man from Wudong on the opposite side suddenly frowned, released his internal energy, and directly shook Zhang Chen up, who took several steps back before stabilizing on the ground. "Zhang Chen, have you practiced our Wudong Mountain's Tai Chi divine skill?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Chen was also surprised. He did not expect the other party's perception to be so strong that as soon as he successfully copied it, the other party noticed the uniqueness of the internal energy. So Zhang Chen hurriedly called Xiao Ji to integrate the internal energy. At the same time, Zhang Chen shook his hand and said with a smile, "Senior is joking. Tai Chi divine skill is the sect's supreme skill of Wudong Mountain. Even Wudong disciples rarely have the opportunity to come into contact with it. How could a kid like me possess such a divine skill? Is that so? Then why did I suddenly sense a strong surge of internal energy emanating from you just now, and it followed the path of my Wudong Tai Chi divine skill?" Just then, the internal energy in Zhang Chen's body completed its fusion, and an extremely domineering aura emanated from him. This scene startled the Wudong disciple opposite, who looked shocked and said, "Did you hide your cultivation just now? You are not at the early master level at all, you have the cultivation of a late master level?" Feeling the powerful internal energy automatically circulating in his body, almost liquefying completely, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I came here to discuss the martial arts path with the senior. The strength of internal energy does not mean anything. Do not utter the word senior again. Although you and our sect leader are of the same generation, and although you are still young, your cultivation now surpasses mine by a margin. I should address you as senior." Zhang Chen waved his hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. I don't care about these things. It's just a form of address, and there's no need to pay attention to what others think. Let's each mind our own business." Who would have thought that a person whose internal energy was still at the innate realm a few days ago would suddenly become a master-level expert in an instant? Most importantly, Zhang Chen had upgraded several genetic abilities in the past 2 days, making his strength several times greater than before. It can be said that Zhang Chen's speed of strength enhancement is unprecedented. Standing on the peak of enlightenment, Zhang Chen looked at the distant scenery and couldn't help but think to himself, Wudong Mountain is truly a blessed place. If I were to stay here for 10 days or half a month, replicate the internal energy of all the high-level experts of Wudong Mountain, how terrifying would my internal energy become? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then, a soft laughter reached Zhang Chen's ears. Zhang Chen, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly felt his hair stand on end because he was extremely familiar with this laughter. King of Assassins, which BB? He, little brother still remembers sister. You've made it hard for sister to find you during this time. Sister went to Sanqing City, but couldn't find you. After some searching, I found out you came to Wudong Mountain. As the voice fell, a charming woman appeared on the peak of enlightenment, dressed in a white robe, with simple hair tied up, yet exuding an indescribable beauty. Zhang Chen looked at the person who appeared, smiling with a guarded expression, and said, "Bibi, what's up? You're not here to chat with me, are you?" He, little brother, do you want to chat with sister? Unfortunately, sister likes mature men, and you're just a young man, not sister's type. But sister is very interested in something on you. Zhang Chen also smiled and looked at Bibi, saying, since you're not willing, then my divine needle of the sea is not something you can just casually look at. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Bibi was first stunned, then immediately understood. Giggle, Dinghai divine needle, I see little brother, you haven't even entered the door yet and you're done for. Sister will give you a nickname, weak little lord. What do you think? Even if I'm done for before entering the door, doesn't that also leave you in a dilemma? Zhang Chen's words made the king of assassins, Bebe, blush. A soft sword appeared in his hand, and several sword shadows flashed around Zhang Chen. At this moment, cold sword shadows appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. His figure leaped up in an instant, his internal energy erupted, and he displayed the martial arts technique Shenku and Zhozhuan copied from Tanguabin. A powerful force formed a tornado, and several sword shadows were pulled along with the momentum, spinning around. In that instant, the terrifying power of the sword shadows was greatly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Chen waved his hands. Bang! Countless sword shadows were directly shattered and disappeared in the air. Zhang Chen's performance made the king of assassins, Bebe, nearby, show an expression of disbelief. Qianku and Zhozhuan? Thunderous hand? You are indeed from the Dragon Protection Pavilion. These two profound techniques are Tanguabin's expertise. I didn't expect you to cultivate them to such a level, not inferior to Tanguabin at all, truly unbelievable. When Zhang Chen and Tanguabin joined forces to seize the Millennium Ginseng King, he knew he would be considered a member of the Dragon Protection Pavilion. Now, with his increased strength, Zhang Chen didn't care at all, because only strength can make a person disregard any external opinions and views. Just then, another person appeared on the Wudao Peak. King of Assassins, which Bebe, you didn't even say hello when you came to Wudong Mountain. Are you bullying us because there's no one at Wudong Mountain? Headsong, I came in a hurry. I haven't had a chance to greet Headsong yet. Is that so? If I had come later, this Wudao Peak would probably have been demolished. Giggle, Headsong, don't worry, I will compensate for all the losses at Wudong Mountain. Zhang Chen has nothing to do with you, Headsong. It's better not to interfere. With that, the king of assassins, which Bebe, flew up, and the long sword in her hand shot out a huge ball of light, emitting a terrifying sword energy towards Zhang Chen. Facing this scene, Zhang Chen's spirit surged, standing in the void, continuously shooting out arcs of electricity with his hands. For a moment, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning. At the same time, Song Tianhao also made a move, his hands spinning, a soft and gentle aura emerged, instantly dispersing the sword energy swirling around. Bang! The attacks of the three can be said to have their own characteristics. The king of assassins, Bebe, was fierce and sharp, while Wudong head Song Tianhao's attacks were flexible and powerful. Zhang Chen's attacks were extremely domineering and evasive, although not as powerful as the other two. The attribute of thunder and lightning made it unstoppable. The king of assassins, Bebe, landed, and a faint arc of electricity still flickered on the long sword in her hand. The aura around Bebe forced all the arcs of electricity emitted by Zhang Chen to dissipate, making a crackling sound in the air. Song Tianhao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the king of assassins, Bebe, then at Zhang Chen, his eyes filled with great shock. Zhang Chen stood in the void, calmly saying, King of assassins, which Bebe, even when you and the demon sect master Moing joined forces before, you couldn't catch me, and now it's even more impossible. Let me tell you, even if I tell you all my light skills, you still won't be able to learn them, so you don't have to waste your efforts. As Zhang Chen's voice fell, the scene fell into an extremely quiet state. After some time passed, the king of assassins, Bebe, smiled lightly and said, Little brother, sister believes in you this time. As the voice fell, the king of assassins, which Bebe, flew up in an instant, retreating and disappearing among the mountains within a few breaths. At this time, the head of Wudong, Song Tianhao, stroked his beard and said, I heard that you seem to have the essence of my Wudong Tai Chi divine power on you. Now I see that your internal strength has reached the late stage of Grandmaster. Yesterday, you were only at the early stage of Grandmaster. Facing Song Tianhe's question, Zhang Chen nodded and said, I don't know either. Yesterday, I was testing the practice of internal strength with Wudong disciples. During the internal strength competition, I felt something, as if I had entered a mysterious state. When I woke up again, I found that the strength in my body had increased significantly. Zhang Chen said while thinking to himself, I don't understand, but I have watched TV and read novels, so bluffing shouldn't be a problem. When Song Tianhe heard Zhang Chen's words, he stood still in place, not moving for a long time. Zhang Chen just looked quietly at the other party. After an unknown amount of time passed, Song Tianhe let out a long breath, turned to look at the distant mountains, and murmured, the ancestor left behind a manuscript mentioning the unity of heaven and man, which can allow people to enter a mysterious state, extremely mysterious and inexplicable, greatly enhancing spiritual cultivation. But the ancestor's manuscript mentioned that he only entered the unity of heaven and man once in his lifetime, but it was because of this one time that he laid the foundation for breaking through the limits of martial arts later on. I didn't expect, Zhang Xiaoyu, you were so young, yet you have such an opportunity. It really makes this old Taoist extremely envious. Hearing Song Tianhe's words and seeing his melancholy and nostalgic expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but touch his nose and say, it's just a coincidence for the junior. In fact, Zhang Chen secretly wiped his sweat and thought to himself, oh my, it seems like I've overdone the pretending, making the head of Wudong feel depressed. Ha ha, what a coincidence, but it is this coincidence that countless people in their lifetime cannot see its appearance. Shaking his head, Song Tianhe turned to look at Zhang Chen and said, you are the most talented person I have ever seen in my life, without a doubt. You are a monster among monsters. If you are patient, stay true to yourself, in the future, breaking through the limits of martial arts and becoming a land-based immortal is not impossible.